When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a dark cell, wearing prison clothes. A beautiful woman in palace clothes was crying in front of me. She was my mother, concubine Ro, and I had traveled through time and space and became the 9th prince of Dacia. I should have enjoyed wealth and glory, but this 9th prince was a waste with a terrible reputation and committed a heinous crime, which made Emperor Wu so angry that he wanted to kill me. I just came here, and I haven't even had a good day yet, and I'm going to become a short-lived ghost. How can this be possible? I must live on. My mother made me drink poisoned wine, saying that this was what she had begged for after kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights, and that if I could be saved, I would have an intact body, otherwise I would be tortured to death. I refused. I was still young and didn't want to die. I asked my mother to go and beg my father again. My mother hugged me and cried, saying that no matter how she begged, my father would not agree. She told me about all the evil deeds I had done in the army, such as partying every night, killing innocent people to claim credit, lying about military intelligence, and escaping from the battlefield. She even said that I colluded with the Mabe barbarians and killed the 18 generals of the Su family who defended the country, and that General Su also died on the battlefield. This is a huge crime. I was shocked, but I was sure that the 9th prince was just stupid, not evil, and he did not collude with the barbarians. This must be a conspiracy. The entire Su family died tragically, the northern border was lost, and the court needed a scapegoat, and I was the victim. I remembered that the 9th prince had a blood letter written by General Su, which could prove his innocence. But I didn't dare to show it to Emperor Wu directly, because he was very suspicious. If I showed it to him at this time, he would definitely think it was a forgery. I thought about it again and came up with a solution. I asked my mother to tell my father a message. My mother disagreed at first, thinking that my father would not change his mind. But I told her anyway, and she was struck by lightning and turned to go to the Imperial study. In the Imperial study, Emperor Wu looked at the memorial impeaching me and the blood letter signed by the widow of the Su family, and decided to execute me by slow slicing at the Meridian Gate early tomorrow morning. My mother rushed in despite the obstruction and told Emperor Wu that I wanted to go to the Su family to apologize before I died, and let the Su family decide my fate. Emperor Wu initially disagreed, saying that the widows of the Su family were very fierce, especially Su Fengling, who had a fiery temper, and that if I went there, she might stab me to death. Later, the eunuch Wei Sun suggested that I die in the Su family, which would both appease the public anger and allow Emperor Wu to avoid the infamy of killing his son. After hearing this, Emperor Wu thought it made sense, so he asked Wei Sun to take me to the Su family and let him kill me or chop me up as he pleased. The capital. Su family residence. Swish. A silver light flashed across the courtyard. That was not lightning, but the light bursting out from a spear. A graceful figure moved with the gun, and the gun shot out like a dragon. She was wearing scale armor and a bright red cape fluttering behind her. She had no helmet and her waist-length hair was tied into a ponytail that fluttered up and down. She is heroic and women are as good as men. It was General Su's granddaughter Su Fengling. Boom. Su Fengling thrust the spear in his hand fiercely, and the wooden man was pierced through and shattered into pieces. There was a piece of paper stuck on the wooden man's head, with 3 big characters written on it, Li Longlin. The women on the side applauded, "Miss, your marksmanship has improved again." Su Fengling clenched her fists tightly, her towering chest heaving violently, her eyes filled with tears as she angrily said, "My spear skills are amazing, but what's the point? I just hate that I can't kill the traitor Li Longlin with my own hands and avenge the loyal hero of the Su family." Upon hearing this, the female family members all lowered their heads with angry expressions. The Su family has been loyal and brave for generations, and they are loyal to Dacia. Because of the traitor Li Longlin, all the men in the Su family died tragically, leaving only a lonely widower. No matter how useless Li Longlin is, he is still the 9th prince and a member of the royal family. Emperor Wu would rather execute his son according to the law than let him die at the hands of others. Su Fengling even planned to kill Li Longlin with her own hands, even if it meant robbing the execution ground. At this moment, a maid ran over in a hurry and shouted, "Miss, miss. Someone is coming from the palace. It's the chief eunuch Wei Sun, and the 9th prince." Su Fengling was startled, "9th prince? Which 9th prince?" The maid replied, "It's that Li Longlin." Su Fengling laughed in anger. Good. 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 Li Longlin. How dare you step into the Su family's gate? In this case, I will make sure he never returns. After saying that, Su Fengling rushed out with silver spear in hand without saying anything else. The other female family members followed closely and came to the front hall. Sure enough, I saw a eunuch in a dragon robe sitting on a chair, drinking tea leisurely. He was Wei Sun, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Palace and a favorite of Emperor Wu, and held enormous power. As for Eunuch Wei, next to him was a young man in prison uniform. Su Fengling would recognize this person even if he turned into ashes. It was the 9th Prince Li Longlin. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. Su Fengling's eyes turned red, and he shouted angrily, Li Longlin. Die. Whoosh. Su Fengling used the move of phoenix dancing in the sky, and her anger turned into gun shadows all over the sky, covering Li Longlin. Li Longlin is a notorious waste, he is not good at either literature or martial arts. With this shot, Li Longlin will definitely die. I have to say that Su Fengling's appearance is extremely outstanding, with delicate features, rosy lips, and a pair of extremely charming phoenix eyes. It's a pity that her murderous aura makes people ignore her beauty. A man with a gun in front of him came in front of him. Li Longlin suddenly crouched down and hid behind Wei Sun. Eunuch Wei, save me. TSK. Su Fengling was so angry that she didn't have time to put away her gun and tore Wei Sun's python robe. Li Longlin was hiding behind Wei Sun, unharmed, and even grinning at him. Su Fengling was so angry that her pretty face turned red. She yelled, Li Longlin, if you are a man, stand up and fight me. Li Longlin hid behind Wei Sun and said in a frivolous way, let's take off our clothes and tell who is a man and who is a woman. There's no need to fight. You, shameless. Su Fengling's chest heaved violently and he almost lost his mind. He no longer cared about anything and just picked up his gun and stabbed. Li Longlin was very slippery. He used Wei Sun as a shield and dodged left and right. The dragon robe on Wei Sun's body soon became tattered, and he was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Stop. A majestic old woman's voice suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. I saw an old woman, holding a dragon-headed cane in her hand, walking towards me tremblingly, supported by several maids. Old lady. Everyone in the Su family hurriedly bowed to the old woman. Although Su Fengling also stopped, she was unwilling to give up. Grandma. With the next shot, I will kill the traitor Li Longlin. Old Lady Su snorted coldly. Fortunately, I arrived in time. If you hurt Eunuch Wei, it would be a disaster. Why don't you retreat? Su Fengling was not afraid of anything except getting angry at old Madame Su. Even though she was unwilling to do so, she could only step aside obediently. But her pair of phoenix eyes were still fixed on Li Longlin, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Wei Sun came back to his senses and stepped forward to salute. My family greets old Lady Su. It's been a long time since we last met. I hope you are well and healthy. Eunuch Wei was a favorite of Emperor Wu and had the title of 9,000-year-old. But even this 9,000-year-old man has to pay his respects to old Lady Su. Visible. This old lady has extremely high prestige not only in the Su family, but also in the court. After all, the Su family's 18 generals who defended the country were taught by her. When she was young, old Lady Su joined the army for her husband and fought for Daxia. She is a living legend. Old Lady Su glanced at Li Longlin, not disguising her disgust, and turned her gaze to Wei Sun. Eunuch Wei, let's not be polite. You brought this traitor to my Su family on purpose to cause trouble and bully the Su family, a family of widows and widowers. Wei Sun explained, Old madam, you are too kind. We are following the orders of the emperor to bring the 9th prince to the Su family to apologize. Old Lady Su flew into a rage. Apologize? All the men of the Su family were killed by this traitor. Your Majesty doesn't think that just an apology can calm the anger of the Su family and the people of the world, right? Wei Sun hurriedly said, it was the 9th prince who took the initiative to ask for an apology, and the emperor said that he can be killed or chopped up at your will. Old Lady Su's pupils shrank, she stared at Li Longlin and sneered, you took the initiative to ask for an apology. You still have a conscience. In that case, kneel down and kowtow 10,000 times. This is a humiliation. Wei Sun frowned, somewhat displeased. Li Longlin is a prince after all, and what old lady Su did is damaging the reputation of the royal family and is obviously excessive. But the emperor had already said that Li Longlin should be handed over to the Su family to be dealt with as they pleased. Even if the Su family did something more outrageous, even if they skinned Li Longlin alive, Wei Sun would just stand by and watch. Li Longlin smiled slightly. It's just a kowtow, it's a small matter. But I want to burn a stick of incense to General Su first. Su Fengling was furious. Don't try to be cunning. Old lady Su stopped Su Fengling and sneered, burning incense is a courtesy. Don't worry, little girl. I will make this traitor wish he were dead. Li Longlin followed old lady Su and came to the morning hall. He respectfully lit a stick of incense on the tablet of General Su and his eyes fell on old Madame Su. There were only Li Longlin and old lady Su in the morning hall, while everyone else was waiting outside. Old lady Su leaned on her dragon-headed cane and said coldly, Li Longlin, you are not thinking too much and want to harm me, are you? To tell you the truth, although I am a woman and old and weak, 10 losers like you are no match for me. Bang. The old lady Su slammed the dragon-headed cane in her hand to the ground suddenly, and the bluestone slab immediately broke into pieces. Li Longlin was amazed. The Su family are all monsters. Su Fengling is fine. It's amazing that an old lady like Mrs. Su is still as powerful as ever and has unfathomable strength. Li Longlin took a deep breath and said, Old lady, you know that your Su family is in great trouble. Old lady Su's face darkened. Don't exaggerate or confuse the people. As long as I am here, the Su family will not fall. It is you who is facing the disaster. It is you, a waste, who has brought the Su family to such a state. I will kill you. Li Longlin spread his hands and said, I admit that I am a waste. But have you ever thought that just relying on a waste like me, I can cause the entire Su family to be wiped out? Okay. There are rumors outside that I am a traitor and a spy, colluding with the barbarians and leaking military intelligence. I have done such a reckless and unforgivable thing. Even if I can hide it from the whole world, can I hide it from General Su? Old lady Su was stunned. What Li Longlin said is not without reason. In fact, old Madame Su had already felt something was amiss. Just relying on this waste Li Longlin, can he cause the Su family to be wiped out and the northern border to fall? General Su has been a soldier all his life and is so shrewd, how could he be deceived and played around by a loser like Li Longlin? Seeing that old lady Su was wavering, Li Longlin struck while the iron was hot and told the truth, this is a conspiracy. A conspiracy against the Su family. And even the entire daxia. And I am just an innocent victim involved. If you kill me, it will not only be useless, but also kill innocent people. After I die, the Su family will be destroyed within a month. Old lady Su shook her head and said, Li Longlin, you don't need to make such a fuss. You can't just say it, I don't believe a single word you say. Li Longlin stopped talking nonsense and took out the blood letter and handed it to old lady Su. This is General Su's personal blood letter before his death. It can prove my innocence. You must know his handwriting. Old lady Su took the blood letter and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. This handwriting. I will never make a mistake. Could it be that everything you said is true? Is this really a shocking conspiracy against the Su family? Due to the time constraints, there was not much content in the blood letter, only General Su's speculation was written. The demise of the Su family army had nothing to do with Li Longlin. There must have been a traitor in the high-ranking court who betrayed the Su family. As for who this traitor is, General Su didn't know either. He only hoped that Li Longlin would hand over this blood letter to Emperor Wu, so that Emperor Wu could find out everything, find the traitor, and avenge the Su family. Old lady Su read the blood letter several times and asked in confusion, Li Longlin, why don't you take out the blood letter and give it to the emperor to prove your innocence? Li Longlin shook his head and smiled bitterly, no one knows a father better than his son. I know my father's character too well. With his suspicion and stubbornness, will he really believe me? Old lady Su was silent. She also knew what kind of person Emperor Wu was. The Su family was loyal to daxia and had guarded the northern border for generations. Countless loyal souls were buried in a foreign land, but they were still suspected and suppressed by Emperor Wu. Old Lady Su had also heard about the situation in the court. Civil officials love money, while military officials cherish their lives. In addition, Emperor Wu was reluctant to appoint a crown prince. Except that the 9th Prince Li Longlin is too useless and has northwest support from court officials. Other court officials are secretly supporting other princes, and it seems like there are 9 dragons fighting for the throne. There was chaos in the court as factions fought and attacked each other. The people are complaining and their lives are miserable. Nowadays, the Su family army was destroyed, the northern border was lost, and the barbarian army marched southward as if it were an uninhabited land. The Great Xia Empire is in a precarious situation. At this critical juncture, Emperor Wu had to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys to calm the public anger and suppress the court. Obviously, Li Longlin, the useless prince, is the best candidate for scapegoat. But is it really enough to kill Li Longlin alone? Wait until Li Longlin dies. Under the instigation of the mastermind behind the scenes, will the entire Su family become the next victim? When she thought of this, Old Lady Su felt a chill all over her body and she almost couldn't stand. At the same time, she looked at Li Longlin deeply. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. Li Longlin was clearly at the center of the vortex, but he was able to see the overall situation clearly and did not hand over the blood letter rashly. The 9th prince is not as useless as the rumors say. However, Old Lady Su knew in her heart that now was not the time to feel sentimental. The question is, how to break the impasse. Old Lady Su pondered and thought, but she felt like she was trapped in a fog and had no clue at all. Li Longlin took the opportunity to speak. The Su family and I are now on the same boat. We prosper together and suffer together. I have a way to find out the mastermind behind this and save the Su family from danger. Old Lady Su was startled. What method? Li Longlin smiled and said, "Marry Su Fengling to me." Ah. Old Lady Su suspected that she was hard of hearing and must have heard it wrong. So Li Longlin repeated, "I said, marry Su Fengling to me." Old Lady Su flew into a rage and cursed, "Everyone says you are a waste. In my opinion, you are not a waste at all, you are just a lunatic. Let me make the decision and marry my granddaughter to a loser like you. Dream on." Li Longlin curled his lips and said, "Your precious granddaughter is a tigress. If it wasn't for breaking the situation, would this prince care about her?" Old Lady Su became even more angry. "This is just nonsense." Li Longlin didn't wait for her to finish before dropping a bombshell. "The mastermind behind this is one of my 8 brothers." Old Lady Su was stunned. "What did you say?" "You said there is a traitor among the 8 princes. How is this possible? They are all royal relatives, why would they betray their country and sell out Duxia?" Li Longlin was speechless. "Am I not a royal relative, a prince? If I can be considered a traitor, then why can't my 8 brothers be considered a traitor? The reason is simple. The whereabouts of the Su family army is the highest military secret. Except for a few trusted ministers in the court, only a few princes knew about it." Old Lady Su was shocked. "Then tell me, which prince is the most suspicious?" Li Longlin shook his head. "It's not clear yet. But I can guess what he wants to do. He has such a plan, obviously he has a big plan, he must be trying to usurp the throne, kill his father and become emperor." Old Madame Su was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. Li Longlin's words were truly too shocking. Conspiring to usurp the throne, kill his father and become emperor. Among the 8 princes, is there such a rebellious person? Old Lady Su's voice trembled. "But, what does his conspiracy and rebellion have to do with our Su family?" Li Longlin knew that he had to convince Old Lady Su completely, otherwise she would never help him and he would surely die. So, Li Longlin did not hide anything and told all his conclusions. This person is planning a rebellion. The first thing he will have to face is 100,000 Imperial guards. The only way is to betray the Su family, open the northern border, and lure the barbarians south. In order to resist the barbarians, father can only send out the Imperial guards to fight. By then, the capital's military strength will be depleted, and he will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Therefore, the Su family is his first stumbling block. Old Lady Su pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Li Longlin continued, but this is not enough. The Su family still has 1,000 remnant soldiers stationed outside the capital. Without a commander, they are leaderless. If he can mobilize these 1,000 remnant soldiers and march to the capital, then the dynasty will change in an instant. Therefore, he must borrow the name of the Su family. The best way is to take advantage of the fact that the Su family's male members are dwindling and they need someone to back them up, and for him to step forward and marry Su Fengling. In this way, he can mobilize these 1,000 remnant soldiers legitimately as the son-in-law of the Su family. Su Fengling is his second stumbling block. After hearing this, old lady Su was sweating profusely and almost fainted. Who on earth could come up with such a vicious plan? It's so cruel. Li Longlin said coldly. 1,000 remnants of the Su family broke into the palace and changed the dynasty. He used the Su family to eliminate dissidents and ascend to the throne. He can then label the Su family as traitors and put all the crimes on the Su family. If he exterminates the Su family, whitewashes himself, and cedes land and pays compensation to the barbarians, he will be able to secure his throne. This is the whole picture of his plan. One general's success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Both me and the Su family are stepping stones for this person. I am a waste, and my death is not a pity. But the Su family, who are full of loyal and brave people, will be regarded as traitors and recorded in history books, leaving a bad reputation for eternity. These words completely broke down old lady Su's psychological defenses. Plop. Old lady Su sat slumped on the ground, eyes dull and tears streaming down her face. I am not afraid of being torn to pieces. I will leave my loyalty to history. We in the Su family are not afraid of death. However, if the Su family really becomes a rebel, how can I face the ancestors of the Su family? Li Longlin slowly walked to the side of old lady Su and helped her up. His voice was gentle and seemed to contain magic. Old lady, you have no choice. At this point, you can only trust me and do what I say. Only I can save the Su family. Old lady Su hesitated and said, should we ask Fengling and the others to come in and discuss this together? After all, this concerns her lifelong event. Li Longlin curled his lips and said, no need. Su Fengling has an impulsive personality. If she lets it slip, all our efforts will be wasted. Besides, Eunuch Wei is here too. Who knows if he is a spy for some prince? Old lady Su thought for a moment and nodded. Ninth prince, you are still thoughtful. I will do as you say. Li Longlin breathed a sigh of relief. Although it took a lot of effort, he finally convinced old lady Su. But this is just the first step. Although old lady Su is old, she is very wise. Li Longlin also had a letter written in blood, so it was not difficult to persuade old lady Su. The real difficulty was to persuade the stubborn Emperor Wu. And find out the mastermind behind this from among the 8 princes. At this point, Li Longlin can only take one step at a time. After informing old lady Su of his next plan, Li Longlin stepped out of the morning hall. Su Fengling and the other female members of the Su family were surprised to see that Li Longlin was unharmed. Even Wei Sun was stunned, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Old lady Su hates evil and has a hot temper. Just now, there was another loud roar inside the morning hall, making such a loud noise. Everyone thought that even if Li Longlin didn't die, he would be badly injured. In the end, Li Longlin was safe and sound. What's going on? Su Fengling's face darkened, and he pointed the gun at Li Longlin's throat. His eyes reddened. Traitor! What did you do to my grandma? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Yes. Why was Li Longlin the only one walking out of the morning hall? Where is the old lady? Did he fall into the hands of Li Longlin? Stop! Old lady Su came out of the morning hall and shouted, Fengling, you are so reckless. Why don't you retreat? Grandma. Su Fengling looked aggrieved and retreated angrily, glaring at Li Longlin with her almond-shaped eyes. It's this traitor. As a result, I was scolded by my grandmother repeatedly. You know, Grandma used to love me the most. I don't know what kind of magic potion he gave Grandma. Wei Sun also felt something was wrong and put on a smile. Old madam, has the 9th prince offered incense? Old lady Su nodded. The incense has been burned. Wei Sun probed, how do you plan to deal with him? lynching, dismemberment, or beheading. Don't worry, as long as it can relieve your hatred, the emperor will not ask. Old Lady Su looked at Wei Sun deeply and said, Eunuch Wei, I have something important to report to the emperor. I hope you can return to the palace immediately and report it. Wei Sun was startled and frowned slightly. What exactly is this old Lady Su up to? The 9th prince had been brought to her. Why didn't she kill him, but instead went to the palace to meet the emperor? Could it be? Wei Sun's mind moved and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Killing the 9th prince just like that is really not satisfying. Old Lady Su must report to the emperor and kill Li Longlin in front of all the civil and military officials and the people of the world. That's fine. I will return to the palace immediately and report to the emperor. Wei Sun bowed and left. The Golden Palace. Emperor Wu was holding an emergency court meeting. Civil and military officials stood in silence, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The veins on Emperor Wu's forehead were bulging, and he was furious. Hundreds of thousands of troops in the northern border cannot stop the iron hooves of tens of thousands of barbarians. Now the barbarian army is approaching the capital. In such a huge country like Dacia, there are no generals or soldiers who can fight. Does it mean that I have to lead the army in person? All the ministers lowered their heads and no one dared to speak. Emperor Wu was so disappointed that he said, useless. All of them are useless. My ministers have misled me. With such a powerful enemy at hand, where are the virtuous people? At this time, the 6th Prince Li Xian stood up and said, Father, I have a way to solve the crisis in the capital. Emperor Wu's eyes lit up. 6th brother, you have been smart since childhood and good at making plans. What do you think? Tell me now. Li Xian said, if an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. To resist the barbarian cavalry, we must have an elite army. Under the command of the emperor, there are 100,000 Imperial guards, who are the elite among the elite. As long as the royal guards go into battle, they will be able to defeat the barbarians in one fell swoop. Boom. As Li Xian finished speaking, a thunderclap sounded in the minds of the ministers. The royal guards go to battle. What about the capital? But if the Imperial guards do not go into battle, the barbarians will soon invade the capital, and the consequences will be disastrous. Emperor Wu looked at Li Xian deeply and said, I also want the Imperial guards to go to war. Then tell me, who will lead them? Li Xian said nothing and stood still. On the contrary, several other princes stepped forward and said, Father, I am willing to lead the Imperial guards to fight and defend our country. Emperor Wu waved his hand and said, no need. I am very pleased that you are willing to protect our country and share my worries. However, I have other plans. General Zhang Beizheng of the Imperial Guards, I order you to lead 100,000 Imperial Guards to go out tomorrow. If you fail to defeat the barbarians, bring your head to me. A middle-aged military officer with a handsome appearance stepped out from the crowd and said, I obey your order. The ministers were filled with emotion. The emperor's suspicion became more and more serious. He even distrusted the princes and refused to hand over the military power to them. But that's okay. Zhang Beizheng is the emperor's confidant and has commanded the Imperial Guards for many years. With him leading the royal guards to the battle, they could at least fight the barbarians on equal terms, giving Dacia a chance to catch its breath. Next, the emperor only needs to find a way to quell public anger and stabilize the situation in the capital, and then he can transfer troops from the south to protect the capital. The barbarians failed to capture the city after a long siege and naturally retreated due to exhaustion. It's easy to calm public anger. As long as Li Longlin is killed, the Su family will calm down, and the people will lose their backbone and naturally will not make trouble. At this time, Wei Sun came to report, Your Majesty, old Lady Su is escorting the 9th prince to see you outside the palace. Upon hearing this, the ministers were shocked. Before one wave subsides, another wave rises. Is the Su family going to kill Li Longlin in public to vent their anger? In this way, although it would damage the dignity of the royal family, it could calm public anger, which is not a bad thing. Emperor Wu had the same idea, his eyes flashed, announce. A moment later. Old Lady Su walked into the hall tremblingly, holding a dragon-headed cane in her hand. The 9th Prince Li Longlin followed closely behind. Emperor Wu waved his hand and said, "Please take a seat." Old Lady Su sat down on the brocade cushion. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Emperor Wu said, "Lady Su, what do you want to see me for? Please speak frankly." Old Lady Su bowed her hands and said, "Your Majesty, are you really going to hand over this traitor, Li Longlin, to me for punishment? No matter how extreme the things I do to him, is that okay?" Emperor Wu nodded. "Sir, don't joke. I will never change what I said. I just don't know how you plan to deal with this rebellious son." The princes and ministers all pricked up their ears, looking curious. Ling Qi. Live or die? Or should we give Li Longlin a quick death by chopping off his head? Old Lady Su smiled and said, "Your Majesty, we will discuss how to deal with the 9th prince later. I have another unwelcome request." Emperor Wu said in a deep voice, "The Su family is full of loyal martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the country. Let alone one unreasonable request, even if it is 10 or 100, I will agree." Old Lady Su sighed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. All the men of the Su family died on the battlefield, leaving only women and children. We are all helpless and have no one to lean on." Emperor Wu was displeased. "I am the backer of your Su family. Whoever dares to touch the Su family will be my enemy." Old Lady Su shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, we are very grateful for your kindness. However, that is not what I meant. My granddaughter, Su Fengling, is quite outstanding in both figure and appearance. As the saying goes, men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. I hope the emperor will decide and marry this granddaughter to a prince. The Su family has become a royal family, so naturally no one dares to bully them anymore." Arranged marriage? Upon hearing this, the court was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. At this critical juncture, Old Lady Su actually took the initiative to ask Emperor Wu to grant her a marriage. If you think about it carefully, this move was a brilliant one. The Su family has guarded the northern border for generations. The whole family is loyal and upright, and has offended many people in the court. Now that all the men in the Su family are dead, the huge Su family has become a piece of fat meat that everyone covets. The Su family must find a big backer, otherwise the family will be destroyed. And the princes are the best candidates. Emperor Wu was stunned. He also didn't expect that Old Lady Su would actually ask for a marriage. And the marriage will be granted to the prince. Marriage is a serious matter, how can it be treated as a joke? What's more, this is an arranged marriage, and it requires a good match between the two families. To put it bluntly, it is a political marriage. The concubines of the princes were either princesses from foreign countries or daughters of powerful officials. If the men of the Su family were still alive, as a giant guarding the northern border, the Su family would be qualified to marry into the royal family. But now, the Su family is left with only one lonely widower, who is of no value at all. Even if I agree to grant the marriage, the princes may not agree. Seeing Emperor Wu hesitate, Wei Sun lowered his voice and said, "Your Majesty, the most urgent task now is to calm the people's anger. If you grant the marriage to the Su family and then kill the 9th prince, the people's anger will subside." Emperor Wu nodded. "Yes. Today, Daxia is in a precarious situation and its future is uncertain. Why do you want to think so far ahead? The Su family has a very high prestige among the people. If it is handled improperly and the Su family is angered, there will definitely be public outrage. On the contrary, if the marriage is granted, it would be equivalent to appeasing the Su family. How could the people make a fuss?" Emperor Wu said in a deep voice, "Yes. If any prince like Su Fengling, please step forward." The 8 princes frowned, each with their own thoughts. Su Fengling is indeed a top-notch beauty. They were very excited. The problem is that Su Fengling has outstanding looks but a violent temper, and is a notorious tigress. But there is really not much value left in the Su family. Just for Su Fengling's beauty, he married such a tigress and brought her home. I'm afraid there will never be peace in the family. Is this deal really a good deal? The princes thought about it and decided that instead of marrying Su Fengling and having to make a scene every day, it would be better to spend some money at the music bureau and indulge in the beauty of various courtesans. Wouldn't that be more cost-effective? Emperor Wu felt a little embarrassed when he saw that the princes were so passive. At this time, the sixth Prince Li Xian's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward. I am willing to share your worries and marry Su Fengling. Emperor Wu was very happy to see that the sixth prince agreed to the marriage. Sixth prince. Very good. Since you are willing to marry Su Fengling, then, I will make the decision for you. A sneer appeared on Li Xian's face. Success. He had originally planned to take the initiative to ask his father to grant Su Fengling to him in marriage. But this is a bit obvious and might arouse suspicion from other princes. Unexpectedly, the Su family actually took the initiative to propose a marriage. I just need to go with the flow and it will be seamless. God is really helping me. But Li Xian didn't know that his every move was seen by Li Longlin. Li Longlin sneered in his heart, it turns out to be you, old six. The fox's tail is exposed. Then, Li Longlin winked at old Lady Su. Old Lady Su immediately understood, nodded, and said, Your Majesty, wait a minute. Emperor Wu frowned, do you have anything else to say? Old Lady Su said, actually, I already have a suitable candidate in mind. It's not this sixth prince. Hearing this, Li Xian's face became extremely ugly. He had a very high opinion of himself, believing that he was superior to other princes in both appearance and literary and military strategy. As a result, old Lady Su actually looked down on me. If I had kept my composure and not stood up, it would have been fine. But why did he stand up and take the initiative to ask for a marriage? But was ruthlessly rejected. Isn't this a slap in the face in public? Li Xian's face was burning with pain, and he gritted his teeth. Then I want to see which prince is better than me and can be favored by old Lady Su. Everyone looked curious. Which prince is Su Fengling's ideal husband? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, old Lady Su raised her finger and pointed at Li Longlin. Your Majesty, please grant my granddaughter Su Fengling a marriage with the ninth Prince Li Longlin. Boom. The whole place went crazy. No one believed their ears. Is old Lady Su crazy? Doesn't the Su family hate Li Longlin to the core and want to kill him? Why did old Lady Su reject the sixth prince and choose to marry her beautiful granddaughter to Li Longlin? This is too ridiculous. Emperor Wu shook his head repeatedly. Absurd. It is really absurd. Old Lady Su, unless your reasons can convince me. Otherwise, I will never agree to such a ridiculous marriage. Old Lady Su gnashed her teeth and said, Your Majesty, I really hate Li Longlin to the core and must punish him severely. However, killing him with just one blow is too easy. I want Li Longlin to be the son-in-law of the Su family, to work like a slave for the Su family, and to torture him severely. Let him neither live nor die. Your Majesty, you just said that you would let me do whatever I want with Li Longlin. Your words are as good as gold, so don't break them. There was silence in the court. To be honest, although the reasons given by old Lady Su were a bit far-fetched, they were still barely acceptable. The Su family now has no male descendants, only a group of widows, all of whom are in their prime. Plus there's the tigress Su Fengling. Li Longlin entered the Su family and became the only man. He would definitely be eaten alive. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Emperor Wu's eyes flashed and a look of joy appeared on his face. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. No matter how useless Li Longlin is, he is still his own flesh and blood. What's more, concubine Ro threatened her own life, saying that if her son died, she would not live anymore. This gave Emperor Wu a headache. However, what Emperor Wu values most is his own reputation. In fact, it didn't matter whether Li Longlin was executed according to the law or died at the hands of the Su family. Emperor Wu could not escape responsibility and would be infamously accused of filicide in history books. Question. If Li Longlin is not killed, the anger of the Su family cannot be quelled. Emperor Wu was faced with a dilemma. It's okay now. I don't know what's wrong with old Madame Su. Not only does she not kill Li Longlin, she also wants him to be the son-in-law of the Su family. All problems are solved. Emperor Wu was afraid that old Lady Su would regret it, so he immediately said, Okay. I will make the decision and agree to this marriage. Old Lady Su hurriedly stood up and saluted, Thank you, Your Majesty. Although all the civil and military officials in the court were shocked, no one objected. Anyway, the Su family is already ruined, and having the ninth prince, a waste, as a backer will only make them vulnerable to bullying and accelerate their demise. Father. I do not agree to this marriage. Only the sixth Prince Li Xian stood up and openly opposed it. Emperor Wu's face darkened. You don't agree. What's your reason? Li Xian said, the emperor who breaks the law is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Lao Jiu has committed a heinous crime and should be executed according to the law. Father, you are protecting him so much, aren't you afraid that everyone in the court will be terribly disappointed? Emperor Wu glared at Li Xian and said coldly, the Su family doesn't even pursue the matter, so why are you so jumpy? Don't forget. No matter how useless old Nine is, he is still your brother. You are so cold-blooded and have no brotherly love at all. Do you really want to put him to death? Fellow brothers fighting against each other, how shameful. Li Xian was dumbfounded and speechless. Emperor Wu's eyes were blazing with fire, and he shouted angrily, get out. Reflect on your actions. Li Xian had a look of grief and indignation on his face, and he left in a huff, and all the ministers also left one after another. As soon as Emperor Wu left the Golden Throne Hall and returned to the harem, a beautiful imperial concubine with a rosy face came to greet him. It was concubine Ro who rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Thank you, Your Majesty. Concubine Ro knelt before Emperor Wu with a look of gratitude on her face. Emperor Wu waved his hand and said, Ro Fei, please stand up. You don't need to thank me. It's not my credit that old Nine survived this time. Concubine Ro was surprised, didn't the emperor pardon Lao Jiu? Emperor Wu shook his head and said in a cold voice, it's not me. Lao Jiu has a master behind him. Go back and tell Lao Jiu. Let him take care of himself. If there is a next time, he will definitely die. Concubine Ro shuddered, I obey your order. Li Longlin returned home, changed his clothes and took a bath. Soaking in hot water, he recalled carefully that it was Li Xian who instigated the ninth prince to be tricked into going to the northern border to serve as a military supervisor. Plus Li Xian's reaction today. The mastermind behind this is most likely the sixth brother Li Xian. Strike while the iron is hot. We must hurry and find evidence of Li Xian's treason. Once Li Xian reacts and keeps his composure, we will be in trouble. After taking a bath and changing into the prince's attire, Li Longlin rushed to the Su family without stopping. To deal with Li Xian, Li Longlin cannot do it alone, he must rely on the power of the Su family. As soon as Li Longlin arrived at the door of the Su family, he heard a noise coming from inside. Su Fengling was armed with a silver spear and silver armor, and was wearing a scarlet cape. She was filled with murderous intent and roared, don't even think about marrying the traitor Li Longlin. I'm going to kill Li Longlin right now. I'm going to avenge the loyal and brave people of the Su family. Su Fengling was furious when she learned that Li Longlin was not only alive, but the emperor had also granted her to him in marriage. Now she was completely overwhelmed by anger, and the only thing she had in mind was to kill Li Longlin. She even ignored what old lady Su said. A maid was startled when she saw Li Longlin appear, and hurriedly said, Sir. Miss is very angry. Get out of the way quickly, don't lose your life. If it were in the past, Li Longlin would have definitely left without saying a word. If you can't afford to offend this tigress, can't you just hide away? But Li Longlin has lived 2 lifetimes, what kind of women has he not seen? To deal with a woman with a hot temper like Su Fengling, you must face the challenge head-on, confront her head-on, and force her to surrender. Once you show weakness, you will be stepped on by her for the rest of your life and you will never be able to raise your head. Li Longlin smiled, stepped into the Su family's gate, and shouted, Madam, your husband is back, why don't you kneel to greet him? Su Fengling looked up and saw Li Longlin. She gritted her teeth and said, You thief. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you come here to surrender. Die. Whoosh. The silver spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing straight into Li Longlin's throat. Li Longlin did not dodge or evade, but slowly opened his arms, closing his eyes and waiting to die. He is gambling. Bet Su Fengling won't kill me. Time passed minute by minute, and his throat felt cold, but the spear in Su Fengling's hand did not stab down, Li Longlin knew that he had won the bet. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Su Fengling with an angry face, glaring at him fiercely. Li Longlin smiled and said, "Aren't you going to kill me? Why don't you do it? Isn't it because I'm too handsome that you can't bear to do it?" Su Fengling spat, "Bah. Shame on you. I don't kill unarmed people. Pick up your weapons, let's fight to the death." Li Longlin shook his head, "You can't kill me. Because you are my wife. If you kill me, it will be murdering your husband. According to the laws of Daxia, you will be put on a wooden horse and thrown into a pig cage." Su Fengling's pretty face turned red. "Bullshit. Who is your wife? A knight breaks the law with force, you don't think I will take the law seriously? If I kill you, I will run away and wander around the world." Li Longlin smiled and glanced at the women of the Su family. "Don't forget, I am the prince. If you kill me, your relatives will be implicated. You can escape to the ends of the earth, but what about the rest of the Su family?" Su Fengling was furious. "You, shameless." But Su Fengling also knew that what Li Longlin said was true. In the era of Daxia, whether it is her husband or the identity of Prince Li Longlin, they are insurmountable chasms for her. But she really didn't want to marry this loser Li Longlin. What's more, this piece of trash caused his own family to be destroyed. There is nothing more cowardly and frustrating in the world than marrying your enemy. Su Fengling couldn't stand it any longer, so she turned the gun around and pointed it at her throat, tears streaming down her face. "Even if I die, I won't marry you." Li Longlin rubbed his forehead and felt a headache. Su Fengling would rather die than be humiliated. Her strong character is really admirable. Originally, Li Longlin didn't intend to tell Su Fengling the truth. But now that things have come to this, we can't just watch Su Fengling commit suicide and cause a death, right? Li Longlin said to the old lady Su beside him, "Otherwise, tell her." Old Madame Su nodded, took Su Fengling to the study, and told her the whole truth. After hearing this, Su Fengling was completely stunned. Is this a conspiracy against the Su family? Li Longlin is innocent, and the culprit is actually the sixth prince. What shocked Su Fengling even more was that the key figure to breaking the impasse was none other than the ninth Prince Li Longlin in front of him. Isn't he a waste? How could he be so smart that he could remain calm and break the deadlock even when he was in the center of a vortex? Could it be that Li Longlin has been keeping a low profile? Impossible. He was just lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. People's first impressions are always deeply rooted. In Su Fengling's mind, Li Longlin is the useless prince who is unlearned and unskillful, and it is impossible for him to change easily. Li Longlin shrugged his shoulders, not caring at all. Anyway, Emperor Wu personally granted the marriage, so Su Fengling was already his fiancée. There is a long way to go in the future. One day, I will make her look at me with new eyes. Li Longlin said in a deep voice, "The most urgent task now is to find evidence of Lao Lu's rebellion and give him a fatal blow." Old Lady Su nodded, "That makes sense. But how do we find it?" Li Longlin smiled and said, "It's very simple. Lao Lu colluded with the Mabe barbarians, so there must be correspondence between them. And these letters are likely hidden in the study. As long as we sneak into the study and steal the letters, we can have ironclad evidence." Su Fengling frowned, "So simple." Li Longlin shrugged, "What else?" "Madam, do you have any other ideas?" Su Fengling's pretty face was filled with anger. "If you call me wife again, believe it or not, I will kill you." Old Lady Su tried to smooth things over. All right. You two should stop making trouble. In my opinion, Long Lin's method is feasible. However, this matter should be kept secret and must not be spread outside. Fengling, with your skills, it shouldn't be difficult to sneak into the sixth prince's study and steal a letter, right? Su Fengling hesitated. "It's not difficult. But I don't know the layout of the sixth prince's residence. I don't even know where the study is." Li Longlin patted his chest and smiled. "This is easy. I used to visit Lao Lu's house often, and I could find the study room with my eyes closed. I'll go with you." Su Fengling was stunned. "You?" Looking at Li Longlin's smiling face, Su Fengling felt that he was very unreliable. At this point, there is no other way. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Fengling changed into a black nightgown, covered her face with a veil, and went directly to the meeting place. Result: Li Longlin was still wearing his usual clothes, a wide robe with big sleeves, without even a nightgown, looking very unprofessional. Su Fengling looked disdainful. "Can you do it or not?" Li Longlin, however, looked at himself with a squinting expression, clicking his tongue, as if commenting on his figure. Su Fengling was furious, but she couldn't do anything about Li Longlin. "What a loser. I was so blind to believe you. Don't hold me back, keep watch outside for me. Tell me roughly which direction the study is, I'll go in alone." Li Longlin pointed in a direction. Su Fengling had already lost his patience, so he used his lightness skills to leap onto the courtyard wall. She looked back and was immediately furious. In the blink of an eye, Li Longlin disappeared without a trace. What a coward. Su Fengling felt upset when she thought about marrying such a loser. Call. Su Fengling exhaled a breath, and her graceful figure sped under the moonlight, quickly sneaking into the depths of the sixth prince's mansion. Following the direction pointed by Li Longlin, Su Fengling quickly found the study and sneaked in through the window. Letters, letters. Su Fengling had just arrived at the table and had not yet started looking when she heard footsteps outside the door. It was obviously too late to leave through the window. In desperation, Su Fengling hid behind the curtains. Li Xian pushed the door open and came in, his face extremely ugly, cursing, "Asshole. Lao Jiao is such a bastard. How dare he ruin my good deeds? I must chop him into pieces to relieve my hatred." Li Xian was in a very bad mood. He smashed the porcelain on the table to pieces and tore up the valuable calligraphy and paintings on the wall, venting his anger. Li Xian found that the window was not closed and walked over. He clearly remembered that the window was closed when he left. Could it have been blown open by the wind? Su Fengling heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, and her heart rose to her throat. In the dead of night, sneaking into the prince's study to steal things, even if you jump into the Yellow River, you can't wash yourself clean. Moreover, Li Xian can accuse her of assassinating the prince, and even the Su family will be implicated. What to do? What to do? Just when Su Fengling was at a loss and thought that the matter had been exposed, someone outside reported, "Your Highness. The ninth prince wants to see you and said he has something important to discuss." Li Xian stopped and frowned. "Old 9. What serious business can such a loser like him have? Let him in." A moment later, Li Longlin came to the study room and burst into tears as soon as he entered the door. "Sixth brother. Sixth brother. I know I was wrong." Li Xian was confused. "Old 9. What are you doing? Do you know you are wrong? What did you do wrong?" Li Longlin said bitterly, "I shouldn't have snatched sixth brother's woman. I really didn't know that sixth brother liked Su Fengling, the tigress." Li Xian suddenly realized. After all this fuss, Li Longlin came here just for this. My ninth brother is really a waste. Until now, he still didn't understand that Su Fengling was crucial and a crucial link in his plan of rebellion. Originally, Li Xian thought that Li Longlin had ruined his good fortune on purpose. "It seems that I was overthinking it." Li Xian said hurriedly, "Actually, I don't like Su Fengling either. I just saw that my father was in trouble and wanted to share his worries. I didn't expect that old lady Su was determined to marry her granddaughter to you. Since the emperor has granted the marriage, it is set in stone and cannot be changed. You can go back. Sixth brother won't take it to heart." But Li Longlin refused to give in and said, "So what if the emperor has granted me a marriage? That tigress is very fierce and has no gentleness at all. Which man would like her? I will divorce her tomorrow and give her to my sixth brother." Su Fengling hid behind the curtains. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Was Li Longlin saying this on purpose? It was definitely intentional. Am I really that bad? Which of my figure and appearance is not top-notch? Also, I am a human being, not a commodity. You can just stop if you want to and just offer it if you want to. What made Su Fengling even more crazy was that Li Xian actually rejected her outright. "Old 9, I appreciate your kindness. But I don't want a tigress like Su Fengling, so you should keep her for yourself. It's late at night, sixth brother is tired, you should go back and rest too." Li Xian didn't want to continue to entangle with Li Longlin, so he directly ordered him to leave and sent him out. Then, Li Xian smiled coldly, drew his sword, strode to the window, and stabbed at the curtain without saying a word. Swish. The broken curtains fluttered in the night wind, but there was no one behind them. Li Xian frowned. Could it be that I was mistaken? I clearly felt that there was someone hiding behind the curtains just now. Could it be that this person escaped while I was sending Li Longlin away? Li Xian's heart sank and he immediately went to the desk, where he found that the letter had indeed been read. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. Li Xian felt dizzy and hurriedly held onto the table to avoid falling. After a long time, Li Xian finally calmed down and called his confidant Sun Guangshao. Sun Guangshao knelt down and saluted, "Your Highness, what do you want?" Li Xian asked coldly, "How are the death squads preparing?" Sun Guangshao replied, 800 warriors are ready. We can start the war at any time. Li Xian nodded, okay. Zhang Beizheng has led 100,000 Imperial guards and has left the capital overnight to fight against the northern barbarians. Tomorrow morning, we will start a rebellion and change the dynasty. Sun Guangshao was stunned when he heard this, "Your Highness. Raising troops early tomorrow morning. Isn't that too hasty? By then, the Imperial guards will be at most 100 miles away. If they come back to attack us, all our years of planning will be in vain. There are still 1,000 remnants of the Su family, and we have not yet subdued them." Li Xian's face was gloomy. "Of course I know that the time is too short. If we prepare for a few more days, we can subdue the remaining soldiers of the Su family and be safe. But it's too late. Someone broke into my study and stole the letters between me and the barbarians. This man will definitely report me in court tomorrow. This is my last chance to start an army. The winner will be the king and the loser will be the bandit." Sun Guangshao also realized the seriousness of the problem and said, "Should we inform that adult?" Li Xian clenched his hands and shook his head, saying, "No need. He has always looked down on me and thinks I am useless. This time, if I succeed in my uprising, he will have to bow down to me and submit to me." "That's right. Arrange someone to set up an ambush on the way out of Beijing. Make sure nothing goes wrong." Sun Guangshao bowed, "Yes, sir." The other side. Su Fengling returned to the Su family in a very embarrassed state. Li Longlin had returned earlier and was drinking tea with old lady Su with a relaxed look on his face. Su Fengling was so angry that she rushed forward and pointed at Li Longlin's nose, "You bastard! Do you know that you almost killed me? If I hadn't escaped in time, I would have been caught by the sixth prince." Li Longlin put down the teacup and said with a smile, "If I hadn't shown up in time, you would have fallen into Lao Lu's hands. You should be thanking me. How can you blame me?" Su Fengling was furious, "Thank you, you big-head ghost. You even said you wanted to divorce me. You pissed me off." Old lady Su tried to smooth things over. "Granddaughter, stop arguing. Where are the letters between the sixth prince and the barbarians? Did you get them?" Su Fengling blushed and lowered her head, "No. I just sneaked into the study room, and the sixth prince came and almost found me. Then I ran away in a hurry and forgot about the letter." Old lady Su sighed, "Hey. You, girl, you've really become stupid from practicing martial arts. Your mind is full of fighting and killing, and you can't do any serious work." Phew. When Li Longlin heard Su Fengling being scolded, he couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. Su Fengling felt very aggrieved. Seeing Li Longlin still laughing at her, she became even angrier. "Laugh. You still have the nerve to laugh. It's all because of you that you held me back. Otherwise, I wouldn't be scolded by Grandma." Li Longlin took out a letter from his arms and put it on the table. "Don't spit blood on me. You failed, it's your own fault. But I succeeded." Old lady Su and Su Fengling took a closer look and saw the words, written by the sixth prince himself, on the letter, and it was signed by the barbarian general Zarba. Su Fengling's eyes widened in shock. "How is this possible? When did you succeed?" Li Longlin smiled faintly, "Then don't worry about it. Anyway, with this ironclad evidence, we can definitely bring down Lao Lu." Old lady Su's voice trembled. "Open the letter. I want to see how this sixth prince framed our Su family." Li Longlin shook his head and said, "No need. I have read the contents of the letter, and it is indeed irrefutable evidence of the sixth prince's treason. For Daxia, this is a huge scandal. The fewer people who know about it, the better. If the Su family knew the contents of the letter, I'm afraid they would be hated by my father." Upon hearing this, old Lady Su broke out in a cold sweat. The ninth prince is absolutely right. We'd better not read the contents of this letter. Li Longlin lowered his voice and said, "But Lao Lu is not a pushover. He must have discovered something. I'm afraid he will be desperate and start a rebellion tomorrow morning." Old Lady Su was stunned. Rebellion? How dare the sixth prince? However, the Imperial guards have already left the capital, and the capital is short of troops. There are only a few hundred guards left in the palace. What if the sixth prince really takes this opportunity to rebel? Li Longlin's eyes flickered. "Old lady, do you have the Su family army tiger talisman?" Old Lady Su was shocked. "The tiger talisman is in my hand. But what do you want it for? Could it be?" Li Longlin said in a deep voice, "That's right. This remnant soldier tiger talisman is the key to turning the tide." The sixth prince had been planning for years, plotting a rebellion that seemed impeccable. Actually, it is not. The key to breaking the impasse lies in the 1,000 remaining soldiers of the Su family. Li Xian wanted to be the son-in-law of the Su family and use the remaining soldiers of the Su family to rebel. Li Longlin intercepted the opportunity and used the remaining soldiers of the Su family to suppress the rebellion. The emperor's achievements are nothing more than expanding territory. The only achievement of a minister is to suppress the rebellion and follow the emperor. If the Su family can turn the tide and quell the rebellion, their achievement will be incredible. The Emperor Wu was very pleased and would definitely reward you handsomely. Now the Su family is dwindling, with only one lonely widower left. With the Emperor's favor, there may be a possibility for them to make a comeback. Only the sixth prince is not stupid. Since he has noticed that the letter is lost, he will definitely make corresponding preparations and set up an ambush on the way out of the capital. Li Longlin looked solemn and sighed. The only way for the Su family to survive is to seek help with the tiger talisman and lead the remaining troops into the capital to quell the rebellion. However, the sixth prince will definitely obstruct us. This trip is full of dangers and there is a high risk of death. I still have to go to court and expose the sixth prince's true colors in front of my father. I really can't get away. Old Lady Su sighed. Alas, it's a pity that I am already old. If I were 50 years younger, I could easily put down a small rebellion. Time is unforgiving. Su Fengling was so anxious that she volunteered. What are you talking about? Don't I have you? I can hold the tiger talisman and go out of the city to inform the remaining soldiers. Li Longlin glanced at Su Fengling and said with a half-smile, "You. Are you reliable?" Su Fengling stamped her feet in anger. "No matter how unreliable I am still better than a loser like you." Li Longlin waved the letter in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't forget, I, a loser, succeeded and got the letter. But you failed and alerted the enemy, making Lao Lu desperate." Su Fengling's cheeks flushed and she lowered her head in silence. She has always been arrogant and thinks that all men are trash. Especially the ninth Prince Li Longlin, he is the worst of the worst. As a result, this cowardly ninth prince not only became her husband, but also surpassed her in stealing letters, making her unable to hold her head up. This made Su Fengling extremely angry and she desperately wanted to prove herself. Bang! Su Fengling slammed her fist on the coffee table and gritted her teeth. "I can issue a military order. If you fail, I will bring my head to you." Li Longlin smiled slightly. "If you fail, we will all die. Besides, what's the use of your head?" Su Fengling was anxious and angry. "Then what do you say we should do?" Old Lady Su advised, "This is an emergency. Stop bickering between the two of you. Consider the overall situation. Long Lin, even though my granddaughter is useless, there is no other candidate. Just let her go." Su Fengling felt very uncomfortable. Even though grandma was speaking to me, what does it mean to be useless? Li Longlin nodded. "Since the old lady is begging for mercy, then you can go." Su Fengling cheered and ran out in a hurry. Old Lady Su hurriedly stopped her, took out the tiger talisman and handed it to her. "You are so unreliable, girl. You haven't even taken the tiger talisman yet. Su Fengling hurriedly took the tiger talisman, waved it towards Li Longlin, and went to the yard. He changed into a set of silver armor, tied on a bright red cloak, mounted his rouge horse, picked up his shiny silver spear, and rode away impatiently. Li Longlin saw Su Fengling's anxious look and couldn't help but shake his head. "Old madam, your granddaughter doesn't have the demeanor of a lady from a noble family at all." Old Lady Su sighed, "Alas, Fengling, this girl lost her mother when she was young. She followed her father and grandfather to join the army and practice martial arts since she was young. She is indeed a little reckless. She is actually very kind-hearted." Li Longlin's heart was moved, and he felt a little sad. "So that's how it is. She is also a pitiful person." Li Longlin changed the subject and asked, "How is her martial arts? This trip is extremely dangerous, will there be any problems?" Old Lady Su chuckled and said, "Her martial arts are just average, not as good as when I was young. However, she is brave enough to be the best among the 3 armies and take the heads of enemy generals in a crowd of thousands." Li Longlin's expression changed slightly. "The bravest of the 3 armies? This silly girl is actually so powerful. Should I be more gentle with my words in the future and not make her angry? Otherwise, if this tigress really goes crazy, I'm afraid no one can stop her." At this time, Su Fengling, riding a horse, had already left the city and was galloping towards the direction of the remaining soldiers' camp. "Li Longlin, you bastard. How dare you look down on me? I will definitely impress you." Su Fengling was holding back her energy and looking around. "Where are the ambush? Where is the ambush? Li Longlin, you are not trying to fool me." Sure enough, a group of black-armored soldiers appeared on the road ahead and blocked Su Fengling's way. These people look ferocious and hold sharp blades in their hands. You can tell at first glance that they are not good people. Su Fengling was overjoyed and a smile broke out on her pretty face. There really is an ambush. Li Longlin, you are quite capable. You actually guessed it right. When it comes to conspiracy and intrigue, I'm no better than you. Now, it's finally my turn to show off my power. Kill. Su Fengling was not afraid at all, and the big red cloak fluttered behind her. A red shadow stepped into the formation. It was daybreak. Snap. 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 The sound of the whip breaking through the air resounded over the forbidden city. Civil and military officials stood in 2 rows and stepped into the Golden Palace. Emperor Wu was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, a crown on his head, and sitting upright on the dragon throne. The 4 characters, upright and open, on the plaque above his head shine brightly. Long live the Emperor. All the officials knelt on the ground and saluted, shouting, "Long live the Emperor." Li Longlin was among the officials, also kneeling on the ground and worshipping. He did not show any sign of showing it, but his eyes were rolling around as he looked around. He was not marveling at the Emperor's majesty. Instead, he was observing the expressions of the princes. Especially the 6th prince, who is Li Longlin's focus of observation. The 6th prince felt Li Longlin's gaze, but he deliberately kept a stern face and did not look at him. This made Li Longlin laugh secretly in his heart. It seems that he is guilty. "Everyone, please stand up." Emperor Wu's majestic voice came from above. After the ministers stood up, the chief eunuch Wei Sun beside Emperor Wu said, "Who has a memorial to submit? Present it." All the civil and military officials remained silent and no one stepped forward. It's not that there is nothing going on at court. On the contrary, this is a turbulent time and the court has a huge number of affairs to deal with. There were barbarian invasions in the north, frequent floods in the south, rebellions by princes in the west, and rampant Japanese pirates in the east. The country and people of Dacia are in danger and are on the verge of collapse. However, the court's top priority is still the war in the north. Other small things should be put aside for a while. At this time, the 6th Prince Li Xian suddenly stood up and said, "Father, I have something to report." Emperor Wu narrowed his eyes and said, "Speak." Li Xian gnashed his teeth, his face full of resentment. "Last night, a thief broke into my son's study and stole secrets. Father, please investigate this matter thoroughly and bring the thief to justice." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the court. If it were in the past, the sixth prince's house was robbed, it would have been nothing more than the poor security in the capital and the daring thieves. At best, the prefect of the capital city failed to do his job properly and was fined. Such a small matter could not possibly be brought to the court for discussion. Things are different now. The Sioux family was loyal and brave, and all of them died in the battle. Everyone knew that there was a spy in the court who leaked the secrets. Originally, the ninth prince was supposed to take the blame. As a result, the Sioux family did not kill the ninth prince, and the emperor acquiesced to it. In other words, the spy is someone else. Last night, the sixth prince's study was robbed. Could it be that the spy has done it again? Broken. Zhang Beizheng had just left Beijing with 100,000 Imperial guards and headed north to resist the barbarians. Will the Imperial guards be betrayed and wiped out like the Sioux family? In short, the theft in the sixth prince's house is a shocking event that concerns the life and death of Xia, and must be thoroughly investigated. Emperor Wu leaned forward, his face raging with anger. Who is so bold as to sneak into your study and steal? Did you see the thief's face? Li Xian shook his head. I didn't see it clearly. However, I am sure that the one who instructed this thief must be another prince. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap, and the court was filled with dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The princes were either shocked, angry, silent, or arguing. Their expressions varied and were very colorful. Li Longlin sneered in his heart. Lao Lu is really good at this. The villain filed the complaint first, not only clearing himself from the charges, but also putting the blame of being a spy on other princes. There is definitely no way to find out the truth about this matter. Lao Lu just wants to muddy the waters and make everyone feel insecure so that he can fish in troubled waters. Since you are crying thief, I will use your own trick against you. Li Longlin smiled slightly, stepped forward, and said with a folded hand, Father, I have something to say. Emperor Wu frowned and said, Old Nine, don't mess around. Li Longlin said loudly, I am not kidding. I just happen to know something about the theft in sixth brother's study. Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. What's the inside story? Li Longlin said shockingly, the thief who stole sixth brother's letter is me. In the Golden Palace. Thunder roared one after another, making the expressions of civil and military officials almost numb. The theft of the sixth prince's study was shocking enough. No one could have imagined that the ninth prince would actually step forward and admit that he was the thief. Was he kicked in the head by a donkey? He would never think that if Emperor Wu had forgiven him once, he would forgive him a second time. At this time, Emperor Wu stood up from the dragon throne and laughed angrily. Old Nine, you are determined to die and do evil things, so don't blame me for ignoring the father-son relationship. Come, take this rebellious son down. Slow. Li Longlin raised his head and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Father, I have something to say. Emperor Wu snorted coldly, Speak. Although Emperor Wu was stubborn and self-willed, he would not deny his son a chance to explain himself. Besides, he was also puzzled. This old man is a coward and a waste, but he is not stupid enough to be so crazy as to seek death. Li Longlin said, Father, I went to my sixth brother to apologize last night. In his study, I accidentally saw a letter signed by Zierba. I was curious for a moment, so I stole the letter when my sixth brother was not paying attention. Zalba. Barbarian General Zarba. When people in the court heard this name, they were shocked. Countless suspicious eyes were focused on the sixth Prince Li Xian. Emperor Wu's face turned pale, he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Sixth brother, what's going on? Li Xian panicked immediately, his voice trembling, Father, Lao Jiao is lying, the letter was definitely not stolen by him. Li Longlin took out a letter from his bosom and held it high. Sixth brother, you just kept saying that someone broke into the study and stole secrets. You denied it in front of the emperor. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. Besides, the secret letter Zalba gave you is in my hands. This is your evidence of treason. The evidence is irrefutable. What else can you say? Li Xian looked panicked and argued, Impossible. The secret letter cannot be in your hands. Li Longlin raised his eyebrows, Oh. Where should the secret letter be? Li Xian said without hesitation, How could I be so stupid as to leave such an important secret letter on the table? It must be hidden in the secret compartment. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Li Xian suddenly came to his senses, his eyes blazing with fire, staring at Li Longlin angrily. You cheated me. Li Longlin said with a smile, I am just cheating you, what can you do? Who made you stupid? Li Xian was mad, his eyes red. Impossible. How could I be fooled by a loser like you? No way. This is impossible. Li Xian is an extremely arrogant person with a strong sense of self-esteem. He claims to be the smartest person in the world. And the person he looked down upon the most was his ninth brother Li Longlin. Even, in Li Xian's opinion, Li Longlin is the stupidest person in the world, no doubt about it. That is exactly the case. Li Xian has always been on good terms with Li Longlin and invited him to drink and have fun just to take advantage of him. In fact, Li Longlin obeyed Li Xuanyan's orders and was manipulated by him. Not only did he go to the northern border to serve as a military supervisor, but he was also accused of treason and murdering loyal officials. At this moment, Li Xian was being played around by the person he despised the most in front of his father and all the civil and military officials in the court. You can imagine how humiliating this is. It almost completely broke down Li Xian's psychological defenses. Li Longlin smiled coldly, and without any hesitation, he gave Li Xian a fatal blow. Swish. In full view of everyone, Li Longlin directly tore open the envelope and showed the contents of the letter to everyone. Everyone was shocked. Several elderly ministers rubbed their eyes, suspecting that they had seen it wrong. Blank. That's right. There is not a single word on the letter, it's blank. That is to say, Li Longlin didn't steal anything from Li Xian's study at all. It wasn't just Li Xian who was deceived. Even Su Fengling and old lady Su were deceived by Li Longlin. It doesn't matter whether Su Fengling can succeed or not. From the very beginning, Li Longlin planned to alert the enemy and completely play with Li Xian. Li Xian was very cunning and quickly recovered from his anger at being deceived. He loudly defended himself, Father, I did not collaborate with the enemy and sell out my country. Old Nine has no evidence and is just making up stories. Father, please make the decision for your son. Emperor Wu was furious. He rushed to Li Xian, kicked him over, and roared, Do you think I'm a fool and can cheat you if you want? Lao Jiao has no evidence, but don't you have any evidence in the secret compartment of your study? Wei Sun, you personally take people to Lao Lu's house to search and confiscate his property. Wei Sun bowed, I obey your order. Li Xian was completely desperate. There are more than just letters of treason in his house. There is even a secret room underground, which contains weapons, food supplies, and 800 loyal warriors. This is a serious crime of treason, enough to make him lose his head 100 times. He. Ha ha ha. Li Xian suddenly covered his face and laughed crazily, his bloodshot eyes staring at Li Longlin from between his fingers. Old Nine. I never thought that I, who was so smart in my life, would be defeated by you. One wrong move and everything is lost. But you don't think I really lost. You are the losers. All of you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xian suddenly turned around and rushed out of the Golden Palace like a madman. Emperor Wu was horrified and roared, Stop him. Stop him quickly. The guards around him hurried forward and surrounded Li Xian. Li Xian had already arrived outside the hall. He took out a cloud-piercing arrow from his arms and fired it directly. Call out. The cloud-piercing arrow shot up into the sky and exploded in the sky. The next moment, the footsteps sounded like thunder and the shouts of killing shook the sky. 800 black-armored warriors came from all directions like a tide. Each of them has bloodshot eyes and looks ferocious, and their armor and weapons are of the highest standard in Daxia, no less than the Imperial guards. Oh. The palace guards were no match for these assassins. They screamed and fell in a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, 800 assassins rushed into Bayou Field and surrounded the Golden Palace. The sixth prince has started a rebellion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrow broke through the air and instantly killed the royal guards around the sixth prince. Sun Guangshao, wearing armor, walked quickly to Li Xian and presented his armored sword with both hands. I was a step late and frightened your highness. I hope you can forgive me. Li Xian put on his armor and sword, and sneered, "It doesn't matter. Everything is in my plan. When everyone in the Golden Palace heard Li Xian calling himself they were furious. Emperor Wu sat upright on the dragon throne, his face terribly gloomy. All the civil and military officials shouted at him, "Sixth Prince, you dare to rebel. This is treason. Is this the name you can call me? Do you want to murder your father and commit treason? Such a cruel and ruthless act cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Yes. Aren't you afraid that history books will record you as a traitor and infamy for eternity?" Li Xian held a long sword in his hand and laughed wildly with his head raised. "Ha ha ha. Infamy for eternity. That's ridiculous. This world is a place where the strong prey on the weak and the winner takes all. History is written by the victors. Today I have seized this God-given opportunity. If the coup succeeds, all of you will die, not a single one will be spared. When the time comes, in the history books, I will be the eternal saintly king, and all of you will be rebels." The ministers were completely stunned. The sixth prince is completely crazy. He plans to kill everyone here and leave no one alive. You know, except for Emperor Wu, his biological father, all the other princes are his brothers. It's totally inhumane, worse than animals. The princes began to persuade him, "Sixth brother, what are you doing? We are brothers, we grew up together and have a deep bond. Are you really so cruel? Hurry up and have your men surrender. We can help you plead with our father for mercy. Old Six, calm down and don't do anything stupid." Li Xian smiled coldly and turned a deaf ear to him. This time, Li Xian's conspiracy of rebellion was not a momentary impulse, but a long-planned one that had been in place for many years. Except for the ninth brother Li Longlin, the reactions of everyone else were within Li Xian's expectations. Today, all the 100,000 Imperial guards have been dispatched, and there are only a few hundred royal guards left in the Forbidden City. They are no match for the 800 death warriors that he has trained so painstakingly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could Li Xian miss it? Shoot! Li Xian did not hesitate and brought down the long sword in his right hand heavily. 800 black-armored warriors drew their bows and shot arrows like locusts, killing the remaining royal guards. In a blink of an eye, the bayou field was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. Seeing this hellish scene, all the civil and military officials were horrified and their faces turned pale as paper. As for the royal relatives, they were so frightened that they hid under the table, holding their heads in their hands and trembling. Only Emperor Wu was still sitting on the dragon throne without moving. I don't know whether he was calm and composed or terrified. Wei Sun saw that the situation was not good, so he brought a few personal guards to the side of Emperor Wu and said, "Your Highness, the sixth prince is rebelling. This place is too dangerous and you should not stay here for long. Your body is the most important. I will escort you out through the secret passage first." Emperor Wu waved his dragon robe and said coldly, "No need. The emperor guards the city gates, and the king dies for the country. If I flee in fear of fighting, how can I raise my head in front of the ministers, the princes, and the people of Daxia from now on? Only Old Six is such a rebellious son. He is so treacherous that he dares to rebel. The other princes are so panicked and confused, it really makes me feel chilled to the bone." Emperor Wu's eyes swept across the Golden Palace and saw that the ministers and princes all had panicked expressions as if the sky was falling. He could not help but sigh. It is said that a good father will have a good son. But his 9 sons are more useless than each other. How could I feel at ease to appoint a crown prince and hand over the country and people of Daxia to them? At this moment, Emperor Wu suddenly discovered that there was a figure standing there. Not only was there no panic on his face, but he looked calm. Mount Tai collapses in front of you but you remain calm, the Yellow River bursts its banks but you remain unperturbed. It was the 9th Prince Li Longlin. Emperor Wu rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had seen it wrong. The 9th brother is the son of concubine Ro. As the saying goes, love the house and love the dog. Emperor Wu's favorite concubine, Concubine Ro, naturally showed more preference to her son. However, this old 9 is really useless and his behavior is extremely absurd. Emperor Wu was disappointed again and again, and finally he was so disappointed with his achievements that he no longer held out any hope. In the past, when facing a rebellion, crying and yelling would have been the least of the problems. He might even have been so scared that he wet his pants. But this time, Lao Jio's performance exceeded Emperor Wu's expectations. Not only did he show extraordinary intelligence, he also exposed Lao Lu's conspiracy. Moreover, when facing Lao Lu's rebellion, he maintained a calm expression and did not show any panic at all. What's going on? Could it be that this useless son of his suddenly changed his character? Emperor Wu was moved, and stood up and walked to Li Longlin's side. "Old Nine, your sixth brother is plotting a rebellion, and he keeps saying that he will kill you and cut you into pieces. Aren't you afraid? Why don't you run away like the others?" Li Longlin smiled and said, "Father, with you here, what do I have to fear? Besides, brothers fight together and fathers and sons fight together. If those rebels come to attack, I will fight side by side with you and we will surely defeat them." Emperor Wu's eyes were red with tears. What a great father and son team. I didn't expect you to be so brave and fight alongside me. But I know your martial arts skills very well. They are just mediocre and not up to par. Get behind me. I'm here to protect you. In times of crisis, the fatherly love displayed by Emperor Wu was as great as a mountain. Li Longlin was also somewhat moved. The most ruthless is the Imperial family. People all say that Emperor Wu was selfish, suspicious, cold-hearted, and couldn't even trust his own son. Li Longlin discovered that Emperor Wu was actually a very sentimental person. However, as an emperor, Emperor Wu hid his feelings very deeply, which led to misunderstanding by the world and even by his own son. Li Longlin shook his head. "Father, we don't need to retreat, let alone escape. Sixth brother will never kill his way into the Golden Throne Hall, he has stopped here." Emperor Wu was startled. "Really? Why are you so confident?" Li Longlin raised his hand, pointed in the direction of the palace gate in the distance, and said with a smile, "Father, look." Emperor Wu followed Li Longlin's hand and looked up. "I saw a man and a horse, wearing silver armor and red clothes, breaking into the Shenwu gate like a whirlwind and killing his way into the Bayou field. It's not a man, but a graceful female general. Heroic and dashing, no less than any man. She held a silver spear in her hand, with a bright red cape fluttering in the wind behind her. She was invincible and unstoppable. It's Su Fengling. Su Fengling is not fighting alone. 1,000 remnant soldiers of the Su family followed closely behind. They are the elite among the elite, experienced in hundreds of battles, with solemn military appearance and murderous aura. Su's army. Protect the emperor." Su Fengling raised his spear high and stabbed it straight into the sky. The Su family soldiers shouted in unison, deafeningly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The murderous intent shocked the world. This scene shocked everyone. Needless to say, the princes and civil and military officials were all overjoyed and cried for joy when they saw the reinforcements arrived. "There's help. We are saved. This female general is so majestic and powerful, she is as brave as any man. Who is she?" Although Su Fengling has a great reputation. However, there are only a few people who have actually seen Su Fengling. Most people also find it difficult to match the beautiful female general in silver armor and red clothes in front of them with the tigress in the rumors. Emperor Wu was also shocked. Whose general is this woman? Li Longlin smiled slightly. "Father, she is my fiancée Su Fengling." Emperor Wu could not hide his astonishment on his face. "Su Fengling. Could it be that this was your plan? Did you expect that Lao Lu would rebel?" Li Longlin said modestly, "It's just a coincidence." Coincidentally. Emperor Wu looked at Li Longlin deeply and naturally didn't believe it. Lao Lu just rebelled and reinforcements arrived. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? The problem is that I know this Lao Jiu very well. He has been a good-for-nothing since he was a child. Why did this useless Lao Jiu suddenly become so smart? Could it be that there is a master helping him behind the scenes? Right. Of course. However, the rebels were right in front of him, so Emperor Wu didn't have the energy to think too much. He frowned slightly and said, "This Su Fengling is known as a tigress, but I didn't expect her to be so young and beautiful. Is she capable of it?" Men always have many prejudices against women, especially young and beautiful women. They think they are delicate flowers that need men's care. Li Longlin smiled and said, Father, although roses are charming, they also have many thorns. Moreover, Su Fengling's army is the experienced Su family army. To be honest. Although old Lady Su said that her granddaughter was the bravest of the three armies, she could take the head of the enemy general among thousands of troops. Li Longlin had never seen it with his own eyes and did not have much confidence in her. But Li Longlin has confidence in the Su family army. The Su family army has been guarding the northern border for many years and has experienced hundreds of battles. It is known as the strongest army in Daxia. Now, the remaining 1,000 soldiers all crawled out from the pile of corpses. There is no army in the world more elite than theirs. As for the 800 death warriors carefully trained by Lao Lu, although they were well equipped, they had never been on the battlefield. Once blood is seen, the winner will be clear. Lao Lu is bound to lose. Now. The sixth Prince Li Xian's face looked extremely ugly, and his teeth were chattering. Others don't know Su Fengling. But he knew him. After all, Li Xian had coveted Su Fengling's beauty for a long time, and had planned to ask his father to grant them a marriage, and at the same time subdue the Su family army. Together with his own 800 warriors, they would be enough to change the dynasty. As a result, Li Longlin got there first and not only snatched Su Fengling away, but also brought the Su family army under his command. This is trouble. What Li Xian feared most were the 1,000 remaining soldiers of the Su family. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such great lengths to subdue it, let alone send troops to intercept and stop it. Su Fengling led 1,000 remaining soldiers of the Su family and arrived in time to rescue the emperor. This means that the ambush troops he sent out were no match for Su Fengling and were completely wiped out. Old 9. Li Xian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Li Longlin fiercely, hating him to the core. He has taken everything into account. The only thing I overlooked was this useless old 9th. Catch the leader first. General Sun. Go and kill Su Fengling to boost the morale of our army. Li Xian took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and gave orders to Sun Guangxiao. Sun Guangxiao is the most powerful general under his command. The Su family's 1,000 remaining soldiers had originally fled back from the northern border, and their morale was extremely low. Once the main general Su Fengling dies in battle, the morale of the remaining soldiers of the Su family will collapse and they will be defeated without a fight. Sun Guangxiao looked at her with contempt and sneered, she is just a woman. No matter how famous she is, how much can she be worth? I have already used my axe to kill her. It won't take more than 10 rounds to chop her off. Seeing Sun Guangxiao so confident, Li Xian nodded and said, go. Sun Guangxiao brandished the axe in his hand and galloped towards Su Fengling, shouting, Su Fengling, die. Well done. Su Fengling's eyes lit up, her fighting spirit boiled, she squeezed her long legs together, and her rouge horse galloped away like the wind. Whoosh. The gun shoots out like a dragon, unstoppable. The two men rode their horses and their figures past each other. Swish. The cloak behind Su Fengling was torn by the axe, turning into red shadows flying all over the sky. Sun Guangxiao rode his horse forward a few steps, and suddenly blood spurted out of his chest. It turned out that a bullet pierced through his armor and he was fatally wounded. His face was filled with shock, and he exhaled his last breath, is this the Su family's magic gun? Plop. Sun Guangxiao fell off his horse and died. Hiss. On the huge white jade field, the sound of people gasping for air could be heard one after another. Sun Guangxiao was a well-known brave general of Daxia and once the champion of martial arts. The sixth prince spent a lot of effort to recruit him from the army. He is not even a match for Su Fengling. This is too exaggerated. When the princes saw this scene, they regretted their decision to the core. Not to mention that Su Fengling's martial arts were so amazing. Just based on her extraordinary appearance, when Emperor Wu granted her the marriage, she should have stood up and competed for it. In the end, that useless Lao Jiao got a free advantage. It's really heartbreaking. Li Longlin saw Su Fengling displaying his prowess and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew that Su Fengling's martial arts were powerful, but he didn't expect her to be so powerful. She is more than a heroine, she is no less than a man. A female warrior indeed. Fortunately, she is a bit fierce and easier to deceive. Otherwise, if I marry such a tigress, my life will be ruined. Su Fengling killed Sun Guangxiao with one shot, but did not stop. He rode on his rouge horse, with a gun in hand, and was invincible in the chaotic army, as if there was no one in the world. In an instant, Su Fengling fought his way through a bloody path, leaving behind countless corpses. She came to the Golden Throne Hall and clasped her fists to Emperor Wu while riding on her horse. "Your Majesty. I, Su Fengling, led the Su family army to protect you and was late. I frightened your Majesty. I hope your Majesty will forgive me." Emperor Wu clapped his hands and smiled. "You came just in time. What crime have you committed?" "The Su family has a daughter who has just grown up. She is strong enough to pull up mountains and has the courage to conquer the world. I didn't expect that General Su would have a granddaughter like you. If we were men of Daxia, everyone would have your martial arts and bravery. How could we be abused by the northern barbarians?" Emperor Wu sighed and said in a cold voice, "Su Fengling, listen to my order. Suppress the rebels and I will reward you handsomely. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." These words were not only spoken to Su Fengling. It was also said to the 6th Prince Li Xian. Emperor Wu's meaning was very clear. If you surrender obediently, I may consider giving you a chance to live. If you are stubborn and dare to resist, don't blame me for not caring about the relationship between father and son. Emperor Wu's imperial edict. The morale of the remaining soldiers of the Su family was greatly boosted, and they charged forward fearlessly. The 800 warriors had never seen such a scene before. They were immediately scattered and defeated. Just half an hour. Most of the rebels were killed or wounded, and the rest knelt down in surrender. Su Fengling personally captured Li Xian, tied him up, and brought him before Emperor Wu. "Good." Emperor Wu was overjoyed and looked at Su Fengling. "I am trustworthy. What reward do you want?" "Gold and jewelry, armor and swords, fertile land and mansions, just ask." Su Fengling had already made plans in mind. He knelt on the ground and shook his head. "Your Majesty, I don't want any of these rewards." Emperor Wu was surprised. "Oh? Then what do you want?" Su Fengling's eyes were red. The 18 generals of the Su family have guarded the northern border for many years. They are loyal and have made great military achievements. But they were harmed by traitors and died on the battlefield. Only 1,000 remnants of the Su family army are left. Nowadays, many people slander the Su family army, thinking that the Su family army is just a name. I am willing to lead 1,000 remaining soldiers to fight against the northern barbarians, wash away the shame, and restore the Su family's reputation. These words were sonorous and powerful, echoing in the hall. Many ministers showed appreciation on their faces. A good father will have a good daughter. If General Su knew in his afterlife how brave his granddaughter was, he would definitely be very pleased. After a moment, several generals spoke up. "Your Majesty, the northern barbarians have invaded and bullied our great Xia. The Su family has a very high prestige in the army. If Su Fengling comes to the battlefield in person, the morale of our great Xia men will surely be greatly boosted. The women of our great Xia are also brave and courageous, and dare to fight in battle. If this news spreads, the men will definitely be dissatisfied and will join the army to serve the country. Since Su Fengling has personally requested to fight, I hope the emperor will not let her down and appoint her as a general to lead the troops to the north." Not only the military generals, but also the civil officials in the court spoke up to support the proposal. For a time, all the civil and military officials in the court supported Su Fengling to be appointed as the general and go to the battlefield. Su Fengling was very excited, her pretty face full of joy. Her biggest dream is to conquer the northern barbarians and avenge the loyal heroes of the Su family. I didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. She glanced at Li Longlin. Even though the 9th prince was a waste, he did a great job in suppressing the 6th prince's rebellion today. If he had not relied on Li Longlin, he would have made great contributions to suppressing the rebellion. As a woman, no matter how skilled in martial arts I am, it is almost impossible for me to be appointed as a general and lead troops to fight. Therefore, Su Fengling must seize this unique opportunity. However, Su Fengling was in ecstasy and did not notice the Emperor Wu's expression, which was terribly gloomy. Li Longlin sighed in his heart, this woman, her martial arts are great. But she has no brains at all. You want to lead the remaining troops of the Su family to fight against the northern barbarians, isn't this embarrassing for the emperor? Su Fengling put down the rebellion of the sixth prince this time, which is a great achievement. Emperor Wu was not a stingy person. No matter what reward Su Fengling asked for, Emperor Wu would agree to it. Only Su Fengling wanted to conquer the northern barbarians, and Emperor Wu was in a dilemma. The reason is simple. Whether Su Fengling appointed a general or led a war, for Emperor Wu, it was just a matter of an imperial edict. It was really as simple as that. However, Su Fengling only had 1,000 soldiers and horses, and she was a rookie, so even if she was appointed as a general, her official position would be very low. When she arrived in the northern border, she would be under the control of other daxia generals. This is also a matter of course. With Su Fengling's bravery and the addition of 1,000 elite soldiers from the Su family, it would be a piece of cake for him to achieve success on the battlefield. The problem is, there are people in the court who are obviously afraid of the Su family, so they teamed up with the sixth prince to wipe out the Su family. Now, Su Fengling is going to the battlefield again with the last assets of the Su family. Isn't this seeking death? This is not Li Longlin's random guess, he has evidence. That was the reaction of the civil and military officials in the court. Everyone knows that there are many political parties in the court nowadays, especially the struggle between civil and military officials, which is becoming more and more intense. Most of the generals are direct descendants of the Su family, and there is nothing wrong with them supporting Su Fengling to go to the battlefield. But the civil servants also unanimously support Su Fengling, which is very interesting. Besides this, there is one more thing. It's the prestige of the Su family in the military. If Su Fengling went to the battlefield and was killed, the last bloodline of the Su family would be cut off. I'm afraid there will be a mutiny in the army. By then, the northern barbarians will march straight in and daxia will be finished. Obviously, it was because Emperor Wu discovered this that he was so hesitant. Since Emperor Wu cannot let Su Fengling lead the remaining troops to the battlefield and die in vain, then he could only reject Su Fengling and try to keep her and the 1,000 remaining soldiers in the capital. In fact, this approach is not feasible. Su Fengling didn't care. The key lies in the 1,000 remaining soldiers. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? Now that all the Imperial guards have left, the capital of daxia is extremely empty. The sixth prince, relying on his 800 loyal soldiers, dared to rebel. If the 1,000 remaining soldiers of the Su family were to be used by someone, the dynasty would be over in an instant. That is to say, for Emperor Wu, the best option is to reward Su Fengling and the remaining soldiers of the Su family heavily, and then dismiss them and let them return to their fields, so as to eliminate future troubles forever. However, the reward Su Fengling wanted was to be appointed as a general in the army, and all the civil and military officials in the court had their own ulterior motives, so they just went along with it. Emperor Wu was completely embarrassed. It's neither possible to advance nor to retreat. Plop. Seeing that Emperor Wu was hesitant to speak, Su Fengling thought that he was unwilling to appoint her as a general, so she knelt on both knees and said, "Your Majesty, although I am a woman, I have been taught by my grandfather since I was young, and I understand the principles of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. I am willing to die on the battlefield for the emperor, and be wrapped in horsehide." The remaining soldiers of the Su family were covered in blood, and they all knelt on the ground, shouting, "We are willing to fight to the death for the emperor, even if it means sacrificing our lives." Emperor Wu cursed in his heart. "I know you are loyal. Then I can't let you die in vain. If you really die, people in the world will not call you traitors, but will definitely call me the one who killed the loyal and good people. Disaster. It's so difficult to be an emperor." Emperor Wu was helpless and looked at several princes. What do you think? He really hopes that someone can stand up and speak a few words for him. The ministers certainly can't be relied upon, and one can only rely on one's own flesh and blood. The princes bowed one after another. "I second the motion. I have no objection." Emperor Wu was so angry that he was fuming. "At this point, it seems I have no choice but to agree. Su Fengling, you are stupid and you are looking for death. You can't blame me." At this moment, the ninth Prince Li Longlin suddenly stood up and said, "Father, I have something to say." Emperor Wu's eyes lit up. Old Nine, if you have anything to say, say it quickly. Are you reluctant to part with the crown princess? Yes, I only granted her a marriage, she hasn't married yet. I have made this clear. No matter how stupid you are, Lao Jiu, you will understand. In fact, even Su Fengling understood it and glared at Li Longlin fiercely. If you dare to stop me, I will never coexist with you. Li Longlin shook his head, his expression tragic and solemn. Father, Su Fengling is a woman, but she is so loyal to her country. How can I, a man, fall behind her? If I really let her go to the battlefield alone, wouldn't the barbarians laugh at my great Xia for having no one? Your son is willing to go to the northern border with Su Fengling and set an example for the people of the world. The 9th prince is also going to go to the northern barbarians to fight a decisive battle with them. After hearing what Li Longlin said, all the civil and military officials in the court could not believe their ears. The 9th prince has always been timid and fearful. Previously, when the Su family army was in the northern border, fighting against the barbarians, he was so scared that he fled from the battlefield, bringing shame to the royal family. Why has the 9th prince changed his personality now? The other princes also looked at their youngest brother with surprise. They knew Li Longlin's character very well. I really can't understand why Li Longlin would take the initiative to volunteer to go to the northern barbarians. Su Fengling was also startled, and looked at Li Longlin in surprise with her phoenix eyes. This useless 9th prince is not afraid of death and is willing to fight against the northern barbarians with me. Although he is completely useless. But this courage is commendable. It's really impressive. Only Emperor Wu was so angry that he was fuming, his heart was filled with rage, and he glared at Li Longlin fiercely. Lao Jiu is still that useless guy. I have explained it so clearly, why don't you understand? It doesn't matter that Su Fengling is stupid. How can you be so stupid that you are trying to commit suicide, afraid that you won't die fast enough? If you really go to the northern barbarians and go to the battlefield, I'm afraid that you will die before the traitorous old 6 is dead. Why? Empress Ro, it's not that I don't protect old 9. He is really looking for death. There is nothing I can do. Emperor Wu sighed inwardly, looked at Li Longlin and said, I will ask you one last time. You, like Su Fengling, want the same reward from me, which is to be appointed a general and lead troops to fight against the northern barbarians. Li Longlin nodded and said firmly, that's right. I have made up my mind, and I hope that your majesty will grant my wish. Emperor Wu's face turned pale. Okay. Since you are determined to die, then I will grant your wish. 1 month later, after you and Su Fengling get married, you will lead the remaining soldiers of the Su family to the northern barbarians. Su Fengling was delighted when he heard this, and he knelt down to thank the emperor. Thank you very much, your majesty. Li Longlin shook his head and said seriously, Father, you only gave me 1,000 remnant soldiers of the Su family and asked me to go to the northern barbarians to fight against those barbarians who eat raw meat and drink blood. Isn't this sending me to die in vain? Emperor Wu was furious and asked coldly, what do you mean by that? Isn't this what you asked for? Do you want me to dispatch 100,000 soldiers to you? Not to mention, do you have the ability to command so many soldiers? I don't have them. The ministers could no longer hold back and began to accuse Li Longlin. Don't you know the current situation in the capital? The 6th brother raised 800 assassins and dared to break into the palace and rebel. Do you still want to ask the emperor for troops? Isn't this a dream? Su Fengling also felt that Li Longlin's request was too much and looked at him in confusion. I just thought that the 9th prince was not that useless and was quite manly. It collapsed so quickly. Facing everyone's doubts, Li Longlin was not panicked at all and explained, Father, you misunderstood what I meant. Of course I know that the court is short of soldiers and horses now. That's why I want to share your worries. Please allow me, my father, to give Su Fengling and 1,000 remaining soldiers of the Su family to you as my palace soldiers. I will use the remaining soldiers as a foundation, recruit more soldiers, and rebuild a new Su family army. When the new army is formed, it will be time for me to conquer the northern barbarians. Ask for military power and establish a new army. When they heard Li Longlin's request, all the civil and military officials in the court were shocked. The princes were even more dumbfounded. You know, Emperor Wu was extremely suspicious. Even if they were his own flesh and blood, he would not trust them and was unwilling to hand over military power to them. Among the 9 princes, only a few have military power. The 6th prince thought that Emperor Wu had neglected him because he had no military power, so he raised a group of loyal soldiers and started a rebellion. Lao Jiao is a waste, why should he have military power? Besides, what kind of new army does Lao Jiao want to build? Now the barbarians have broken through the northern defense line and are marching southwards, approaching the capital. It would take at least a year or 2 to build a new army, right? By the time you form your army, the opportunity will be gone. Besides, building a new army is not an easy task. Food, military pay, weapons. Which one of them is not pure silver? Now the national treasury is empty and the court has a serious financial deficit. Not to mention building a new army, even the salaries of the Imperial guards have been in arrears for several months. Isn't this just a fantasy? How could Emperor Wu agree to this? In fact, Emperor Wu immediately felt that Li Longlin's words were too absurd and planned to directly reject and reprimand him. But when Emperor Wu thought about it carefully, his eyes lit up. Yes. Lao Jiao has no money and no one to help him. It is a sheer pipe dream to want to build a new army with just these 1,000 remnant soldiers of the Su family and Su Fengling. But did he really expect Lao Jiao to establish a new army, turn the tide and defeat the barbarians? Of course not. What I want is that Lao Jiao's new army cannot be built. In this way, Su Fengling and the remaining soldiers of the Su family have the name of establishing a new army, and at least in the short term, they will not mention the northern expedition again. After a year or so, either Daxia would be destroyed or the barbarians would have retreated long ago. They won't have to go to the battlefield anymore, so their lives will be saved, right? The best part is, the remaining soldiers of the Su family were treated as palace soldiers and given to the 9th brother. Not only was it justified and reasonable, it was also difficult for the ministers to object. And there is no need to worry that these elite remaining soldiers will be used by others to rebel. The only thing Emperor Wu needed to worry about was Lao Jiao's loyalty. If the 9th brother is like the 6th brother, he also harbors evil intentions and wants to wait for an opportunity to rebel. That would be bad. I want to test him by beating the mountain to scare the tiger. Emperor Wu was moved, and said solemnly, I need to think carefully about Lao Jiao's proposal, and we will discuss it another day. The most urgent task now is for all the ministers to discuss how to deal with the 6th prince who is guilty of treason and rebellion. The ministers spoke without hesitation, Your Majesty, if the emperor breaks the law, he is guilty just like the common people. The 6th prince broke the law knowingly, which is even more abominable. He should be executed according to the law. Yes, Your Majesty. If you are soft-hearted and spare the 6th prince, you are tolerating evil and showing too much mercy. We must kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Otherwise, people all over the world will follow suit and there will be chaos. Emperor Wu was not surprised by the ministers' reaction. These ministers either defected to other princes, or now that the 6th prince's rebellion had failed, they were eager to take advantage of the situation and completely eliminate the 6th prince's power, thus clearing a huge obstacle for their own prince to become emperor in the future. As for the ministers of the 6th prince's faction, they were anxious to distance themselves from the incident and shouted even louder. For a moment, the entire court was filled with shouts of killing. The same was true for the other princes. They were all filled with righteous indignation and listed the 6th prince's crimes and wanted to put him to death. Li Xian was tied up and kneeling on the ground. He felt hopeless and tears were streaming down his face. The ministers are fine, they are just mean people who only follow profit and curry favor with the powerful. But the princes are all his brothers, don't they care about their brotherhood? At this time, Emperor Wu looked at Li Longlin meaningfully and said, Old 9, what do you think? Do you also think that Old 6 should be killed? Li Longlin bowed and said, I report to the emperor. I think that although 6th brother made mistakes, he does not deserve to be put to death. As soon as Li Longlin finished speaking, there was a sudden astonishment in the court. Be it the royal family members or the civil and military officials, they all suspected that they had heard wrongly. Is the 9th prince crazy? Everyone wants to get rid of the 6th prince as soon as possible. Only Li Longlin stood up against all odds and pleaded for the 6th prince. What is the reason for this? You know. Previously, Li Longlin was thrown into prison and nearly lost his life. It was the sixth prince who was behind the scenes and added fuel to the fire. Su Fengling looked at Li Longlin and said in shock, "What are you doing? The sixth prince hurt you so badly. He also caused my Su family to be destroyed, and you are speaking for him." Li Longlin glanced at Su Fengling and lowered his voice, "This is the court. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to cause a disaster." Su Fengling was choked to the point of being speechless, her pretty face turning black. Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Old 9, I didn't expect you to plead for old 6. Tell me, what reasons do I have for not killing him?" Li Longlin looked embarrassed and looked at the princes and ministers on his left and right. "There are too many people here, and I can't speak." Emperor Wu nodded and said, "That's perfect. I have something to ask you in private. Come with me." Li Longlin followed Emperor Wu to the side hall. Apart from the father and son, there was no third person here, not even the eunuch Wei Sun followed. Emperor Wu looked at Li Longlin and said, "Tell me. Why do you want to plead for Lao Lu?" Li Longlin said in a deep voice, "Because, sixth brother is too stupid." "Too stupid?" Emperor Wu was startled and looked surprised. He thought that Li Longlin would speak eloquently and make some profound remarks. That's the result. Shouldn't stupid people be killed? What kind of bullshit is this? Emperor Wu pondered and said, "Old 6 is too stupid." "How do you say that?" Li Longlin smiled and said, "Father, although sixth brother has always thought highly of himself and thinks he is smart, he is actually extremely stupid. Otherwise, would I have tricked him into rebelling hastily with just a blank envelope?" Emperor Wu nodded and said, "You are right. Lao Lu is indeed too stupid. I am very disappointed. However, I just want to ask you. If Lao Lu is smarter and sees through your plan, how will you respond?" When Li Longlin took out a blank envelope, Lao Lu felt guilty and was tricked out. This is indeed a matter of chance. If Lao Lu had not been fooled, he would have insisted that he had not colluded with the barbarians. Then, Li Longlin would be in an extremely unfavorable situation. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. Li Longlin smiled and said, "I dare not deceive you, father. I have already made a plan to deal with it. If sixth brother doesn't fall for it, then I will insist that the content of this letter is written in invisible ink, and a special potion must be applied to make the handwriting visible. Of course, I cannot produce this special potion. I just need to make a big fuss and ask father to send people to search sixth brother's house. There are many weapons and assassins hidden in sixth brother's house. This is a capital crime that will cost you your head. When the time comes, we will oppose him even if he wants to. We will oppose him even if he doesn't want to." Emperor Wu suddenly realized. Li Longlin's plan seemed crude and seemed to contain many accidental elements. In fact, he has prepared various coping strategies. It's just that the sixth prince was too stupid, so many of Li Longlin's backup plans could not be used. In this case, the strategy of the person behind Li Longlin was so brilliant that even Emperor Wu was amazed. Emperor Wu frowned, "But I still don't understand. Lao Lu is stupid. But he has indeed committed a heinous crime. Shouldn't he be killed just because he is stupid?" Li Longlin nodded and said, "Father, it is precisely because sixth brother is too stupid that you cannot kill him for the time being. Just think about it, such a stupid person actually colluded with the barbarians and framed the entire Su family. The arrangement is so thorough that not only the civil and military officials, but even you, the emperor, have been deceived. Is this really possible?" Emperor Wu looked shocked. He finally understood why he felt something was wrong. That was Lao Lu's rebellion, which was too hasty and too stupid. That he planned everything and was the culprit who murdered the Su family. Only a fool would believe it. Since it's not Lao Lu, then there must be someone else behind the scenes. Not only the ninth brother, but even the sixth brother was also a scapegoat arranged by this person. If I get angry and kill Lao Lu without any reason, then the mastermind behind this incident can not only hide the truth but also escape disaster. And from now on, I will be labeled a tyrant who killed my son. This person can work behind the scenes to mislead public opinion and alienate the court." The more Emperor Wu thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Li Longlin hadn't reminded me in time, I would probably still be kept in the dark. The Emperor Wu was furious that he was treated as a chess piece and teased by others. But Emperor Wu took a deep breath, collected his thoughts, and looked at Li Longlin. He said quietly, "Sixth brother is stupid. Aren't you stupid? You are so smart, why do you keep hiding your talents and pretend to be stupid in front of me? You know, this is a crime of deceiving the Emperor." Plop. Li Longlin knelt on the ground. "I know my crime. I will die. My 8 elder brothers are too strong. In order to avoid disaster, I had no choice but to keep a low profile, and only then did I barely survive to this day." Emperor Wu snorted coldly, "Then why don't you keep a low profile and continue to play dumb?" Li Longlin said in a deep voice, "Because I was thrown into the Imperial prison, I suddenly realized a truth when I was imprisoned. The only person in the world who can protect me is my father. Your Highness should never, ever play dumb in front of your father. If the king wants his subjects to die, they must die. On the other hand, as long as father doesn't want me to die, no one in the world can touch a hair on my head." Emperor Wu was very satisfied with Li Longlin's answer. He nodded repeatedly and said happily, "Old Nine, you finally got it. A real man can bend and stretch. You keep a low profile and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. I don't blame you. But you shouldn't be so clever that you even deceived me. If even fathers and sons are suspicious of each other and brothers are killing each other, what will become of my world?" Li Longlin raised his head, tears welling up in his eyes. "Father, I swear. No matter what happens in the future, I will never lie to you." Emperor Wu was very moved. He hugged Li Longlin in his arms, patted his shoulder, and couldn't help crying, "Good son. I believe in you. In this case, then we, father and son, should be completely honest." Papa. After wiping the tears from his face, Emperor Wu clapped his hands twice. Boom. The secret doors on both sides of the palace opened immediately, and a group of burly soldiers in clanking armor walked out. Judging from their attire, they are actually the Imperial Guards. The leader was none other than General Zhang Beizheng of the Imperial Guards. Li Longlin was confused. Didn't Zhang Beizheng lead 100,000 Imperial Guards to fight against the northern barbarians? Why is he here? What is going on? Zhang Beizheng. Li Longlin was suddenly stunned. Didn't he lead 100,000 Imperial Guards to the north to fight against the barbarians? Why are you here? Soon, Li Longlin understood. Emperor Wu is such a shady old bastard. Besides, Emperor Wu had long guessed that the 6th prince would rebel. Therefore, he deliberately let Zhang Beizheng lead the army to create the illusion that the capital was short of troops. In fact, Zhang Beizheng did not leave at all. He was lying in ambush in the palace, waiting for Lao Lu to fall into his trap. Even if he did not let Su Fengling lead the remaining troops of the Su family to quell the rebellion. Emperor Wu had already planned everything out, and he strangled the 6th brother to death with ease. Li Longlin broke out in a cold sweat and felt a sense of fear in his heart. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Emperor Wu is an emperor after all. His thoughts are as deep as the abyss and the sea, extremely terrifying. Li Longlin took a deep breath and said with emotion, "Father, it turns out that you have already planned everything. Even if your son did not take action, you would still sit firmly on the Diaoyute and preside over the overall situation. It seems that I am being too clever for my own good." Emperor Wu shook his head, his expression solemn. "No. You did a good job. If the Imperial Guards take action, they will definitely wipe out the rebels with the force of thunder. Lao Lu will also die for sure. If I don't kill Lao Lu, then all the civil and military officials, and even the common people, will think that I am too soft-hearted and will no longer fear me. The world will surely be in chaos. You helped me suppress the rebellion and pleaded for Old Six, which brought some improvement to the situation. I now know that Lao Lu is just a pawn. What matters is the person behind the scenes." Li Longlin said modestly, "Your Majesty, you are too kind. I just stumbled upon this by accident, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Emperor Wu frowned and said, "I remind you once again. I don't care if you keep a low profile in front of others. You are not allowed to be so hypocritical in front of me. There is nothing in the world that can be hidden from me. Li Longlin bowed. I will remember this. He knew in his heart that Emperor Wu called Zhang Beizheng out to warn him and remind him not to be clever. When it comes to the mentality of an emperor, my cheap father is indeed amazing. It seems that Emperor Wu is very satisfied with my performance. He has made a decision and promised to hand over the military power to me. The battle for the throne among the 9 great Xia dynasties has already begun. Both inside and outside the Imperial Palace, the situation is extremely dangerous and filled with crises. As the useless 9th prince with no soldiers or generals under his command, there are only 2 ways for him to save his life. One is to give up the fight for the throne and rely on other princes. But this is equivalent to handing your life over to others and letting them slaughter you. Another way is to build your own power. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. Only by controlling the military power can you protect yourself. Emperor Wu looked very pleased. He turned to look at Zhang Beizheng and asked, "How did my son perform this time?" Zhang Beizheng flattered, "I never thought that the 9th prince, who seemed to be incompetent, had actually been keeping a low profile. If he didn't make a sound, he would be amazing. It's true that a tiger father will have a dog son." Emperor Wu nodded, "Don't say you didn't expect it. In fact, I didn't expect it either. With the scheming he has shown, it is more than enough for him to be made the crown prince. It's a pity that he is too young, has no power in his hands, and has no ministers to support him. If I force him to be the crown prince, the world will be in chaos. It's a pity that despite his talent, he is not destined to be the crown prince." Emperor Wu actually said this to Li Longlin, asking him to control his ambition and not follow the old path of Lao Lu. Zhang Beizheng remained silent. The matter of establishing a crown prince was too important to be influenced by a military general like him, so he did not dare to speak rashly. Emperor Wu sighed for a moment and changed the subject. "What's the situation in the northern barbarians?" Zhang Beizheng said in a deep voice, "The northern barbarians are heading south, and their offensive is extremely fierce. I must set off immediately to catch up with the main force. Otherwise, without a commander-in-chief, I'm afraid the morale of the army will be unstable." Emperor Wu nodded, "In that case, you should set off as soon as possible." Zhang Beizheng was embarrassed. "Your Majesty, when the army goes out to fight, we should reward the 3 armies, so that the morale of the soldiers will be greatly boosted and they will fight bravely. But the Imperial Guards have not received their salaries for 3 months. Emperor Wu was somewhat displeased. If it weren't for the flood in the south, the treasury would have been emptied for disaster relief. How could I delay paying the soldiers? Nowadays, the court has a serious financial deficit, the treasury is empty, and we really can't come up with money. But don't worry. I'll find a way." "You step back." Zhang Beizheng had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Emperor Wu sighed and said, "Alas. A penny can make a hero fail. Now that things have come to this, where can I get the money?" Li Longlin's eyes turned, and he said, "Father, I have a solution." Emperor Wu was delighted. "What's the solution?" Li Longlin said, "Sixth brother is plotting treason, his family should be confiscated." Emperor Wu frowned. "You mean, confiscate Lao Lu's house and use his property as military pay?" "I have thought about it. However, military pay requires at least 1 million taels of silver. Even if we confiscate Lao Lu's house, it won't fill this hole." Li Longlin smiled and said, "Father, this depends on who goes to check. If you send your son, I won't be able to find much silver. But if you send someone else, such as Eunuch Wei, the situation will be different." Emperor Wu naturally didn't believe it. Wei Sun is just a eunuch. Can he turn silver into something else? Li Longlin whispered a few words in Emperor Wu's ear, and Emperor Wu's eyes became brighter and brighter. After a moment, Li Longlin left first. Emperor Wu immediately called over the chief eunuch Wei Sun. Wei Sun stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the civil and military officials are still waiting in the court." Emperor Wu waved his hand and said, "Let them go." Wei Sun bowed. "I obey your order." Emperor Wu continued, "The Imperial Guards are going out to fight against the northern barbarians. But the military pay has not been paid yet. I'm afraid it will affect morale. Otomo, do you have any ideas?" Wei Sun's face turned pale, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. "Your Majesty, I am just a eunuch, what can I do? I am poor. Seeing Wei Sun crying poor, Emperor Wu felt disgusted. Everyone knows that you, Wei Sun, are the 9th prince, with great power in the court and great wealth. There are dozens of mansions in the capital alone. In fact, not only Wei Sun, but also those upright ministers in the court, all claim to be incorruptible, and even wore patched clothes to show off in court. Do you really think I'm a fool? However, they all cried poor and said they had no money, and Emperor Wu was really helpless against them for a while. Could I chop off the heads of all the civil and military officials in the court and confiscate their homes? Wouldn't I then become a tyrant? Emperor Wu coughed and said, "You don't have to cry poor in front of me. I know you are honest. Just now, Lao Jiao proposed to me that he would give you a good job and let you raid Lao Lu's house. Are you willing?" When Wei Sun heard this, he was overjoyed. Confiscating property, this is the best job among the best jobs. What's more, the 6th prince was plotting a rebellion and must have prepared a lot of silver. I can take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Wei Sun hurriedly said, "Yes. I am willing to share your worries." Emperor Wu nodded and said, "There are 2 more things to do. First, put the 6th prince in prison. I want to investigate this matter myself. Second, you go to the Su family in person to pass on the imperial decree and appoint the 9th prince as the general of the northern expedition to rebuild the Su family army as soon as possible." Wei Sun bowed, "I obey your order." After Li Longlin left the palace, he went straight to the Su family. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Su Fengling, still in armor, holding a silver spear, walking towards him with murderous intent. This time, Li Longlin learned his lesson and shouted, "Old lady, help me. Su Fengling is trying to kill me again." When old lady Su heard Li Longlin shouting, she immediately came out of the house and scolded, "What are you crazy about, girl?" "Grandmother." Su Fengling looked aggrieved, "Don't stop me this time. I must kill that bastard Li Longlin." Old lady Su frowned, "Why do you want to kill the 9th prince again? Regardless of the marriage granted by the emperor, he will be your husband sooner or later. I heard that you led the troops to suppress the rebellion today, killing people in the White Jade Field and causing a river of blood. You were very impressive and even made great contributions in front of the emperor. This is all thanks to the 9th prince." Su Fengling was even more angry. "Yes. The Su family soldiers and I fought bloody battles and finally put down the rebellion. The emperor was very pleased and said he would reward him. But this stinky old man suddenly jumped out to pick the fruits and took all the credit for himself. What's even more outrageous is that he actually wants our Su family to serve as his palace soldiers. He even said he wanted to rebuild the Su family army." Old lady Su was startled and her face changed drastically. The 9th prince did make great contributions in suppressing the rebellion. However, he was so ignorant that he asked the emperor for military power. This is clearly an attempt to use his achievements to threaten the emperor. And rebuilding the Su family army is even more of a fantasy. Isn't the 9th prince very smart? How did you become so stupid again? Old lady Su asked hurriedly, "Did the emperor agree?" Su Fengling curled her lips. How could the emperor agree to such an excessive request? The emperor immediately called Lao Jiao away alone and must have scolded him severely. In the end, even the Su family's reward was gone. The soldiers fought so hard, but in the end, it was all in vain. "Grandma, do you think I should kill him?" After listening to this, old lady Su also sighed. In fact, she also understood that Li Longlin did this for the Su family. After all, who in the Su family doesn't want to rebuild the Su family army, wash away the humiliation, and restore the former glory? But Li Longlin was too impatient. The emperor is suspicious by nature. How could he easily give military power to others? The emperor cannot trust them even if they are his own flesh and blood. Old lady Su staggered to Li Longlin and said, "9th prince, we in the Su family appreciate your kindness. But this time, you really did something wrong." Li Longlin scratched his head, puzzled, overdoing it. "But my father has already agreed to let me rebuild the Su family army." When these words were spoken, both old lady Su and Su Fengling were stunned. At this point, why are you, Li Longlin, still pretending? Do you really think we are 3-year-old children who can be deceived at will? At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, "The Su family accepts the order." The chief eunuch Wei Sun, dressed in a dragon robe and leading a group of royal guards, walked into the gate of the Su family with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Old Madame Su and Su Fengling both knelt on the ground hurriedly, feeling uneasy. How could the emperor's edict come so quickly? Isn't it a reward but a punishment? Su Fengling glared at Li Longlin fiercely, gritting her teeth and saying, "It's all your fault. If the Su family is implicated by you, I will never forgive you." At this time, Wei Sun saw Li Longlin and immediately smiled. "So you are also at the Su family, ninth prince. It's just right, we don't have to make an extra trip. Please ask the ninth prince to accept the order as well." The emperor decrees, by order of heaven. The ninth prince Li Longlin and Su Fengling have made great contributions in suppressing the rebellion. I have granted them the Qilin robe. I have appointed Li Longlin as the general of the northern expedition and ordered him to rebuild the Su family army under my orders. So ordered. Wei Sun read the imperial edict. Li Longlin took the imperial edict and said, "I, your son, thank you for your grace. Long live your father. Long live your father. Long live your father." After all, Li Longlin already knew about this imperial edict in advance and was not surprised at all. The Su family was all stunned. Su Fengling, in particular, could hardly believe her ears. The emperor bestowed the Qilin robe upon me, which was nothing but a regular reward. The problem is, this bastard Li Longlin was actually appointed by the emperor as the general of the northern expedition and was ordered to rebuild the Su family army. The reward Li Longlin asked for from the emperor was so excessive, but the emperor actually agreed. How is this possible? However, the imperial edict was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Ahem. Seeing that the Su family was slow to thank him, Wei Sun coughed twice as a reminder. Old Lady Su woke up as if from a dream. She came to her senses and immediately led the Su family to kneel down to express her gratitude. "Long live the emperor." Wei Sun nodded. "Stand up." Old Lady Su knew the rules, so she stepped forward and thrust a banknote into Wei Sun's hand. "Thank you, Eunuch Wei. This is just a small token of my respect. The Great Xia dynasty lasted for 300 years. Now is the end of the dynasty, and the morals are extremely corrupt. It was common for eunuchs in the palace to demand bribes. What's more, the eunuch Wei Sun came in person to convey the imperial edict. According to the rules, the Su family naturally had to express their support. What Old Lady Su didn't expect was that Wei Sun insisted on not accepting it. Old Lady Su was surprised. "Eunuch Wei, what do you mean by this? Do you think my money is not clean?" Wei Sun smiled and said, "Silver is a good thing. There is no such thing as clean or dirty. But the ninth prince has done our family a great favor. We cannot accept this silver." Immediately, Wei Sun bowed to Li Longlin and said with a smile, "Thank you, Your Highness, for speaking well of me in front of His Majesty, which helped me get this lucrative job. After the matter is settled, I will invite you to Tianxiang Tower to have a good time." Li Longlin smiled and said, "You are too polite, sir." After Wei Sun delivered the imperial edict, he left happily. Li Longlin looked at his back. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "A fat job. By then, I'm afraid you won't even have a place to cry." Su Fengling couldn't wait any longer. He opened the box bestowed by the emperor, took out the Qilin costume, tried it on himself, and was delighted. During the Great Xia dynasty, once an official made meritorious service, the emperor would reward him with a Qilin robe as a token of honor. However, as time went by, the emperor had awarded too many Qilin costumes, and they had become an overabundance and were no longer rare. But this Qilin costume is usually given as a reward to men. The Qilin costume was awarded to a woman for the first time in the history of Daxia, and it was of extraordinary significance. Certainly. What made Su Fengling happy was not only the Qilin costume, but also the fact that the emperor agreed to let Li Longlin rebuild the Su family army. For the Su family, this is a great thing. Old Lady Su was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She held Li Longlin's hand tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. "Your Highness, I wronged you. I didn't expect that you would really make this happen. You are the Su family's benefactor, a great benefactor." The more Old Lady Su spoke, the more excited she became. She wished she could kneel down to Li Longlin on the spot. At this time, a gentle female voice suddenly sounded, "Benefactor." "I don't think so." Li Longlin turned his head and looked. I saw an extremely beautiful woman walking towards me, surrounded by a group of women from the Su family. Li Longlin was also shocked when he saw this woman. Although Su Fengling is also very beautiful, she is more heroic. In other words, she doesn't have much femininity. But the woman in front of him was completely different from Su Fengling. She was wearing a long dress, with a classic and exquisite appearance, a well-proportioned figure, and was full of the charm of a mature woman. "Who is she?" Li Longlin was stunned. "She is so beautiful, could she be Su Fengling's sister?" "No. Isn't Su Fengling the last bloodline of the Su family?" Old Lady Su smiled and explained, "Ninth Prince, you don't know. She is your eldest sister-in-law Luo Yuzhu. Besides her, you have several other sisters-in-law who are not at home. I will introduce them to you when I have the chance." Li Longlin suddenly realized, "I thought it was my sister, but it turned out to be my sister-in-law." Su Fengling is the youngest daughter of the Su family and she has several older brothers. God is blind. All the men in the Su family died on the battlefield and sacrificed their lives for the country, leaving only a lonely family. From then on, such a young and beautiful woman like Luo Yuzhu became a widow and lived alone in her empty room. In addition to Luo Yuzhu, there are several other sisters-in-law. Although I don't know what the other sisters-in-law look like, the Su family used to have a high status, so a woman who could marry into the Su family must be extraordinary. Doesn't that mean? In the Su family today, besides a group of young widows, I am the only man. Li Longlin couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Old Lady Su continued, "Yuzhu, you just happened to be back. I'll introduce you to someone new." Luo Yuzhu walked lightly with lotus steps, and came to Li Longlin with a slender waist. Her pretty face was unfriendly, and she said in a gloomy tone, "The name of the ninth prince is well known and has already spread throughout the capital." Li Longlin smiled and said, "Oh. Am I so famous? I didn't know that yet." Luo Yuzhu sneered, "What a pity it is a bad reputation. Ninth prince, do you want to hear it? I can't finish talking about your absurd things in 3 days and 3 nights. Li Longlin was embarrassed, "Then there's no need." Old Lady Su tried to smooth things over, explaining, "Yuzhu was born into the Luo family, a wealthy family in Jiangnan. She is very smart and good at business. Now, all the businesses of the Su family are managed by Yuzhu." Li Longlin suddenly realized that it was the housekeeper. "Then you have to build a good relationship with her." However, Luo Yuzhu seemed to have a prejudice against me. "It's a bit difficult." Su Fengling and Luo Yuzhu have a very good relationship, holding hands intimately. "Sister-in-law, why did you say just now that the ninth prince may not be the benefactor of the Su family?" Old Lady Su nodded, "Yes, Yuzhu, why do you say that? The ninth prince asked the emperor to rebuild the Su family army. Now that the emperor's decree has been issued, how could it be false?" Luo Yuzhu did not answer immediately. She stared at Li Longlin with her autumn eyes and smiled coldly. "I don't know what kind of magic potion you gave grandma and little sister to trick them. But what kind of skill is it to deceive old people and children? You can never fool me." Li Longlin was so disdainful that he could not bear it. His good impression of Luo Yuzhu was gone. He sneered and said, "Sister-in-law, please stop slandering me. You'd better explain this matter clearly. Are you trying to say that the emperor's edict is fake? Questioning the emperor is a crime of deceiving the emperor. Be careful of your head." Old Lady Su panicked and said hurriedly, "Yes, Yuzhu, be careful of what you say." Luo Yuzhu sighed, "Grandma, the emperor's decree is of course true. But what is the most important thing in rebuilding the Su family army? It's money. Without money, how can we recruit soldiers and buy food and armaments? Did the emperor mention rebuilding the Su family army in his imperial edict? How much money do you plan to allocate?" Old Madame Su and Su Fengling were both stunned. Yes. The emperor's edict only mentioned rebuilding the Su family army. But there was no mention at all about how to rebuild it or how much money to allocate. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Without money, even if a god came, there would be nothing we can do. Su Fengling was still unwilling to give up, the emperor needs to go through the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of War, and the cabinet to allocate silver and money, which will take a long time. Let's wait patiently. I believe the emperor will allocate the silver and money soon. Luo Yuzhu shook her head. Little sister, you don't know. The current court is in serious deficit and its income is not enough to cover its expenses. Even the military pay of the 100,000 Imperial guards and border soldiers has been in arrears for several months. How can the emperor afford the money to allow the 9th prince to rebuild the Su family army? Su Fengling was confused. Then why did the emperor issue an imperial decree? Luo Yuzhu glanced at Li Longlin and said, I'm afraid that the 9th prince is colluding with the emperor to use this delaying tactic to delay our Su family and take the opportunity to negotiate with the northern barbarians to cede land and pay compensation. Plop. Old Lady Su couldn't hold on any longer and sat on the ground with a look of despair. So that means the Su family has failed to build an army, has no way to serve the country, and has no hope of revenge. Swish. Su Fengling had a hot temper. He raised his silver spear and pointed it at Li Longlin's throat, angrily saying, Okay. I knew you, a traitor, had bad intentions. This time, old Lady Su did not stop her. If Li Longlin colluded with the emperor, betrayed the interests of Daxia, and used this method to deceive the Su family, then he deserves to die. Li Longlin looked at Luo Yuzhu deeply. This woman is not only beautiful but also smart. His plan kept all the civil and military officials in the court in the dark, but was discovered by an outsider, Luo Yuzhu. As expected, she is a lady from a wealthy family in Jiangnan. She is thoughtful and smart. She is not simple. Facing the threat of death, Li Longlin smiled slightly. Sister-in-law, your guess is really unreasonable. Even if you don't believe me, don't you believe the emperor? What you said about the court being in a tight financial situation and unable to pay the soldiers is even more nonsense. I'm afraid it's a spy from the barbarians who deliberately spread rumors in order to disrupt Daxia. Such a cheap rumor is only good enough to fool illiterate country women. Sister-in-law, a learned lady like you also believes in such stupid rumors. What can I say? Luo Yuzhu's pretty face instantly turned red. You said I'm not as good as a country woman. Li Longlin blinked his eyes. Sister-in-law, if you still don't believe it, do you dare to make a bet with me? Luo Yuzhu was startled. Bet? How do you bet? Li Longlin smiled at Luo Yuzhu and said, let's make a bet. Father, within 3 days, not only must you collect 1 million taels of military pay, but you must also take out another 200,000 taels of silver so that I can rebuild the Su family army. If I lose, I'll give you my head. But if I win by chance. Luo Yuzhu felt Li Longlin's hot gaze, her body trembled, goosebumps appeared all over her body, and she trembled and said, what do you want to do? Do you want me to give you the head? Li Longlin shrugged, a beauty like my sister-in-law, if she loses her head, she won't be beautiful, but creepy. Don't worry. I just want you to agree to one condition. With old Madame Su and Su Fengling present, Luo Yuzhu was not afraid that Li Longlin would make any unreasonable demands. What's more, Luo Yuzhu was certain that it was impossible for the emperor to come up with a huge sum of 1.2 million taels of silver in just 3 days. Why not gamble in a game that you are sure to win? Even if she kills the 9th prince, it can be considered as revenge for her husband who died on the battlefield. Luo Yuzhu bit her teeth and nodded, okay. I bet. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Imperial prison. Emperor Wu came to the cell of the 6th Prince Li Xian alone. Father. Thank you, Father, for not killing me. Li Xian knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Treason is a heinous crime. He thought he was going to die for sure. Unexpectedly, Emperor Wu showed mercy and spared his life. Although he was thrown into prison, as long as he was alive, there was hope. After a period of time, when Emperor Wu's anger had subsided, he could ask his mother, concubine Qin, to beg for mercy, and he might be able to see the light of day again. Emperor Wu snorted coldly, you don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Lao Jiu. If he hadn't pleaded for you, I would never show mercy and would have executed you according to the law. Li Xian was shocked. Old 9. It's him. He really couldn't believe that when he was in desperate situation, only Lao Jiu would plead for him. What made Li Xian even more unbelievable was that his father actually promised Lao Jiao that he would not kill him. In Li Xian's opinion, his rebellion failed because of Lao Jiao's interference. He hated Li Longlin to the core. But Li Longlin saved his life again. Nowadays, Li Xian has complicated feelings towards Li Longlin. He doesn't know whether he should hate him or be grateful to him. Emperor Wu looked at Li Xian and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. I spared your life because I knew that you alone would never be able to kill the entire loyal family of the Su family. There must be someone else behind you. Tell me the truth, who is this person? I promise you not to die." Li Xian's face suddenly changed, and he knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. "Father, whether it is murdering the Su family or treason, it was all planned by me, and I will never care about other people's business. I know I have committed a terrible mistake. Even if you kill me, I will have nothing to say." Emperor Wu frowned. Originally, Emperor Wu did not quite believe what Li Longlin said, thinking that he was exaggerating. But Li Xian's reaction was so violent that it was tantamount to confessing himself. Just as Li Longlin said, with Lao Lu's cunning, it would be impossible for him to set up such a big plan. There must be someone behind him giving instructions. Moreover, this person's status is extremely respected, and even the sixth prince is very afraid of him. Who could this person be? Emperor Wu couldn't think of a solution for a moment, but he was not in a hurry. The Imperial prison is not a place for people to stay. I believe that it won't be long before Li Xian can no longer hold on and will give out the person behind the scenes. Emperor Wu took out a testimony from his bosom and threw it in front of Li Xian. "Since you have already admitted your guilt, please sign and seal the testimony." Li Xian read the testimony in the dim light and said in surprise, "Father, the victors are the kings and the losers are the bandits. I will admit whatever crime you want to accuse me of. But this testimony says that I prepared 1,000,000 taels of silver as military pay for the rebellion. Isn't this too outrageous? My son's military pay is only 100,000 taels at best. If there really is 1,000,000 taels of silver, how could there be only 800 warriors?" In fact, Li Xian also knew that with only 800 assassins, the chances of a successful rebellion were extremely slim. But there was nothing he could do. Making money is not an easy thing. Even these 100,000 taels of silver were squeezed out from Li Xian's teeth by living frugally. If Li Xian really had 1,000,000 taels of silver, then if he still failed to rebel, he would really be a pig. Li Xian was very conceited and thought that his rebellion failed because of fate and timing. He would never allow others to insult his intelligence. Emperor Wu's face darkened. "Stop talking nonsense. I said 1,000,000 taels, and it means 1,000,000 taels. If you keep dithering, I'll change my mind and throw you out to be beheaded." Li Xian was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly signed his name. Emperor Wu put away the testimony, looked at Li Xian deeply, and said sinisterly, "No matter who asks you, you must say it is 1,000,000 taels of military pay. Otherwise, it is a crime of deceiving the emperor. I will definitely kill you." Li Xian knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Your son will remember this. 1,000,000 taels, just 1,000,000 taels." Anyway, he had committed the crime of treason, so it didn't matter whether the rebellion pay was 100,000 taels or 1,000,000 taels of silver. But Li Xian didn't understand why his father cared so much about such trivial matters. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. In the Imperial study, Wei Sun was reporting to Emperor Wu, holding the confiscated accounts. "Long live the Lord." In the sixth prince's home, a large amount of gold, silver, pearls, and agates were confiscated. There are also extremely valuable antiques and calligraphy and paintings by famous people. In addition, a large amount of armor and weapons were confiscated in the basement. Emperor Wu waved his hand impatiently, "Let's get to the point. How much silver was seized in total?" 100,000 Imperial guards have marched north to fight the barbarians, but their salaries have not been paid, which has greatly affected their morale. Emperor Wu was waiting for the rice to be cooked and had no time to talk nonsense with Wei Sun. Wei Sun rolled his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, the total is 100,000 taels of silver." Emperor Wu's face turned pale and he roared, 100,000 taels. Is that all the silver you have? Emperor Wu had already learned from Li Xian that he had prepared 100,000 taels of silver just for the military pay for the rebellion. This is a house search. Not only the sixth prince, but also the silver hidden by other family members was found after digging deep into the ground. The total amount of silver alone is at least 200,000 taels. Add to that pearls, agates, antiques, calligraphy and paintings by famous people, and other valuable items that can be sold for money, it would cost at least 400,000 taels of silver. Wei Sun only reported 100,000 taels of silver, so he embezzled at least 300,000 taels. What a courage! What a big appetite! Wei Sun's face changed, and he said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, the 100,000 taels only counts the gold and silver. If other valuables are included, the value is 200,000 taels." Bang! Emperor Wu angrily slammed the imperial desk, looked at Wei Sun sinisterly and said, "Do you know that the last emperor used the punishment of peeling skin and stuffing straw to deal with corrupt officials?" Wei Sun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body was cold, and he said in panic, "Your Majesty, if you count the weapons and armor, as well as other miscellaneous items, the proceeds from the confiscation of property are 400,000 taels." When Wei Sun heard about the torture of skinning and stuffing with straw, he was really panicked and immediately revealed his past. "If we don't make any money from this house raid, then so be it. The power of heaven is unpredictable. If the emperor is furious, I am afraid my life will be in danger." Emperor Wu smiled coldly and said, "I heard that the sixth brother hid 1,000,000 taels of silver in his house in order to rebel. But you only found 400,000 taels of silver. Did the remaining 600,000 taels go into your pocket?" Wei Sun felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. 1,000,000 taels of silver. Where would the sixth prince have so much silver at home? Plop. Wei Sun knelt on the ground, crying and snotting, "Your Majesty, I am innocent. I swear to heaven that I definitely did not embezzle a single ounce of silver this time. If I lied even a little bit, I will let my intestines be pierced and I will not die a good death." Emperor Wu looked down at Wei Sun and sneered in his heart. "If it wasn't for Lao Jiu's reminder, I wouldn't have known that you, an old dog, had been taking advantage of the power of others to make so much money under my name. That's all my money. 9,000 years old. You are just a eunuch, yet you dare to call yourself the 9,000-year-old. Pooh. If it were in the past, when Emperor Wu saw Wei Sun crying so miserably, he might have softened his heart and believed his lies. This time, Emperor Wu came prepared and would not stop until Wei Sun bleeds heavily. Bang. Emperor Wu had a cold face and threw the sixth prince's testimony in front of Wei Sun. "Look for yourself. It's written clearly in black and white. The sixth prince has admitted that he hid 1,000,000 taels of silver in his house." When Wei Sun picked up the testimony and took a look at it, he was completely dumbfounded. "It's true. Is the sixth prince crazy? What are you bragging about in this testimony? This time, I have really hurt myself." Wei Sun cursed the sixth prince 1,000 times in his heart, but he still said stubbornly, "Your Highness. The sixth prince may have remembered it wrongly. I really only found 400,000 taels of silver in his house. My loyalty to the emperor is evident to all." Bang. Emperor Wu was so angry that he kicked Wei Sun and yelled, "Wei Sun, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Do you really want me to call the sixth master over to confront you? When I say 1,000,000 taels of silver, it means 1,000,000 taels of silver. No matter what method you use, you must copy it for me. Even if it's just 1 ounce less. I'm going to raid your house. You decide." Wei Sun felt as if he was falling into an abyss, and his eyes went dark. He already understood. The emperor's intention is to bleed himself and collect 1,000,000 taels of silver as military pay. Black. The emperor has such a dark heart. Why did the emperor, who was once so tolerant and generous, become like this? But Wei Sun knelt on the ground, not daring to act rashly. Because over the years, he has indeed been plundering and exploiting countless people's wealth, and he is extremely rich. If the emperor really raided Wei Sun's house, then the amount of silver Wei Sun had to pay would not be 600,000 taels, but 6,000,000 taels, or even more. Whatever. Spend money to avoid disaster. Wei Sun made up his mind and kowtowed, "Your Majesty, I am guilty. I must have been careless and failed to find the secret room where the sixth prince hid the silver. I will look for it again, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I will definitely find the silver. Emperor Wu finally softened his heart and reminded him, I am not greedy. Since the confession says 1,000,000 taels, it is 1,000,000 taels. Wei Sun nodded, I understand. In the evening, Wei Sun came to the Imperial study again, forced a smile on his face, and reported to the Emperor Wu, Your Majesty, I found it. Thanks to Your Majesty's great blessing, I found the secret room, and there really is a lot of gold and silver in it. Including other things, the total is 1,000,000 taels. I have ordered people to transport the silver to the palace. Please have a look, Your Majesty. Wei Sun was so quick because he was afraid that the night would be long and he would have more trouble. Not only did he spend a huge amount of money himself and take out 600,000 taels of silver, he also transported the silver directly into the palace for Emperor Wu to review. When Emperor Wu arrived at the yard, he saw the carriage loaded with heavy silver, a full 1,000,000 taels, and he was overjoyed. Lao Jiao is truly a genius. In just 3 days, the military pay problem was solved. In this way, the morale of the 100,000 Imperial Guards will surely boost after they receive their military pay. If the Imperial Guards win a great victory and defeat the barbarians, then Li Longlin will be credited with the greatest achievement. Emperor Wu immediately called Zhang Beizheng and said, This is 1,000,000 taels of military pay. You must immediately deliver it to the front line to reward the soldiers. This battle is related to the fate of the great Xia nation. We can only win, not lose. When Zhang Beizheng saw so much silver, his eyes widened. He originally thought that the imperial court could not afford so much military pay, which was why they were reluctant to go to the front line. I didn't expect that the emperor was so capable that he could raise 1,000,000 taels of military pay in this way. Zhang Beizheng was overjoyed. With the military pay, the soldiers will fight to the death and be loyal to the country. Emperor Wu nodded, Okay. There is no time to lose, you should set off immediately. Zhang Beizheng was delighted and left after receiving the order. Emperor Wu was also delighted. He paced back and forth in the hall and suddenly asked, My dear companion, whose card shall I turn over tonight? Hearing the emperor's tone of addressing him becoming more intimate again, Wei Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Spending money to ward off disaster is indeed effective. Fortunately, I acted decisively and took out the huge sum of 600,000 taels of silver myself. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Wei Sun rolled his eyes and said, It's concubine Qin. Concubine Qin is the biological mother of the 6th and 4th princes. The Qin family is a noble family in the court with enormous power. Today, the 6th prince has been thrown into the imperial prison for treason and his life or death is unknown. The Qin family was extremely anxious, so they bribed Wei Sun to arrange for concubine Qin to sleep with Emperor Wu tonight. One reason was to allow her to test Emperor Wu's attitude. Secondly, he wanted her to persuade Emperor Wu to not implicate the Qin family and the 4th prince because of the 6th prince's rebellion. When Emperor Wu heard that it was concubine Qin, he immediately showed disgust and said, Change it. I'm going to concubine Ro tonight. Wei Sun's expression changed. Concubine Ro was the biological mother of the 9th Prince Li Longlin. Although she also came from a scholarly family, her father was only a minor local official and had northwest power in the court. However, concubine Ro was a beauty with a gentle temperament, and was deeply favored by Emperor Wu. But the 9th Prince Li Longlin was a waste, which made Emperor Wu very unhappy. A mother's status is determined by her son. Li Longlin is a hopeless case, and it is useless for concubine Ro to be favored. Therefore, she was a marginal figure in the harem and had no power. It can even be said that if it weren't for Emperor Wu's preference, concubine Ro would have been framed by the concubines in the harem and sent to the cold palace. Nowadays, the 9th Prince Li Longlin suppressed the rebellion and was appointed General Zheng Bei by Emperor Wu to rebuild the Su family army. This allowed Li Longlin to rise rapidly and stand out among the princes. In addition, Emperor Wu of Han showed favor to concubine Ro. Could it be that things are going to change in the harem? As the chief eunuch of the imperial palace, Wei Sun's interests were deeply tied to those of the imperial concubines, to the point where they prospered and suffered together. He must not sit idly by and watch concubine Ro ascend to the throne. Wei Sun hurriedly said, Your Majesty, concubine Ro is not feeling well. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate for you to go see her. Emperor Wu was startled. concubine Ro is not feeling well. Then I must go visit her. Let's get going. Wei Sun looked terrified and said, Your Majesty, you are so partial to concubine Ro, I'm afraid the other concubines are dissatisfied. Emperor Wu sneered, dissatisfied. Then do they dare to bite me? Wei Sun shook his head. What I mean is that the ladies dare not do anything to Your Majesty, but they will vent their anger on concubine Ro. Your Majesty, by doing this, you are not standing up for concubine Ro, but harming her. Her life in the harem was not easy to begin with. I am afraid that in the future, I will be walking on thin ice and be frightened at every step. Emperor Wu sneered, a mother's status depends on her son. When concubine Ro was in the harem, she was bullied by the concubines because old Nine was hiding her talents and pretending to be stupid, and I didn't like her. Now, old Nine has shown his brilliance and is being used by me. I don't believe that anyone dares to bully concubine Ro. You tried every means to stop me from seeing concubine Ro. Is there another reason? Wei Sun was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly knelt down and said, Your Highness, I dare not do that. I am afraid that. That's right. It's because the 9th prince came to the palace today to pay his respects to concubine Ro. Empress Ro is very happy. The mother and son are having a heart-to-heart talk. She also wants the 9th prince to stay in the palace. If His Majesty goes, I'm afraid it won't be very convenient. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu showed a delighted look on his face. Oh! The 9th son has just been appointed as a general and is busy with official duties, but he still came to the palace to pay respects to his mother. This child is so filial, I am very pleased. Daxia ruled the world with filial piety. For decades, Emperor Wu maintained the habit of paying his respects to the Empress Dowager before attending court every morning. Therefore, when Emperor Wu heard that Li Longlin was so filial and had his own style, he was immediately delighted. Wei Sun agreed again and again, yes. The 9th prince is indeed a filial son. Emperor Wu nodded and said, Since Lao Jiao is staying in the palace tonight, it is indeed inconvenient for me to have concubine Ro sleep with him. It just so happens that I have something to say to Lao Jiao. After dinner, tell Lao Jiao to come to the Yangxin palace. Wei Sun was startled. Concubine Qin. Emperor Wu snorted coldly, Go tell concubine Qin that I don't want to see her. Let her reflect on herself. Seeing that Emperor Wu was determined, Wei Sun could only bow and say, I obey your order. Imperial Palace, Shuyangshuan. This is where the concubines lived when they first entered the palace. Even some palace maids lived here, making it seem a bit messy. In a low and narrow room, Li Longlin met his biological mother, concubine Ro. For his sake, concubine Ro knelt in front of Emperor Wu for 3 days and 3 nights, and even planned to die with him. Li Longlin will never forget this friendship. Therefore, as soon as Li Longlin had time, he would go to the palace to visit concubine Ro. But Li Longlin didn't expect it. Concubine Ro actually lives in Shuyangshuan, such a simple and messy place. Huang'er, you are here. When concubine Ro saw Li Longlin coming to see her, she immediately stood up and grabbed his hand, very excited. Li Longlin saw concubine Ro limping and asked in surprise, Mother, what happened to your leg? Concubine Ro was a little panicked and quickly covered her legs with her hands. Nothing. Li Longlin refused to give in and lifted up concubine Ro's skirt, which shocked her greatly. I saw a large wound on concubine Ro's knee. Due to the dirty and damp environment of Shuyangshuan, the wound had already festered and was shocking to see. Li Longlin's eyes suddenly widened. Mom, what's wrong with this wound? Concubine Ro pointed at a bottle of medicine on the table and explained, When I was begging the emperor for you, I knelt outside the Yangxin palace for 3 days and 3 nights, and my knees were worn out. This is just a superficial injury, it's nothing serious. I've asked the palace maid to get some medicine, just rub it on and it will be fine. Li Longlin's eyes turned red. I am an unfilial son and have wronged my mother. Please sit down and let your son apply the medicine for you. Concubine Ro shook her head repeatedly. You are a prince, a man who does great things. How can you do such a small thing? Li Longlin was firm in his attitude. If you can't clean up your own house, how can you clean up the world? What's more, my mother's affairs are the most important to my son. Daxia governs the world with filial piety. Do you want your son to be unfilial? Concubine Ro had no choice but to lift up her skirt to reveal her long, slender, white legs. It has to be said that there was a reason why Concubine Ro was favored by Emperor Wu. When she was young, Concubine Ro was youthful and beautiful, a natural beauty. Even though she is now in her 30s, she is still middle-aged and charming, with the unique flavor of a mature woman. However, Li Longlin held Concubine Ro's long legs and focused on treating the wound. Concubine Ro looked at Li Longlin's handsome profile and tears welled up in her eyes as she cried silently. Li Longlin saw Concubine Ro crying, and he blamed himself. "Mother, why are you crying? Did I hit you too hard? Then I will be gentler." Concubine Ro wiped away her tears and said softly, "My son, I don't blame you. I just remembered that you were naughty when you were a child and fell in the yard. I applied the medicine for you myself. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. My son has grown up and become a general. If your grandpa knew, he would be so happy." Childhood memories emerged in Li Longlin's mind. "At that time, I was a little kid, living a carefree life. I just played every day and didn't know what worries were. My brothers also often play with me. It's not like now, the princes are suspicious of each other, not even saying a word to each other, and are extremely cold. When it comes down to it, it's the word power that turns brothers against each other and fathers and sons against each other." "That's right." Li Longlin frowned slightly. "I remember that my mother and I lived in Changle Palace before. My mother also planted many flowers and plants in the palace. In spring, all the flowers bloomed, which was beautiful. Why is mother living in Shuyangshuan now? This place is small and shabby. It's where the lower-ranking concubines who just entered the palace live. Mother is my father's favorite concubine, how can she live here?" Concubine Ro wanted to say something but stopped herself. She just smiled and said, "Shuyangshuan is pretty good too. It's very popular. It's just a pity that the flowers and plants I planted in Changle Palace. Oh, forget it. It's all in the past. People should be content with what they have." It can be seen that Concubine Ro is very attached to Changle Palace. However, Concubine Ro was very tight-lipped. When Li Longlin continued to question her, she changed the subject and refused to say anything. Li Longlin had no choice but to rebandage Concubine Ro's wound, then pushed the door and went outside. There were 2 palace maids at the door, one was Chuantao and the other Chioya. The 2 have followed Concubine Ro for many years and can be said to be as close as sisters. Li Longlin said coldly, "Chuantao, Chioyi. Tell me the truth. Why didn't mother live in Changle Palace, but move to a place like Shuyangshuan?" Chuantao and Chioya knelt down hurriedly, hesitating for a long time. Chuantao couldn't persuade Li Longlin, and with tears in her eyes, she finally said, "Ninth Prince. You don't know. When you were thrown into the Imperial prison, the queen lost her power and was bullied. The most outrageous one is Concubine Qin. She said the flowers and plants in Changle Palace were beautiful, so she snatched them away and used them as her garden. In fact, this is clearly bullying the queen. The queen has a weak personality and is so concerned about His Highness that she doesn't bother to argue with her, so she moved to Shuyangshuan." Li Longlin was furious when he heard this. Concubine Qin. Lao Lu's biological mother. Lao Lu bullied me and almost killed me. Concubine Qin actually bullied my biological mother. This is really too much. If I don't take revenge, I, Li Longlin, will not be a human being." Li Longlin learned that Concubine Ro was being bullied in the harem, and even the Changle Palace where she had lived for a long time was taken away by Concubine Qin. He was immediately furious. Seeing this, the 2 palace maids, Chun Tao and Chiu Yi, were so frightened that they knelt down and begged, "Your Highness, please don't be impulsive. Concubine Qin has great power in the harem, and you can't deal with her. Besides, the harem has its own rules. If you act rashly and damage the harmony of the harem and anger the emperor, I'm afraid your situation in the palace will become even more difficult." "Yes, Your Highness. If this matter gets out of hand, Her Majesty will definitely blame both of us." Li Longlin waved his hands. "You all get up. I know the rules of the palace. Isn't it just plain dirty? Who is afraid of who? That's what a harem is like." On the surface, the concubines were harmonious and treated each other like sisters. In private, they resorted to all kinds of shady tricks to win favor. Concubine Ro was gentle in nature. She didn't like fighting with other concubines and was tolerant in everything. As a result, the concubines became even more outrageous and even took away the place where Concubine Ro lived. This is intolerable. As a son, Li Longlin would never allow his mother to be bullied. I have to let this out. But the rule of the harem is that you cannot just fight with each other or compete to see whose schemes are more vicious. This was exactly what Li Longlin wanted. If it's a real fight, I'm no match for him. When it comes to conspiracy and intrigue, I've never been afraid of anyone. Isn't it, Concubine Qin? I'm going to kill you. Li Longlin told Chuantao and Chuya, you two should go pack your luggage. The two maids were startled and immediately thought of something else. Pack your luggage. Your Highness, are you going to chase us away? Li Longlin was speechless. Kick you out. Then who will take care of my mother? I want you to pack your bags and prepare to move back to Changle Palace. Ah. The two palace maids looked confused. What does the ninth prince mean by this? Why can't I understand it? Could it be that he was planning to take Changle Palace back from Concubine Qin? But how is this possible? Li Longlin was too lazy to explain to them and turned and left Shuyangshuan. As soon as he went out, a eunuch came to greet him. Your Highness. His Majesty is waiting for you in the Yangxin Palace. Li Longlin was delighted when he heard this. Father wants to see me. It must be the issue of military pay. There is a result. It was just right that I could take this opportunity to expose the fact that Concubine Qin had occupied Changle Palace and make her pay for it. Li Longlin came to the Yangxin Palace and met Emperor Wu. Your son greets you, father. Emperor Wu did not wait for Li Longlin to kneel, and immediately helped him up. From now on, when we are father and son, we should not be so formal in private. Let's forget about these formalities. Li Longlin insisted, Father, this is filial piety and cannot be avoided. Emperor Wu was very pleased and patted Li Longlin on the shoulder. Old Nine, you have really grown up. Emperor Wu now likes Li Longlin more and more. It's a pity that he is the youngest prince and his power in the court is too weak. Otherwise, Emperor Wu really thought about making Li Longlin the crown prince. But this was just a fleeting thought that Emperor Wu had, and he quickly rejected it. It doesn't matter who is made the crown prince. You just can't make the ninth prince the crown prince. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos, the country will fall apart, and there will be war everywhere. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Lao Jiao for his bad luck. Old Nine. Emperor Wu tightly grasped Li Longlin's hand, smiling broadly. The method you proposed is really useful. With just a few words, I have made Wei Sun, the old dog, obedient and collected 1 million taels of military pay. When my 100,000 Imperial guards defeat the barbarians, you will be credited with the first achievement. Li Longlin frowned slightly. Really only 1 million taels. Emperor Wu was stunned. Yes. What else? The military pay I need is 1 million taels. How much more can it be? Li Longlin was speechless. This cheap dad of mine is sometimes extremely insidious, and sometimes silly and cute. Since Wei Sun is sure to be defeated this time, he must be made to bleed heavily. That's right. 100,000 Imperial guards only require 1 million taels of military pay. But what if the war becomes stalemate and the royal guards need more pay? Moreover, there are many places in the court that need money. Only let Wei Sun collect 1 million taels of silver. This is too cheap for him. Who doesn't know that the 9,000-year-old man has immense wealth, rich enough to rival a country? Wei Sun will be on guard now, so it will be difficult to kill him. Li Longlin sighed. Father, what should I do with my money? Emperor Wu was stunned. What silver? Li Longlin said, training the troops. Father, didn't you order me to rebuild the Su family army? Doesn't training the troops require money? The corner of Emperor Wu's mouth twitched. Are you really planning to rebuild the Su family army? I thought. To be honest. It's not that Emperor Wu looked down on Li Longlin. But he never thought that this useless Lao Jiao was really capable of rebuilding a new army. Recruiting soldiers, weapons and armor, food allocation, military training. There are so many problems that need to be solved. Emperor Wu felt that it was unrealistic just by thinking about it. But the Imperial edict has been issued, and the Emperor is not joking. Since the 9th Prince insists on training troops, Emperor Wu cannot say no. He thought for a moment and said earnestly, "Old 9. Rebuilding the Su family army is not an easy task. And it will be extremely hard. Do you really want to do it?" Li Longlin nodded. "I have made up my mind and I must do it." Emperor Wu sighed and said, "Well, how much do you want?" "I'll think of a way." Li Longlin thought without hesitation. The initial investment is at least 500,000 taels of silver. Emperor Wu was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened. "How many?" 500,000 taels. "Do you think I have magic power and can turn stone into gold? Moreover, this is just the initial investment. In other words, more investment will be required in the future. What kind of new army is this? It's really a bottomless pit." The more Emperor Wu thought about it, the more he regretted it. If I had known earlier, I should not have been soft-hearted and let Wei Sun bleed more and give him another 500,000 taels of silver. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. It's too late now. Emperor Wu was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, "Old 9. You also know the current situation of the court. I just collected 1 million taels of silver and sent it to the front line as military pay. You are now asking for another 500,000 taels of silver. This is really asking too much. In fact, there is no rush to rebuild the Su family army. Otherwise, wait for a while, and I will talk about it slowly." Li Longlin smiled and said, "Father. In fact, I also know that rebuilding a new army will require an astronomical amount of silver, which the court cannot afford. I plan to use this 500,000 taels to do business. Father, you only need to pay 500,000 taels of silver at once. As for the subsequent investment, I will figure it out myself." Emperor Wu was shocked and looked at Li Longlin in disbelief. "Did I hear it right? 500,000 taels of silver to buy a new army. This is such a good deal." Emperor Wu was no stranger to marching and fighting. The military pay for 100,000 Imperial guards is 1 million taels. It is conceivable how much money is needed to rebuild a new army from scratch. It would cost at least tens of millions of taels, or even more. Didn't Emperor Wu want to build a new army? Of course not. Mainly because of poverty. In today's daxia, all the ministers of the noble families are extremely wealthy. But the court and the emperor are really poor. Emperor Wu wished he could break a copper coin into 2 halves. The queen was still spinning and weaving in the palace to supplement the family income. Seeing that Emperor Wu was interested, Li Longlin immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "Father, it's not just that. This 500,000 taels of silver is not for nothing, it can be considered as your investment. I will give you another 20% dividend based on the annual revenue. What do you think?" Emperor Wu couldn't believe his ears. With 500,000 taels of silver, he could not only build a new army, but also give himself a 20% dividend every year. Is there such a good thing in the world? I must be dreaming. Old 9th, your filial piety is truly admirable. I am really moved. Emperor Wu's eyes turned red and he couldn't hold back his tears. Everyone in the world thought that when an emperor had 3,000 beauties in his harem, he would enjoy endless wealth and glory and could do whatever he wanted. That's a tyrant, of course it feels good. Anyone who wants to be a reliable emperor. What awaits you are endless trivial matters to deal with and endless memorials to review. Every night I dream of countless starving victims coming to take my life. In short, being an emperor is difficult. Being a good emperor is harder than ascending to heaven. It's a pity that Emperor Wu's hard work was not understood by the people of the world, the officials in the court, and even the princes. Not only do they not share their own worries, they also form cliques and attack each other all day long, making the court a chaotic place. What made Emperor Wu most unhappy was that the princes kept asking him for money. If you don't manage a household, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. How can I rest assured and hand over the world to you? However, Emperor Wu did not expect that the useless old 9, whom he had the least hope for, actually understood his hard work, cared about him, and shared his worries. For a moment, Emperor Wu really had an impulse and decided to just make the ninth prince the crown prince. But in the end, Emperor Wu's reason overcame his impulse and he calmed down. Old 9. I am very moved by what you said. But to tell you the truth, there is not much money left in my treasury. I really can't afford this 500,000 taels of silver. Let's put off rebuilding the Su family army for now. Emperor Wu sighed deeply, his expression gloomy. He was a powerful emperor, and many people even said that he was cold-hearted and heartless. But in front of Li Longlin, Emperor Wu was completely moved, and even took off his disguise and cried poor to his son. If all the civil and military officials in the court saw Emperor Wu in this state, they would probably be shocked. Li Longlin smiled and said, "Father, I know that you have devoted all your energy to the country. I have a way to collect 500,000 taels of silver. Didn't you just ask Wei Sun to raid sixth brother's house?" Emperor Wu was startled when he heard this. Why does this sound familiar? Are you asking me to blackmail Wei Sun again? Yes. Wei Sun was indeed greedy. He plundered a lot of the people's wealth under the banner of mine. But Wei Sun has served me for so many years after all, and even if he has no merits, he has worked hard. It is enough for you to let me blackmail Wei Sun once. Do you want me to blackmail Wei Sun a second time? Even if you want to fleece the sheep, you can't just grab a sheep and fleece it. Li Longlin saw the change in Emperor Wu's expression and hurriedly said, "Father, you misunderstood me. I am not targeting eunuch Wei. I am saying that after my sixth brother's house was confiscated, there was still a mansion left. How about you hand over this mansion to me in exchange for the 500,000 taels of silver?" When Emperor Wu heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that he doesn't want me to continue to fleece Wei Sun, but he wants the mansion of the sixth brother. That's easy. However, a mansion in the capital is only worth 50,000 taels of silver at most. Li Longlin said, "This mansion is worth 500,000 taels of silver. A full 10 times premium. There must be something strange about this." Emperor Wu couldn't help but ask, "Is Lao Lu's mansion really worth 500,000 taels of silver?" Li Longlin smiled mysteriously, "Father, don't worry. I have my own way." Emperor Wu nodded, called Wei Sun over, and ordered, "Give the deed of the sixth prince's residence to Old 9, and have him sell it to use as military expenses to rebuild the Su family army." Wei Sun bowed, "I obey your order." After finishing the business, Emperor Wu took Li Longlin's hand and chatted about family matters. "I heard that you just went to see concubine Ro. She seems to be unwell. Is there anything wrong? If it is serious, I will ask the Imperial physician to go to Changle Palace." Changle Palace? When Li Longlin heard this, he understood. The Su family was killed, the northern border fell, the barbarians moved south, and the sixth prince plotted rebellion. A lot has happened in recent days. Emperor Wu was so busy that he had no time to care about the affairs of the harem. Therefore, concubine Ro was expelled from Changle Palace and moved into Shuyangshuan. It was concubine Qin who planned it, and Emperor Wu was completely unaware of it. That's easy. Li Longlin said, "Thank you, father. Mother knelt for 3 days and 3 nights to plead for me a few days ago, and there is some festering on my knees." Emperor Wu was startled and looked a little nervous. How could it fester? What do the Imperial doctors do? Concubine Ro has the most beautiful legs. If a scar is left, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Li Longlin hurriedly said, "Father, don't worry. I have already applied medicine to mother myself. I believe it's nothing serious and she will recover soon." Emperor Wu finally calmed down and murmured, "It's good that everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine. Concubine Ro's knee injury is my fault. I will go to visit her now." Li Longlin stopped Emperor Wu and hesitated to speak. "Father, I'm afraid it's not convenient. Moreover, from now on, it may not be convenient for mother to see father." Emperor Wu was stunned. Inconvenient? What's inconvenient for a husband and wife to meet? Besides, I am the emperor. If I want to see my concubine, do I have to depend on others' opinions? Or, Empress Ro doesn't say it, but blames me in her heart. Li Longlin explained, "Father, you are worrying too much. Mother doesn't want to see you simply because the place is inconvenient. You also know that there are many servants living in Shuyangxuan, and there are many people and gossips. The environment is not good, it is dirty, sewage is everywhere, and there is a strong smell of urine. Father, if you go to a place like that, I'm afraid you will alarm the Holy Emperor. Emperor Wu was confused. Shuyangxuan. Doesn't concubine Rou live in Changle Palace? Why would she live in a place like Shuyangxuan? Li Longlin pretended to be surprised. Ah. Father, you don't know yet. I was just talking too much. Emperor Wu continued to ask, but Li Longlin lowered his head and said nothing, even showing fear on his face. This made Emperor Wu look extremely ugly. Even if Li Longlin didn't say it, Emperor Wu understood it in his heart. Concubine Rou must have been bullied. Who on earth dares to bully my favorite concubine? What a courage! After Li Longlin left, Emperor Wu looked grim, staring at Wei Sun, sneering, no wonder you tried to stop me when I wanted concubine Rou to sleep with me today. It turns out that concubine Rou is no longer in Changle Palace, and was driven to Shuiyan Pavilion. A concubine lives with servants. Wei Sun, you are slapping me in the face. Emperor Wu's words were extremely serious. Wei Sun was so frightened that he knelt down and kowtowed, Your Majesty. Why did concubine Rou move to Shuyangxuan? I don't know. Have no idea. Emperor Wu was furious, you are the chief eunuch. You say you don't know. Do you want me to punish you for dereliction of duty? Bang, bang, bang. Wei Sun kowtowed desperately, his forehead was bloody and bloody. This slave deserves to die. This slave deserves to die. Emperor Wu looked down at Wei Sun coldly, you deserve to die. But I also know that you are just a eunuch. No matter how arrogant you are, you dare not bully your master. Tell me the truth and tell me who instructed you to do this. I can forgive you this time. Wei Sun had served Emperor Wu for many years and knew that he was extremely angry at the moment. If he hadn't spent money today to avoid disaster and had taken out 600,000 taels of silver to raise the military pay for the Imperial guards, it would have been considered a bit of a credit. Otherwise. This time, I will lose a lot of skin if I don't die. At this point, Wei Sun didn't dare to continue to lie and whispered, yes, yes. Concubine Qin. Emperor Wu smiled coldly, Concubine Qin. It's her again. Doesn't that vicious woman want to see me? Go to Changle Palace. Wei Sun was sweating all over. Concubine Qin is in trouble. This time, things in the harem are really going to change. Logically speaking, Wei Sun should find a way to inform Concubine Qin so that she can make preparations early. But Emperor Wu obviously didn't give him this opportunity. With no other options left, Wei Sun could only follow Emperor Wu closely, and arrived at Changle Palace with a nervous heart. It was spring, and the Changle Palace was full of flowers, with a fragrant aroma. Concubine Rou liked to tend to flowers, so she planted all kinds of flowers in the palace. When they bloomed, the flowers were in full bloom and the beauty was so great that even the Imperial garden could not compare to it. Concubine Qin was very jealous of the beautiful scenery of Changle Palace, so she took advantage of the perfect opportunity when Lao Jiao was imprisoned and Concubine Rou lost her power to take Changle Palace for herself. But men proposes, God disposes. The 9th brother escaped, but the 6th brother was thrown into prison for treason and his life or death was in danger. At this moment, Concubine Qin was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the palace. She had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery of Changle Palace. She was just worried about the safety of the 6th prince. Hasn't there been any news from Eunuch Wei yet? We clearly agreed that you would turn over my sign tonight. But why hasn't the emperor come yet? In order to welcome Emperor Wu, Concubine Qin dressed up carefully, put on heavy makeup, and changed into a translucent pink tulle skirt, hoping to please Emperor Wu. I have to say, all those who can become the emperor's concubine are extremely beautiful. After some dressing up, Concubine Qin looked more graceful, elegant and gorgeous. However, compared to Concubine Rou, her appearance is still far inferior. The emperor has arrived. Just when Concubine Qin was getting anxious, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Emperor Wu, surrounded by a group of eunuchs and guards, stepped into the Changle Palace. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Concubine Qin was overjoyed, and hurried forward to pay her respects, smiling charmingly, "Your Majesty. It's already midnight. You really made me wait so long." Emperor Wu put his hands behind his back, his eyes were cold. "I didn't plan to come. But I heard that you robbed Changle Palace and drove concubine Ro to Shuiyan Pavilion. I want to see what kind of face you, a vicious woman, have. How dare you be so rampant and wanton in my harem?" Concubine Qin's face changed drastically. The emperor did not come to favor me, but to cause trouble. To be honest, Concubine Qin was so concerned about the safety of the sixth prince that she didn't care about the occupation of Changle Palace at all. She didn't even expect it. At this critical juncture, the emperor will bring charges against me for this matter. Concubine Qin is no longer a rookie. She has been in the harem for many years. What kind of situation has she not seen? She quickly calmed down and said in defense, "Your Majesty, you are wrong. I did not rob Concubine Ro's Changle Palace by force. It was Concubine Ro who took the initiative to give Changle Palace to me. If you don't believe it, Eunuch Wei can testify." After saying this, Concubine Qin desperately winked at Wei Sun. But Wei Sun had already become a frightened bird, shrinking his head like a turtle, and dared not say a word. Emperor Wu said coldly, "Wei Sun, is that so?" Wei Sun knelt on the ground, crying and snotting, "Your Majesty, please understand. I am a servant after all, and I dare not disobey my master. Concubine Qin asked me to do everything." Wei Sun had been frightened too much today, and even had a feeling of being in danger at any moment. He was afraid that the Emperor would get angry and really chop off his head. He really didn't dare to gamble, so he directly betrayed Concubine Qin. "Wei Sun, you..." Concubine Qin did not expect such an outcome. She was immediately at a loss and stared at Wei Sun, wishing she could eat him alive. These years. Whether it is Concubine Qin herself, the Qin family, or the two princes, the fourth and sixth, they have brought a lot of benefits to Wei Sun. You, Wei Sun, are so good. When something goes wrong, you just betray me. Good, good, good. Let's wait and see, you'll have something to worry about. Emperor Wu said coldly, "I will ask you again. Did you rob Concubine Ro's Changle Palace?" Concubine Qin was also anxious and started to cry out, "Concubine Ro. Concubine Ro. Your Majesty, you only have Concubine Ro in your heart. It must be that bitch Concubine Ro who told on us. Even if I have seized Changle Palace, so what? Why would Concubine Ro live in such a beautiful palace? In terms of family background, appearance, and talent, how can I not compare to her? Your Majesty, do you know that because you favored the bitch Concubine Ro, the harem is in turmoil and the concubines are complaining?" Bang. Before Concubine Qin could finish her words, Emperor Wu suddenly raised his hand and slapped her hard in the face. The slap was not only loud, but also extremely heavy. Concubine Qin's cheeks suddenly became red and swollen. She covered her face, she was completely shocked. This was the first time that Emperor Wu had hit her after entering the palace for so many years. "Your Majesty, you beat me because of the bitch Concubine Ro." Concubine Qin felt extremely humiliated and tears welled up in her eyes. "That's enough." Emperor Wu angrily rebuked, "You call me bitch, shut up. I tell you, you are not even as good as a hair of Concubine Ro. A mother is honored by her son. Concubine Ro has a good son who is not only filial but also helps me solve my problems. And you? Your son, Lao Lu, is a traitor and a traitor. I should have killed Lao Lu, banished you to the cold palace, and even held your Qin family responsible. In the end, you didn't appreciate it, but instead went even further and bullied Concubine Ro. Do you really want to force me to kill Lao Lu before you are satisfied?" Concubine Qin dotes on the sixth prince extremely, which is also her weak spot. When she heard that Emperor Wu was going to kill the sixth prince, Concubine Qin was so frightened that her face turned pale and she begged bitterly, "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our relationship, spare me this time." Emperor Wu said coldly, "I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Pack your things and get out of Changle Palace immediately. Also, if you dare to cause trouble for Concubine Ro again, beware of Lao Lu's head." After saying that, Emperor Wu did not give Concubine Qin a chance to speak and turned around and left Changle Palace. Concubine Qin collapsed on the ground, crying her heart out. Wei Sun looked at Emperor Wu's departing back, looking distraught, muttering, "It seems that things in the harem have changed. Cry as much as you want. The ownership of Changle Palace is related to the life of the sixth prince." Concubine Qin did not dare to delay and packed her luggage and moved out of Changle Palace overnight. The next morning, Wei Sun personally came to Shuyangshuan, apologized, and begged Concubine Ro to return to Changle Palace. Concubine Ro could not resist Wei Sun's pleading, and returned to Changle Palace in a sedan chair. When she saw the familiar scene, she felt dizzy. "Chun Tao Chiu Yi, am I dreaming? Is Concubine Qin so kind that she would take the initiative to return Changle Palace? I am used to living here, and I can serve these flowers and plants." Concubine Ro was filled with joy and was extremely happy. The two maids, Chuantao and Chiuya, looked at each other, unable to hide their shock, and whispered, "Your Majesty, Concubine Qin must not be so kind. I'm afraid all this is the work of His Majesty the Ninth Prince." Concubine Ro was surprised, "Emperor." Chuantao and Chiuya did not dare to deceive their master, and hurriedly told Concubine Ro what Li Longlin said in front of Shuyangshuan Gate yesterday. After hearing this, Concubine Ro was surprised and delighted, with tears in her eyes. "My son, you have finally grown up." The other side. After Concubine Qin returned, she became angrier the more she thought about it, and sent someone to call the fourth prince Li Ji over. Compared with the sixth brother Li Xian, the fourth brother Li Ji is much more stable and better in all aspects. The fourth prince has many supporters in the court and is the main contender for the position of crown prince. There are rumors that the sixth brother was suppressed by the fourth brother in all aspects, and he was so angry that he was eager to prove himself and even started a rebellion. Li Ji hurried into the palace and saw Concubine Qin. "Your son greets you, mother. What urgent matter did you summon me to come here for?" Concubine Qin sighed. "What else could it be? Of course it's old Six." Li Ji's face turned pale. "Sixth brother is too stupid. Relying on 800 death warriors, he is plotting treason and rebellion. It is really treasonous. Logically speaking, the emperor should kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and shock the world." Concubine Qin was stunned. "Fourth brother. Sixth brother is your own brother. How could you be so heartless and want to kill him? Are you still a human being? Don't you have any brotherly love at all?" Li Ji said coldly, "One general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. Besides, if Lao Lu succeeds in his rebellion, will he spare my life?" Concubine Qin was speechless and looked at Li Ji in astonishment. She really couldn't understand why her two sons were more cold-blooded than the other. Li Ji's expression eased a little, and he said, "Mother, you don't have to worry too much. Since father didn't kill old Six, he still has a chance of survival. He is still useful, and when the right opportunity comes, I will find a way to rescue him." Concubine Qin nodded. "That's good." Li Ji bowed and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Concubine Qin hurriedly said, "Wait. There is one more thing. Be careful of Lao Jiao." Li Ji smiled coldly, his expression contemptuous. "Old Nine is a waste, what is there to worry about? I can crush him to death, just like crushing an ant." Li Longlin arrived at the Su mansion early in the morning. What he didn't expect was that all the women of the Su family gathered in the yard waiting for him. Old Lady Su was sitting on the armchair, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Luo Yuzhu stood on the left side, wearing a long green dress. Her face was as white as if carved from ice crystal, without any flaws. Her pair of watery eyes were full of charm. Su Fengling, dressed in armor and holding a silver spear, stood majestically on the right side of Old Lady Su, rubbing his hands together as if he was ready to bring an army to bear. Li Longlin curled his lips. "No matter what. I am also the son-in-law of the Su family, there is no need to be so ruthless." Su Fengling said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. You have already lost the bet with my sister-in-law. Today, I will take your dog head." Old Lady Su's face darkened. "Fengling, you girl, you are talking nonsense again. Don't say anything, let your sister-in-law speak." "Oh." Su Fengling felt aggrieved and shut up angrily. Luo Yuzhu stared at Li Longlin with her beautiful eyes. "The 3-day deadline has come. Where is the 200,000 taels of silver we agreed on? Li Longlin was a bachelor, so he smiled and replied, I don't have any money, but I have a life. Ah. Luo Yuzhu sighed and frowned, it's true. The emperor really has no intention of rebuilding the Su family army. After hearing these words, the women in the Su family all looked gloomy and were about to cry. In fact, they all hoped that Li Longlin was not bragging and that he could really get money from the emperor. After all, rebuilding the Su family army and restoring the Su family's former glory is the long-cherished wish of everyone in the Su family. Unfortunately, in the end, all their efforts were in vain and the Su family was extremely disappointed. Li Longlin looked at Luo Yuzhu and asked curiously, what are you going to do with me? Do you really want my head? Luo Yuzhu shook her head and said with a wry smile, at this point, what's the point of me having your head? Besides, although you are unreliable and like to brag, you still have a good heart. It's for the Su family after all. She didn't want to say anything more. She stretched out her delicate hand, took out a brocade box from behind her, handed it to Li Longlin and said, take it. Li Longlin opened the brocade box and found a thick stack of silver bills inside, totaling 50,000 taels. He looked suspicious, sister-in-law. What are you doing? Luo Yuzhu replied, in the past 3 days, I sold the Su family's shop and collected these 50,000 taels of silver. You can take it first. I also know that it will cost a lot of money to rebuild the new army. This amount of silver is far from enough. Don't worry. I'll find a way to get the remaining money. Even if the Imperial court doesn't pay, and we, the Su family, have to rely on ourselves, we must rebuild the Su family army, drive out the northern barbarians, recover the northern border, and restore our land. Old Lady Su nodded and said in a deep voice, Yuzhu has discussed this with me. 90% of the shops under the Su family's name have been sold. If it's not enough, we can sell the Su family mansion for money. In short, even if the Su family went bankrupt and the whole family was left alone on the streets. We must also rebuild the Su family army, drive out the barbarians, retake the northern border, and recover the great mountains and rivers of Daxia. Li Longlin was completely stunned. He didn't expect that in order to rebuild the Su family army, Luo Yuzhu actually sold most of the Su family's assets and raised 50,000 taels of silver. You know. 50,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. In such a huge dynasty like the Great Xia, how many people can come up with 50,000 taels of silver? The 6th prince only managed to collect 100,000 taels of silver in order to commit treason. What's more, the Su family is now on the decline. Luo Yuzhu is definitely giving her all when doing this. Old Lady Su is even more amazing. Just say you want to sell the house to raise money for Li Longlin's military pay. If the Su family's house is really sold, what will happen to the widows and orphans in the Su family? Are they really going to end up on the streets? In addition to shock, Li Longlin was more moved. Today, corrupt officials are rampant in the Imperial court of Daxia. The ministers all made a lot of money and became wealthy. Emperor Wu asked them to take out some silver as military pay, but they cried and screamed, and tried to commit suicide. They are not worthy of being compared with the loyal and brave members of the Su family, and are even inferior to the women of the Su family. Su Fengling was anxious, sister-in-law, grandma. Are you going to sell the Su family to raise money for Li Longlin? Why didn't you discuss this with me? Luo Yuzhu said, this is what grandma meant. She thinks you are not very reliable and is afraid that you will disagree and make things worse. Su Fengling was completely furious, are you afraid that I won't agree? Of course I won't agree. Luo Yuzhu looked at Su Fengling and persuaded her earnestly, little sister. This is the only chance to rebuild the Su family army. No matter how hard it is, we must rebuild the Su family army. Isn't it your wish to fight for your country? Su Fengling's eyes were red. Of course I hope to rebuild the Su family army. But you can't take so much money and give it to a loser like Li Longlin. Grandma said I'm unreliable. Is a loser like Li Longlin reliable? Didn't he keep saying that he could get 200,000 military pay from the emperor, and he still made a bet with you? What's the result? Didn't he lose yet? Not only did you not kill him, but you actually gave him money. Anyway, I don't agree. Su Fengling certainly wanted to rebuild the Su family army. But she really didn't trust Li Longlin. It's okay for old lady Su, after all, she is old and confused. I don't know what kind of magic potion Li Longlin gave her to gain her trust. What Su Fengling could not understand the most was that didn't her sister-in-law Luo Yuzhu look down on Li Longlin? Why did she suddenly turn against him and stand with Li Longlin? He even sold the Su family's properties and handed over all the belongings to Li Longlin. How is that possible? Su Fengling had a deep prejudice against Li Longlin and did not trust him from the bottom of her heart. Luo Yuzhu shook her head and said, "Little sister, you have a misunderstanding about the ninth prince. In fact, he is quite reliable, at least more reliable than you." Su Fengling was completely stunned, staring at Luo Yuzhu in astonishment. "Sister-in-law, are you crazy? He is obviously a useless prince who only knows how to brag. He obviously lost your bet." Luo Yuzhu sighed and said, "You don't know. Li Longlin did lose our bet. In fact, he only lost half, so it's a draw." Su Fengling was even more puzzled and curled her lips. "If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. How can you lose half?" Luo Yuzhu explained, "You still don't remember the bet between me and the ninth prince?" Su Fengling nodded and said, "Of course I remember. The ninth prince asked the emperor for 200,000 taels of military pay within 3 days. Luo Yuzhu shook her head and said, "No. You remembered it wrong. Our bet is that within 3 days, the emperor will collect 1 million taels of military pay and take out another 200,000 taels of silver to rebuild the Su family army." The ninth prince did not get the 200,000 taels of silver. He did lose the second half. But the emperor actually collected 1 million taels of military pay within 3 days. Su Fengling was shocked. "Really?" Luo Yuzhu nodded and said, "This is the news that just came out of the palace. It can't be wrong." Su Fengling was very excited. "Great. The 100,000 Imperial Guards are one of the most elite troops in Daxia. Once the military pay arrives, their morale will surely soar, and they will surely crush the northern barbarians and make them flee in terror. But what does this have to do with Chou Laojiu?" Luo Yuzhu stared at Li Longlin with her beautiful eyes and said, "It's a big deal. If I'm not mistaken, the person who helped the emperor to come up with strategies and collect military pay. He is far away in the sky, but he is right in front of us." Su Fengling looked at Li Longlin and was completely stunned. "Sister-in-law, you are not kidding. Is this person you are talking about Li Longlin?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone in the world knows that the ninth Prince Li Longlin is a useless person who has no knowledge, is lazy and stupid like a pig." Luo Yuzhu shook her head. "You don't understand. This is exactly the cleverness of the ninth prince. Over the years, he has been keeping a low profile in order to avoid disaster." Then, Luo Yuzhu looked at Li Longlin and said, "Your Highness, am I right?" Li Longlin put his hands behind his back, raised his head and smiled proudly. "Sister-in-law, you really have good vision, you are right. A phoenix roosts in a phoenix tree and doesn't sing for 3 years. But when it does, it's a surprise. A dragon hides in the abyss for 1,000 years, but it leaps up and travels across the world." In fact, Li Longlin was also shocked. The Imperial Guards collected 1 million taels of military pay and had it transported to the front lines by Zhang Beizheng. This was a top military secret, and even many court ministers were unaware of it. Luo Yuzhu has actually received the news. He also gave advice to his father, the emperor, to kill Wei Sun and collect enough military pay. There were only Emperor Wu and myself present, there was absolutely no third person. Even Wei Sun was kept in the dark. But Luo Yuzhu guessed that it was she who gave the idea to her father. This sister-in-law is not simple. No wonder, as a woman, she could manage the huge Su family in such an orderly manner. If it is said, Su Fengling's fighting skills are not inferior to any man, then Luo Yuzhu's intelligence is not inferior to those old villains who like to play power games in the court. All in all, Luo Yuzhu is an extremely smart woman. However, Li Longlin likes to associate with smart people. The other party will understand immediately what you want to say. It's better than dealing with Su Fengling, that tiger girl, who misunderstands me every day and wants to beat or kill me at any time. Not only is the body tired, the mind is even more tired. Li Longlin returned to the point and returned the brocade box to Luo Yuzhu. Sister-in-law, I can't take this 50,000 taels of silver. Luo Yuzhu frowned. Why? Do you think it's too little? But this 50,000 taels of silver is the limit of what I can take out. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way. Li Longlin shook his head and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I agree with everything you just said. But there is one thing I don't agree with. I didn't lose our bet. Since the Emperor has issued an imperial decree to appoint me as the general of the northern expedition and rebuild the Su family army, then the court should pay for it. How can we let the women and children of the Su family live frugally, sell their property, and pay for military training? You are slapping the Emperor in the face. Will father be happy if he knows? Hearing what Li Longlin said, all the women in the Su family were stunned. Luo Yuzhu frowned. Your Highness, I don't understand what you said. Li Longlin said arrogantly, it's very simple. I, the 9th prince, will pay for this amount of money alone. And it's not the agreed 200,000 taels, but 500,000 taels. 500,000 taels. This number made everyone stunned. You know. The salary of 100,000 imperial guards is only 1 million taels of silver. Would the Emperor be so generous as to take out a huge sum of 500,000 taels to rebuild the Su family army? What's more, it is well known that the court's finances are stretched to the limit. Where did the Emperor go to get so much silver? Luo Yuzhu's pretty face looked a little ugly, and she said unhappily, Your Highness, I'm telling you something serious. Li Longlin laughed, yeah, I'm not kidding you either. Luo Yuzhu looked at Li Longlin in astonishment, speechless for a moment. This 9th prince really likes to brag. No wonder Su Fengling had a prejudice against him and said that he was unreliable. 500,000 taels of silver, this is too much boast. Do you really think you are Su Fengling, and that you believed his lies after being fooled by him? Luo Yuzhu took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said, But, I remember it very clearly. Your Highness just said that the Emperor did not give any money. Is your Highness trying to tease me? Li Longlin said with a smirk, Sister-in-law, I will not tease you no matter who I am teasing. I said that the Emperor did not give me any silver. But the Emperor gave me something that can be exchanged for 500,000 taels of silver. One thing is worth 500,000 taels of silver. When the women of the Su family heard this, they were all shocked. What kind of rare treasure is this that is so valuable? Luo Yuzhu asked curiously, what could be worth 500,000 taels of silver? It can't be the Imperial seal. Li Longlin smiled slightly, took out the deed from his arms and handed it to Luo Yuzhu. It's the residence of the 6th prince. Everyone could not hide the disappointment on their faces. Su Fengling curled her lips and said, You are just bragging. A mansion can be sold for 500,000 taels of silver. Are you kidding me? Luo Yuzhu nodded gently, her beautiful eyes staring at Li Longlin. Your Highness, what you said is really an exaggeration. Regarding the real estate prices in the capital, I still have some say. The 6th prince's mansion is indeed large and magnificent, and its location is better than that of the Su family. But, the maximum I can sell it for is 50,000 taels of silver. Besides, there is no market for it, so it is not easy to cash it out in a short period of time. As for your saying that it is worth 500,000 taels of silver, that is simply a fantasy. Li Longlin smiled slightly, then do you dare to make another bet with me? If I sell the 6th prince's mansion for 500,000 taels of silver, what do you say? Luo Yuzhu was startled and said, The last bet has not yet been decided, and you want to bet again. I wonder what your Highness wants to bet on. Li Longlin smiled and said, If you lose, how about being my personal secretary? Personal secretary? Hearing the new term, everyone in the Su family was confused. Luo Yuzhu frowned and said, I understand personal assistant, but what is a secretary? Li Longlin scratched his head. A secretary is someone who does things for me, and feels like a maid. Su Fengling was immediately furious. She grabbed the silver spear and pointed it at Li Longlin's throat. You are looking for death. You want my sister-in-law to be your personal maid. Luo Yuzhu hurriedly reached out her hand to stop Su Fengling. Since it's a gamble, what if your Highness loses? Li Longlin shrugged. I'm a dead man with nothing to lose. If I lose, I'll just be your personal secretary. Su Fengling gritted her teeth in anger and said angrily, you are a loser. You can't read a fortune or fight. Who wants you to be their personal secretary? Pa. Luo Yuzhu nodded without hesitation and said, in that case, I'll take this bet. Su Fengling was stunned and could hardly believe her ears. Did my sister-in-law get kicked in the head by a donkey? How can he be more stupid than me? Li Longlin is obviously acting like a rogue. What's the point of betting with a scoundrel? Luo Yuzhu clenched her jade hands tightly and whispered, little sister, you don't understand. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I must rebuild the Su family army and avenge the loyal martyrs of the Su family. Even if you look down on the 9th prince, you must also admit that all the hopes of the Su family rest on him. Therefore, even if the chances of winning are slim, I have to gamble. Su Fengling was stunned, lowered his head, and was speechless for a moment. She could understand Luo Yuzhu's feelings. She also wanted to rebuild the Su family army and avenge her relatives who died on the battlefield. But, do we really have to believe Li Longlin, this boastful and dissolute prince, this shameless bastard? Su Fengling really couldn't convince herself. Luo Yuzhu looked at Li Longlin and said, no matter what, we all have the same goal, which is to raise money and rebuild the Su family army. Whatever you need me to do, I will do my best. Li Longlin glanced at Su Fengling and said, I do need my sister-in-law's help, but there are people here who are too noisy and always making trouble. Let's talk for a moment. Luo Yuzhu nodded, okay. Come with me. Su Fengling stamped her feet in anger, you make me so angry. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Li Longlin ignored Su Fengling and followed Luo Yuzhu to her boudoir. The room was not big, but it was very clean. The bedding was neatly folded and it exuded a faint fragrance, which was the unique body odor of a mature woman. Li Longlin sniffed and looked at Luo Yuzhu's figure. She is not as slender and graceful as a young girl, nor as heroic as Su Fengling, but rather she is as plump and attractive as a mature woman. Only an experienced flower lover knows the taste of this kind of beautiful woman. However, when Li Longlin saw Luo Yuzhu coming to the tablet and burning incense for her deceased husband, all his messy thoughts disappeared. Her husband died and she became a widow. I am still daydreaming, it's really too much. However, he is the son-in-law of the Su family and lives under the same roof with Luo Yuzhu. There is a long way to go and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Your Highness, please speak. What do you want me to do? After Luo Yuzhu offered incense, she poured a cup of tea for Li Longlin before asking. Li Longlin took a sip of tea and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, the Su family has guarded the northern border for generations and is a giant. In the court, they are also the best. The Su family is rich and powerful. You sold 90% of the shops, but only got 50,000 taels of silver. It's a bit too little. If I'm not mistaken. Is there someone taking advantage of the Su family's misfortune to rob them? Luo Yuzhu was startled and looked at Li Longlin in astonishment with her beautiful eyes. The 9th prince was so perceptive that he could guess that the situation of the Su family was not optimistic based on just a few clues. As expected, I was not mistaken. The 9th prince was definitely not an ordinary person. Luo Yuzhu's beautiful face was full of sorrow. Don't speak in secret in front of others. Since your highness has seen it, I will also make it clear. Now, the Su family is in big trouble, and it's a matter of life and death. These 50,000 taels of silver are all the property of the Su family. Li Longlin frowned. The Su family is so big, but they only have 50,000 taels of silver. A large family needs money to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and this little money can't last for a few days. What is going on? Why has the Su family's situation deteriorated to such an extent? A rotten boat still has 3 pounds of nails, and a lean camel is bigger than a horse. A wealthy family like the Su family has been passed down for hundreds of years and has experienced countless ups and downs. Logically, it should have a profound foundation and a strong ability to resist risks. Today, all the men in the Su family have died in the war, leaving only a lonely widow. Although it is difficult, I still persist. Only if there is a prodigal son in the family can the Su family's fortune be squandered in a short period of time. But the person who manages the Su family's business is Luo Yuzhu, who is obviously a smart person, not a prodigal. Li Longlin couldn't understand why Luo Yuzhu, with her wisdom, would let the Su family fall into such a situation. With only 50,000 taels of silver left, they could only fight to the death. Luo Yuzhu sighed softly. The Su family is indeed wealthy and powerful, and is not inferior to any wealthy family in Daxia. Even if there is only 50,000 taels of silver left, it is enough for us, a widow, to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. But, to be honest, these 50,000 taels of silver can only sustain the Su family for another 3 months. I really have no choice but to take a risk and give you these 50,000 taels to take a gamble. If the bet is won, the Su family's situation may improve. If I lose the bet, it can't be worse than the current situation. Li Longlin was shocked. Sister-in-law, what's going on? 50,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. It can only support the Su family for 3 months. It's just spending money like water. I am a well-known prodigal son in the capital. But it's quite difficult for me to spend 50,000 taels of silver in 3 months. Luo Yuzhu's eyes were red, and she whispered, in the battle in the north, all the loyal members of the Su family died in the battle, and the Su family army was almost wiped out, with only 1,000 remnants left. The heroes died for the country, but their widows and orphans are still here. Who will take care of them? Li Longlin frowned. The Su family soldiers died for the country. Their widows and orphans should be taken care of by the court and given pensions. Luo Yuzhu shook her head. Pension? Then you can ask those widows yourself, whether their husbands have received even a tael of silver from the court after they died in battle. Li Longlin's face changed drastically, and he said in shock, impossible. As far as I know, my father attaches great importance to the pension issue and even issued an imperial decree. Luo Yuzhu smiled bitterly. There are many things in the court that cannot be solved by the emperor's edict. Li Longlin felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Emperor Wu's decree was issued, and the silver for the pension was certainly allocated. But in fact, the widows did not get a single ounce of silver. There must be something wrong in the middle link. The biggest possibility is that the pension was embezzled by the ministers. What a courage! Who on earth is so lawless that he dares to embezzle the pensions of soldiers who died in battle? Li Longlin's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. Luo Yuzhu shook her head. This is a serious matter. I don't know the specific circumstances. In addition, the barbarians are heading south, and the war in the north is tense. The emperor has no intention of checking such a trivial matter as pensions. However, the pensions have not been paid yet, and the families of the soldiers are waiting for food to be served. One day late, and they will be hungry for a day. No matter what, these soldiers are from the Su family army. How can I just sit there and do nothing? Moreover, all the soldiers sacrificed their lives for their country. They are all heroes. I don't want their widows to resent the emperor because of these pensions. Li Longlin was shocked and said in astonishment, Sister-in-law. Could it be that during this period, the Su family has been distributing pensions to the families of soldiers who died in battle in the name of the court? Luo Yuzhu nodded gently. This is also what the old lady meant. However, I don't know and am still kept in the dark. Li Longlin's nose felt sore and tears welled up in his eyes. What is a loyal minister? The Su family is a loyal family. Even though all the men in the Su family died for the country, the women of the Su family still stood up and provided pensions to the widows and orphans so that they could at least have something to eat and not starve or live on the streets. What moved Li Longlin even more was the Su family can use their own name to gain fame among the people by distributing pensions. What's the result? In order to quell public grievances, the Su family has been paying pensions out of their own pockets in the name of the imperial court. If the Su family hadn't done this, the people have long been filled with resentment and have been making great commotion. Even the army will mutiny. It is a time of turmoil. If there is a problem within Daxia, the barbarians will surely march straight in and destroy Daxia, annihilate the country and the race, and devastate the mountains and rivers, with all the people suffering. Nowadays, Daxia can still barely stabilize the situation, and the Su family has made an indelible contribution. Luo Yuzhu and old lady Su are both so great and noble. But what follows is deep worry. What the Su family did was actually drinking poison to quench thirst and forcibly prolonging the life of Xia. The wealth that the Su family had accumulated through hundreds of years of hard work has now been exhausted in order to pay out the pensions. What should I do next? Li Longlin took a deep breath and bowed to Luo Yuzhu. Sister-in-law, I thank you on behalf of my father for everything you have done for the court. I already understand the situation of the Su family. 90% of the Su family's shops were sold for only 50,000 taels of silver. Someone knew that the Su family was in urgent need of money, so they took advantage of the situation and deliberately lowered the price. Luo Yuzhu nodded, hatred showing on her pretty face. That's right. Li Longlin asked coldly, who is it? Luo Yuzhu gritted her teeth and said, who else could it be? Of course it's the 8 major trading companies in the capital. Li Longlin was startled and said angrily, 8 major trading companies. The Su family is a noble family after all. How dare a mere merchant lower the price of the Su family? Xia was divided into 4 classes: scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. Merchants were of low status, had a very low social status and were looked down upon by others. A group of businessmen dared to take advantage of the Su family. Don't want to die. Luo Yuzhu glanced at Li Longlin and said, Your Highness, you have been living a life of luxury in the palace and don't know much about the affairs of the common people. Behind these 8 major trading companies are actually 8 princes. If they hadn't taken advantage of others and made huge profits, where would the 6th prince get the money to rebel? As for the other princes, they also used these businesses to make money through lending and hoarding goods. I don't know how much of the people's wealth they have plundered. It's your highness instead. Although you are a waste, compared to your 8 brothers, you are as clean as a newborn baby. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust you and hand over all the Su family's belongings to you. A clean waste. Li Longlin feels very excited. No matter how you listen to this, it doesn't sound like he is praising himself. No matter what, I have to behave well in front of my sister-in-law and change her deep-rooted bad impression of me. I see. Since I am already the son-in-law of the Su family's affairs are my affairs. Sister-in-law, tell the old lady not to worry, leave the Su family's affairs to me. Li Longlin patted his chest and made the promise. Luo Yuzhu was confused and stared at Li Longlin blankly. Is this 9th prince really stupid? I spent a lot of time talking to him, but he seemed not to understand at all. Today, the Su family is in a desperate situation. The amount of silver needed is really too much, at least 1 million taels. Even if the emperor came, a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. What's more, Li Longlin is just a useless prince with only a title of General Zhengbei and no real power at all. Li Longlin smiled, Sister-in-law, call the shopkeepers of the 8 major shops and tell them that the Su family has a mansion for sale. From now on, just watch my performance quietly. Luo Yuzhu had no choice but to do as he was told. Night falls. When the shop owners of the 8 major shops in the capital heard the news, they rushed to the Su family like sharks smelling blood. Luo Yuzhu had prepared a banquet, but there were only a few glasses of wine, which was extremely shabby. The shopkeepers were all shrewd people. When they saw this scene, they not only did not feel neglected, but were secretly happy. The Su family is really at the end of their rope. They even want to sell off their ancestral home. The Su family has produced many generals, which shows that the feng shui of this ancestral home is excellent. Don't fight with me for it. Everyone knows that the Su family has a good feng shui. We all rely on our own abilities, and the one with the highest bid wins. Without waiting for Luo Yuzhu to speak, the shopkeepers treated the Su family like lambs, wishing to eat them alive. The 9th prince has arrived. Hearing the voice, everyone turned around and saw Li Longlin making a stunning appearance in the imperially bestowed Qilin robe. Ah! It's the 9th prince. I pay my respects to His Majesty the 9th prince. The shopkeepers immediately bowed and saluted, appearing to be very respectful. After all, Li Longlin is a prince and has a high status. And these shopkeepers, no matter how rich they are still merchants of low status. The difference in status between the two sides is insurmountable. But deep down, the shopkeepers were extremely disdainful of Li Longlin and looked down on him. The ninth prince is a waste, why is he so proud? Compared with his master, the ninth prince is nothing. Luo Yuzhu hurriedly went to greet him and said, "Welcome, your highness the ninth prince. I have called all the shopkeepers of the 8 major shops as you ordered." Li Longlin nodded, glanced at the shopkeepers and asked, "Did you bring enough banknotes?" The shopkeepers all laughed and said, "Ninth prince, don't underestimate our 8 shops. Not to mention the Su family's ancestral home, if we join forces, we can buy half of the capital. In short, money is not a problem." When Su Fengling heard that Li Longlin was going to sell her ancestral home, her blood boiled and she lost her mind. She shouted, "Traitor, what right do you have to sell my Su family property? I will kill you." Li Longlin had a headache. He was so busy discussing with Luo Yuzhu and old Madame Su that he completely forgot about that silly girl Su Fengling. Now that she has misunderstood me, I'm afraid she will start shouting and killing again. If I scare the shopkeepers away, all my efforts will be wasted. Li Longlin was in a hurry and took the initiative, shouting angrily, "Men are talking about business. Why do you care about women? Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, be careful of my family law." Su Fengling was completely furious, pointing at Li Longlin's nose and yelling, "I am the Su family's legitimate daughter, you want to sell my Su family's ancestral home, do you think I should care about my business? I kill you." Su Fengling didn't say anything, picked up the silver spear, and stabbed towards Li Longlin. When the shopkeepers saw this scene, they were all terrified and their faces turned pale. This Su Fengling is indeed a Hedong lion, with such an explosive temper. Fortunately, my master did not agree to the emperor's marriage proposal. If the princes were bewitched and married this tigress, not only would they suffer, but their servants would also be implicated. Why? The ninth prince is so miserable. They all closed their eyes and mourned for Li Longlin in their hearts. Swish. Li Longlin was not in a hurry. He took out the 6th prince's title deed from his arms and unfolded it in public. "Su Fengling, open your eyes and see clearly. I am selling the 6th prince's mansion in the name of my father. What the hell does this have to do with you?" The silver spear in Su Fengling's hand flashed coldly, and was about to pierce Li Longlin's throat. Suddenly, he heard that what Li Longlin was selling was not the Su family's ancestral home, but the residence of the 6th prince, and the spear stopped abruptly. She looked carefully and saw that it was clearly written on the deed that it was indeed the residence of the 6th prince. "It's broken. I made a mistake." Su Fengling maintained his assassinating posture, like a stone statue, unable to advance or retreat. The atmosphere was completely awkward. Luo Yuzhu gently scolded Su Fengling, "Little sister, you are too impulsive." Old Lady Su was furious, Girl. You are so impatient, what can I say to you?" Su Fengling's cheeks were burning as if on fire, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "It was indeed my fault this time. I didn't understand the situation clearly and was blinded by anger. If it was the same as the previous times, with only our family members around, it would be fine. But the shop owners of the 8 major shops in the capital were all watching helplessly. They are all well-known figures and are extremely well-informed. Tomorrow morning, the misunderstanding he had caused would spread throughout the capital. Not only his own face would be lost, but also the Su family's face would be humiliated. How can I live like this? Su Fengling had an urge to die. Just at this moment, Li Longlin smiled slyly, suddenly clapped his hands, and shouted loudly, "Good! Good!" Su Fengling was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. "You caused me to become socially dead, and you're still gloating over my misfortune. Believe it or not, I really shot you to death." The shopkeepers were also confused and looked at Li Longlin in astonishment. This 9th prince is really a master at courting death. Do you dare to mess with a tigress like Su Fengling? She was irritated, but she could really kill someone. Li Longlin said calmly, "Daxia was founded on military power, and martial spirit prevails. I just noticed that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so I asked the princess to dance with a spear to liven up the atmosphere. I hope everyone is not scared. Dancing with guns to liven up the atmosphere. The shopkeepers are not fools and they don't believe it at all." However, since Li Longlin said so, they had to give face to the prince. They applauded and praised him. The princess is indeed a heroine, no less heroic than any man. That shot just now was so murderous, it was just like the real thing. Yes, at that moment, I felt as if I was on a battlefield, facing thousands of soldiers and horses, and cold sweat broke out all over my body. No wonder the princess was able to put down the sixth prince's rebellion. She is truly invincible. Su Fengling felt embarrassed by the compliment and her pretty face turned even redder. She looked at Li Longlin deeply, feeling very grateful. Unexpectedly. At the critical moment, it was Li Longlin who helped him out. He doesn't seem to be as bad as I imagined. Li Longlin put his hands on his waist, with a domineering look on his face, and shouted, "I asked you to wield a gun, why are you standing there?" Su Fengling was so angry that her nose was about to be crooked. The slight good impression she had towards Li Longlin disappeared in an instant. Swish swish swish. Su Fengling moved around, dancing the silver spear in his hand tightly, pouring all his murderous intent towards Li Longlin into the dance of the spear. A moment later. After the gun dance ended, Su Fengling stood with his gun in his hand, his chest heaving violently, his pair of phoenix eyes staring at Li Longlin. Li Longlin was unmoved. "Are you done dancing?" Su Fengling nodded. Li Longlin scolded, "Why don't you get off after you finish dancing? Are you standing there like a stake? Go and watch the gate, don't delay me from discussing business with the shopkeepers." "You." Su Fengling stamped her feet in anger, gritting her teeth and saying, "Li Longlin, you have guts. Don't let me find a chance, or I will never let you go." In the end, Su Fengling still stood in front of the gate, clutching the spear, with a stern face like the door god, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. "There's nothing I can do. Who is to blame? Family disgrace should not be made public." The shop owners of the 8 major shops were watching from the side, and he always had to consider the Su family's reputation. When the shopkeepers saw that Su Fengling, the tigress, was trained by Li Longlin into a docile kitten, they were shocked and began to flatter her. "Your Highness, your skill in controlling women is truly astonishing. Your Highness has tamed a fierce horse like Su Fengling. I really admire you. If your Highness is willing to teach me, I would really like to learn a few moves from you." Li Longlin waved his hand and said with a smile, "It seems that we are all of the same mind, so let's talk. However, let's talk about business. Who of you is willing to bid for the 6th prince's mansion?" When the shopkeepers heard this, they were all dumbfounded. "Your Highness, aren't you selling the Su family's ancestral home?" "Yes, we all came here because we heard that the Su family's ancestral home was going to be sold." "You are a prince, you can't go back on your word." These shopkeepers are not easy to deal with. They accused Li Longlin of being dishonest in their words and deeds. Li Longlin smiled coldly. "I asked my sister-in-law to spread the news that the mansion was for sale, but I didn't say that it was the Su family's ancestral home that was for sale. You just took it for granted, don't blame me." The shopkeepers were speechless after hearing this. It was mainly because Li Longlin was too insidious and asked Luo Yuzhu to leak the news, which led to their misunderstanding. "Well then. Since we are already here, let's just make the best of it." A shopkeeper spoke first. "If it is the Su family's ancestral home, I am willing to pay 40,000 to 50,000 taels of silver. Since it is the residence of the 6th prince, I will pay 10,000 taels of silver." Another shopkeeper raised his hand. "Since His Majesty the 9th prince is selling the house under the order of the emperor, I have to give him some face. I will offer 11,000 taels." Other shopkeepers also started bidding. At first the price increase was 1,000 taels, then it became 500 taels, and finally 100 taels. After shouting for a long time, the price rose to 15,000 taels, and then there was complete silence and no one continued to bid. 15,000 taels. That's too little. Luo Yuzhu's brows were tightly knitted together, and her expression looked extremely ugly. She knew that the shopkeepers of the 8 major trading companies would work together to lower the price, but she didn't expect that these people would go so far as to lower the price to this extent. "It's fine if you bully the lonely people in my Su family. Don't you even take the 9th prince seriously? It's really too much." Luo Yuzhu suppressed her anger and said, "My dear shopkeepers. The 6th prince's mansion is in an excellent location and position. The pavilions, terraces, eaves and arches in the mansion are extremely luxurious. Even if it is not as good as the Forbidden City, it is not far behind. It's worth at least 50,000 taels of silver. You are only willing to pay 15,000 taels of silver, which is really too much. The 8 shopkeepers sneered when they heard this. Manager Luo, you are also a businessman, let's make it clear. Under normal circumstances, the 6th prince's mansion cannot be purchased with 50,000 taels of silver, or even 100,000 taels. But you also know that this is the usual price. What time is it now? The barbarian army is almost reaching the capital. Don't you even open your eyes and see how many people are fleeing the capital with their families every day? And how many people are selling their properties in the market? We are willing to pay 15,000 taels of silver, not because of the 9th prince's face, but because of the imperial edict in his hand. It is to give face to the emperor. Otherwise, the mansion is worthless. The 6th prince's plot to rebel failed and he was thrown into prison. This shows that the feng shui of that house is not good. It is a very unlucky place. Whoever touches it will be unlucky. You all don't know. Today, the 9th prince raided the house and turned it upside down, leaving nothing behind. He even took away the Taihu rocks at the bottom of the pond. The more Luo Yuzhu listened, the more disappointed she felt. These shopkeepers have the support of princes and are extremely well informed. It is too difficult to fool them by taking advantage of the information gap. Why? Li Longlin made a boast, saying that he wanted them to pay 500,000 taels of silver to buy the 6th prince's mansion. This is indeed a foolish dream. Not to mention the sky-high price of 500,000 taels. Even if it was 50,000 taels, they were unwilling to pay. The maximum amount is 15,000 taels of silver. Although a small amount of money is still meat, 15,000 taels of silver is an unimaginable amount of money for ordinary people. But Li Longlin's goal is to rebuild the Su family army. This amount of money is far from enough. Oh. Li Longlin raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You are all well informed. Is eunuch Wei so capable? He even took away the Taihu stones. But, the price of 15,000 taels is really too low. To be honest, no matter how stingy Wei Sun was, he wouldn't let go of even a piece of Taihu stone. But this time, he was cheated out of at least 600,000 taels of silver, and his heart was bleeding. In order to make up for the losses as much as possible, Wei Sun even planned to dismantle and move away the golden Nanma beams, let alone the Taihu stones, if he was not afraid of the house collapsing. The barbarians moved southward, and the capital was in chaos. Real estate such as shops and houses were experiencing a sharp drop in price. In addition, Wei Sun confiscated the house and took away everything, leaving not much profit. To be fair, the price of this house is at most 20,000 taels. A shopkeeper asked, "9th prince, how much silver do you want?" Li Longlin stretched out a hand and waved it in front of the shopkeepers. "This is the number. 50,000 taels. This price is not good. I could do it before, but now I really can't get it off. Your Highness, 50,000 taels is too much." The shopkeepers all shook their heads. Li Longlin snorted coldly, 50,000 taels. What are you dreaming about? I'm talking about 500,000 taels of silver, not even a tael less. 500,000 taels. Upon hearing this sky-high price, the 8 shopkeepers were all stunned. Such a worthless house is actually being sold at this price. The 9th prince must have gone crazy because of poverty. A shopkeeper said angrily, "9th prince, you are robbing." Li Longlin smiled and said, "That's wrong. It's faster than robbery. Your Highness the 9th prince has no sincerity at all. This deal is over." Humph. I wanted to help the Su family, but my kindness was taken for granted. Your Highness, shopkeeper Luo, goodbye. Of course, the shopkeepers would not allow themselves to be bullied, so they stood up and prepared to leave. Li Longlin smiled coldly and said to Su Fengling, "Guard the gate." I said, 500,000 taels of silver, not a tael less. Otherwise, no one can leave the Su family. Su Fengling's pretty face turned red when she heard this. Let yourself guard the gate. Does Li Longlin really think of himself as a watchdog? Although Su Fengling was angry, she also knew that the matter was of great importance. If she let these shopkeepers leave, the reconstruction of the Su family army would be completely ruined. This concerns the future and destiny of the Su family, and we cannot be careless at all. Immediately, Su Fengling braced herself, holding her spear in her hand, standing proudly like a female Rakshasa, blocking the door tightly, and said murderously, "Whoever dares to leave will be killed without mercy." The shopkeepers suddenly stopped and looked afraid. They have extremely strong backing and don't believe that Li Longlin would really dare to kill them. The problem is Su Fengling. This crazy woman, when she gets mad, she even dares to kill the 9th prince. If I force my way in, I might anger Su Fengling and she might shoot me with a transparent hole, and I would lose my life in vain. That would be too unprofitable. Luo Yuzhu stared at Li Longlin with her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with shock. It turned out that Li Longlin asked Su Fengling to guard the gate not to humiliate her in public, but because it had a deeper meaning. Could it be? Su Fengling's anger just now was also intentional by Li Longlin. Was it part of his plan? If so, the 9th prince is so meticulous and thoughtful that it is truly terrifying. But Luo Yuzhu still didn't understand. If Li Longlin stopped the shopkeepers and didn't allow them to leave, would they obediently take out 500,000 taels of silver? This is impossible. In fact, it was just as Luo Yuzhu expected. When the shopkeepers saw that Su Fengling was guarding the door and would not let them leave, they simply returned to their seats and did not leave. 9th prince, let's just wait and see. We are the prince's people, and we don't believe you dare to do anything to us. To tell you the truth, we left someone outside. Seeing that the situation was not good, we have already sent a message to the princes. Tomorrow morning, your actions will be known throughout the capital. When the emperor is furious, you will be in big trouble. The shopkeepers felt fearless and turned around to threaten Li Longlin. Li Longlin smiled slightly. It's been a long night. Everyone has come here with great difficulty, I really don't want to leave. Come on, let's drink. Li Longlin was the first to pick up the wine glass, raised his head and drank it all in one gulp, without any panic on his face. Everyone looked confused. What exactly is the 9th prince up to? Never mind. When the other princes learn that I am trapped, they will definitely find a way to rescue me. If the matter is brought to the attention of Emperor Wu, Li Longlin will be severely punished. The shopkeepers calmed down and began to toast each other, waiting quietly. The residence of the 4th prince. Li Ji leaned on the bed, holding the news that had just come from the palace in his hand, with a sneer on his lips. The crown princess Du had red lips and white teeth, picturesque eyes and eyebrows, was draped in a light gauze, and had a graceful figure. She was kneeling in front of Li Ji, gently massaging his legs. Your Highness. Madame Du asked softly, why are you laughing? Li Ji sneered, I laugh at Wei Sun. He was obviously confiscating property, but not only did he not get anything, he even lost 600,000 taels of silver. Tell me, how can there be such a stupid person in the world? Li Ji told Mrs. Du about how Wei Sun was blackmailed. After hearing this, Madame Du did not laugh, but asked, Your Highness, I don't quite understand. Eunuch Wei paying money is extremely shameful, and not many people know about it. Who leaked the secret and made it known to everyone? Li Ji looked at Mrs. Du deeply. The 4th prince's wife is worthy of being the daughter of the Prime Minister Du Wenyuan. She is not only beautiful but also intelligent, and a good wife. Therefore, whenever Li Ji encountered any problems, he liked to discuss them with Du. Li Ji thought about it and shook his head, I don't know. Mrs. Du said, I guess it was Eunuch Wei himself. Li Ji was stunned, why would Eunuch Wei let everyone in the world know about his scandal? Mrs. Du's beautiful eyes flickered, in the eyes of others, this is a shameful thing. But in the eyes of Wei Sun, this is indeed a merit. Wei Sun wants everyone in the world to know that it was he, Wei Sun, who paid for the military pay for the expedition against the northern barbarians. Wait until Zhang Beizheng wins the battle and defeats the barbarians. He can also take this opportunity to ask the emperor for credit. This is the brilliance of Wei Sun. It is clearly a shameful thing, but he can use it to his advantage and gain the emperor's favor. Li Ji was stunned, my beloved, what you said makes sense. It seems that Wei Sun is not stupid, but an extremely shrewd person. No wonder he is so powerful. Madame Du smiled and said, Your Highness, you don't have to worry too much about Wei Sun. Although he is smart, he loves money like his life. As long as your highness gives him enough benefits, he can be won over and used for your own benefit. As for the court officials, with my father here, there won't be any problem. It's just that it takes a lot of money to take care of it. Li Ji frowned, somewhat displeased. Your father swallowed up all the compensation from the Su family army, isn't that enough? And you're asking me for money? I can't turn stone into gold, so I can give you as much silver as you want. Mrs. Du hurriedly said, Your Highness, you also know that my father is not a greedy person. But the sixth prince is your brother. He rebelled and implicated you. You don't know that some imperial censors are trying to impeach you, saying that you are an accomplice. Father spent a lot of money to suppress this matter. Li Ji was furious. I have long severed my friendship with a fool like Lao Lu and will never have any contact with him again. His rebellion has nothing to do with me. Those imperial censors are just idle. When I ascend the throne and become emperor, I will kill them all. Mrs. Du's eyes were filled with tears. Your Highness, calm down. Li Ji suppressed his anger and said softly, My beloved, I am not blaming you. Thank your father for this matter. As for the silver, I will find a way. Having said that, Li Ji was in a dilemma. These days of chaos and turmoil, making money is not an easy thing. Even my father was so worried about 1,000,000 taels of silver, let alone me, the prince. At this time, someone reported, Fourth prince, it's bad. The ninth princely Longlin has placed the shopkeepers of the 8 major shops under house arrest in the Su family. He forced them to pay 500,000 taels of silver to buy the sixth prince's house. Please think of a solution. Li Ji was already angry, and he suddenly laughed in anger. What a jerk. He is so lawless and dares to mess with Tai Sui. It just so happens that my mother asked me to deal with him. I didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. Li Ji put on his clothes and said, I will go to the palace and report to my father to punish Lao Jiu. Madame Du hurriedly stopped Li Ji and said, Your Highness, please be patient. Don't you think this is unusual? Is the ninth prince crazy? How dare he ask for 500,000 taels of silver from a ruined house that was confiscated? Li Ji sneered, I grew up with Lao Jiu and I know his character very well. He is not crazy, but stupid. He is the biggest fool in the world. Mrs. Du reminded, but this fool quelled the rebellion of the sixth prince, and was commended by his father. He was appointed as the general of the northern expedition and obtained military power. Mother also reminded you to be careful of old Nine. Li Ji was stunned. Yes. Lao Jiu's recent actions don't seem like those of a fool. Could it be that he is really hiding his strength and biding his time? Impossible. Even if Lao Jiu keeps pretending to be stupid in front of him and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, there's no way that Lao Lu's house could be worth 500,000 taels. Lao Jiu's behavior was extremely unreasonable. Mrs. Du thought for a moment and said, if something is not normal, there must be something wrong. Since the ninth prince is not a fool, why did he risk the world's condemnation, detain the shopkeepers of the 8 major trading companies, and demand 500,000 taels of silver from them? Perhaps, the ninth prince received some news. In fact, I have never understood why the amount of money confiscated by eunuch Wei was as high as 1,000,000 taels. Is there no connection between the two? After Du's reminder, Li Ji suddenly remembered something. I heard a rumor. The sixth son signed and sealed his name, admitting in front of the emperor that he was plotting treason and rebellion, and prepared 1,000,000 taels of silver as military pay. This 1,000,000 taels of silver must be hidden in a secret room in the house. However, eunuch Wei only found 100,000 taels of silver, so he has to pay the rest out of his own pocket. Mrs. Du also understood and exclaimed, that means there is another 900,000 taels of silver hidden somewhere in the sixth prince's mansion. Li Ji was very excited. He paced back and forth, muttering, yes. It must be like this. It was because Lao Jiu heard this news that he dared to ask for an exorbitant price. Lao Lu's mansion is not worthless, but is worth at least 900,000 taels of silver. He only wants 500,000 taels of silver. That is to say, if I buy Lao Lu's house and find the silver he hid, I can make a fortune. Money can move people's hearts, and Li Ji needed money to build relationships at all levels. There was no way he would miss this great opportunity to make money. Go. Bring all the banknotes here. I'll go to the Su family in person. We must buy the sixth prince's house before the other princes do. Li Ji was impatient and gave instructions to Du. Although Du was a woman, she was calmer than Li Ji. Your Highness, please don't be anxious. I have another question. Since Lao Jiu knew that Lao Lu had hidden the silver in his house, why didn't he go and look for it himself? This is indeed a huge loophole. If you can't explain it, that means this is most likely a conspiracy. Li Ji was slightly startled, then he laughed. Isn't this obvious? The place where Lao Lu hid the silver must be extremely secret, so Wei Sun couldn't find it. Since Wei Sun can't find it, it's impossible for Lao Jiu to find it in a short time. But Lao Jiu wants to build a new army and needs money urgently, but there is no time left. I'm different. As long as I buy the mansion, I can take my time looking for it. I just don't believe that even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we won't be able to find the silver that Lao Lu hid. Even if we really can't find him, it doesn't matter. After all, Lao Lu is not dead and is still imprisoned in the Imperial prison. Once my father's anger has subsided and the storm has passed, I will go find Lao Lu and force him to tell me the whereabouts of the silver. I am his biological brother from the same father and mother. I just don't believe him. After listening to this, Mrs. Du felt that this explanation was reasonable. However, she always felt that something was strange and not quite right. Your Highness, 500,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. Otherwise, you can discuss it with my father and listen to his opinion. Du suggested. Li Ji immediately exploded and said angrily, let's discuss this and that. I will be the emperor in the future, why should I listen to your father in everything? Who will be the emperor in the future, me or your father? Mrs. Du was startled and quickly knelt on the ground. That's not what I meant, I just wanted to be safe. Li Ji snorted coldly, if other princes get there first, it will be a big loss. Anyway, don't tell your father about this matter. I will make the decision myself. In fact, there was another important reason why Li Ji did not want to tell Du Wenyuan about this matter. When it comes to making money, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Given Du Wenyuan's insatiable character, if he knew, he would definitely find ways to get a piece of the pie. You wish. Du couldn't persuade Li Ji, so she had to take the silver note. Without saying a word, Li Ji took the banknote and immediately rushed to the Su family in a carriage. When we arrived at the Su's house, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Inside the yard, the shopkeepers had been waiting anxiously for a long time, and were distracted and had no appetite for drinking. Only Li Longlin was alone, drinking by himself, showing no sign of panic at all. When the shopkeepers saw Li Ji, they were all filled with tears and were extremely excited, as if they had seen a savior. In particular, Li Ji's subordinate Qian, the shopkeeper, hurried forward and said in a trembling voice, "Fourth prince, you are finally here. We are saved." The 9th prince doesn't follow the rules and insists on forced purchases. Other shopkeepers also spoke up and complained to Li Ji. The 6th prince's house is worth at most more than 10,000 taels of silver. The 9th prince wants 500,000 taels of silver. Such a huge extortion. Li Ji waved his hand and said, "You guys step back for now, leave this to me." The shopkeepers were secretly delighted and looked at Li Longlin with a gloating look. 9th prince, let you go crazy. The 4th prince is here, and you're in for a treat. You must know that the 4th prince has great power in the court. The current Prime Minister Du Wenyuan is his father-in-law, and the vast majority of the upright ministers also stand on the side of the 4th prince. You are a useless 9th prince, why do you think you can fight with the 4th prince? It's broken. It's broken. When Luo Yuzhu saw the 4th prince, she panicked for a moment. Among the 8 princes, why did the 4th prince, Li Ji, arrive first? Li Ji is Li Xian's biological brother from the same mother. Li Longlin and the Su family joined forces to suppress the rebellion and put Lao Lu in jail. You can imagine how much Li Ji hated Li Longlin. Unfortunately, Li Ji was extremely powerful in the court. If he took advantage of the situation and got all the ministers to impeach him, Li Longlin would be badly injured if he didn't die. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely tense. Only Li Longlin sat in his original position, did not stand up to greet him, and said with a smile, "Fourth brother, you are late, you should drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment." Everyone was shocked. Is the 9th prince crazy? Can't he see that the 4th prince is here to call him to task? He didn't stand up to greet him, which was against etiquette, and he even made the 4th prince drink a penalty. This is so audacious and outrageous. When Li Ji heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. If it were any other time, if Lao Jiu dared to be so arrogant, he would have slapped him in the face. There is a distinction between the superior and the inferior, and an order of seniority. Don't understand. You are a nobody, why are you so arrogant in front of me? But today is different. In Li Ji's eyes, Li Longlin holds a trump card and has nothing to fear. What's the trump card? Of course, there is really a lot of wealth hidden in Lao Lu's house. And Li Longlin, following the order of his father, can decide the ownership of the 1 million taels of silver. Whether he would make a fortune or be disappointed all depended on Li Longlin's thoughts. Today, I'll let you be arrogant for once. Once I get the money, I'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with you. One day, when I become the emperor, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Although Li Ji was angry, he still managed a smile on his face and took the initiative to pick up the wine glass. Ha. I didn't know that my 9th brother was hosting a banquet today. Otherwise, I would have come a long time ago. In this case, I will punish myself by drinking 3 glasses of wine. In full view of everyone, Li Ji picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? I thought the 9th prince had been kicked in the head by a donkey. I didn't expect it to be the 4th prince. The 9th prince has gone too far and openly humiliated him. How could he still endure it? It's really unimaginable. What is even more unimaginable is that after Li Ji drank the penalty drink, he took the initiative to sit next to Li Longlin, with his arms around his shoulders, looking very intimate. What the hell? Everyone doubted their own eyes. The 9th prince harmed the 6th prince so badly. As the biological brother, the 4th prince did not stand up for the 6th prince, but instead tried to get close to the 9th prince, his enemy. I am not dreaming, am I? Li Longlin smiled and said, "4th brother, you usually don't respond to me. I'm not used to your sudden enthusiasm. If you have anything to say, just say it." Li Ji was afraid that the night would be too long and he went straight to the point. I heard that you followed the order of the emperor and sold the house of the 6th son. The price is 500,000 taels. Li Longlin nodded, yes. 500,000 taels of silver, not a tael less. Good. Li Ji gritted his teeth, took out a stack of banknotes from his arms, put them on the table and said, "This is 500,000 taels of banknotes. I want Lao Lu's house." Ah. 500,000 taels for a house. One dares to sell, the other dares to buy. Everyone present saw this incredible scene and felt that either they were crazy or the world was crazy. Shopkeeper Qian was stunned and tried to persuade him, "4th prince, didn't I make it clear just now? That house is only worth more than 10,000 taels of silver. If you really pay 500,000 taels of silver for it, you will lose a lot on this deal." Li Ji kicked Qian the shopkeeper over and angrily yelled, "You know nothing. The master is doing the job, and it's your turn as a servant to complain." At this moment, including shopkeeper Qian, all the other shopkeepers lowered their heads and remained silent. The Su family members stared at the large stack of banknotes on the table with their eyes shining. Luo Yuzhu, in particular, was extremely excited. Although I don't know what happened. But the 4th prince actually took out a huge sum of 500,000 taels. With this money, not only will the Su family army have a pension, but there will also be money to rebuild the Su family army. The Su family is saved. However, Li Longlin remained unmoved. He looked at the banknotes on the table and frowned, "4th brother, this is not good, right?" Li Ji was stunned, "Not good? What's wrong with that? Didn't you offer 500,000 taels? What? Do you want to go back on your word and not sell it?" Li Longlin smiled and said, "That's not the case. I just think that since 4th brother is here, the other brothers must be on their way and will arrive soon. What if they also like 6th brother's house? Why don't you be more patient, 4th brother? Wait until the other brothers arrive, and then we'll win by the highest bidder, that's fair. If I sell it directly to the fourth brother, I'm afraid the other brothers will be unhappy. Is what fourth brother said right? Li Ji's face looked extremely ugly. This is what he is afraid of. When other princes come, they will definitely compete with me and raise the price. If I buy it for 500,000 taels of silver, I can make at least 400,000 taels. If the price is too high, the money you can earn will become less and less, and then it will not be cost-effective. Li Ji took a deep breath and said, "Ninth brother, what you said makes sense. But, it's late at night. I'm afraid the other princes won't come." Li Longlin said calmly, "That's not necessarily true. Otherwise, let's wait a little longer." Li Ji was extremely anxious and could only play the emotional card. "Ninth brother, when we were little, I took you to dig out bird nests. Have you forgotten?" Li Longlin smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, of course I didn't forget. It was my fourth brother who robbed the bird's nest. When father found out, he falsely accused me and I got a beating from him." Li Ji looked embarrassed. To be honest, Li Ji had not had a good relationship with Li Longlin since childhood and often bullied him. He thought about it, but couldn't think of any past events that could move Li Longlin. At this time, Li Ji saw Li Longlin rubbing his fingers gently and immediately understood. There's no use playing the emotional card. Brothers, let's settle accounts clearly. At this time, the only way to persuade them is with money. I'll add another 50,000 taels. Li Ji took out a few silver bills from his pocket and put them in front of Li Longlin. Li Longlin didn't react, but just looked at him with a smile. Obviously, Li Longlin has a big appetite, and these 50,000 taels of silver are not enough to satisfy him. How greedy! Li Ji cursed in his heart, but he could do nothing about Li Longlin. Unfortunately, Li Ji only had 550,000 taels of silver on him. He turned to shopkeeper Qian and said, "How much silver do you have? Take it all out." Shopkeeper Qian took out a stack of banknotes and some small change from his bosom and presented them respectfully. "Your Highness, I only have 50,000 taels on me, I really don't have any more." Li Ji thought for a moment, then took out a jade pendant from his body and placed it on the table along with the banknotes and silver coins. "This jade pendant was given to me by my father, and it is worth 100,000 taels. Including these banknotes, it's worth at least 700,000 taels. This time, my sincerity is enough." When Li Longlin saw that Li Ji even took out the jade pendant, he knew that he had been completely squeezed dry. So, Li Longlin nodded with an embarrassed look on his face. "Hey. In that case, then it's a bargain for fourth brother. Who made me have a good relationship with fourth brother?" Immediately, Li Longlin asked Luo Yuzhu to bring the prepared documents. After both parties signed and sealed the contract, Li Ji got the land deed. Li Longlin received 600,000 taels of silver and an imperial jade pendant worth 100,000 taels of silver. "It's getting late. See a visitor out." After receiving the silver, Li Longlin ordered the guest to leave without any hesitation. Li Ji was delighted and didn't realize he had been cheated, so he quickly said goodbye. He couldn't wait to go to the sixth prince's mansion to look for treasure. As for the other shopkeepers, they all left. As soon as they went out, they met other princes who had just arrived. Li Ji looked very proud and raised the deed in his hand. "My dear brothers, I'm sorry, you are a step late." Ha ha ha. With a burst of laughter, Li Ji walked away. After the other princes learned the truth from the shopkeepers, they beat their chests and regretted it so much. There are at least 900,000 taels of silver hidden in Lao Lu's house. Li Ji spent 700,000 taels of silver to acquire it. Although the price seemed extremely high, he actually made a profit of 200,000 taels of silver for free. That's 200,000 taels. How much of the people's money do you want to squeeze? Why? Such a big piece of fat meat was given to the fourth prince for free. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks. The fourth prince's power in the court is likely to expand further. The princes sighed, but there was nothing they could do, so they could only leave in disappointment. Now, the Su family's door was closed. The women stared at the piles of silver bills and felt like they were dreaming. A full 600,000 taels. They had never seen so much silver in their lives. Su Fengling was so excited that she grabbed old lady Su's arm tightly. "Grandma. Look. It's silver. How much pork can you buy with so much silver?" "Pork." Old lady Su glared at Su Fengling and said, "Girl, you only know how to eat." Su Fengling explained hurriedly, "I mean, those widows and orphans no longer have to eat coarse food, they can eat meat." Luo Yuzhu nodded, tears in her eyes, "Yes. With this money, the widow and orphans can live a good life. If the soldiers who died in the battle knew about this, they should rest in peace." Immediately, Luo Yuzhu lifted her skirt, knelt in front of Li Longlin, and kowtowed, "Ninth Prince. I lost both bets. I am willing to accept the defeat, and from now on, I will follow your lead. On behalf of the entire Su family army, I thank you for your great kindness." Old lady Su held Su Fengling's hand, her voice trembling, "Girl, what are you standing there for? Why don't you kneel down and thank him? The ninth prince is not only the benefactor of the Su family, but also the benefactor of the Su family army." Su Fengling was a little reluctant, and curled her lips, "Kneel him." Li Longlin hurriedly helped old lady Su and Luo Yuzhu up and said, "Old lady, sister-in-law. You can't do that. Please get up quickly and let's discuss how to spend this money." Su Fengling was puzzled and asked, "How to spend it?" "Of course, a portion is given to the widow and orphans, and the rest is used to recruit soldiers, build armor and weapons, buy food and grass, and rebuild the Su family army." Li Longlin sighed and said, 700,000 taels of silver, is that really a lot? If you spend it the way you said, you'll soon run out of money." Luo Yuzhu and old lady Su nodded in agreement, "That's right. 700,000 taels of silver may seem like a huge sum of money, but in fact it is not enough to build a new army. The Su family is a family of generals and is very knowledgeable about military affairs. Not to mention 700,000 taels of silver. Even 7 million taels of silver might not be enough. As for the widows and orphans, can giving them a pension solve the problem once and for all? After a few years, when the pension is gone, how will these orphans and widows survive?" Su Fengling looked unconvinced and looked at Li Longlin, "Then what do you say we should do?" Li Longlin smiled slightly, "It's very simple. Use this money as capital to do business. As long as the business is successful, you will naturally make a lot of money. With money, everything will be easy." Old Madame Su is very old, and Su Fengling only knows how to wield swords and guns. The two of them set their eyes on Luo Yuzhu. Luo Yuzhu is best at doing business. Luo Yuzhu frowned and asked, "I wonder what kind of business the ninth prince is planning to do. It's a time of chaos and war, and it's not easy to do business in the capital." Li Longlin smiled and said, "What we want is chaos and disorder. The more chaotic, the better. At this time, people are panicking and everyone is selling their shops. I plan to take out 500,000 taels of silver to buy shops at a bargain price." Hearing this, Luo Yuzhu shook her head repeatedly, "Ninth prince, you bought the shop with the intention of renting it out and earning rent. It sounds good, but it's actually not feasible. It will definitely be a loss-making business." The barbarians broke through the northern border and marched south in large numbers. They can't retreat easily. Even if Zhang Beizheng can defend the capital and prevent it from being robbed by soldiers, the rich have already fled and it is impossible for them to come back in a short time. Without prosperity, depression is inevitable. No matter how many shops you own, you won't be able to rent them out, and they will all go to waste. To put it another way, even if you have a way to rent out the shop, you can't support the Su family army just by collecting rent. Li Longlin smiled and said without explanation, "Just do as I say. I promise that within 3 months, you can earn back the money you invested 100 times or 1,000 times." In fact, Li Longlin was also gambling. "I bet that the capital city will not be conquered by the barbarians within 3 months." However, Li Longlin was not actually worried. Although Emperor Wu was not good at governing the country, he made the court a chaotic place. But he was a good fighter. When he was a prince, he fought many battles in the south and the north, expanded the territory for Daxia, and conquered a large territory. Therefore, it was only after he ascended the throne that he was called Emperor Wu. The 100,000 Imperial guards were the elite among the elite under the command of Emperor Wu back then. Zhang Beizheng was the most proud general under Emperor Wu. Although he is not as good as General Su, he can also be regarded as a famous general. Now that the Imperial Guards have received their pay, their morale has been greatly boosted. If Zhang Beizheng still cannot resist the barbarian army, it means that Daxia is doomed and Li Longlin will be powerless to save the situation. However, in Li Longlin's opinion, Daxia was just going downhill and had not yet reached the point of national destruction, so there was still room for rescue. In 3 months, you can earn 100 or 1,000 times the money. Luo Yuzhu shook her head. It's not that she doesn't believe Li Longlin. But these words are so exaggerated that they are hard to believe. At this point, Luo Yuzhu had no other choice but to give it a try. She bowed to Li Longlin and said, "Yuzhu obeys your command." Su Fengling asked anxiously, "What about me? What about me? What should I do?" Li Longlin glanced at Su Fengling and said, "If you have nothing to do, take 1,000 remaining soldiers and go up the mountain to cut down trees." Su Fengling was startled. Cut down trees? Are you going to cut down trees for firewood? It's not winter now. Li Longlin said angrily, "I told you to chop, so you chop. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Look at your sister-in-law, how gentle she is. She does whatever she is told to do. Look at you." Su Fengling's pretty face flushed, and she tightly grasped the silver spear. "Li Longlin, you have guts. You are so powerful today, I won't bother with you. One day, I will make you pay." The next day, after attending the morning court, Emperor Wu returned to the Yangxin Palace, intending to rest for a while. Wei Sun brought tea and snacks and stood by to serve. Emperor Wu asked casually, "Is there any news from Laojiu? Has the house been sold?" Wei Sun's mouth twitched slightly. "Your Majesty, I just got the news. Did the 9th prince sell the house last night?" "Oh." Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows, slowly picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Sold it so soon? He is anxious. The price should not be high." Wei Sun whispered, "It is said that it was sold for 700,000 taels." Puff. The tea in Emperor Wu's mouth spurted out, spraying all over Wei Sun's face. "How much did you say just now?" Emperor Wu suspected that he had heard it wrong. Wei Sun wiped the tea off his face and said, "Your Majesty, you heard it right. It is indeed 700,000 taels." Emperor Wu was completely stunned. Lao Lu's shabby house could actually be sold for 700,000 taels of silver. How is this possible? Seeing that the emperor did not believe it, Wei Sun said, "Don't say that your Majesty does not believe it. I did not believe it at first either. However, this news has spread throughout the capital, it must be correct." Emperor Wu was delighted. What a good old 9th brother. He is not good at literature or martial arts. I didn't expect that he is such a good businessman. Tell me who bought the house of the 6th brother. Wei Sun looked embarrassed. "Yes, it's the 4th prince. Old 4. Emperor Wu was startled, the smile on his face disappeared and turned ugly. Emperor Wu was still very fond of the 4th prince Li Ji, believing that he was extremely intelligent since childhood and acted steadily. Given time and with some good training, the 4th son might be able to be crowned the crown prince and succeed the throne. However, the 4th brother's behavior of being taken advantage of this time completely shattered the Emperor Wu's good impression of him. Snort. Emperor Wu snorted coldly. This 4th son is also too smart. He was fooled by the 9th son, it's ridiculous. My sons are more disappointing than the last one. What will happen to Daxia's country and people after I die 100 years later? Wei Sun whispered, "Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Isn't there still the 9th prince?" Emperor Wu thought of Li Longlin and his expression eased slightly. Of the 700,000 taels of silver, he still accounted for 20%, or 140,000 taels of silver. This is not a small amount. With Laojiu's filial piety, he will definitely respect himself. However, he seemed to be saying that he wanted to use it to do business. Emperor Wu asked, "After Laojiu gets the money, what kind of business do you plan to start?" Wei Sun replied, "Early this morning, the 9th prince ordered people to buy up a large number of shops along the streets of South City." Emperor Wu nodded. It seems that Laojiu wants to do business as a shop. That's right, the current shop prices should have reached the bottom, it can't be lower. As long as the royal guards can repel the barbarians and send in good news, the prices of shops will surely start to rise. Lao Jiao invested in the shop because he is optimistic about the future of Daxia. At this time, someone came to report, "Your Majesty, there is a war report from the north. The barbarians are attacking and taking over 5 more cities." Emperor Wu was stunned. What? Lost again? And it was a great defeat. In just a few days, 5 cities were lost again. Emperor Wu's face turned pale and he was shaking all over. What is Zhang Beizheng doing? Didn't my military pay arrive? Why did the Imperial guards lose the battle? The messenger replied, General Zhang is avoiding fighting. It seems that he is luring the enemy and waiting for the right opportunity. Emperor Wu felt relieved only after hearing the news. Fine. Zhang Beizheng is a man who can keep his composure. As long as the Imperial guards preserve their strength, they can find an opportunity to fight a decisive battle with the barbarian army. But Emperor Wu sighed, the news of the defeat in the northern border will soon spread throughout the capital. By then, people will be in a panic, and shops will drop in value and become worthless. Lao Jiao's 700,000 taels of silver will all be wasted. Hey, this is all my money. It seems that this 9th prince is just as unreliable as the other princes. Emperor Wu was extremely disappointed and completely gave up the idea of making Li Longlin the crown prince. Just as Emperor Wu expected. The news of the defeat in the north was like a storm, sweeping across the capital in an instant. The people in the capital were already in panic, and this incident added fuel to the fire, causing complete chaos. Countless wealthy people sold their property and fled with their families. The prices of shops have fallen to the bottom. The price of a shop that originally cost thousands of taels of silver has dropped to a very low level, and one can now buy one for 100 or so taels of silver. Seeing this situation, Luo Yuzhu couldn't help but feel anxious. If the barbarians really invade the capital, then the shops will be worthless. At this critical juncture, Li Longlin's large-scale purchase of shops was equivalent to wasting all his money. No. I must find a way to persuade the 9th prince. Luo Yuzhu returned to the Su mansion and found Li Longlin, who was busy. Now. Li Longlin was leaning over the desk, holding a pen and scribbling on paper. No one knew what he was doing. Luo Yuzhu said worriedly, 9th prince, there is news from the northern border that Daxia was defeated. The prices of shops in the capital have plummeted again. In just these few days, we have lost tens of thousands of taels of silver. Otherwise, let's take a break and see what happens. Li Longlin raised his head and said happily, Daxia was defeated. This is a godsend. Now, we are going to get rich. Luo Yuzhu was confused. Daxia was defeated, and you call this a godsend opportunity? Which side are you on? Are you really a spy for the barbarians? Li Longlin smiled mysteriously, I'm still busy drawing blueprints. I don't have time to explain to you. In short, as long as you think the price is right, buy all the shops. Get rich overnight in one fell swoop. After saying this, Li Longlin waved his hand and said no more. He continued to bury his head at the desk, busy with his own work. Luo Yuzhu had no choice but to leave in disappointment. This 9th prince is becoming more and more weird. I really don't know what he is thinking. Well, now that things have come to this, we can only listen to him and take things one step at a time. In the evening, Li Longlin stretched lazily, looking at the wet blueprint with great satisfaction. Finally it's done. To reward himself, Li Longlin made a pot of good tea and stood in front of the door to enjoy the scenery. As the sun sets and the spring breeze blows, Li Longlin looks at the bustling streets outside and sighs, the happiest thing is the lights of thousands of houses and the fireworks. At this moment, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the people, and he looked in that direction. In the afterglow of the setting sun, I saw a slender figure carrying a big tree and walking towards me. It was Su Fengling. The tree is as thick as a man and about 10 feet long. 2 or 3 young men cannot carry it. Along the way, passers-by saw Su Fengling, a woman, carrying a tree alone. They all stopped and were stunned. Li Longlin was also stunned. The scene of Lin Daiyu uprooting a weeping willow tree emerged in his mind. What did you marry? A female King Kong. Su Fengling ignored the shocked looks of passers-by and carried the tree into the Su family's yard by himself. Boom. She dropped the tree with a dull thud, and the ground shook. I carried it all the way back from Shishan. I'm dying of thirst. Su Fengling wiped the sweat from her forehead and found Li Longlin holding a cup of tea and staring at her. She was immediately delighted. You're smart. And you know how to serve me tea. Su Fengling didn't think much about it. She reached out to grab the teapot, and gulped down the tea. After drinking a pot of tea, he burped and looked totally out of character. Li Longlin looked at the female man in front of him and muttered in his heart, "What do you mean by serving you tea? This tea is mine, and I've already had a sip. Have to. My indirect first kiss was taken away by this female bully." However, Li Longlin didn't care too much. Anyway, the emperor has already granted the marriage. Even though they haven't married yet, Su Fengling will be his wife sooner or later. Since you are husband and wife, there is no need to worry too much. This tree is nice. Li Longlin circled the tree a few times. It's a pity there's only one tree, what's the use? Nonsense. Su Fengling said unhappily, how many trees can I carry by myself? The remaining soldiers are still behind us, and the remaining trees will be delivered soon. As soon as the words fell, there were several carriages parked in front of the Su family's door, and the remaining soldiers moved down the big trees and piled them in the corner of the yard. Okay. Li Longlin nodded repeatedly, with these trees, it's almost done. Su Fengling frowned, hey. You asked us to go chop trees, and we are so tired. But you are lazy at home. Li Longlin cried out in injustice and took out the blueprint he had just finished from his arms. I'm not lazy. I was busy all day to draw the blueprint. Su Fengling became interested and came over immediately, eyes shining. Blueprints. What blueprints? Weapons or armor? But after Su Fengling looked at it for a long time, he found that he couldn't understand it at all. He said disappointedly, what on earth is this blueprint of yours? Li Longlin looked sympathetic. Your intelligence is too low to understand, it's not your fault. Su Fengling felt humiliated, her pretty face flushed. You are the one with low intelligence. Tell me, what is this? Li Longlin explained, this is a new type of loom. It can greatly improve the efficiency of weaving. Su Fengling's eyes widened, her expression blank. Loom. Li Longlin was helpless and said, forget it. Even if I explain it to you, you won't understand. Find the best carpenter in the capital and build a loom according to the blueprint, and you will understand it naturally. Su Fengling was slightly startled. Are you really going to find the best carpenter in the capital? Li Longlin frowned. Why? Isn't it inconvenient? This blueprint was drawn by Li Longlin in imitation of the famous jenny spinning machine. You know. The emergence of the spinning jenny marked the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and greatly improved productivity. However, the structure of the spinning jenny was extremely complex, and the technological level was far beyond that of the time. Ordinary craftsmen may not be able to make it even if they have the blueprints. Even for the best carpenter in the capital, the chances of successfully making it are very slim. But how will you know if you don't try? Su Fengling couldn't hide the joy in her eyes and said with a smile, convenient. Of course it's convenient. Let's go. I'll take you to find the best carpenter. Without saying a word, Su Fengling grabbed Li Longlin's hand and instead of going out, walked directly towards the backyard of the Su family. A moment later, the two came to an elegant courtyard, surrounded by many bamboos, with a cool breeze that was particularly pleasant. Li Longlin was surprised. Where is this place? Aren't we going to find a carpenter? Su Fengling chuckled. This is where my second sister-in-law lives. My second sister-in-law is the best carpenter in the capital, and even in the world. Because her surname is Gongshu and her given name is Wan. Gongshu Wan. The name sounds nice. But Li Longlin didn't understand what the surname Gongshu had to do with being the best carpenter in the world. However, what surprised Li Longlin even more was, my second sister-in-law turned out to be at home. I have been in the Su family for a few days, how come I have never seen him before? Su Fengling explained, my second sister-in-law has a weird personality and doesn't like to socialize with others. Oh, a homegirl. Li Longlin nodded. The image of a fat woman with disheveled hair, dull eyes, and a fat body naturally emerged in his mind. It seems that not all the people in the Su family are beauties. Su Fengling shouted, "Second sister-in-law, are you there?" "It's me, Fengling." After a moment, a cool and pleasant voice came from the room, "Little sister, come in." Su Fengling warned, "Don't talk nonsense later. If you anger your second sister-in-law, even the gods can't save you." Li Longlin nodded, and became even more curious about Gong Shuwan. After all, in the era of Daxia, it is not easy to be a stay-at-home girl. Li Longlin followed Su Fengling, pushed open the bamboo door, walked through the courtyard, and entered the room. The furnishings in the room were extremely simple, with a table, a chair, and a bed, none of which were even painted, retaining the original wood color. An orchid is swaying in a porcelain vase on the window, emitting a faint fragrance. A stunningly beautiful woman was sitting on a chair, wearing a black dress that made her pretty face look even whiter and her skin more icy. She was not very old, just over 20 years old, with a pair of cold eyes and an indifferent expression, as if she had already seen through the impermanence of life. "She is my second sister-in-law Gong Shuwan." "What an icy beauty." Li Longlin was amazed. Different from Su Fengling's heroic and brave character and sister-in-law Luo Yuzhu's gentle nature. The second sister-in-law, Gong Shuwan, is a typical high-class beauty. She doesn't need any expression at all. Her flawless face is enough to make men want to conquer her. "Little sister, it's you." When Gong Shuwan saw Su Fengling, a smile appeared on her pretty face. But she immediately saw Li Longlin, her face suddenly turned cold, and she asked unhappily, "Who is this stinky man?" "Stinky man?" Li Longlin looked embarrassed. "I am the 9th prince after all, how can you be so disrespectful to me?" Su Fengling couldn't help laughing, "Ha ha ha. Stinky man." Li Longlin understood immediately. No wonder Su Fengling had such a strange smile just now. It turned out that she had known that her second sister-in-law would never treat her well. She let herself be humiliated on purpose, and then watched the fun from the sidelines, gloating over other people's misfortune. This girl may look silly on the surface, but she is actually full of bad intentions. Su Fengling suppressed her laughter and explained, "Second sister-in-law. He is the 9th prince, Li Longlin. The emperor has granted me marriage to him. From now on, he is the son-in-law of the Su family. We are a family." Gong Shuwan smiled coldly and sarcastically said, "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be that idiot 9th prince. My little sister, you are so pitiful to marry such a man. Get him out. I don't talk to people with low IQ." Low IQ. Li Longlin was very unhappy. "My second sister-in-law is such an icy beauty, but her words are so harsh. Are you really not going to give me any face at all?" If Li Longlin hadn't needed her, he would have left long ago. "I won't stand this humiliation." Su Fengling also felt that her second sister-in-law had gone too far, and hurriedly said, "Second sister-in-law, let's talk inside." After saying that, Su Fengling pulled Gong Shuwan into the inner room without saying anything, and did not forget to turn around and remind Li Longlin, "Don't touch my second sister-in-law's things." Li Longlin replied nonchalantly, "Got it." The two of them entered the inner room, and Li Longlin looked around the room. In fact, he could also see that Gong Shuwan was no ordinary person, but definitely a master carpenter. Many inconspicuous gadgets in the house actually have hidden secrets, and they might be hidden weapons or something. Li Longlin didn't recognize it and didn't dare to touch it. He happened to see a Luban lock on the table and started to fiddle with it out of boredom. The so-called Luban lock is actually a kind of educational toy in ancient times. It is said to have been invented by Luban, the ancestor of carpenters. It uses mortise and tenon structure and can be disassembled and assembled, which is very interesting. However, due to inconvenient transportation in ancient times, the Luban lock was only circulated among a very small group of people. To the general public, the Luban lock is very mysterious, and only a few people know how to disassemble it. In later generations, with the development of the internet, even the most difficult Luban lock to unlock can be found online. Although the Luban lock on the table was complicated, it did not pose a problem for Li Longlin. He quickly took apart the Luban lock and found an ancient jade with some ancient characters written on it. Li Longlin spent a long time identifying it and found that it seemed to be the word ink. Gongshu. Li Longlin thought of something. At this time, Su Fengling and Gongshu Wan had already come out from the inner room. Su Fengling smiled, "Ninth Prince, I have persuaded my second sister-in-law to help you this time." Gongshu Wan also nodded, "It's just a loom. Since you are the son-in-law of the Su family, I will make an exception." Then, the two women were stunned, staring blankly at Li Longlin and the broken Luban lock in his hand. Su Fengling was completely dumbfounded, her voice trembling, "Li Longlin. What on earth are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to move? Don't move. Do you know what is in your hand? How important is it to my second sister-in-law?" Li Longlin knew he was in the wrong, so he said in defense, "Isn't it just a Luban lock? It's just a child's toy, what's so special about it?" Su Fengling laughed in anger, "Luban lock. You know, this is Luban lock. Luban is Gongshu Ban, the ancestor of my second sister-in-law. This is a relic left by my second sister-in-law's ancestors." Li Longlin suddenly realized. No wonder I felt that the surname Gongshu, which is apparently very rare, sounded somewhat familiar. Gongshu is the old surname of Lu. No wonder Su Fengling said that her second sister-in-law was the best carpenter in the world. This is not bragging. It turns out that she is a descendant of Lu Ban. As for the ink word on the jade pendant, Li Longlin also understood it. Mo Men. Lu Ban has a close relationship with Mo Men. There are even rumors that Lu Ban was once a great master of Moism. However, this happened thousands of years ago and can no longer be verified. What is certain is, this Luban lock was a relic from someone's ancestors, but he broke it himself. Li Longlin secretly glanced at Gongshu Wan and found that the expression of this icy beauty was colder than thousand-year-old black ice. He couldn't help but shudder. Obviously, the Luban lock contains the token of Mo Men, which is the second sister-in-law's secret. But this secret was discovered by myself accidentally. This is bad. Li Longlin pretended to be calm, "Luban lock, isn't it just for people to play with? Look how stingy you are. I didn't break it, can't you just put it back?" Gongshu Wan couldn't help but sneered, "Put it back. This 7-hole delicate lock is a gadget invented by my ancestors. It's not easy to open, and it's even harder to put it back. How can you put it back just because you say so?" However, before Gongshu Wan could finish her words, Li Longlin moved his fingers so quickly that he restored the Luban lock and even put the jade pendant back. "All right." Li Longlin handed the Luban lock to Gongshu Wan, "Please check it." Gongshu Wan took the Luban lock and examined it carefully. She could not believe her eyes. Recovered? Did this man really restore the Luban lock? How is this possible? Su Fengling looked at Li Longlin and gloated, "You are completely finished." Li Longlin frowned in confusion, "Didn't I restore the Luban lock?" Su Fengling said bluntly, "You don't know. Although my second sister-in-law has been married into the Su family for more than a year, she is still a virgin. It is because of the rules of the Gongshu family that only men who can open the Luban lock can prove that they are smart enough to carry on the family line. My second brother is such an idiot that he can't open the Luban lock. My second sister-in-law can only live as a widow. As a result, this Luban lock was actually opened by you." Before Su Fengling could finish, Gongshu Wan was already blushing with shame and scolded, "Enough. Little sister, stop talking. What do you mean the one who can open the Luban lock is my ideal husband? There is no such rule in the Gongshu family. Your second brother died for his country, and I have no regrets in being a widow for him all my life." Su Fengling realized that she had said something wrong, so she stuck out her tongue and said no more. Gongshu Wan took a deep breath and calmed down. She looked at Li Longlin and said, "Ninth Prince. No matter what, you can open the 7 apertures lock, which shows that you are a smart person. I never waste my time with stupid people. As for smart people, that's different. My little sister said you wanted my help to build a loom." Li Longlin nodded, "That's right." Gongshu Wan stretched out her delicate hand, "Where are the drawings?" Li Longlin took out the blueprint from his arms and spread it out on the table. Gongshu Wan's expression was originally full of disdain. What she was interested in were ladders, siege vehicles, or mechanical firearms. These were weapons that could be used in battle to kill the enemy. As for the loom, it is a common item that every household has. What's so special about it? Asking her to make a loom is really a waste of her talent. However, Gong Shuwan had heard from Su Fengling that Li Longlin was doing this for the Su family, so she was willing to make an exception. But Gong Shuwan did not believe that a mere loom could change the future and destiny of the Su family. Hiss. But after Gong Shuwan looked at the drawings carefully, he couldn't help but gasp. She looked up at Li Longlin, her flawless face full of surprise. Did you really draw this blueprint? Li Longlin nodded, yes. Although the spinning jenny was plagiarized, the blueprint itself was indeed drawn by Li Longlin himself. So he shamelessly admitted it. Su Fengling couldn't help but interrupt, second sister-in-law, what's wrong with this blueprint? Is it because he drew it too badly? Humph, I knew it. He also laughed at me for being too stupid and said that I couldn't understand it. Gong Shuwan shook her head and said, it is so exquisitely crafted, it is amazing. It is so exquisitely crafted and stunning. The evaluation of Gong Shuwan's 8 characters is so high that it can be said to be sky high. Su Fengling's eyes widened, second sister-in-law, are you sure? It's just a broken loom, how can it deserve such a high evaluation? Gong Shuwan shook her head, little sister, you don't understand. This is not an ordinary loom, the design is extremely exquisite and breathtaking. According to my preliminary estimate, it can at least increase the weaving efficiency by 5 times, or even higher. Su Fengling was so surprised and shocked that she was speechless. An ordinary loom can weave 1 piece of cloth, but this loom can weave 5 pieces of cloth. What is the concept? It's not just the Su family that wants to make a fortune. If this kind of loom were to be popularized, the whole of Daxia would be turned upside down. Li Longlin looked at Gong Shuwan's beautiful face and said with a smile, second sister-in-law is worthy of being a descendant of Lu Ban. She really knows what's good. Gong Shuwan glanced at Li Longlin, still looking cold and icy, you don't have to flatter me. Tell me, who is the person who drew this blueprint? I want to meet this person and ask him some questions. From the beginning to the end, Gong Shuwan didn't believe that Li Longlin, the useless prince, could design such an exquisite loom. Li Longlin shook his head and sighed, second sister-in-law, I've already told you, I really drew this blueprint. If you have any questions, just ask me. You. Gong Shuwan was stunned, and with the intention of exposing Li Longlin, she asked a few detailed questions about the drawings. Li Longlin answered fluently and explained clearly. Gong Shuwan was completely shocked. She looked at Li Longlin in disbelief and remained speechless for a long time. According to rumors, isn't this 9th prince a waste? Why was he not only able to restore the 7-hole exquisite lock, but also design such an exquisite loom? Could it be that he is smarter than me? Gong Shuwan was an extremely proud woman at heart. This time, her desire to win was aroused. Li Longlin asked, second sister-in-law, can you make this loom? Gong Shuwan nodded, it should be possible. When do you want it? Li Longlin smiled and said, of course the sooner the better. How about 3 days? Gong Shuwan shook her head and said confidently, 3 days is too long. If I stay up all night, it will only take 1 day. Come and get it at this time tomorrow. This time, it was Li Longlin's turn to be shocked. He stared with wide eyes at the cold woman in black dress in front of him. This second sister-in-law is not simple. If she could really make the loom according to the blueprint in just 1 day. Her talent and ability are definitely far beyond this era. From now on, no matter what drawings Li Longlin came up with, his second sister-in-law would be able to make it. Not to mention a small loom, even an airplane or a cannon is not a dream. Li Longlin bowed and thanked him, thank you, second sister-in-law. How much do you need for wages? Gong Shuwan seemed to be humiliated and said unhappily, since we are a family, why should we talk about wages? Li Longlin was delighted. It's free stuff. I like. My second sister-in-law may seem unkind, but she is actually quite easy to get along with. Maybe, because I am a smart person. Li Longlin was afraid that Gong Shuwan would go back on her word, so he hurriedly said, if that's the case, I won't bother my second sister-in-law anymore. After saying goodbye, Li Longlin left the courtyard with Su Fengling. Li Longlin walked a long way, but he felt a chill on his back, as if a thorn was stabbing him. When he turned around, he found Gong Shuwan standing in front of the door, staring at him with cold eyes and a dazed expression. "Second sister-in-law, do you have anything else to do?" Li Longlin felt uneasy when being stared at by Gong Shuwan, so he asked. Gong Shuwan did not answer. Her pretty face flushed slightly. She turned back to the room and closed the door tightly. "My second sister-in-law's personality is indeed quite strange." Li Longlin scratched his head, looking confused. Su Fengling sneered, "You are a stinky man, you think you are smart, but you are actually a blockhead." Li Longlin was very dissatisfied. "No matter how dumb I am still smarter than you, a tiger girl." "Pooh." Su Fengling looked very proud. "You are so smart. Second sister-in-law is always cold and indifferent to everyone. But the way she looks at you is different. Don't you understand why?" Li Longlin asked curiously, "Why?" Su Fengling said seriously, "Second sister-in-law likes smart people, she likes you. You don't think that the matter of Luban Lock is something I just said casually, right? It's true, it was told to me in person when second brother was still alive. He was very distressed because he couldn't open the Luban Lock. He traveled all over the country and asked many people for help, but to no avail. But you opened this Luban Lock. According to the rules of the Gongshu family, my second sister-in-law must pledge her love to you. It's just that she still has her second brother in her heart and refuses to admit it." Li Longlin was shocked. "Second sister-in-law likes me. What are you going to do?" Su Fengling was slightly startled, and said in confusion, "What should we do? Just marry her? As long as the second sister-in-law is willing, it is better than her living a widow. At worst, the two women can share one husband. Anyway, my second sister-in-law and I are like sisters, there is no difference between you and me." Li Longlin whispered, "That's fine with me. Are you really willing?" Su Fengling's expression suddenly changed, and she said angrily, "I was just testing you. You really took the bait. Let me tell you. If you dare to hit on the eldest and second sisters-in-law, I will definitely castrate you." Li Longlin laughed, "Ha ha ha. You are jealous. Am I too handsome and too smart? You have fallen in love with me. Roll." Su Fengling was completely furious. She glared at Li Longlin fiercely and left quickly. This bastard is so infuriating. Everything was fine at first, but then it went off track. He has no manners at all, what a crappy prince, he is even worse than the scoundrel on the street. And you said I fell in love with him. Even if I fall in love with a dog, I won't fall in love with this bastard. Su Fengling returned to her room and found that her heart was beating fast, her cheeks were hot, and she was uneasy. As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw Li Longlin's figure. No way. Could it be that I'm really in love with him? Impossible. He must have been mad at this bastard. Su Fengling drank 2 pots of strong liquor, covered his head and fell asleep. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Luo Yuzhu had been busy all day and was exhausted both physically and mentally. She returned to her room and was about to take off her clothes and take a good bath. The door opened. Luo Yuzhu found a man sitting at the table and was immediately surprised. "Who is it?" The lights came on, and Li Longlin smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, it's me." Luo Yuzhu stroked her towering chest, still feeling frightened. "I thought it was a thief. It turned out to be the 9th prince. Although you and my younger sister haven't had your wedding yet, the emperor has granted you the marriage, and you are husband and wife in name. It's so late, why are you still awake and running to my place? Aren't you afraid that my younger sister will be jealous?" Li Longlin smiled and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Su Fengling drank too much and is sleeping like a dead pig. There's no way she knows that I came to see you late at night, and she won't be jealous." Luo Yuzhu frowned slightly. "My little sister doesn't know. That would be even more troublesome. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. There is always trouble around a widow." It was the dead of night, a man and a woman alone. Even if Luo Yuzhu had a clear conscience, she still had to avoid suspicion. If any rumors spread, not only Luo Yuzhu's reputation, but also the Su family's reputation would be ruined. Li Longlin saw Luo Yuzhu's worry and said, "Now, I am the only man in the Su family. Some things are indeed inconvenient. I am also afraid that Su Fengling will be jealous, so I came to ask my sister-in-law for advice. Besides my second sister-in-law Gong Shuwan, how many other sisters-in-law do I have? Are they all home? A look of realization appeared on Luo Yuzhu's pretty face. So, that's what you're asking. What you said makes sense. I should let you know the basic situation of the Su family to avoid any misunderstandings. Besides me, you have 3 sisters-in-law. From what you said, you have met the second sister-in-law, Gong Shuwan. Li Longlin nodded and said, I've seen her. Luo Yuzhu looked at Li Longlin and said, besides me and Gong Shuwan, you also have a third sister-in-law named Sun Qingdai. Li Longlin's eyes lit up. Qingdai. What a good name. Luo Yuzhu smiled and said, not only does your third sister-in-law have a nice name, but she is also a skilled doctor with a kind heart. She is a well-known doctor. She is now collecting herbs in the mountains and is not at home. Li Longlin was surprised. My third sister-in-law is actually a miracle doctor. It's a pity that she is not at home. Otherwise, I have something to ask her. Luo Yuzhu smiled and said, there will always be opportunities in the future. Li Longlin asked, what about the fourth sister-in-law? Luo Yuzhu seemed to have remembered something unpleasant. Her pretty face suddenly darkened and she said with disgust, yes, there is. Her name is Lu Ruyan. As for her identity, I am not in a position to say. However, she is in the Su mansion, just like your second sister-in-law, living a secluded life and rarely showing up. Li Longlin asked curiously, oh. Is the identity of the fourth sister-in-law so mysterious? Since she is at home, I should go and pay her a visit. Luo Yuzhu shook her head and said, no need. Ninth Prince, listen to my advice. Don't get involved with a woman like Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer misfortune. I have said this much, I hope you can take care of yourself. It's late, I need to rest. Luo Yuzhu didn't want to say more about Lu Ruyan and directly ordered her to leave. Li Longlin had no choice but to get up and leave. Third sister-in-law Sun Qingdai. Fourth sister-in-law Lu Ruyan. Li Longlin returned to the room, lay on the bed, and fell into deep thought. Just by listening to their names, you can tell that the third sister-in-law and the fourth sister-in-law are both beautiful women. Li Longlin especially cares about his fourth sister-in-law Lu Ruyan. The women in the Su family are not ordinary people. My third sister-in-law is a miracle doctor. What about the fourth sister-in-law? Who is she, how old is she, and what does she look like? Before he knew it, Li Longlin fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Li Longlin slept until noon before slowly getting out of bed. It feels so good to sleep until you wake up naturally. In contrast, Li Longlin felt sad for his cheap father. Although Emperor Wu was an emperor, he had to get up at 4 o'clock every morning to attend court, review memorials until the early morning, and visit the 3,000 beauties in the harem. He only got 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day. Emperor Wu was so diligent in his work, so it would be fine if there were any good results. But he worked himself to death, the court was in a mess, corrupt officials were rampant, and the barbarians from all directions were eyeing Daxia covetously, considering it a fertile land. The people did not buy it either and said that Emperor Wu was a tyrant. It's so miserable. Li Longlin suddenly thought, what's the good of being an emperor who can't even take a nap? It would be better to be an unemployed prince, go to the Imperial palace every day, listen to music in brothels, and enjoy a life of wealth and glory. Wouldn't that be wonderful? With the help of his maid, Li Longlin put on his clothes, had lunch, and then strolled around the Su mansion. The Su mansion seems exceptionally quiet today. Li Longlin found out after asking the maid. Su Fengling took the remaining soldiers to the West Mountain to cut trees and has not returned yet. Luo Yuzhu went out early in the morning and continued to purchase shops according to Li Longlin's instructions. Even old Lady Su went to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, and was not at home. As for the second sister-in-law Gong Shuwan, she was busy making a loom and never went out of the house. In the Su family, Li Longlin is the only idle person. Li Longlin really enjoyed the feeling of having a little leisure time from his busy life. Before he knew it, he had come to an elegant pavilion. What is this place? Li Longlin discovered that the Su mansion was even bigger than he had imagined, and he often found surprises. The scenery here is extremely beautiful, like a painting. There are not only quaint pavilions and terraces, but also a rippling blue lake with a pavilion in the center. The pleasant sounds of Guqin came from the direction of the pavilion. Who's playing the piano? Li Longlin looked towards the center of the lake. I saw a young woman sitting alone in the pavilion, playing the piano with her delicate hands. The sound of the piano was like crying and complaining, extremely sad. The appearance of this woman shocked Li Longlin. Her face is as red as spring, her figure is as fragrant as 5 colors, and her charm is natural. There was no flaw in her facial features, as if she was a fairy walking out of a painting. There was nothing wrong with her. Her dress was very bold, a pink tulle skirt that no woman in that era would dare to wear. Through a layer of gauze, her shoulders are half exposed, and her snow-white skin is faintly visible, which makes people excited. If I were to use 3 words to describe this woman, they would be a vixen. Right. This woman has an innate charm that has a fatal attraction to men. Li Longlin was amazed. He suddenly understood why those incompetent rulers loved beauties more than their kingdoms. At this time, the woman playing the piano also noticed Li Longlin, smiled at him tenderly, then stood up gracefully, walked lightly back to the small building. Li Longlin had an urge to go in and get to know her. At this time, a voice sounded behind Li Longlin, "Is she pretty?" Li Longlin turned around immediately and found that it was Su Fengling with her hands on her hips, staring at him angrily with a pair of phoenix eyes. Li Longlin smiled and said, "It must be better looking than a tigress like you." Su Fengling clenched her fists tightly, "You men are all pigs. When you see the beauty of the 4th sister-in-law, you are so mesmerized that your souls fly away." Li Longlin was shocked. 4th sister-in-law. She is 4th sister-in-law Lu Ruyan. Su Fengling nodded and said angrily, "It was her who almost caused the Su family to fall apart." Li Longlin frowned slightly. How capable can she be as a woman? Su Fengling looked at Li Longlin and asked in surprise, "Aren't you the most dissolute person in the capital? You haven't even heard of the name Lu Ruyan?" Li Longlin shook his head and said, "The name sounds familiar, but I've definitely never seen her before." A beauty like Lu Ruyan would be remembered for a lifetime even if it was just a fleeting glimpse. How could Li Longlin forget? Su Fengling sighed, "I really don't know how you can be such a dandy. 4th sister-in-law was once the most beautiful woman in the music department. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, and you don't know her." The most beautiful woman in the world. When Li Longlin heard the name, he immediately remembered it. No wonder he felt the name Lu Ruyan sounded familiar. It turned out to be the courtesan of the Jiafangxi. However, Li Longlin had only heard about how beautiful Lu Ruyan was and how she was a rare beauty in the world, but he had never seen her in person. The reason is very simple. Because he doesn't deserve it. Although Lu Ruyan is an Oiran, she is a courtesan who sells her art but not her body. She is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and is good at needlework and embroidery. All the playboys in the capital were completely bewitched by Lu Ruyan. Anyone who could meet Lu Ruyan, drink a glass of wine with her, and say a few words to her would have something to show off. But Lu Ruyan doesn't see everyone. As the saying goes, a talented man deserves a beautiful woman. Lu Ruyan is talented and naturally arrogant. If you want to see her, no matter how much money you spend, it will be useless. The only condition was that he had to compose a poem on the spot and gain Lu Ruyan's appreciation, so that he could meet her and talk about poetry and philosophy with her and engage in elegant activities. It was obvious that the 9th prince used to be an uneducated fool who could only write a few nonsense doggerel poems. It is said. After reading the 9th prince's doggerel, Lu Ruyan flew into a rage and kicked him out of the Jiafangxi. This incident also made the 9th prince a laughing stock. Count it up. Although the 9th prince and Lu Ruyan had never met each other, they were indeed enemies. Li Longlin, however, looked indifferent. "You, the 9th prince, have a grudge against Lu Ruyan, so what does it have to do with me, Li Longlin?" However, Li Longlin was somewhat curious. Why did Lu Ruyan not be a good courtesan but marry the 4th son of the Su family and end up being a widow? What is the conflict between Lu Ruyan and the Su family? Su Fengling was not scheming. Seeing Li Longlin asking, she replied, "My 4th brother is very talented. He is not only good at marching and fighting, but also good at reciting poems and composing couplets. He went to the Jiafangxi with his colleagues. After seeing Lu Ruyan, he was obsessed with her and fell in love with her. He lost his appetite and didn't want to eat or drink. Later, he even took a large sum of money from the Su family to redeem Lu Ruyan. Li Longlin was slightly startled. Your fourth brother actually redeemed the courtesan. It seems that he is also a lovesick person, a man of sentimental nature. Su Fengling said, yes. Lu Ruyan was grateful and agreed to marry my fourth brother. However, my grandfather and grandmother disagreed. Especially my grandmother, who thought that Lu Ruyan had a bad family background. So my fourth brother had a big fight with them and even threatened to commit suicide. It was a big fight. In the end, Grandpa and Grandma couldn't persuade fourth brother, so they finally agreed to let the two get married after the war was over. You know what happened next. Bailey Ruyan is happy to stay in the Su family, and can no longer wait for the fourth brother to return. When Su Fengling finished speaking, her nose felt sore and she was about to cry. Li Longlin also felt uncomfortable. In a battle in the north, the Su family army was completely wiped out. In the court, all the dignitaries talked about were casualty figures. However, countless families were broken up and countless tragedies were caused. Li Longlin thought for a while and said, that is to say, Lu Ruyan has not married into the Su family yet, but is just temporarily living in the Su family. She is not yet the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Su Fengling nodded. Grandma said the same thing. She looked down on Lu Ruyan the most and always made trouble for her. Lu Ruyan was also arrogant and refused to bow to Grandma. The conflict between the two is huge. I heard from Grandma that she was planning to drive Lu Ruyan away. Li Longlin was stunned. Drive her away. Where can she go? Su Fengling shook her head. I don't know either. At worst, I can just go back to the Jiafangxi. Li Longlin was speechless for a moment. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been short-lived. Lu Ruyan is a typical example. She has had a miserable life and is a miserable person. The Jiafangxi was a place for men to seek pleasure, but for women it was hell. Especially a stunning beauty like Lu Ruyan, there are countless men who covet her body. She finally waited for her lover. As a result, the fourth son of the Su family died in battle before he even got married. She is not liked by her husband's family and is about to be kicked out of the house. In the eyes of men, Lu Ruyan is already married and is no longer a virgin. If she returned to the Jiafangxi, she would no longer be able to be a prostitute who only performed arts but not her body, and would have to resort to selling her body. One can imagine how tragic his end was. Li Longlin felt deeply sympathetic towards Lu Ruyan's situation. If possible, Li Longlin planned to help Lu Ruyan. He really couldn't bear to watch a woman like Lu Ruyan fall into the fire pit again. Before we knew it, it was sunset. As agreed, Gong Shuwan moved a newly made loom to the yard. Li Longlin was overjoyed. Second sister-in-law, you are indeed the descendant of Gongshu, you are so amazing. Gong Shuwan had been up all night, her eyes bloodshot, and she said coldly, if it weren't for the few mistakes in your drawings, I would have spent a lot of time to improve them. Otherwise, by noon, the loom will be done. The more Li Longlin listened, the more frightened he became. Is Gong Shuwan's talent so abnormal? To be honest, the drawings of this loom are indeed very complicated. If it were an ordinary craftsman, he would not be able to complete it in a day, let alone a month. Gong Shuwan made the loom in just one day and one night and even made improvements to it. He is worthy of being the descendant of Lu Ban. Next, Gong Shuwan took the blueprint and explained to Li Longlin, the great way is simplicity. The parts in these places have complicated processes and can't improve efficiency much. So, I simplified it a bit, and the manufacturing process was greatly reduced without affecting efficiency. Even an ordinary craftsman can definitely make it with my improved blueprints. At this time, old Madame Su and Luo Yuzhu returned to the Su mansion one after another. When they saw the loom in the yard, they couldn't help but marvel at it. Luo Yuzhu was a little skeptical, can this loom really make a fortune? Gong Shuwan said seriously, sister-in-law, don't underestimate this loom. I have estimated that its efficiency is at least 5 times that of an ordinary loom, and it is easier to operate. With a little practice, you can master it. Luo Yuzhu was surprised. 5 times the efficiency. Is it really that high? Li Longlin smiled and said, facts speak louder than words. Just give it a try and you'll know. Su Fengling was excited. Yes. Find someone to try it. I also want to see how powerful this new loom is. But who should I look for? Old Lady Su coughed dryly. When I was young, I did learn to weave for a few days, but now my eyes are blurry. Su Fengling shook her head. Don't look at me. I only know how to wield a sword or a gun. My hands are clumsy and I know nothing about knitting or needlework. Gong Shuwan sighed. I am deft with my hands, but I am only good at mechanical engineering. I have never done needlework. Luo Yuzhu's pretty face flushed. I don't know how to do it either. She is a lady from a wealthy family and has never done any sewing before, so how could she be good at needlework? All the female members of the Su family looked at each other with wide eyes. Their eyes fell on Li Longlin. Li Longlin was speechless. Why are you looking at me? How can I, a man, do needlework? Just when everyone was disappointed, Li Longlin's eyes lit up. I think of someone who is proficient in needlework and spinning and weaving, no problem at all. Everyone was startled. Who is it? Li Longlin smiled and said, 4th sister-in-law Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. When Li Longlin said this name, the originally bustling Su mansion suddenly became dead silent. What appeared on everyone's faces was not shock, but disgust. Especially the old lady Su, her voice trembling with anger. 9th Prince, Lu Ruyan is not a member of the Su family. You are not allowed to call her 4th sister-in-law. Li Longlin stuck out his tongue. The conflict between the two sides is greater than imagined. Luo Yuzhu frowned. Your Highness, there are people who can do needlework everywhere in the world. Why do you need Lu Ruyan to come here and spoil everyone's fun? Li Longlin smiled and explained, Sister-in-law, this loom I invented is still in the testing phase. If the news leaks out, I'm afraid it will expose our plan to make a fortune. No matter what, Lu Ruyan is still a family member. She is more trustworthy than outsiders. Luo Yuzhu thought for a while and nodded. Your Highness, you are right. If this loom is really 5 times more efficient, then the cloth business in the entire capital will be turned upside down. If the news leaks out in advance, I can't say anything else. I'm afraid the price of raw materials will rise sharply and reach sky-high prices. Gong Shuwan said coldly, I don't care. Lu Ruyan is a smart person after all. I only deal with smart people. When Li Longlin saw the two people's reactions, he knew that they had no conflicts with Lu Ruyan. They even felt a little sympathy for her and secretly spoke for Lu Ruyan. Old Lady Su was anxious and looked at Su Fengling. Girl, you decide whether to let Lu Ruyan come. Su Fengling looked embarrassed. Although she also sympathized with Lu Ruyan, she would definitely stand on her grandmother's side. What's more, Su Fengling felt angry when she thought of Li Longlin standing by the lake, looking like a pig who was drooling over Lu Ruyan. Snort. This stinky man must be coveting the beauty of my 4th sister-in-law. He called the 4th sister-in-law over here. He definitely has bad intentions and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of her. How could I let you succeed? Su Fengling snorted in her heart and was about to refuse, but suddenly her mind changed. Wrong. As soon as the 4th sister-in-law arrives, Li Longlin will definitely take off his disguise and reveal his true face of lusting after women. When the time comes, I will expose him in public and make him really embarrassed. That's it. Li Longlin, you have been humiliating me continuously during this period of time. I want you to know that I am not someone you can easily mess with. Su Fengling was delighted when she thought of this, and she advised old Lady Su, Grandma, I also think what the 9th Prince said makes sense. Besides, it's dark now, where can we find needlework? Otherwise, let Lu Ruyan give it a try. It's just some rough work anyway, what's the big deal? Old Lady Su looked at Su Fengling in astonishment and sighed, Hey, girl, you haven't even married yet, but you're already helping your men and are so ungrateful. Girls can't be kept when they grow up. If you keep them, you'll only make enemies. Su Fengling's pretty face flushed, and she quickly explained, Grandma, how could I? Old Lady Su waved her hand and said, Forget it. Forget it. Just do as the 9th Prince said and let Lu Ruyan come. A moment later. Lu Ruyan was still wearing the same light gauze dress and a coat, and she hurried over. The Su family members gathered together, and old lady Su was holding a dragon-headed cane, with a gloomy face, as if she was ready to call for an explanation. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Are you really going to drive me away? Lu Ruyan pursed her lips, feeling sad. Silang. Did you see it in the spirit of heaven? The Su family can't accommodate me. The world is so big, but there is no place for me. Do I really have to go back to the Jia Fangxi and be abused by those stinky men? No. I would rather die. Lu Ruyan's slender hands couldn't help but clench the scissors hidden in her arms. She was mentally prepared and sharpened her scissors. If the old lady persists, she will really expel me from the Su family. Then, I will use this pair of scissors to cut my heart and kill myself to prove my innocence. Old Madame Su was an important figure. She immediately felt that something was wrong with Lu Ruyan and frowned. Right hand. What's hidden in your right hand? Take it out. Old lady Su shouted sternly. Lu Ruyan was already feeling guilty, and after being yelled at by old lady Su, she suddenly lost her mind and her hands and feet became weak. Snap. The shiny scissors fell out of his arms and onto the ground because he couldn't hold them firmly. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped and looked at Lu Ruyan in shock. What does she want to do with the scissors? Who would have known that the conflict between her and the old lady was so serious that they were even incompatible? Could it be that she has evil intentions and wants to harm the old lady? Old lady Su was completely furious. She pointed at Lu Ruyan's nose and cursed, "How dare you? You actually want to assassinate me. The Su family provides you with food, drink, and a place to live. You are such a heartless person. It's really unfortunate for the Su family to have a daughter-in-law like you." All the women in the Su family were angry and glared at Lu Ruyan. I. Lu Ruyan was speechless for a moment and couldn't utter a word. What can she say? Could it be that these scissors were intended to be used for suicide? She has a proud personality, how could she possibly say such words? What's more, even if Lu Ruyan really said it, who would believe it? It's better to just die and put an end to it all. Shiro. Wait for me on the Naiha bridge. I'll follow you now. Lu Ruyan reached out to pick up the scissors and was about to commit suicide. However, a man's big hand picked up the scissors one step ahead and handed them to her. "Fourth sister-in-law, this is for you." Lu Ruyan stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. All the female members of the Su family were stunned. Su Fengling was overjoyed. "Li Longlin, you stinky man, your soul flew away when you saw the beauty of the fourth sister-in-law. He's trying to show his affection so soon, his true colors are exposed. This time, I must expose your true face." Su Fengling scolded, "Li Longlin, what are you doing? Can't you see that she wants to assassinate Grandma? Fortunately, Grandma has a sharp eye and saw through it. Why did you return the murder weapon to her? What exactly are you up to?" Old Lady Su and others also looked at Li Longlin in bewilderment. "Your Highness, please explain." Li Longlin looked helpless. "Explain? What's there to explain? It's just a pair of scissors. Why are you so nervous, as if you were facing a formidable enemy?" Su Fengling said unhappily, "That's easy for you to say. Then explain to me why Lu Ruyan carried a pair of scissors. If it wasn't for any ill intentions, then what else could it be?" Li Longlin sighed and said, "Fourth sister-in-law came here to do needlework. Since she is a needlework woman, isn't it reasonable for her to carry a pair of scissors with her?" Afterwards, Li Longlin looked at Lu Ruyan and smiled, "Fourth sister-in-law, am I right?" Lu Ruyan nodded quickly and said, "That's right, I heard that you were doing needlework, so I brought a pair of scissors with me. I didn't expect that there would be a misunderstanding. It's my fault. I scared everyone." Old Lady Su snorted coldly, "Since your Highness is begging for you, I won't bother with you. Don't say you are a weak woman holding a pair of scissors. Even if I face a huge army, what do I have to fear?" After all, Old Lady Su was a heroine who personally led the army and had fought on the battlefield, and she had an extraordinary demeanor. Lu Ruyan hurriedly thanked him, "Thank you, old lady." The originally tense atmosphere suddenly eased. Lu Ruyan took the scissors from Li Longlin and said with gratitude, "Thank you for your help. What is your name, your highness? Who is this man? He was peeking at me by the lake in the afternoon, and I thought he was a lecher from somewhere." Unexpectedly, he would speak up for me. Lu Ruyan was very curious about the identity of the man in front of her. Li Longlin smiled and said, "Fourth sister-in-law, I am the 9th Prince Li Longlin. Su Fengling's fiancé." "The 9th Prince?" Lu Ruyan's face showed a look of sudden realization. "You are the famous straw bag Lao Jiu. Oh, by the way, you also wrote a limerick for me." In an instant, the little bit of good feeling Lu Ruyan had for Li Longlin disappeared completely, and she was left with only contempt. She only admires talented and poetic people. Lu Ruyan looks down on ordinary people. As for the ignorant idiot like the 9th Prince, Lu Ruyan hates him even more. Although the 9th Prince had just helped him. However, in Lu Ruyan's view, he was just like other men who were just coveting her beauty and showing her affection for no reason. Old Lady Su said angrily, "Lu Ruyan, show some respect in your words. The 9th Prince is the benefactor of the Su family. Without him, the Su family would have been finished. Moreover, he was appointed as the general of the northern expedition by the emperor." Lu Ruyan sneered, very disdainful, "Such a fool can be a general. No wonder Daxia was defeated by the northern barbarians and was in danger of extinction." Old Lady Su was so angry, "You." Li Longlin was speechless. He finally understood why there was such a big conflict between Lu Ruyan and Old Lady Su. Old Lady Su is stubborn. But it takes two hands to clap. Lu Ruyan doesn't know how to behave like a human being at all. "You should know that you are no longer the most beautiful courtesan in the Imperial Music Bureau, but the daughter-in-law of the Su family. How could you use the PUA method used by the Jiaofeng Bureau on Old Lady Su? Isn't this just asking for trouble? But I have to say it. In the era of Daxia, Lu Ruyan's method is still very effective in dealing with men. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her, a prostitute, to manipulate the wealthy and powerful nobles in the capital. She even gained the reputation of a talented woman due to their flattery. Li Longlin has lived 2 lives and is no longer surprised by anything. He also has quite a bit of experience in dealing with this kind of woman. In one word, pretend. The more attentive you are, the more she will look down on you. On the contrary, the more you pretend to be calm, the more she will think you are special and the more she will approach you. Li Longlin smiled and stepped out to smooth things over. "Old lady, it's getting late, it's more important to get down to business." Old Lady Su nodded, "Okay. Let's get down to business first." Li Longlin came to Lu Ruyan and said, "Fourth sister-in-law, this is the loom that second sister-in-law just made. None of us know how to do needlework. So, please come and try. I don't know if you can do it." Lu Ruyan had a strong sense of self-esteem and hated being looked down upon the most. She immediately frowned and looked unhappy. "In terms of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, many men in the world are indeed better than me. But in terms of needlework and embroidery, I have never lost to anyone." Li Longlin smiled and said, "In that case, please let fourth sister-in-law give it a try." Lu Ruyan sat in front of the loom and was stunned. This loom was completely different from any loom she had seen before. Not only is it much larger, but it also looks extremely complex. For a moment, Lu Ruyan was at a loss and looked extremely embarrassed. This 9th Prince has no good intentions. He deliberately makes me look bad. If that's the case, then I will expose your true colors. Let everyone know what a filthy and incompetent man you are. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth secretly and felt resentment towards Li Longlin. However, she looked at Li Longlin with seductive eyes and said in a tender voice, "Your Highness, I don't know how to use this loom. Can you come over and teach me personally? She is worthy of being the most beautiful girl in the Imperial Music Bureau." The art of seduction has already reached the level of being natural and natural. She claimed that she had changed from being a slave, and her tone became extremely coquettish, like she was acting coquettishly and begging, which made people's bones go soft. Su Fenling took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Yes, 9th Prince. Why don't you go and help fourth sister-in-law? Although the two women had different purposes, they had the same idea in their minds at this moment. Li Longlin, you evil beast. Isn't his true colors revealed yet? Li Longlin, however, had a stern face and flatly refused. Men and women should not be intimate with each other. Fourth sister-in-law is an elder. If I get close to her, wouldn't it ruin your reputation? Old Lady Su nodded and praised, Your Highness is indeed a gentleman. Luo Yuzhu also nodded in agreement. Su Fengling's nose was crooked with anger. Grandma, didn't you see that? This stinky man was drooling as he watched fourth sister-in-law playing the piano by the lake. If he were a gentleman, even a sow would climb a tree. Lu Ruyan was stunned and looked at Li Longlin in astonishment. Am I wrong? This ninth prince is not a fool, but a gentleman. That's not right. When I was in the Jiafangxi, I heard countless stories about him. What is the knight with 7 women, sleeping together in the same bed? How ridiculous. How ridiculous. Could it be that he was pretending? If he is pretending, I must expose his true face and never let my little sister fall into the fire pit. Lu Ruyan twisted her body and took off her top, revealing her shoulders. She pouted her lips, acting like a spoiled child and complaining, but, if your highness doesn't teach me, I won't be able to learn. Wouldn't that delay the important work? Li Longlin quietly clenched his fists. This goblin is really powerful. I could hardly control myself. One can imagine how many men would fall at her feet. Although Li Longlin was full of passion, his face remained calm. He said to Gong Shuwan, Sister-in-law, it's really inconvenient for me. Please teach her. Gong Shuwan nodded, showing appreciation. Your Highness, what you said makes sense. Let me teach you. Immediately, Gong Shuwan came to Lu Ruyan and taught her how to use the loom. To be honest, this new loom only looks complicated, but it is very easy to operate once you know how to use it. Otherwise, it would not have become the beginning of the first industrial revolution and quickly swept the whole world. Lu Ruyan was a smart person, and after Gong Shuwan's guidance, she quickly mastered the usage. Click, click. The loom ran, the shuttle slid, and the cloth was woven out quickly. Lu Ruyan was originally very disdainful, thinking that it was just a loom. She had seen it before, so what was so special about it? But after she got started, she was completely stunned. Too fast. This loom is extremely efficient, more than 5 times that of an ordinary loom. What's more, the operation is very simple. Even a newcomer can get started with a little training, and the efficiency will not be much lower than that of a skilled worker. Lu Ruyan is good at needlework and embroidery, and she knows very well what changes the advent of such a loom will bring. It is no exaggeration to say that it is absolutely a complete change. Second sister-in-law. You are so smart. How could they invent such an advanced loom? Lu Ruyan exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Gong Shuwan shook her head, looked at Li Longlin and said, the inventor of this loom is not me, but the ninth prince. I have to admit that the ninth prince's intelligence is far superior to mine. Li Longlin smiled modestly and said, Second sister-in-law, you are too polite. Is it him? Lu Ruyan was startled, her eyes filled with shock. Isn't the ninth prince a waste? Why does even someone as smart as my second sister-in-law feel inferior to him? Could it be that I really misunderstood him? Luo Yuzhu frowned slightly. The performance of this loom is indeed beyond imagination. But it is probably very difficult to make a fortune with just a loom. Li Longlin smiled slightly and said, one loom is not enough. What if there are 100, or even 1,000, or 10,000 looms like this? Luo Yuzhu was startled. You mean, the more the better, to form a scale? Li Longlin pointed at the wood piled in the corner of the yard and said with a smile, yes. Otherwise, why would I let Su Fengling lead people to cut wood in the West Mountain? It was to prepare materials for making the loom. Su Fengling suddenly understood. She originally thought that Li Longlin was deliberately making things difficult for her and asked her to cut down trees. Unexpectedly, this move has a deeper meaning. This is to make more looms and prepare enough wood. Li Longlin looked at Gong Shuwan and said, Sister-in-law, how much silver do you need to make 1,000 looms? How long will it take? Gong Shuwan frowned slightly and said in embarrassment, now that there is chaos and war, many craftsmen have fled the capital and headed south to avoid disaster. Moreover, this loom is a new thing, and the craftsmen are not familiar with it. I'm afraid the cost will be extremely high and the construction period will be very long. Li Longlin said in a deep voice, "Give me an accurate number." Gong Shuwan said, "A loom costs 100 taels. As for the construction period, it is really hard to predict. I am afraid it will take a year or two." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. 100 taels of silver is not a small sum. In today's capital, it is enough to buy dozens of acres of fertile farmland or a shop in a good location. As a result, only a loom was made. If there were 1,000 looms, that would be a full 100,000 taels. This is a staggering amount of money. When Li Longlin heard this number, he felt relieved and said with a smile, "I thought it would cost a lot of money." "Sister-in-law, give sister-in-law 100,000 taels of silver notes and ask her to recruit craftsmen and start work as soon as possible to make 1,000 looms." Luo Yuzhu took a deep breath and said, 100,000 taels of silver. "Your Highness, this is all the silver you have left. Otherwise, let's make a little less and see how it goes." Li Longlin sold the 6th prince's house to the 4th prince Li Ji, claiming to have made 700,000 taels of silver. In fact, it was 600,000 taels of silver and a jade pendant. It cost 500,000 taels to buy the shop. Now Li Longlin took out another 100,000 taels of silver to build 1,000 looms. That means that 600,000 taels of silver were all spent. The big business that Li Longlin mentioned has not even started yet, and there will be many opportunities to spend money in the future. What if there is not enough money? Li Longlin smiled slightly, took out the 4th prince's jade pendant and handed it to Su Fengling. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. Besides, money is meant to be spent. Take it to a pawnshop and pawn the jade pendant, then say it was given to the 4th prince by the emperor. It should be worth tens of thousands of taels of silver. Su Fengling took the jade pendant and felt dizzy. This is a jade pendant bestowed by the emperor, it is priceless. Su Fengling originally thought that Li Longlin would keep the jade pendant to play with. As a result, such a valuable item was directly taken to the pawn shop and sold for silver. He simply doesn't treat money as money. Lu Ruyan was also stunned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Longlin. She has seen many wealthy people who spend money lavishly. But people like Li Longlin, who completely regard money as dirt, are extremely rare. His actions showed a sense of freedom and heroism, showing that he had spent a fortune and regained it. Luo Yuzhu frowned. 9th prince, this jade pendant was given by the emperor after all. Wouldn't it be bad if you just accept it? Li Longlin smiled slightly. This jade pendant was given to 4th brother by father. Even if father knew about it, he would blame 4th brother. What the hell does it have to do with me? Everyone gasped. So, Li Longlin was setting a trap for the 4th prince. This is too insidious. That's right. Li Longlin slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. There are also raw materials for textiles, such as cotton and linen. The price is low now, sister-in-law, you are responsible for purchasing a batch. Just tell me how much silver you need. Luo Yuzhu nodded, that's easy. Everything was arranged, and Li Longlin planned to go back and rest. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly flashed, and she said, Your Highness, I have an unwelcome request. Li Longlin turned around and said with a smile, 4th sister-in-law, we are a family. If you have anything to say, please speak frankly. Lu Ruyan whispered, can you leave me one of these looms? Don't worry, I won't take it for nothing. I can pay 100 taels for the cost of production. Li Longlin was a little surprised, and raised his eyebrows slightly. 4th sister-in-law, can you tell me why? Lu Ruyan glanced at old lady Su and said, I'm tired of playing the piano and painting every day. My life is getting more and more boring. If I could weave cloth, it would not only help me relieve my boredom, but also allow me to exchange the cloth for money to supplement the family income and do my best for the Su family. When Li Longlin heard this, he immediately understood. In fact, Lu Ruyan has already given in and is testing the old lady's attitude. If old lady Su agrees, it means that she acknowledges Lu Ruyan as a family member and allows her to stay. If old lady Su doesn't agree, Then Lu Ruyan should give up as soon as possible, leave the Su family and find another way out. Old Lady Su snorted coldly, "You still have some conscience." In fact, she is a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although Old Lady Su didn't like Lu Ruyan, she looked down on her for her background as a prostitute. However, all the men in the Su family died on the battlefield. Lu Ruyan became a widow before she even got married. She is also a pitiful person. The person is already dead, what's the point of dwelling on past grudges? Lu Ruyan was slightly startled, and immediately understood what Old Lady Su meant. She cried with joy and bowed quickly, "Ruyan thanks the old lady." Old Lady Su turned around and said, "Why are you thanking me? It depends on whether the 9th prince is willing to leave a loom for you. Whether Lu Ruyan stays or leaves is up to Li Longlin." Facing Lu Ruyan's expectant eyes, Li Longlin said calmly, "I'm sorry, 4th sister-in-law. I can't agree to it." "No." The women of the Su family looked stunned and stared at Li Longlin. They never expected that Li Longlin would flatly refuse something that even old Madame Su acquiesced to. "Isn't it just a loom? So what? Does Li Longlin have to force Lu Ruyan out of the Su family and put her back into the fire pit of the music bureau?" Su Fengling said angrily, "9th prince, you are too hard-hearted, aren't you? Are you going to force 4th sister-in-law to death?" Everyone looked somewhat dissatisfied. Li Longlin's action was indeed a bit too much. Lu Ruyan shook her head and smiled bitterly, "Don't say anything, maybe this is my fate." Li Longlin smiled slightly and said, "4th sister-in-law, you misunderstood me. You are proficient in needlework. If I only let you weave cloth, wouldn't it be a waste of your talent? How is it different from those ordinary women?" Lu Ruyan was stunned. "I still don't quite understand. What exactly do you want me to do?" Li Longlin pointed at the loom and explained, "This loom has just been manufactured and still has many defects. It requires a lot of testing to discover them and then further improve them." "Second sister-in-law, are you right?" Gong Shuwan nodded, "Indeed." Li Longlin smiled and said, "Sister-in-law 4 is the best candidate for the test. She is very important. Do you agree?" If Lu Ruyan was just weaving to supplement the family income, what she did was no different from that of an ordinary woman and she could be replaced at any time. Once Lu Ruyan and Old Lady Su have another argument, then Old Lady Su would be so angry that she would definitely drive Lu Ruyan away. However, Li Longlin asked Lu Ruyan to stay and be responsible for testing and improving the loom. In this way, what Lu Ruyan did was crucial and irreplaceable. In other words, before the loom was completely perfected, it would be impossible for Old Lady Su to drive Lu Ruyan away. Whether the loom is perfect or not is just a matter of Li Longlin's words. Everyone looked suddenly enlightened. It turns out that Li Longlin is not heartless and cold-blooded. On the contrary, he is a sentimental person who helps Lu Ruyan secretly. Old Lady Su glanced at Li Longlin and nodded secretly, "9th prince, I was right about you." Lu Ruyan was completely stunned and looked at Li Longlin in astonishment. She couldn't believe it. That useless 9th prince actually helped me. You know, when I was in the music bureau, I drove the 9th prince out, making him lose all face. It is not an exaggeration to say that the two are enemies. The 9th prince repays evil with kindness, he is truly a gentleman. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with tears as she bowed to Li Longlin, "Thank you very much, your highness." Li Longlin smiled and said, "4th sister-in-law, you are too polite. After all, we are a family." It was getting late, so everyone went back to rest. Su Fengling took the opportunity to escape. Li Longlin reached out his hand to stop her and said with a smile, "You have been trying to trip me up a lot today. What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Facing Li Longlin's fiery gaze, Su Fengling's pretty face turned red. My little trick did not escape Li Longlin's eyes at all. "No." Su Fengling looked proud and argued, "I don't like you. How could I be jealous? If it weren't for the emperor's marriage, I would never marry you in my life. That. I helped my 4th sister-in-law move the loom to her room." After saying that, Su Fengling ran away as if escaping. Li Longlin looked at Su Fengling's back, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, "Interesting woman." The next day, Li Longlin slept until noon as usual, then got up slowly. As soon as he arrived at the lobby, he saw Luo Yuzhu pacing back and forth like an ant on hot pot, looking anxious. "Sister-in-law, good morning." Li Longlin greeted Luo Yuzhu with a smile. Luo Yuzhu came forward and said, "Your Highness, what time is it now? Why did you just get up? Something big has happened." Li Longlin frowned slightly. "Sister-in-law, don't be anxious, sit down and talk slowly." The task he gave Luo Yuzhu was to purchase cotton and linen raw materials. Could it be that someone is hoarding goods, causing the price of raw materials to go up? If that's true, then we're in trouble. Your plan to get rich may fail here. But that's impossible. It's not surprising that some people are hoarding food and fodder in the face of a war. But who would hoard cotton and linen? Luo Yuzhu sat down and drank a sip of tea, and her mood calmed down a little. "I followed your instructions early in the morning and went to various major trading companies to buy cotton and linen. The price of cotton and linen is extremely low, at the bottom. So I took out all the money in my account and almost swallowed up all the cotton and linen stocks in the capital." Li Longlin said in surprise, "This is a good thing." Luo Yuzhu frowned, "But when I went to recruit women to do needlework, I ran into trouble. Now there is chaos and the situation is unstable. There are rumors that the Imperial guards have been defeated and the northern barbarians will soon attack the capital. People are panicking and fleeing. At this critical moment, who has the heart to work?" Li Longlin nodded. "Sister-in-law, I have anticipated this trouble. Don't worry, I have a way to solve it. However, the loom has not been manufactured yet, so even if we recruit workers, there is no rush. You're not so worried about not being able to recruit female workers, are you?" Luo Yuzhu sighed. "Don't be afraid of being laughed at by your highness. This is all my fault. I forgot that today is the day to pay pensions to the widows of the Su family army. I have spent all the money on the account, what should I do?" Li Longlin suddenly realized. It turned out that Luo Yuzhu was worried about the pension. This is indeed a big deal. If pensions are not paid in full, not only will the widows go hungry, there will be people who will take advantage of the opportunity to stir up trouble and use this incident to incite public opinion. The people in the capital were already in a state of panic and chaos. By then, there might be a civil uprising. Before the northern barbarians' army arrived, Daxia had already collapsed from within. Li Longlin thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, isn't it just silver? It's a small matter. I have already given the jade pendant to Su Fengling and asked her to pawn it. The jade pendant is worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, which is enough to solve the urgent problem. Su's army sacrificed their lives for the country and are heroes of Daxia. Even if I starve myself, I will not let the widows and orphans go without food." Luo Yuzhu's eyes were filled with tears. "I thank His Highness on their behalf." At this time, Su Fengling rushed in, yelling, "I'm so mad. I'm so mad." Luo Yuzhu was startled and stepped forward quickly. "Little sister, didn't you go to pawn the jade pendant? Could it be that they took the opportunity to lower the price and offered a price that was too low?" Su Fengling took out the jade pendant and said angrily, "Not only is the price too low, the pawnshops won't accept it. Some people even say that the jade pendant is fake. Ninth Prince, you think you are smart, but you have been deceived by the fourth prince. This jade pendant is worthless." "Worthless? How so?" Luo Yuzhu suddenly panicked and her expression changed drastically. "I had been hoping to earn some silver from selling the jade pendant to provide pensions to the widow and orphans. As a result, the fourth prince's jade pendant was worthless and could not be sold. What should I do?" "Fake." Li Longlin frowned slightly, took the jade pendant in his hand and looked at it carefully. "This jade pendant is made of warm jade and is finely crafted. It definitely cannot be fake." Moreover, Li Longlin remembered that this jade pendant was originally Emperor Wu's favorite and he had carried it with him for many years. During one spring hunt, the fourth prince came out on top. Emperor Wu was overjoyed and gave him this jade pendant as an encouragement. The jade pendant in the emperor's hand must be priceless. How could it be fake? "You don't believe me?" Su Fengling felt very aggrieved. "Call my second sister-in-law and let her test it, then we will know, right?" Gong Shuwan was not only good at carpentry, but also extremely skilled in metal smelting. jewelry carving, and other crafts. Luo Yuzhu nodded and said, "Okay. I'll call her over now." A moment later, Gong Shuwan came to the hall, touched the jade pendant with her delicate hands, and said confidently, "It is a top-grade jade, priceless." Luo Yuzhu let out a long sigh. "It's okay, it's okay. Gong Shuwan would definitely not be wrong. As long as the jade pendant is real, it will be easy." Luo Yuzhu frowned and looked at Su Fengling, her tone somewhat complaining. "Little sister, what's wrong with you? It's obviously a real jade pendant, why do you say it's fake? Asshole." Su Fengling blushed and gritted her teeth. "It must be those unscrupulous merchants who deceived me. I will go and smash their shop." Before he could finish his words, Su Fengling grabbed the silver spear and ran out in a hurry. Li Longlin looked helpless and reached out to stop Su Fengling. "Wait." In fact, he was not surprised that Su Fengling couldn't sell the jade pendant. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. This is a gift from the emperor, and is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. In such a huge capital city, how many pawnshops can take out so much silver at once? Moreover, some pawnshop owners, even if they saw the value of the jade pendant, knew that it was a royal item and would not buy it even if they had 10 times the courage, so they could only say that it was fake. The problem is that Su Fengling, this silly girl, didn't understand the logic and actually believed it. For a moment, Li Longlin didn't know what to say. Su Fengling said unhappily, "Why are you stopping me?" Li Longlin smiled and said, "I didn't expect that you couldn't do such a small thing. How about this, I'll go with you. I guarantee that the jade pendant can be sold for 100,000 taels of silver." Su Fengling became even angrier. You look down on me." Luo Yuzhu hurriedly persuaded him, "Your Highness has good intentions. Besides, after noon, the widows and orphans will come to collect the pension. If we still can't get the money by then, it will be troublesome. Just let His Highness go with you." Su Fengling could only nod. "Well, okay. Ninth Prince, let's go." Li Longlin glanced at Su Fengling and said calmly, "Are you going just like that?" Su Fengling was startled. "What else?" Li Longlin went back to the house, took out some of his old clothes, and threw them to Su Fengling. "You are a girl after all, it's not convenient for you to show up in public. Put on my clothes and disguise yourself." Su Fengling curled her lips. "Who cares about your stinky clothes? Aren't they just men's clothes? I have them." A moment later, Su Fengling changed into a moon-white men's suit, waved a folding fan, turned around in front of Li Longlin, and said with a smile, "How about it? I look more handsome than you in men's clothes, right?" Su Fengling had nothing to do on weekdays, so she was used to dressing up as a man. It was more convenient than dressing up as a woman whether she was shopping or hunting. Her men's suit was tailored very appropriately, and paired with her handsome and heroic face, she transformed herself into a suave, handsome and elegant young man. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. If Su Fengling were dressed like this and went to the Jiaofeng Bureau, I wonder how many courtesans would fall in love with her. Li Longlin circled around Su Fengling for a few times, muttering, "Resemblance. Definitely." Su Fengling asked curiously, "Like what?" Li Longlin smiled and said, "What can your feminine temperament resemble? Of course, it looks like someone who came out of the palace." Su Fengling was so angry that her lungs exploded. She clenched her fists tightly and chased after Li Longlin and hit him. "You said I look like a eunuch. You are looking for death." Luo Yuzhu sighed. "You too, stop fooling around. Business is more important." Su Fengling glared at Li Longlin, her teeth itching with hatred. "Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, see how I deal with you." The two took the jade pendant, left the Su family, and went straight to the West Market. The commercial area of the capital was divided into West Market and South Market. Nanshur is where ordinary people go. West Market is where rich people go and it is more prosperous. There are many shops on both sides of the street, including restaurants, tea houses, jewelry shops, silk shops. However, most of the shops are deserted. Only the pawn shop was extremely busy, with people crowding in front of the door. The reason is simple. The rumor of the Imperial Guard's defeat had spread throughout the capital. The people were all panicked and wanted to move south to escape the war. Therefore, they pawned valuable and worthless things in their homes in exchange for travel money. These pawn shops. I managed to squeeze in with great difficulty. But they said the jade pendant was fake. Su Fengling frowned, feeling a little resentful. Li Longlin rubbed his temple, feeling deeply worried about Su Fengling's IQ. What do people pawn when they go to the pawn shop? Ragged fur coat, old quilt. If they can exchange it for a few cents, they will be overjoyed. You, on the other hand, took a jade pendant and directly asked for 100,000 taels of silver. Isn't this just looking for trouble? If you weren't a woman, they must have asked their guys to beat you out. Li Longlin pointed to a luxurious store next to him and said, "There are too many people here. Let's go to that store." Su Fengling looked at the sign of Jibiozai hanging on the shop and said in astonishment, "But this Jibiozai is a jewelry store, not a pawn shop." Li Longlin smiled mysteriously, "Of course I know. Go in later and tell the shopkeeper that this jade pendant is sold for 100,000 taels of silver, not a tael less. This deal will definitely be successful." Su Fengling was stunned. "Only me? Why don't you go with me?" Li Longlin sighed. "People are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. There is no way, I am too famous in the capital. As soon as I go in, people will definitely recognize me, and this business will be impossible to do." Su Fengling suddenly realized, "Oh, you must owe Jibiozai a lot of money. That must be it." Li Longlin smiled and said, "I guess so." Li Longlin wasn't sure about other shops. But the boss behind Jibiozai is none other than the great eunuch Wei Sun. And today is a day off, so Wei Sun is in Jibiozai. Su Fengling, dressed in a white shirt and waving a folding fan in his hand, walked into Jibiozai in an elegant and dashing manner. When the guys saw her, they were all petrified and stood there in a daze. What a handsome man. But, her temperament is a bit feminine. Could it be that he came from the palace? Shopkeeper Song waved his hand, dismissed the waiter, and stepped forward and said with a smile, "Sir, you look a little unfamiliar." Su Fengling coughed and said in a rough voice, "This is indeed my first time here." When shopkeeper Song heard this, he knew that the handsome young man in front of him was definitely not a man. It is most likely a eunuch in the palace. As a result, shopkeeper Song's attitude became more respectful. "What brings you to our shop?" Su Fengling didn't waste any words and directly took out the jade pendant. One price, 100,000 taels of silver. When shopkeeper Song saw the jade pendant, his pupils suddenly shrank. This jade pendant is indeed top grade. If it is a peaceful year, 100,000 taels of silver is not expensive. The problem is that the world is not peaceful now. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. In times of chaos, the price of jade pendants will be greatly discounted. 100,000 taels of silver is indeed too expensive. At best, this jade pendant is worth only 50,000 taels of silver. However, what worries shopkeeper Song is Su Fengling's identity. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Su Fengling was not a man, but a eunuch. The jade pendant in Su Fengling's hand was most likely stolen from the palace. If shopkeeper Song buys this jade pendant, it would be equivalent to helping sell the stolen goods. If the higher-ups investigate one day, he would not be able to chop off his own heads even if he had 10. This. Shopkeeper Song's eyes lit up and he said, "This jade pendant is too valuable. I'm not sure about it. Fortunately, my master is here. I'll take it to him to take a look." Under normal circumstances, shopkeeper Song would have simply found an excuse, saying that the jade pendant was fake, and sent her away. But fortunately eunuch Wei is here today. Take this jade pendant and show it to eunuch Wei. If it was stolen property from the palace, then arresting Su Fengling directly would be a great achievement. If it is not stolen property, then I will buy it and give it to eunuch Wei to please him. It's no loss anyway. Su Fengling waved her hand and said impatiently, "Go ahead. If you dare to play any tricks, be careful or I will smash your store." Shopkeeper Song took the jade pendant and hurried to the backyard. Wei Sun sat on the armchair, drinking tea slowly, but his face looked very ugly. This time, Wei Sun lost 600,000 taels of silver in the house raid. A few days passed before Wei Sun realized that he had been framed. As for who framed him, Wei Sun couldn't figure it out for a moment. It was not until Wei Sun heard that the fourth Prince Li Ji spent a whopping price of 700,000 to buy back the sixth prince's house that he finally understood. The fourth prince. It must be him. Okay. Fourth brother. We have no grudges against you, but you teamed up with Lao Lu to frame us. We don't have any other abilities, but the harem is our territory. You have offended our family, your biological mother, concubine Qin. Don't expect to have a good life from now on. Wei Sun was racking his brains, thinking of how to frame concubine Qin and teach the fourth prince a lesson. Shopkeeper Song came over in a hurry, knelt down and kowtowed. I am here to see you, my lord. Wei Sun waved his hand. Get up. Shopkeeper Song, does Jubiozai have any good stuff recently? Shopkeeper Song hurriedly said, Sir, there was nothing good to see a few days ago. But today, someone came to our door and brought a jade pendant, saying he wanted to sell it for 100,000 taels. When Wei Sun heard this, he immediately jumped up and said, a jade pendant, sold for 100,000 taels. Do you think we are being taken advantage of? Take it out quickly, let us see what kind of jade pendant it is. Shopkeeper Song presented the jade pendant with both hands and said with a smile, I also think it is expensive. So I brought it here specially to let you, the ninth prince, take a look. When Wei Sun saw the jade pendant, his eyes widened. Even if others don't recognize this jade pendant, there is no way Wei Sun doesn't recognize it. This is Emperor Wu's favorite thing, and he gave it to the fourth prince. Why are you here? Shopkeeper Song saw that Wei Sun looked unhappy, so he asked tentatively, My lord, this jade pendant seems to belong to the royal family. Wei Sun snorted coldly, This is the emperor's personal jade pendant, what do you think? Ah. When Shopkeeper Song heard this, he felt as if struck by thunder, and his body trembled like a sieve. The emperor's jade pendant. I knew that eunuch was not a good person. Wei Sun glared at Shopkeeper Song and said, Who do you say is not a good person? Shopkeeper Song knew he had said something wrong, so he slapped himself in the face and explained, I was saying that the man selling the jade pendant, with red lips and white teeth, and a face as beautiful as a jade crown, is clearly not a man. This jade pendant must have been stolen from the palace. I will immediately ask my men to capture this thief and hand him over to the ninth prince for punishment. Wei Sun shook his head, Don't panic. Take our family to see that person. Shopkeeper Song nodded, took Wei Sun to the front yard, hid behind the screen, and quietly looked at Su Fengling. It's her. Wei Sun was slightly stunned. Shopkeeper Song asked puzzledly, Do you know her? Wei Sun whispered, Su Fengling, the orphan of the Su family. The emperor has granted her a marriage, allowing her to marry the ninth prince. In other words, she is the ninth prince's person. Shopkeeper Song was even more confused. How did the ninth prince get involved? I am completely confused. Wei Sun clapped his hands and smiled, Not confused. Not confused at all. Now it's right. Wei Sun was in charge of the East Factory and served as Emperor Wu's spy, supervising all officials. Nothing that happens in the capital can escape Wei Sun's eyes and ears. That night, the fourth Prince Li Ji took out 600,000 taels of silver and a jade pendant, a total of 700,000 taels, and bought the sixth prince's house. Wei Sun knew the whole thing from beginning to end, including the details. That is to say, the jade pendant bestowed by the emperor is now in the hands of the ninth prince. Su Fengling is the ninth prince's consort, so it is reasonable for her to sell the jade pendant for 100,000 taels of silver. The question is, why Jubiozai? Is it a coincidence? This is impossible. There is no such a coincidence in the world. Then, it must be that the ninth Prince Li Longlin did it on purpose, using Su Fengling's hand to deliberately send the jade pendant to his own hands. The emperor gave the jade pendant to the fourth prince. Could he just give it away as he pleased? If the emperor knew that the fourth prince sold the jade pendant, he would be furious. By doing this, the ninth prince is putting the fourth prince's evidence in his own hands. And he was worried about how to overthrow the fourth prince. Isn't this a timely help? Wei Sun was overjoyed and said with a smile, Ninth prince, I appreciate your kindness. Shopkeeper Song, go get 100,000 taels. No. 150,000 taels, send it to Su Fengling. Tell her that we like this jade pendant very much. When shopkeeper Song heard this, his face suddenly changed. The jade pendant was clearly worth 100,000 taels, but Jiao Qian Sui actually asked for 150,000 taels. How can you do business like this in this world? Wei Sun saw that shopkeeper Song didn't move, his face darkened, and he scolded, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." Shopkeeper Song woke up as if from a dream, and quickly prepared a thick stack of banknotes and handed it to Su Fengling. "Sir, my master likes that jade pendant very much. This is 150,000 taels of silver, please count." "How much? How much?" Su Fengling suspected that she had heard it wrong. "I clearly offered a price of 100,000 taels, so why did the other party offer 50,000 taels more?" Shopkeeper Song smiled and said, "You heard it right, it's 150,000 taels. The remaining 50,000 taels were given by my master." Su Fengling's mind went blank until she took the 150,000 silver notes and left Jibiozai. She still felt dizzy and felt like she was dreaming. Li Longlin was waiting at the door and immediately went to meet him. "How is it? Is it done?" Su Fengling woke up as if from a dream. She was extremely excited and opened her arms to hug Li Longlin. "It's done. 150,000 taels of silver. We are rich." It was a strange sight to see two grown men hugging each other on a busy street. Passers-by looked at him in surprise. A few playboys happened to pass by and recognized Li Longlin. They were surprised and asked, "Isn't this the ninth prince?" "Yes, it's him. No wonder I haven't seen him in the Jiaofang bureau these days. It turns out that he has a new lover." In public, the ninth prince was hugging and kissing a man. What a playful act. Li Longlin's face turned green. Su Fengling was so happy that she forgot she was wearing men's clothes. However, even if she was wearing women's clothes, it was not appropriate for her to be so intimate with me on this busy street. The most important thing is men's clothing. My reputation is already bad enough. What about having sex with 7 women in one night and sleeping in the same bed? It's ridiculous to the extreme. If I add another love affair with Longyang, I will be socially dead. How can I go to brothels to listen to music and talk about love and romance with the courtesans in the future? The social atmosphere in Daxia is still relatively conservative. The Longyang habit is not a good reputation. So, Li Longlin pushed Su Fengling away with force. "Calm down. This is a busy street, there are so many people watching us. Let go. This is too embarrassing." Su Fengling suddenly felt playful. "You are the ninth prince, the most dissolute playboy in the capital. What ridiculous things have you not done? Are you afraid of losing face? Oh. So you are afraid that others will misunderstand that you like men and you won't be able to go out drinking in bars in the future? In that case, then I will completely ruin your reputation. From now on, when you go to a brothel, you will be despised by the courtesans and you will never be able to hold your head up." Su Fengling sneered in her heart. Not only did she not let go, she also kissed him on the face. This scene stunned all the passers-by. Two men not only hugged each other on the street, but also kissed each other. This is too explosive. Su Fengling also realized that she had gone too far. Her pretty face turned red, and she stuffed the banknotes into Li Longlin's arms and ran away without looking back. After all, this was Su Fengling's first kiss. In a moment of impulsiveness, Li Longlin got away with it. So embarrassing. You. Li Longlin looked at Su Fengling's back, wanting to cry but unable to. "It's all over now. My reputation is ruined." As expected. The news that the ninth prince had a sexual fetish and liked men was so shocking that it spread throughout the capital in an instant. "Have you heard? The ninth prince hugged a man on a busy street and even kissed him." "Ah. Is this true? Ridiculous. It's really ridiculous." "Yes, the ninth prince has always been absurd, what can I say? Have you heard that 100,000 Imperial guards were annihilated, Zhang Beizheng died in battle, and the northern barbarian army is about to reach the capital? What's the point of war? The ninth prince's affairs are more interesting. What do you think, if the ninth prince ascends the throne, will the queen be a man or a woman? Ha ha ha, it would be even more explosive if a man became the queen. In any era, gossip and entertainment news always attract more attention. The gossip spirits of the people were completely ignited, and everyone was discussing the ninth prince's affair with Long Yang. For a time, the rumors of the Imperial Guard's defeat were ignored. After Wei Sun heard about it, he also hurried into the palace to report. In the Imperial study, Emperor Wu was reprimanding several cabinet ministers. Have you found the person who spread the rumor that the Imperial Guards were defeated and disrupted the morale of our army? The ministers lowered their heads, remained silent, and dared not breathe. Waste. A bunch of rubbish. If this rumor continues to spread, the consequences will be disastrous. Emperor Wu cursed loudly. In fact, he knew it in his heart. Behind this rumor, there must be a barbarian spy fanning the flames. Now that the rumors have spread widely and have had a huge impact, it is not easy to quell them. Even if we find out who spread the rumors and chop off their heads, it would just be a way to vent our anger. Even in the eyes of the people. Explanation is cover-up, and cover-up is the truth. If the Imperial Guards had not really been defeated, why would the court have gone to war and killed people to vent their anger? All in all, there is no solution to the conspiracy. At this time, Wei Sun came to the Imperial study and whispered, "Your Highness." Emperor Wu glanced at Wei Sun and said, "Aren't you taking a day off today and leaving the palace?" Wei Sun hurriedly said, "I heard some rumors in the streets that were extremely unfavorable to the court. So I hurried back to report to the emperor." Emperor Wu's heart sank. It must be the rumors of Daxia's defeat that were getting more and more intense and had reached a point where they were out of control. What should I do? Emperor Wu's expression was extremely grim. Is it rumored that the barbarians have already reached the capital? Wei Sun was startled and asked in confusion, "What barbarians?" Emperor Wu was stunned. "Aren't you talking about the rumor that Daxia was defeated?" "Oh." Wei Sun suddenly realized, "Your Majesty, you are talking about that. That rumor is outdated and the people don't pay attention to it anymore." When Emperor Wu heard this, he was surprised and delighted. People don't even pay attention to such a tricky rumor. In other words, the barbarian spies rumor offensive was curbed. Who is it that has accomplished such a great feat? Wei Sun lowered his voice. "Yes, it's the ninth prince." Emperor Wu was startled. Old Nine again. What happened to him? Wei Sun's face was grim. "Ninth prince, he was hugging and kissing a man on the street." This is not nonsense from a servant, many people saw it with their own eyes. There was complete silence in the Imperial study. Explosion. It's really explosive. No wonder the people no longer pay attention to the rumors of Daxia's defeat. The absurd things that the ninth prince did shocked everyone. After a brief silence, the ministers were in an uproar. "Your Majesty, the ninth prince is really going too far. He actually likes men, how shameful. You must punish him severely." If there is no severe punishment, where is the dignity of the royal family? I propose that the ninth prince be demoted to a commoner. The ministers spoke one after another, each of them was righteous and indignant to the extreme. In fact, there were many noble ministers in the court who had this morbid habit and secretly kept male favorites at home. It's just that they regard it as an elegant thing and instead of feeling ashamed of it, they take pride in it and even can't help showing off to others. In short, Long Yang's addiction is indeed explosive enough for the common people. But for princes and nobles, is this a big deal? The reason why the ministers collectively attacked Li Longlin was that he had quelled the rebellion of the sixth prince and was at the height of his fame and was highly appreciated by Emperor Wu. Although Li Longlin's foundation is insufficient, the possibility of him being made the crown prince is extremely low. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. If we can seize this opportunity to overthrow Li Longlin, it will be a good thing for the other princes and all the civil and military officials in the court. Bang. Emperor Wu slapped the imperial desk with a heavy slap, and said angrily, "Shut up. Do you want me to punish my meritorious officials?" A meritorious official? The ministers were all confused. The ninth prince has done absurd things and has a terrible reputation. He has nothing to do with being a meritorious official. Emperor Wu said coldly, "If it weren't for Lao Jiao, who caused such a mess, I'm afraid that the rumors of Daxia's defeat would be even crazier." As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. If a rumor is told enough times, it becomes true. Not only the common people but also the wealthy merchants believed the rumors and became frightened birds, fleeing the capital and heading south to avoid disaster. In the end, the officials and even the army will be in chaos and flee. Whether Lao Jiao did it intentionally or unintentionally. But he calmed down the rumors and eased the tense mood of the people. Isn't this a fact? Isn't this a great achievement? The ministers were suddenly speechless and had no answer. Although it seems outrageous. But what Emperor Wu said was indeed true. Compared to the rumors of Daxia's defeat, the 9th prince at most ruined his reputation and brought shame to the royal family. But the 9th prince's reputation had already hit rock bottom, so no matter which way he went it would be upward, so it didn't matter. Most of the ministers were fence-sitters. When they heard that Emperor Wu was supporting the 9th prince, they immediately changed their attitudes. Your Majesty, so the 9th prince is not only innocent, but has made contributions. The 9th prince is a loyal minister. A baby born from heaven is a blessing for the country. Prime Minister Du Wenyuan's face turned pale. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, even if the 9th prince quelled the rumors, this is a fact. However, it is also a fact that he is immoral and has damaged the reputation of the royal family. One thing at a time. I think the two should not be confused. Your Majesty should distinguish right from wrong and reward and punish appropriately. Otherwise, it would be unfair, and where is justice? Emperor Wu nodded and said, What you said makes sense. Tonight, I will summon Lao Jiao to the palace to investigate the matter thoroughly. Rewards should be given and punishments should be given. What do you think? The cabinet ministers bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. On the other side, Li Longlin didn't know that he was facing a huge disaster and returned to the Su family. The widows and orphans have already arrived. There are hundreds of them, lined up in a long queue in front of the Su family, waiting to receive pensions. As there were too many people, Luo Yuzhu couldn't handle it alone, so she called Gong Shuwan and Lu Rian for help. Su Fengling came back earlier and changed into women's clothes to help greet people. She knew she was in the wrong, so she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Li Longlin. With old Madame Su in person, all the women in the Su family came and gathered in the yard. Only. Since the money had not yet arrived, everyone looked a little anxious. At this time, Li Longlin stepped into the gate of the Su mansion, and Luo Yuzhu hurriedly went to greet him. Your Highness, I heard from my younger sister that the jade pendant was sold for 150,000 taels of silver. Li Longlin raised the banknote in his hand. That's right. The 150,000 taels of banknotes are in my hand. Luo Yuzhu said happily, In this case, Your Highness, please personally distribute the pensions to the widows and orphans. All along, the Su family has paid the pensions out of their own pockets in the name of the court. As time went on, some people with ulterior motives began to slander the Su family, saying that the Su family was trying to win people's hearts and intend to rebel. Luo Yuzhu is thoughtful, and this time she deliberately asked Li Longlin to distribute the pension. First of all, this money was earned by Li Longlin, so he should have personal control over it. Secondly, no matter how incompetent Li Longlin is, he is still the 9th prince and represents the emperor. Li Longlin nodded. Since you let me distribute the pension, then I need to clarify some details. Luo Yuzhu quickly said, Of course. Li Longlin asked, How much is the pension for the Su family army? Luo Yuzhu answered like a treasure trove. According to the laws of Daxia, a general gets 800 taels. A general gets 100 taels. A cavalryman gets 70 taels. An infantryman gets 50 taels. If there is military merit, an additional 20 taels will be given as pension. Li Longlin raised his eyebrows and said, Everyone in the Su family army has made contributions. If it is 70 taels of silver, it is not a small amount. The gap between the rich and the poor in Daxia is huge. The nobles and aristocrats would spend a fortune seeking pleasure in the Jiafangxi, spending tens of thousands of taels of silver in one night. The monthly expenses for an ordinary family of 5 in the capital were only 3 or 5 taels of silver. As for these widows and orphans, they lived even more frugally, spending only 2 taels of silver a month. The pension of 70 taels of silver was enough for them to live for 2 or 3 years. Of course, this silver was earned by the soldiers with their lives. Luo Yuzhu nodded and said with a wry smile, The emperor was born in the military and has been in the military all his life. He has shared the joys and sorrows with the soldiers, so he set the pension so high. But not a penny of this pension was given to the widows. Li Longlin frowned. Then how do they live? Luo Yuzhu said, in addition to the pension for the dead, they also receive a subsidy of 1 or 2 taels of silver every month. This is the pension we give. As for the rest, the Su family can't afford it. They live on subsidies. Li Longlin looked unhappy. 1 tael of silver a month is already very little. Even as an orphan and a widow, they could barely make ends meet. What's more, they may have to take care of the elderly and their children may have to go to private schools. No wonder these widows and orphans are all so pale and thin that they would be blown down by a gust of wind. Li Longlin walked up to a woman with a boy of 7 or 8 years old and asked, 1 tael of silver a month, is it really enough? The woman looked at Li Longlin with vigilance. Luo Yuzhu hurriedly explained, he is the 9th prince, the son-in-law of the Su family, and one of us. If you have anything to say, just say it. When the woman heard that Li Longlin was the 9th prince, she showed no expression. However, when she heard that Li Longlin was the son-in-law of the Su family, she was immediately moved and quickly pulled the child to kneel down. I pay my respects to your highness. Obviously. At least in the eyes of these widows and orphans, the title of the 9th prince is far inferior to that of the son-in-law of the Su family. Li Longlin asked, can you really live on 1 tael of silver? The woman shook her head, then nodded, if it's just for eating and drinking, it's barely enough. Li Longlin's heart moved, and he asked, is the child in private school? The woman said with a bitter expression, Your Highness, it is already our limit to survive. As for attending a private school, I dare not even hope for it. Li Longlin squatted down in front of the little boy and asked, Do you want to go to a private school? The little boy nodded. Dad said that only by studying can we succeed and serve the country. Li Longlin touched the little boy's head, his eyes moistened. Your father is right. When you go to private school in the future, you must study hard. Luo Yuzhu's face changed. Your Highness, are you going to send these children to private schools? This is impossible. A month of private school will cost at least 3 taels of silver. Not only can they not afford it, our Su family can't afford it either. Even if your Highness invested all of the 150,000 taels of silver, it would only last for a few months. What Luo Yuzhu said was true. During the heyday of the Su family army, there were 30,000 soldiers. In other words, they have as many as 30,000 families. Even if each household only has 1 or 2 taels of silver per month, that would still be 30,000 taels of silver. Even though the Su family is wealthy and powerful, they can't stand the money flowing out. Not to mention, Li Longlin wanted to send the orphans to private schools, which was another huge expense. Luo Yuzhu calculated that he would have to spend an additional 30,000 taels of silver every month. Although Li Longlin had 150,000 taels of silver in his hands, it could only last for 3 months at most before it would run out. What to do then? The court's pension was delayed in being paid. Are we going to leave these widows and orphans homeless and beg on the streets? Li Longlin smiled slightly and said loudly, Sister-in-law, what I mean is that they should pay for the private school themselves. In an instant, the Su mansion fell into silence. Countless astonished eyes were focused on Li Longlin. The 9th prince's words are simply like, why don't you eat meat? These widows and orphans only had 1 or 2 taels of silver a month, which was barely enough to fill their stomachs. But you let them pay for their own education and go to private school. Where does the money come from? Su Fengling said sarcastically, 9th prince, you are indeed a royal relative and you don't care about worldly matters. Do you think silver falls from the sky or grows from the ground? Li Longlin said calmly, if you don't have money, you can work to earn it. Luo Yuzhu couldn't listen any more. Your Highness, you don't know the situation. They are all hard-working people. They used to do odd jobs to supplement their family income. But now the northern barbarians are attacking, the war is raging, the rich are fleeing, and many shops are closed. Besides, even if you do work, the wages are extremely low, and you can only earn a few coins a month. Li Longlin sighed and said, Sister-in-law, how can you be so smart all your life and so foolish at this moment? Luo Yuzhu was startled, I'm confused. How do you mean? Li Longlin smiled and said, if others don't hire workers, shouldn't we hire workers too? Weren't you just worried about not being able to recruit weaving women? Aren't these widows the most suitable candidates? It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Living on relief is not a long-term solution after all. If they become skilled workers, they can earn at least 4 or 5 taels of silver a month. Not only can we improve our lives, but we can also use the remaining money to send our children to private schools, so that they can learn to read and write and have a better future. A word can wake a dreamer up. Luo Yuju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. This is a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why didn't I think of it? Old Lady Su nodded and praised, Your Highness, you said it well. If they can make money with their own abilities, the pressure on the Su family will be less. Your method not only saves the widow and orphans, but also saves the Su family. Gong Shuwan and Lu Rian also nodded repeatedly, and there was an indescribable emotion in their eyes when they looked at Li Longlin. Seeing that everyone was praising Li Longlin, Su Fengling was a little unconvinced. He just talks nicely. He doesn't even ask others if they are willing to work. The widows hurriedly said, Yes, of course. It's just weaving. I'm good at it. I'm clumsy, I don't know how to do it. When most of the widows heard that Li Longlin was hiring people to weave cloth and could earn 4 or 5 taels of silver a month, they immediately agreed. But there are still some people who are a little hesitant, fearing that they may not be able to weave well. Li Longlin smiled and said, Don't worry. This new loom is very easy to operate. You can learn it with a little training. As for the person in charge of the training, Lu Rian noticed that Li Longlin was giving her a look. She was such a smart person that she immediately understood that Li Longlin wanted her to recommend herself. Lu Rian stepped forward and said, I have nothing to do anyway, I can teach them how to use the loom. Li Longlin nodded, since the 4th sister-in-law is so enthusiastic, this matter will be handed over to you. Old Lady Su said nothing, obviously acquiescing. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Rian's face flushed and she thanked Li Longlin in a low voice. Thanks to Li Longlin's help, the grudges between Lu Rian and Old Lady Su gradually disappeared, and she began to integrate into the Su family. Her worries were dispelled, and she no longer had to worry about being kicked out of the house and falling into the fire pit of the Jiafangxi again. I don't know why. Lu Rian saw the shadow of Su Jia Sailang in Li Longlin. Then. It was Su Jia Sailang who saved me from the fire pit. Luo Yuju began to distribute the monthly pension to the widows and orphans. The widows who were willing to work in the Su family registered their names and came to Lu Rian to watch her weaving and learn how to use this new loom. The 2nd sister-in-law Gong Shuwan recruited craftsmen and started work immediately, working overtime to make looms. Su Fengling took the remaining soldiers and rushed to the West Mountain to continue chopping wood and preparing raw materials. In the entire Su family, Li Longlin is the only idle person. He sat on a chair, holding a pot of tea, drinking it slowly, looking at a group of beautiful women busying around in front of him, feeling like a big boss. In one word, awesome. Hee, on a day like this, the emperor won't change. A smile appeared on Li Longlin's lips. In comparison, my cheap dad is so miserable. All the civil and military officials sang against him. No matter what policy Emperor Wu proposed, there would always be ministers who jumped out to oppose it. Once Emperor Wu took a tough stance, the ministers would cry and yell, saying that the ancestral laws could not be changed, and that they should either beg for mercy or threaten death. In the end, Emperor Wu was not only furious, but he had to do everything himself, reviewing memorials all night long. Miserable. It's so miserable. What's good about being an emperor? How can you be free and at ease? Make some money and pick up girls. After this busy period is over, I will go to Zhangtai to have fun, listen to music in brothels, enjoy delicious food, and be surrounded by beautiful women. Li Longlin fell into reverie and before he knew it, it was already evening. At this time, the chief eunuch Wei Sun came to the Su family in person to announce the emperor's order. Your Highness, the emperor summons you to enter the palace immediately. Li Longlin saw Wei Sun's serious expression and knew that something bad was going to happen. The women of the Su family also noticed something was wrong and asked hurriedly, Your Highness, what's wrong? What happened? Why is the emperor so anxious to summon you to the palace? Li Longlin looked relaxed and said with a smile, nothing. Maybe my father missed me and wanted to talk to me. You guys continue to be busy, I'll be back soon. The female relatives felt relieved only when they saw that Li Longlin looked indifferent. Li Longlin walked out of the door, his face suddenly solemn, and took out a banknote and stuffed it into Wei Sun's hand. Eunuch Wei, tell me the truth, what happened? Wei Sun did not refuse this time. He quietly put away the banknotes and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I shouldn't have said this. But Your Highness has always been good to me. I dare to let you know a little bit. Your Majesty is furious, and you are in big trouble. On the way to the palace, Wei Sun told Li Longlin everything that happened in the Imperial study today. Li Longlin's face turned green with anger. I'm not angry with Su Fengling. First of all, Su Fengling just thought it was fun and had no ill intentions at all. Secondly, this is just a little romance between a couple, what does it have to do with those ministers? At best, it is immoral. Are those cabinet ministers really going to seize on this minor issue, blow it out of proportion, and put themselves to death? In fact, Li Longlin also understood. The ministers have always been at odds with each other and each has his own little plans in mind. Why are they so united this time and targeting me? To put it bluntly, he had made great contributions in suppressing the rebellion and was appreciated by his father, the emperor, which blocked the way of other princes, that is, the way of the ministers. Power struggles are often extremely cruel. Even if I want to keep myself out of trouble and be a free and unemployed prince, I will stay away from the fights. Is this possible? Even if the princes could let him go for the sake of their brotherhood. The ministers will never hold back. Once they seize the opportunity, they will kill themselves and eliminate all future troubles. People don't hurt tigers' hearts, but tigers hurt people's intentions. Li Longlin sat in the carriage, his eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. After all, it was because I was too weak and was regarded as a spoiled child by the ministers. If you want to protect yourself, you must have military power. After the Su family army is rebuilt, I want to see who in the court dares to touch me again. Li Longlin clenched his fists and made up his mind that he must seize the time to rebuild the Su family army. Otherwise, I will surely die. However, the most urgent task now is to defeat Emperor Wu first. Hall of Mental Cultivation. Emperor Wu had a blank expression on his face, his eyes were like deep pools, calm and still. Li Longlin stepped into the hall and knelt down to salute, Your Highness, your son pays respect to you, father. Sit. Emperor Wu ordered the eunuchs to move the brocade cushion. When Li Longlin sat down, Emperor Wu smiled, Old Nine, I summoned you to the palace today because you have made great contributions. I want to reward you. Li Longlin was stunned. Reward? Didn't Wei Sun say that Emperor Wu was furious and wanted to punish himself? The statements of Emperor Wu and Wei Sun are completely contradictory. Who is lying? Li Longlin subconsciously thought that Wei Sun lied to him and wanted to get benefits. After all, you never joke. As an emperor, it is impossible for Emperor Wu to lie. Emperor. Could this be his imperial mentality? Li Longlin was shocked. I almost forgot. Emperor Wu is an old pervert. He is testing himself. Li Longlin took a deep breath, calmed himself, and pretended to be confused. Father, I have done something meritorious. How come I don't know? Emperor Wu smiled and said, Old Nine, stop pretending in front of me. In recent days, there have been spies spreading rumors everywhere in the capital, saying that the Imperial guards were annihilated, Zhang Beijing died in battle, and Daxia is going to perish. I am extremely worried and the whole court is at a loss as to what to do. I didn't expect that you could use a little trick to create a big event and immediately attract the attention of the people. The original rumor suddenly disappeared. Others may not know, but no one knows a son better than his father. You must have done this on purpose. If this isn't merit, then what is? After Emperor Wu finished speaking, he stared at Li Longlin, waiting for his answer. It seemed that if Li Longlin only nodded and admitted that he did it on purpose, he would receive a huge reward. Li Longlin was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Emperor Wu was too sinister. He deliberately dug a hole and waited for himself to jump into it. If he really admitted that he did it on purpose, then what awaited him would surely be the Emperor Wu's thundering wrath. Li Longlin said honestly, "Father, I didn't do it on purpose. It was just a coincidence. Even if I made a contribution accidentally, it was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. This is not my credit, but your kindness." It moved the heavens. Emperor Wu was stunned and looked at Li Longlin in surprise. "I thought Lao Jiao would take advantage of the situation and take the credit for himself. Then he's finished." What Emperor Wu hated most was being deceived by others. Especially when your own son deceives you. This is something Emperor Wu absolutely cannot tolerate. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiao is so honest that he doesn't even want the credit that is so easy to get. Emperor Wu's face darkened. "You didn't mean it. That means you really have a paternal lover. Hugging and kissing a man in public. Do you know that this matter has spread all over the capital, and everyone knows about it in the streets and alleys, in restaurants and tea houses? As a prince, you did such a shameful thing. How can I save my dignity?" Plop. Li Longlin immediately knelt down and said, "I admit my guilt." Emperor Wu laughed in anger. "You admit your guilt? You actually admitted it. How could I have a son like you? Why do you like men when there are so many things you can like? Are you going to piss me off to death?" Li Longlin defended himself. "Father, I was causing trouble on the streets, my behavior was indecent and immoral, I admit this crime. But, saying that I have a preference for men is a slander, I absolutely cannot admit it. Everyone knows that I, your son, have sex with 7 girls at night and sleep with them in the same quilt. I really only like women, and young and beautiful women. I never like men." Li Longlin's numerous bad deeds have now become ironclad evidence of his innocence. This kind of absurd thing was said openly in front of the emperor, and it even seemed like they were showing off. The situation was indescribably weird. Emperor Wu repeatedly confirmed, "So, you really don't like men?" Li Longlin shook his head and said firmly, "I can swear to heaven." Emperor Wu frowned. "So, you hugged and kissed a man in the street, and someone deliberately threw dirty water and slandered you? If so, I must investigate this matter thoroughly and clear your name." Li Longlin smiled bitterly and said, "Not entirely. However, the one hugging me was not a man, but a woman." Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows. "Woman? Who is it?" Li Longlin said helplessly, "Who else could it be? It must be my son's princess consort Su Fengling. She is a heroic female general and likes to dress like a man. She was so excited at the time that she couldn't control her emotions, and that's why she caused such a misunderstanding. I never thought that such a small matter would shock the court and alarm my father. I admit my guilt." Emperor Wu suddenly realized and showed joy on his face. "Su Fengling. So it was her. This way, it makes sense. Ha ha ha, it seems that I was worrying too much." For a moment, the gloom in Emperor Wu's heart disappeared. He was worried that Li Longlin was acting ridiculously and really liked men. Fortunately, it was a misunderstanding. The person who kissed Li Longlin on the street was not a man, nor even some other messy woman. But it was the prince's wife Su Fengling, whom he personally arranged the marriage with. In Emperor Wu's view, this is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Originally, Emperor Wu was worried that Li Longlin would not be able to subdue the tigress Su Fengling, and that some trouble would arise. Unexpectedly, Li Longlin subdued Su Fengling so quickly, even making her unable to control herself and do extreme things on the streets of a busy city. "Good boy." Emperor Wu patted Li Longlin on the shoulder, smiled and praised, "You can even tame Su Fengling, a fierce horse. You are quite like me in my old days." Li Longlin said modestly, "Father, you are still strong even at old age. How dare I compare with you?" Emperor Wu was delighted and said with a smile, "In any case, you have quelled the rumors and performed a great service. What reward do you want?" Li Longlin was secretly delighted. Originally, he blamed Su Fengling for ruining his reputation. Men, women, young and old in the capital all think that they like men. How can they face others in the future? But I didn't expect that my father would actually give me a reward. In contrast, illusory reputation is of little use and cannot be compared to the real reward. Li Longlin said without hesitation, "Father, I want money." Rebuilding the Su family army is a bottomless hole, so the more money the better. Emperor Wu said in embarrassment, you also know the situation of the court. The issue of silver is very difficult to deal with. Why don't you change the reward? Li Longlin thought for a moment and said, then I want a title. Except for silver. The title is also important. If Li Longlin wants to recruit soldiers, he must use the tiger's skin and raise the banner. He had no title, only an empty title of General of the Northern Expedition, so it was impossible for talented people to come to him. Emperor Wu still looked embarrassed. No merit, no honor. You have no military merit. If I force you to have a title, I'm afraid Northwest One in the court will agree. They will say I'm biased. Li Longlin was completely speechless. I'll give you the silver, but I won't give you the title. Then what reward can my father give me? You can't just give a few words of praise, right? That would be a big loss. Emperor Wu also felt that he was not being very kind, so he said, how about this? I will appoint your mother, concubine Ro Lin, as a noble concubine. A mother's status is based on her son's status, so this can be considered a reward for you. What do you think? Li Longlin's eyes lit up. The concubines in the Daxia harem were divided into different levels. Concubine Ro gave birth to a prince. She was a concubine of the first rank and her status in the harem was not low. However, she is still not as good as a concubine of the first rank. The reason why concubine Qin dared to bully concubine Ro was not only because she relied on the power of the Qin family, but also because she was a concubine. Otherwise, if concubine Qin was an ordinary concubine, she would not dare to act presumptuously in front of concubine Ro even if she had 10 times the courage. Nowadays, Emperor Wu planned to promote concubine Ro to the rank of Imperial concubine. Except for the Empress, no one in the harem could bully her anymore. For Li Longlin, this reward is much more valuable than the title and silver. Immediately, Li Longlin knelt down to express his gratitude. On behalf of my mother, I thank my father. Wei Sun looked unhappy. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to appoint concubine Ro as a noble concubine. Emperor Wu's face darkened and he asked sternly, what's wrong? Wei Sun whispered, I have no objection, but I am afraid that the ministers. Emperor Wu was furious. I tolerate the ministers meddling in the affairs of the court. But the affairs of the harem are my family affairs. If they also interfere, they are meddling too much. Anyway, I have made up my mind, no one can persuade me. Seeing that Emperor Wu was so determined, Wei Sun said nothing more and bowed, I obey your order. At the same time, Wei Sun felt relieved. The situation in the harem has really changed. Fortunately, I took the first step and stood on the side of the 9th prince. The 9th prince will be able to achieve great success in the future, and it will depend on my contribution. Li Longlin said happily, Father, I will go to mother and tell her the good news. Emperor Wu nodded and said, go ahead. Oh, I forgot to tell you that your mother has moved back to Changle Palace. Go there to meet her. Li Longlin bowed and said, I'll take my leave now. Emperor Wu looked at Li Longlin's back and felt relieved, my son is becoming more and more presentable. At this time, Wei Sun suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the 4th Prince Li Ji is kneeling outside the palace and asking to see you. He said he has a great injustice. Grievance. Emperor Wu frowned, his good mood instantly vanished, and he said unhappily, this 4th brother, can't you just let me be quiet for a while? Wei Sun whispered, then why don't you see me? Emperor Wu snorted coldly, doesn't he like kneeling? Let him kneel for a while longer. I'll have some supper and see him later. Outside the palace, Li Ji knelt on the ground with an extremely ugly expression. In the past few days, he dug up the 6th prince's house and turned it upside down. Not to mention 1 million taels of silver. Not even a tael of silver was found. The more Li Ji thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so under the arrangement of Prime Minister Du Wenyuan, he quietly entered the imperial prison, met the 6th Prince Li Xian, and asked him about the silver. Emperor Wu had already said that if the 6th prince dared to leak the information, he would have his head. If someone else asked, the 6th prince would definitely not tell anyone and would insist that he had hidden 1 million taels of silver in his house as military pay for his treason. But Li Ji is Li Xian's biological brother after all. So Li Xian told the truth. Where did his family get 1,000,000 taels of silver? There were only 100,000 taels. When Li Ji heard this, he was so angry that his lungs exploded. I was fooled by Lao Jiao and was defrauded of 700,000 taels of silver. The eunuch Wei Sun is also an accomplice. If Wei Sun hadn't made such a big fuss and dug deep in the sixth prince's house looking for silver, he would never have been fooled. Li Ji really couldn't swallow this humiliation. It just so happened that Li Ji heard that Lao Jiao was flirting with a man in the street, and this ridiculous thing had already reached the ears of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu was furious and sent Xian Lao Jiao into the palace, definitely to punish him. How could Li Ji let go of such a godsend opportunity? He immediately went to the palace to file a complaint, hoping to add insult to injury and put Li Longlin to death. But what Li Ji didn't expect was, he knelt outside the temple for a full hour, and his knees were worn out. Wei Xuansai arrived late and said indifferently, "Fourth prince, the emperor summons you to the palace to see the emperor." Li Ji entered the Yangxin palace and knelt before Emperor Wu, wailing loudly, "Father, I have suffered a great injustice. You must help me." Emperor Wu asked coldly, "What injustice?" Li Ji gnashed his teeth and said, "It was that bastard Lao Jiao." Emperor Wu's face darkened. "Old Nine is a bastard, then what am I?" Li Ji knew he had said something wrong, and quickly raised his hand to slap himself. "Father, I was too straightforward and said something wrong. Anyway, it was that bastard Lao Jiao who cheated me out of 700,000 silver coins." Emperor Wu asked, "How did you cheat?" Li Ji said, "He deceived me and used 700,000 taels of silver to buy the sixth son's house." Emperor Wu snorted coldly, "Have you signed the contract?" Li Ji hurriedly took out the contract from his arms. "Sign it, please take a look, father." Emperor Wu picked up the contract and took a look at it, then asked, "Did Lao Jiao force you to sign this contract?" Li Ji shook his head, "Not really." Emperor Wu's face turned pale. "If there is none. It is clearly written in black and white. One of you is willing to sell, and the other is willing to buy. How can this be called cheating?" Li Ji was confused. What's going on? Isn't the emperor furious and wants to punish the ninth brother? Why does he always speak up for Lao Jiao? The fourth prince Li Ji rolled his eyes and thought secretly in his heart. Everyone knew that the cabinet ministers collectively impeached Lao Jiao. The emperor did summon the ninth prince into the palace, clearly to reprimand him. The most important thing is that Li Ji was waiting outside the palace gate and did not see Lao Jiao. That is to say, Lao Jiao has not left and is still in the palace. So, where could he be? The most likely possibility is that his father, the emperor, was furious and put him under house arrest. Right. It must be like this. It must be a false alarm that my father is speaking for Old Nine. He is deliberately testing me. He. Old Nine, you're still alive now. Li Ji sneered in his heart, then gritted his teeth and said, "Father, you don't know that Lao Jiao is insidious and cunning, and used extremely despicable means to deceive me." Emperor Wu glanced at Li Ji and asked, "What despicable means did he use? Tell me." Li Ji told everything that happened at the banquet that night. After hearing this, Emperor Wu's face became extremely gloomy, as if a storm was brewing. "Father, please help me and severely punish Old Nine." When Li Ji saw Emperor Wu's expression, he knew that his father was really angry, so he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, intending to give Li Longlin the final blow. Bang! Emperor Wu suddenly kicked Li Ji to the ground, and said angrily, "Asshole! How could I have a son like you?" Li Ji fell to the ground, looking confused. What's going on? It's clearly Lao Jiao's fault. Why didn't the emperor deal with Old Nine, but instead beat and kicked himself? Could it be that my father was so angry that he went mad and thought of himself as the ninth prince? Li Ji said aggrievedly, "Father, I am the fourth child, not the ninth child." Emperor Wu pointed at Li Ji's nose and roared, "I am going to hit you. You said that Lao Jiao deceived you. In my opinion, it is you who is stupid and greedy, and you are greedy for small gains and suffer big losses. If you weren't so greedy, why would you fall for such an obvious scam? I once thought about making you the crown prince. Fortunately, I didn't do that. If a fool like you were to ascend the throne and become the emperor of Daxia, all the people in the world would suffer. Li Ji felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. Finished. It's all over now. When the emperor said this, it was equivalent to telling me that I would never have the chance to become the crown prince again. Li Ji was completely panicked, with cold sweat on his forehead and a trembling voice. "Father, I know I was wrong. I was fooled by Lao Jiao, not because I was stupid, but because. Li Ji racked his brains, trying frantically to find an excuse for himself. Suddenly, he saw Wei Sun standing beside him, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Father, it's eunuch Wei." "Yes. He colluded with old Nine to frame me. I am innocent." Emperor Wu frowned and turned to look at Wei Sun. "Is this true? You seem to be very close to Lao Jiao recently. Did you teach Lao Jiao everything he did?" Wei Sun is the confidant and Li Longlin is the prince. Both were the closest people to Emperor Wu. However, if the two were in collusion, the first thing Emperor Wu would think of was treason. This was the situation that Emperor Wu hated the most and was most unwilling to see. Wei Sun's face changed drastically. He knelt down with a plop, and cried out with a sad face, "Your Majesty, it's unjust. Your servant's loyalty to your Majesty is witnessed by the sun and the moon. As for those who say that I am close to the 9th prince, that is even more slanderous. Your Majesty, don't forget. It was I who drove concubine Ro. Oh, now she is concubine Lin. It was I who drove her out of Changle Palace." Emperor Wu's expression eased slightly. If you think about it carefully, it is true. If Wei Sun really stood on the side of Lao Jiao, then why did he drive concubine Ro out of Changle Palace? A self-torture tactic. Lao Jiao helped me raise military funds and cheated Wei Sun out of a large sum of money. How can I explain this? This is real money. In other words, Lao Jiao and Wei Sun are not only not allies, but also enemies. The 4th prince said that the two of them were in collusion, which is obviously a slander. Emperor Wu nodded slightly. "Big friend, please stand up. I trust you. However, there is no smoke without fire. You must be careful in the future. Not only the 9th prince, I don't want you to get too close to any of the princes. Do you understand?" Wei Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "I understand." Emperor Wu glanced at the 4th prince with a look of disgust. "You are stupid, and yet you slander others. Why don't you go back and reflect on yourself behind closed doors?" Li Ji lowered his head, looking very unwilling. "I don't know where the mistake went, but my father is always protecting the 9th brother. This time, it is obviously impossible to kill Lao Jiao. The more I say, the more mistakes I make. Even if I continue to argue, it will only make my father hate me more. Fortunately, the punishment for my father was not severe. He just made me reflect on my mistakes behind closed doors. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I can only go back and think about it later. Old Nine. You are lucky this time. Your father will protect you in every way. Next time, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Father, I will take my leave." Li Ji turned around and prepared to leave. Wei Sun looked at Li Ji's back, his teeth itching with hatred. "You can sit at home and the pot may fall from the sky. You brothers are fighting for power, attacking each other, and engaging in a fight for succession. What does it have to do with our family? What do you mean our family is colluding with the 9th prince? It's totally untrue. Fortunately, the emperor is wise and did not believe the dirty water you threw. If the emperor believes it, our family will be in danger. We can't swallow this insult. 4th prince, you were the one who slandered our family first. Since you are unkind, don't blame our family for being unjust." Wei Sun's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he said, "Your Highness, there is something related to the 4th prince, and I don't know whether I should tell you or not." Li Ji was shocked and looked at Wei Sun in astonishment. "How? Is this dog eunuch seeking revenge and intending to slander his father to use against him? A man of integrity has nothing to fear. I am not the 6th brother, so stupid as to keep private soldiers at home with the intention of rebellion. As for spending 700,000 taels of silver to buy the 6th brother's mansion, it was at most greed for money, which was a bit too stupid. After all, you are always the victim. Could it be that Wei Sun has something on him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Emperor Wu frowned and looked at Wei Sun. Old Fourth, do you have anything else to say? Tell me. Wei Sun took something out of his arms and presented it to the emperor with both hands. Your Majesty, do you recognize this thing? When Emperor Wu saw it, he was immediately shocked. Isn't this my personal jade pendant? Wei Sun nodded. That's right. Emperor Wu was puzzled and asked, I remember that in the spring hunt that year, the fourth brother performed brilliantly and won first place. I gave this item to him as a reward. Why is it in your hands? Wei Sun glanced at Li Ji and smiled grimly. Your Majesty, I was on my day off today and was strolling around when I saw this item in a jewelry store. I recognized it immediately and bought it for a large sum of money. As for why the jade pendant bestowed by the emperor appeared in a jewelry store, I have no idea. Wei Sun is a smart guy. He did not mention Su Fengling selling the jade pendant. Not to mention that he was the boss behind Jibiozai. With just a few words, the fourth Prince Li Ji was put in an extremely unfavorable situation. Emperor Wu was furious and said in a stern voice, Old Fourth, explain yourself. How could the jade pendant I gave you appear in a jewelry store? Li Ji was horrified and didn't know how to respond for a moment. He stammered, my son, my son. Wei Sun smiled coldly. Of course the fourth prince is short of money. He even sold the jade pendant bestowed by the emperor for money. This statement is not wrong. Li Ji did not have enough silver on him, so he took out the jade pendant to give to Lao Jiu. But to Emperor Wu, these words had a different meaning. It seemed as if Li Ji was short of money, so he took the jade pendant to a jewelry store to sell it. How disgraceful. What I give you is not just a jade pendant, but also a token of my heart. I hope it can encourage you to go further. Are you going to trample on my hard work like this? Emperor Wu covered his chest and felt his heart bleeding. Li Ji was completely panicked and said in defense, Father, it's not like that. I am a prince, I have no worries about food and clothing, why do I need so much money? Wei Sun said meaningfully, yes, fourth prince, what on earth do you want so much silver for? The fourth prince has always been frugal, unlike the ninth prince who squanders money recklessly and does ridiculous things. Besides, you even sold the jade pendant given by the emperor. What on earth is it that makes you so short of money? Oh, that's right. We also heard that not long ago, you went to the Imperial prison without telling the emperor and had a secret conversation with the sixth prince for a long time. Treason. After Wei Sun's guidance, this was the only thought left in Emperor Wu's mind. Li Ji was a prince and lived a life of luxury. All his expenses were borne by the court, southwest there was no place to spend money. Then why does he need so much silver? Then, the only thing left is treason. In addition, the sixth prince Li Xian was Li Ji's brother, and Li Ji even went to the Imperial prison to have a secret talk with Li Xian. All signs indicate the sixth prince was plotting a rebellion, and Li Ji not only knew about it, but he also sold the jade pendant bestowed by me to help him raise military funds. Another thing is, why did Li Ji take out a huge sum of 700,000 taels to buy the mansion of the sixth brother from the ninth brother? Could it be that, as Li Ji said, there was a large amount of military pay hidden in Lao Lu's house? No one would believe such a clumsy lie. What's more, Li Ji and Li Xian are brothers. Others don't know how much silver is hidden in Li Xian's house. Doesn't Li Ji know either? So the question is, since Li Ji knew that there was no silver in Lao Lu's mansion, why was he so anxious and spent a huge amount of money to buy it? The answer is obvious. Although there is no silver in the mansion, there must be evidence that Li Ji and Lao Lu were colluding with each other and intending to rebel. That's why Li Ji was so panicked. Now, Li Ji must have destroyed the evidence, sneaked into the Imperial prison, and colluded with the sixth brother to give a false testimony. He thought he was foolproof, so he is so rampant that he ran to me to complain and wanted to throw the dirty water on the ninth brother. What a vicious heart he has. Emperor Wu was furious and roared, "Come here. Drag this rebellious son out. Beat him with 20 strokes of the cane. No. Beat him with 40 strokes of the cane. Beat him to death." When Li Ji heard this, he was so scared that his soul flew away. You know, De Xia's court stick is extremely powerful. If it were a civil servant, he would be beaten to death with 20 strokes of the cane. Even if he is a military general, he cannot withstand 40 beatings of the cane and will surely die. The sixth brother rebelled and broke into the palace, but he was only thrown into the imperial prison and executed in the autumn. Just because of this jade pendant, my father actually wants to kill me. Li Ji prostrated himself on the ground, his body trembling, his nose and tears streaming down his face, as he cried, "Father, I am innocent. I am truly innocent. I really did not sell this jade pendant to the jewelry store, but gave it to old Nine in exchange for 100,000 taels of silver." Yes. I understand. It's Lao Jiu. He sold the jade pendant given by my father. Emperor Wu was furious and shouted angrily, "You are about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. You want to throw dirty water on Lao Jiu. I think you will not cry until you see the coffin. Drag this rebellious son out quickly and beat him severely." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards came in, one on the left and one on the right, dragged the 4th Prince Li Ji out of the Yangxin palace. "Father, I am wronged. Unfair. Ah. Li Ji's cries for mercy became increasingly distant, and later turned into shrill screams, until there was no sound at all. When Prime Minister Du Wenyuan heard that Emperor Wu was furious and had dragged the 4th Prince Li Ji out and beaten with the cane 40 times, he hurriedly led all the ministers into the palace. At this time, Li Ji had been beaten to a bloody mess and his life or death was unknown. "Your Majesty, calm down. I wonder what mistake the 4th Prince made to make the Emperor so angry. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. If anything happens to the 4th Prince, the history books will record the Emperor's bad name of filicide. Even if the Emperor doesn't care about his reputation after his death, the people will still say that the Emperor is cold and indifferent." Du Wenyuan and a group of ministers knelt in front of the Yangxin palace and tried to persuade him earnestly. Now, Emperor Wu had calmed down from his rage. He also realized that he had gone a little too far. "There is no evidence that the 4th Prince is plotting treason, it's all just my guess. What's more, the main culprit, the 6th Prince, is still well in the Imperial prison. The 4th Prince does not deserve to be put to death. Snort. Take the 4th child back for treatment. I will deal with him after he recovers from his injuries." Emperor Wu waved his hand, his dragon robe fluttered, and he returned to the Yangxin palace with his hands behind his back. Bang. The door of the Hall of Mental Cultivation slammed shut, leaving all the ministers outside. The ministers all looked at each other and then at Du Wenyuan. "Prime Minister, what should we do?" "Keep kneeling. Force the Emperor to admit his fault." The Emperor's reaction this time was extremely tough. "Something is wrong." Du Wenyuan cursed, "Kneel. Kneel for nothing. A subject will not fight with a sovereign. The Emperor has given him a way out and spared the 4th Prince for now. This is the best outcome. Hurry up and carry the 4th Prince back and find a famous doctor to treat him and see if he can be saved." Immediately, the ministers retreated like a tide, carrying the unconscious 4th Prince. After all, Li Ji was young and healthy. Plus, he is a prince. The royal guards in charge of the court stick did not dare to really kill. After 40 beatings with the cane, although Li Ji was beaten to a pulp and looked extremely miserable, he only lost half his life. After being treated by a famous doctor, Li Ji finally woke up after being in a coma for a day and a night. "Woo! Your Highness, you are awake. If anything happens to you, I will die." The Crown Princess Du was standing by, tightly holding Li Ji's hand and crying. Concubine Qin also left the palace overnight and stayed by Li Ji's side, her eyes full of bloodshot. "Son, you're awake. It must be old Nine who made you like this. And the bitch concubine Ro, I don't know what kind of magic potion she fed your Majesty, she was actually canonized as a concubine, on an equal footing with me." "What?" Li Longlin's biological mother, concubine Ro, was canonized as a noble concubine. When Li Ji heard the news, he clenched his fists, and the wounds that had just healed burst open, soaking his clothes with blood, which was a shocking sight. Mrs. Du panicked and shouted, "Doctor, come quickly. His Highness's wound has split open." The doctor with a goatee hurried over, bandaged Li Ji's wounds, and whispered, "Your Highness, you are seriously injured. Don't get angry." Li Ji's eyes were bloodshot. "Old Nine, this bastard. It's fine if he bullied me and my sixth brother, but he actually deceived my father and bullied my mother. This is intolerable. I must kill him to relieve the hatred in my heart. At this time, Prime Minister Du Wen walked in with a gloomy face. He waved his hand and said, "You guys go out first. I have something to say to your highness alone." Concubine Qin, Madame Du, and others immediately got up and left. In the blink of an eye, only Du Wen and Li Ji were left in the room. Du Wen glanced at Li Ji, patted his injured area, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Li Ji gasped and grimaced in pain. "It hurts. Father-in-law, please stop pressing. If you press again, the wound will split open again." Du Wen said coldly, "Your Highness, you must remember this pain. One day, you will get it back 100 times or 1,000 times. Do you understand?" Li Ji nodded, his eyes grim. "I will definitely remember this. Chop that bastard Lao Jiao into pieces." Old 9. Du Wen was slightly startled, and sneered, "The person you hate is that useless ninth prince." Li Ji was surprised. If the person who harmed me wasn't Lao Jiao, then who else could it be? Du Wen looked helpless and said, "Lao Jiao is just a small character. I want to crush him to death, just like crushing an ant. Don't you understand that the one who hurt you is not Lao Jiao, but Wei Sun?" Li Ji suddenly realized and gritted his teeth. Yes. It was indeed Wei Sun, the eunuch, who spread rumors and framed me in front of the emperor. Otherwise, my father would never be so angry. Thinking about it carefully, Lao Jiao and Wei Sun are indeed in the same group. Wei Sun must be behind this, giving Old 9 advice and helping him gain the emperor's favor. Du Wen nodded and said earnestly, "That's right. Ninth Prince, you are just a chess piece of Wei Sun. Since Wei Sun took the initiative and persuaded the emperor to kill you, then this is not a fight for the throne. It's a dispute between court officials and the eunuch party. Don't worry. I and all the ministers will stand behind you and support you. Let's join hands to eliminate the eunuch party and clear the emperor's side." Li Ji shuddered and looked at Du Wen in astonishment. "Father-in-law, are you planning to start a rebellion?" Du Wen sneered, "Rising up a rebellion? Such a crude thing is only done by simple-minded warriors. As long as your highness follows my instructions, you can kill Wei Sun, the eunuch, with just the power and tactics. Du Wen is a civil official. He is not good at fighting, but he is very good at conspiracy." Li Ji nodded in agreement. "Then what should we do?" Du Wen stroked his beard and smiled. "Since Wei Sun and the ninth prince have joined forces to declare war on us, then we won't be polite. However, Li Longlin is in the limelight and has become Wei Sun's Fang. If we want to deal with Wei Sun, we must first get rid of Li Longlin and pull out his fangs. Then we'll see how arrogant this toothless old dog can be." Li Ji was very excited and said excitedly, "Get rid of Li Longlin first, I agree. Father-in-law, what do you want me to do?" Du Wen shook his head and sighed, "Your Highness, why don't you understand? Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? You don't even need to do it yourself to deal with Li Longlin. I can arrange a few Imperial censors to make Li Longlin so anxious that he won't be able to take care of himself. A mother's status depends on her son. As long as Li Longlin falls, his biological mother, concubine Lin, will have no one to rely on and will definitely fall out of favor. When the time comes, let concubine Qin find any excuse to banish concubine Lin to the cold palace, and she will never be able to make a comeback in her life." Li Ji became more and more excited as he listened, nodding his head repeatedly. "Okay. Father-in-law, you are indeed cunning. No, you are very shrewd. I will do as you say." Du Wen looked embarrassed and rubbed his fingers gently. "I have to take care of everything, but it will require a lot of resources. Your Highness, please take a look." Li Ji was stunned and his face turned pale. In the final analysis, Du Wen was just finding various ways to ask for money from himself. This old fox, I don't know how much of the people's money he has swallowed up, even all the pensions for the Su family army. He is still so greedy, and his wishful thinking will backfire on him. Think about it carefully. Du Wen said he wanted to deal with Li Longlin. On the one hand, he was trying to please him, but on the other hand, he showed that he hated Li Longlin to the core. On the other hand, Du Wen also had reasons to get rid of Li Longlin. That's the Su family. As long as the Su family exists, the pension issue may be exposed. The Su family's current backer is Li Longlin. Du Yuan must get rid of Li Longlin to eliminate the trouble once and for all. Logically speaking, Li Ji and Du Yuan had a common enemy, Li Longlin, and the two should be ironclad allies. But Du Yuan is a miser who never gives a penny and always wants Li Ji to pay for his work. This made Li Ji extremely unhappy. Li Ji thought for a moment and heaved a long sigh. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Father-in-law, as long as you can get rid of Li Longlin, I will sell everything I have to give you the silver. When Du Yuan heard this, he stroked his beard and smiled cunningly. With your words, I feel relieved. The other side. Li Longlin arrived at Changle Palace, met concubine Ro, and told her about his father's enthronement. Concubine Ro cried with joy, held Li Longlin's hand and chatted with him until midnight. By the time Li Longlin left the palace and returned to the Su mansion, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. What Li Longlin didn't expect was that there was a lone lamp burning in the lobby of the Su mansion. Although the light was dim, it was somewhat warm. The light illuminated Su Fengling's pretty face. She supported her cheek with one hand, but her head was nodding off, unable to resist dozing off. Hearing the footsteps, Su Fengling suddenly woke up, holding the silver spear in his hand, and shouted coldly, "Who is it?" Li Longlin walked out of the darkness, yawning and saying, "Who else could it be? Of course it's your husband. So, why are you here so late instead of going back to your room to sleep?" "None of your business." Su Fengling glared at Li Longlin fiercely and left angrily. Bang. Su Fengling returned to her boudoir, slammed the door shut, and pounded the pillow. "Li Longlin, you bastard. I'm not sleeping so late because I'm worried about you. Bastard. Bastard. Bastard." Su Fengling didn't know that Li Longlin was still standing in the lobby, staring at the solitary lamp, with a smile on his lips. He felt a touch of warmth in this strange world. The next day, Li Longlin had just heard the news that the fourth prince had lost half his life in a beating. However, he didn't take it to heart. After all, purchasing cotton, making looms, and teaching people to weave are all time-consuming and laborious tasks. Fortunately, Luo Yuzhu, Gong Shuwan and Lu Ruyan helped, otherwise Li Longlin would not be able to handle so many things by himself. I have to say that the women of the Su family are indeed capable. They took care of all these trivial matters, leaving Li Longlin alone, wandering around doing nothing like a street urchin. Afternoon. Su Fengling brought the remaining soldiers and carried back another batch of wood from the West Mountain. She was so tired that her pretty face turned red and she was panting. At this time, she saw Li Longlin wandering around there and became extremely angry. "Li Longlin." Su Fengling came over angrily, holding her hands on her waist. "We are a group of women, busy as hell, and you, a man, are hiding here and slacking off." Li Longlin smiled and pointed at his head. "You don't understand. I am a brain worker, unlike you who have strong limbs but simple minds." Su Fengling wrinkled her nose slightly and said dissatisfiedly, "Who are you calling simple-minded? You're asking for a fight." Immediately, Su Fengling grabbed the silver spear and chased after Li Longlin. Li Longlin had learned his lesson and turned to run away, shouting as he ran, "Old lady, help! Su Fengling is trying to murder my husband." Su Fengling's face turned red with anger. He chased after him with a gun in hand, shouting, "Li Longlin, if I don't kill you today, I won't be named Su." The originally quiet Su mansion suddenly became chaotic and noisy. You know, in the Su mansion now, in addition to the female members, there are also many widows. They were learning weaving from Lu Ruyan. When they heard the noise outside, they were very curious and gathered around to watch the fun. "Miss Su, you are so fierce." "Yes, the 9th prince is a good man. Everyone says that the eldest daughter has a bad temper and is a tigress, but I didn't believe it at first." "Oh, your highness is so miserable." The widows had a preconceived impression of Li Longlin and therefore felt deeply sympathetic towards his plight. Su Fengling was so angry when she heard these gossips. At this time, old lady Su came out tremblingly, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Li Longlin immediately hid behind old lady Su and said pitifully, "Old lady, Su Fengling wants to kill someone." Old lady Su nodded, glared at Su Fengling, and scolded, why are you making trouble again, girl? Su Fengling felt very aggrieved. Grandma, I'm not making trouble, it's Li Longlin who is deliberately looking for trouble. Old Lady Su sighed. You are husband and wife, it's normal to have some bumps and bruises. Besides, family disgrace should not be made public. If you make such a fuss, won't others laugh at our Su family? Su Fengling lowered her head and whispered, Grandma, I know I was wrong. Although she admitted her mistake verbally, she cursed Li Longlin 1,000 times in her heart. Because of you, bastard. I was embarrassed in front of so many people and even got scolded by my grandma. Just wait for me. Old Lady Su coughed a few times and said, idleness breeds trouble. If you two have nothing to do, go to the store and help your sister-in-law. When Li Longlin heard this, he immediately laughed. Sister-in-law is gentle and virtuous, better than Su Fengling, the tigress. I just want to go to the store to take a look. Su Fengling glared at Li Longlin and said, if he goes, I won't go. I just came back from Shishan and I'm exhausted. Old Lady Su's face darkened and she scolded, girl, why are you so stubborn? Are you going to piss me off to death before you're satisfied? Su Fengling was frightened when she heard this, and cried, Grandma, I'll go, isn't it okay for me to go? Although Su Fengling was extremely reluctant, she had no choice but to go to the shop with Li Longlin. Looking at the backs of the two people, Old Lady Su murmured, girl, I can only help you to this point. Su's cloth shop. The store is very large, but it is deserted, with not a single customer. Only Luo Yuzhu had a sad look on her face, sitting alone behind the counter and sighing. Seeing Li Longlin and Su Fengling coming, Luo Yuzhu quickly stood up and asked in surprise, Your Highness, little sister, why are you here? Su Fengling had a dark face and was still sulking, not saying a word. Li Longlin said with a smile, Sister-in-law, the old lady said that the store is busy and asked us to come over to help. How is business? Luo Yuzhu sighed, Your Highness, you have seen it too. A day has passed, and there is not a single business. Li Longlin frowned, why is this happening? Is it because the quality of our cloth is not good? Luo Yuzhu shook her head, although the cloth woven by this new loom is not as good as the high-end silk woven by hand, it is much better than the coarse cloth spun by ordinary people themselves. Li Longlin was puzzled and asked, Is it a price issue? Is it too expensive? Luo Yuzhu replied, Others sell a piece of cloth for 100 won, but we only sell it for 80 won. The profit cannot be any lower, otherwise we will lose money. Li Longlin was even more surprised, that's strange. The quality of the cloth is good and the price is low. Why is there no business at all? Luo Yuzhu clenched her fists tightly, her face showing anger, I also find it strange. I just sent someone out to inquire about it, and they were so angry. Someone spread rumors that the quality of our Su family's cloth is extremely poor, so we sell it so cheaply. Su Fengling was furious when she heard this, who is going too far? Is he from the same business as me? I'm going to smash their shop right now. To deprive someone of his money is like killing his parents. What Su Fengling immediately thought of was that her competitors were interfering and spreading rumors in an attempt to suppress the Su family's business. Luo Yuzhu glared at Su Fengling and said, Little sister, don't be impulsive. Although the business world is like a battlefield, in many things, what matters is brains, not brute force. Fighting and killing won't solve the problem. What's more, the 8 major business houses have joined forces to suppress us. Su Fengling was stunned when she heard this. Behind the 8 major trading companies are not ordinary businessmen, but 8 princes. In other words, the 8 princes joined hands to suppress the Su family. Did the Su family violate the laws of heaven? Why do they have to put the Su family to death? Su Fengling clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with unwillingness and despair. In her opinion, this is a dead end. Li Longlin was not panicked at all. He thought for a moment and said, even if the 8 major companies join forces, they cannot monopolize all the business. Luo Yuzhu nodded, Your Highness, you are right. The capital has a population of tens of millions, and the market is huge. Even the 8 major trading companies cannot monopolize it. But that was in the past. Now, the northern barbarians are eyeing us covetously, rumors are spreading in the capital, and the people are fleeing. The originally huge market is shrinking rapidly, and the remaining share is firmly controlled by the 8 major trading companies, and no one is allowed to have a share. Unless the northern barbarians withdraw their troops and the capital becomes prosperous again, the Su family will have a way out. Otherwise, the Su family will surely die. Su Fengling was completely dumbfounded. She thought that the Su family could make a fortune. Unexpectedly, a disaster was about to happen. Su Fengling looked anxious. "Sister-in-law, what should we do?" Luo Yuzhu frowned and sighed. "The more cloth we weave, the more money we lose. Now we can only stop production and reduce the losses as much as possible. Otherwise, within a month, the Su family will be bankrupt." Su Fengling was startled and shook her head repeatedly. "Sister-in-law, this won't do. If we stop production, what will happen to the widows? They are still waiting for wages and sending their children to private schools." Luo Yuzhu said in embarrassment, "Of course I understand. But this is the only way at the moment." Li Longlin smiled and said, "No. I think the Su family can definitely survive this desperate situation. Not only can we not stop production, but we must continue to expand the scale." Luo Yuzhu looked at Li Longlin in disbelief and said in a lost voice, "Your Highness, are you crazy? You have also seen that it has been so long and there is not even a single customer." Li Longlin smiled, looked at Luo Yuzhu's pretty face, and said with concern, "Sister-in-law, you are too worried, your eyes are full of bloodshot and dark circles. Otherwise, you should go back and have a rest first." Luo Yuzhu rubbed her eyes and yawned. "I really didn't sleep well these days. But if I go back to rest, what about the store?" Li Longlin pointed at Su Fengling and himself and said with a smile, "Aren't there 2 of us? Don't worry. There will be no mistakes." Su Fengling also volunteered and said, "Sister-in-law, even if Li Longlin is unreliable, don't you still have me?" Although Luo Yuzhu was worried about the 2 of them, she was indeed tired. In addition, the store had no business, so it was not a good idea to just waste time. So she nodded and said, "Okay. Then you guys stay in the store and I'll go back and rest for a while. Call me if you need anything." Only Li Longlin and Su Fengling were left in the shop. Su Fengling stood in front of the door and tried to attract customers for a long time, but no customers came. She was a little discouraged. She turned around and saw Li Longlin doing nothing. She got angry and said, "Hey! You don't help either. You're still lazy." Li Longlin sat on the chair and stretched. "I'm not being lazy, I'm just waiting for the opportunity." "Opportunity?" Su Fengling frowned. "What time?" Li Longlin smiled slightly. "It's time to make a fortune. If I'm right, the time will come soon." Forbidden City. After Emperor Wu finished his morning court session and had his lunch, he was about to start reviewing memorials. He suddenly asked Wei Sun, "Big companion, how is Lao Jio's store doing?" Wei Sun hurriedly said, "Report to His Majesty. The 9th Prince's shop business has been suspended. It's time to do other business." Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows, showing some interest. "What business?" Wei Sun said truthfully, "The cloth business." Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu immediately lost interest and said with a curled lip, "How much money can you make from such a small business?" Wei Sun smiled bitterly and said, "The 9th Prince's idea is good, but the timing is wrong. The cold winter has passed, and it is spring. The temperature has warmed up. Who would buy cotton cloth? I'm afraid that the 9th Prince will not be able to make money, but will lose money." Emperor Wu looked unhappy and sighed, "Alas! What a sin I have committed. None of my 9 sons is worry-free. I thought the 9th son was a promising talent. Now it seems that he is not up to the task. That's all. That's all. Don't worry about him, let him do whatever he wants." The 4th and 6th brothers were punished one after another. Emperor Wu had originally had high expectations for Li Longlin, hoping that he could accomplish something and impress everyone. As a result, Li Longlin is so disappointing. Emperor Wu's expectations were extinguished in an instant, and his mood became extremely bad. Wei Sun rolled his eyes and whispered, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister just submitted a memorial saying that many refugees have come to the northern border. He hopes that the court can allocate funds to resettle the refugees." Emperor Wu frowned and asked, "How many people are there?" Wei Sun replied, 100,000 people. Emperor Wu's face looked extremely ugly. The barbarians moved southward, conquering cities and territories, and 5 more cities were captured. In order to escape the war, the people of Dacia in the north fled to the capital and became refugees. But Emperor Wu did not expect that there would be so many refugees. 100,000 people. That's 100,000 mouths. If it is not arranged properly, there will be a big mess. Emperor Wu immediately ordered, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Summon the cabinet ministers here immediately to discuss this matter." Wei Sun bowed and said, "As you wish." When an imperial edict came down, cabinet ministers came into the palace one after another and started a heated discussion in front of Emperor Wu. The ministers unanimously agreed and firmly supported Emperor Wu's decision to properly resettle the refugees. Then, they all stretched out their hands and asked Emperor Wu for money. The emperor has no shortage of hungry soldiers. The food, clothing, housing, and transportation of 100,000 refugees all cost money. This is not a small amount of money. When Emperor Wu heard that money was needed, he suddenly became silent. "All the money I used for the war was extorted from Wei Sun. You want money from me? I still want money from you. Don't say I have no money. Even if I have silver, I can't hand it over to you." Emperor Wu was not stupid. He also knew what kind of people the ministers under him were. To put it bluntly, they are all corrupt officials who take advantage of others to take advantage of their situation. If I really take out this silver, it will be like throwing meat buns at a dog and nothing will come back. Not a single ounce of silver could be spent on the refugees, as it was all divided up by the ministers. Emperor Wu thought about it again and again, and said, "The court has its own difficulties. How about this? Set aside a piece of land outside the capital as a refugee camp, and let them stay there temporarily. As for the silver, I will slowly find a way." The ministers nodded in agreement. Without money, it's useless to say anything. Just wait and see. Maybe in a few days, the barbarian army from Mabe will reach the capital. Not to mention the 100,000 refugees from the north. Even the great Xia court was forced to move south. By then, the royal family, noble ministers, and tens of millions of people in the capital will all become refugees. The ministers bowed and took their leave. Emperor Wu sat on the dragon throne, looking at their backs, and was so angry that his teeth itched. It's not just the princes. The ministers are all useless. In the Great Xia, is there no wise man who can stand up and save the country? Emperor Wu stood up, and in a daze, he came to the Imperial Ancestral Temple, knelt before the tablets of the ancestors of the Great Xia, and burst into tears. "Ancestors. If the Great Xia is really destroyed, it is not my fault. I also want to be a good emperor. I have been working diligently and conscientiously. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. But, my ministers have misled me. Grandfather, please open your eyes and take a look. This is their fault." Outside the capital, a large number of refugees who had fled from the north gathered. After they pitched their tents in the refugee camp and settled down temporarily, they went to the capital to purchase necessary daily necessities. The originally depressed market suddenly became bustling and lively. Lu Genseng is one of them. He was in his 40s, wearing a dirty leather coat, sweating profusely from the heat, and looked very disheveled. What a horrible weather in the capital. Why is it so hot? Lu Genseng wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself. The northern border was still covered in snow and the weather was freezing cold. In the capital, it was already March, with grass growing and birds singing. Lu Genseng was also from a poor family. He ran a small business in the northern border and had very little money, and only a fur coat. The temperature in the capital is too high, so I can't wear a fur coat. Lu Genseng planned to buy a piece of cloth to make thin clothes for himself and his family. As a result, Lu Genseng went to several shops, but as soon as he entered the door, before he had time to ask the price, he was chased out by the look-down shop assistants. This capital is not a good place. There are few good people here. Lu Genseng muttered to himself, his impression of the capital city falling to the bottom. At this time, Lu Genseng came to Su's cloth shop, hesitated in front of the door for a while, and then he bravely walked in. There were no clerks in the shop, only 2 young people, a man and a woman, sitting behind the counter and eating sunflower seeds. This couple, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, both have extraordinary temperaments, but they don't look like they are doing business at all. Lu Genseng took a deep breath and asked, "Shopkeeper, are you selling cloth?" Li Longlin and Su Fengling waited for most of the day and finally the first customer arrived, and they immediately looked happy. Su Fengling's body trembled, and she perked up, "Are you here to buy cloth?" Li Longlin was even more enthusiastic and directly handed over a handful of melon seeds. "Give me some melon seeds." Lu Genseng had never seen such a scene before and was immediately flustered. Isn't this shop owner too enthusiastic? Not only did he not chase himself away, but he also gave himself melon seeds to eat. Could it be a shady shop? Lu Genseng quickly shook his head and stammered, "No, no, no. I was just taking a look." After saying that, Lu Genseng turned around and wanted to escape. Li Longlin suddenly became anxious and shouted, "Close the door and release the dog. We finally got a guest, we must not let him run away." Su Fengling rushed forward, holding her spear in front of the door, and sneered, "Want to run? You have to get past me first." Only at this time did Su Fengling feel something was wrong. "Release the dog." "Li Longlin, you bastard, how dare you call me a dog?" Su Fengling stared at Li Longlin with a strong murderous intent emanating from her body, and she wished she could tear him into pieces. Plop. Lu Genseng was so scared that he pissed his pants, his face turned pale, and he fell to his knees on the ground. What sin had I committed to deserve encountering bandits in the capital? Lu Genseng pretended to be brave and shouted, "This is the emperor's feat. How dare you commit murder? Don't you fear the law? King's law." Li Longlin laughed, "Why don't you ask who I am?" Lu Genseng was surprised and said, "You are." Li Longlin smiled and said, "Remember this. I am the 9th Prince Li Longlin." Boom. Lu Genseng felt as if he was struck by lightning. Although he was in the north, he had heard of the 9th Prince, the capital's most dissolute playboy. It's bad, it's bad. How could I be so unlucky to meet this evil star? His father is the emperor, he is the law. Lu Genseng was completely desperate. He knelt down and kowtowed in fear and trepidation, "9th Prince, I have offended you because I was blind and did not recognize a great man. Please forgive me. I have parents and children to take care of." Li Longlin said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here?" Lu Genseng said truthfully, "I want to buy a piece of cloth to make clothes for my family." Li Longlin pointed at the shelf next to him and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Go to the shelf and choose." Two words emerged in Lu Genseng's mind, blackmail. This is a common tactic used by black shops, forcing purchases and sales and selling inferior products at exorbitant prices. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. Faced with the ferocious Su Fengling and the treacherous Li Longlin, Lu Genseng really didn't dare to resist. He had no choice but to admit defeat and go to the shelf obediently. Ah! Lu Genseng reached out and touched the cloth, feeling a little surprised. The texture of this cloth is fine and dense, and it is not a defective product. From the weaver's point of view, it is definitely a high-quality product comparable to Songjiang cloth. Lu Genseng felt even more panicked. Since it is not a defective product, I am afraid that I have been blackmailed for even more money. This time, I'm going to lose everything. Lu Genseng's voice trembled, "9th Prince, how much does this cloth cost?" Li Longlin replied, 80 coins. When Lu Genseng heard the price, he was completely stunned. How is that possible? He just went to another shop to ask, and was told that even the lowest quality cloth would cost 100 coins per piece. What's more, the quality of this cloth is so good that it must be worth at least 200 coins. In the end, it only sold for 80 cents. Am I not mistaken? Lu Genseng suspected that he had heard wrongly. How much? 80 taels of silver. Li Longlin laughed in silence. You are a foreigner, don't you understand Mandarin? And you are still asking for 80 taels of silver. If a piece of cloth can be sold for 80 taels, you might as well go and rob it. I said 80 cents. Do you understand? 80 cents. If you take 1 cent less, don't even think about leaving this store. Su Fengling echoed, yes. If you don't pay, don't even think about leaving. At this time, the two of them showed an amazing tacit understanding. Lu Genseng was completely confused. 80 cents for a piece of good cloth. Is there something wrong with the ninth prince's brain? Is this a shady shop or a charity? Lu Genseng took out 80 cents from his pocket tremblingly, put it on the counter, turned around and ran away. Wait. Su Fengling suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Genseng's shoulder. Lu Genseng slowly turned his head and said with a sad face, "Lady, I have already paid you the money, please forgive me." Su Fengling stuffed the wrapped cloth into his arms and said unhappily, "Why are you panicking? You forgot to take the cloth." Lu Genseng did not dare to delay, and ran away holding the cloth like the wind. He left the city and returned to the refugee camp. When he saw his fellow villagers, he felt like he was dreaming. Is this how all businesses are done in the capital? It's really an eye-opener. When the villagers heard that Lu Genseng had bought cloth from a shop in the capital, they gathered around curiously and asked a lot of questions. "Genseng, this cloth is great. It should be very expensive, right? I have never seen such fine cloth in my life. It is smoother than silk." "Yes, how much is this piece of cloth?" Lu Genseng stammered, "The price is not expensive, only 80 coins. The folks were instantly furious. 80 cents. Such fine cloth, only 80 cents. Which store is selling it? Let's go buy some too. These people in the northern border, like Lu Genseng, only have thick clothes to keep warm and no thin clothes to wear, and they are worried." When they heard that there was such cheap fabric, they were all excited. Lu Genseng hesitated and said, "It's not far, it's the Su family cloth shop in South City. However, the owner of that shop has some problems with his brain." The villagers unanimously agreed. Such good cloth is only sold for 80 cents. This boss is not just mentally ill, he is crazy. Such a good cloth is only sold for 80 cents. You'll make a profit if you buy it. It's a good deal if you don't take advantage of it. Just in time, we all need to buy cloth to make new clothes. Let's go together. The villagers followed Lu Genseng and headed to Sujia cloth shop in a mighty procession. Su Mansion. Luo Yuzhu had just fallen asleep when she suddenly woke up with a start. For some reason, her eyelids were twitching wildly and she felt uneasy, as if something was going to happen. At this time, someone outside the door shouted, "Madam, something terrible has happened." Luo Yuzhu quickly got up, pushed the door open, and found that it was the delivery guy who was delivering goods to Su's cloth shop. "What happened? Don't panic. Speak slowly." Luo Yuzhu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. The clerk looked panicked and said, "Madam, I was delivering goods to the cloth shop just now, and I happened to see the eldest lady and the ninth prince forcing the sale." When Luo Yuzhu heard this, she was immediately shocked. "Is this really true?" The waiter said confidently, "I definitely didn't see it wrong." The young lady blocked the door with a gun. The customer was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy on the spot. "It's broken. It's broken." Luo Yuzhu was completely panicked, like an ant on a hot pot. Su Fengling is a silly girl, but she is always reckless and wants to beat or kill people at any time. But the ninth prince is a smart man, how could he let her do whatever she wants? Luo Yuzhu regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Forced buying and selling is indeed something Su Fengling can do. Prepare the car quickly. Hopefully it can be fixed. Luo Yuzhu was anxious, got on the carriage, and hurried to Su's cloth shop. In the shop, Li Longlin and Su Fengling acted as if nothing had happened. Li Longlin was slowly eating melon seeds. Su Fengling was lying on the counter, counting the 80 coins over and over again out of boredom, and sighed, "I worked hard all day today, but I only made one deal. After deducting the cost, I only made 5 coins. When can we raise enough money to officially start rebuilding the Su family army? The soldiers can't wait any longer." Li Longlin smiled and said, "Soon." At this time Luo Yuzhu rushed into the shop, panting, his chest heaving. Su Fengling asked in surprise, "Sister-in-law, didn't you go back to rest? Why are you here again?" Luo Yuzhu's pretty face turned pale, and she scolded, "Look at what you have done. If I don't come again, are you going to turn the world upside down?" Su Fengling looked bewildered, turning the sky. I didn't. Luo Yuzhu said angrily, no. You still don't admit it. Didn't a customer come just now? You blocked the door with a gun and forced the sale. Su Fengling lowered her head and said guiltily, this is indeed true. Luo Yuzhu sighed, you. What can I say? Our Su family has always been based on honesty when doing business. The Su family's cloth shop's business is already bad, and if they force you to buy and sell, and if the matter gets out of hand, the golden signboard that has been built for decades will be destroyed in an instant. What will we do then? Normally, I won't say anything about your reckless character. But this time, you caused a huge disaster. Su Fengling felt very aggrieved, her nose was sour. Sister-in-law, this is not my fault. It was Li Longlin who asked me to do this. Luo Yuzhu's pretty face darkened, and she said angrily, it's already this time, and you are still framing the 9th prince. Don't I know who his highness is? How could he be so reckless? Su Fengling glared at Li Longlin, gritting her teeth. You bastard, you are definitely a jinx. Nothing good ever happens when I'm with you. Li Longlin stood up and said with a smile, sister-in-law, don't be angry. Su Fengling is not to blame for this. I told her to block the door. I, Li Longlin, will bear all the responsibility. Su Fengling looked at Li Longlin in surprise. Snort. You still have some conscience. Luo Yuzhu was startled, staring at Li Longlin, and asked in confusion, 9th prince, why did you do this? Li Longlin said calmly, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The Su family's situation is already extremely bad. We must use some unexpected methods to break the situation. Luo Yuzhu frowned and said, the solution you mentioned is to force a sale. Li Longlin nodded and said firmly, that's right. Luo Yuzhu sneered, how much money did the 9th prince make from this business? Li Longlin turned to Su Fengling and said, show the money you earned to your sister-in-law. Su Fengling quickly grabbed 80 coins and put them in Luo Yuzhu's hand, whispering, sister-in-law, that's all. Luo Yuzhu looked at the copper coin in her hand, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. I must have been possessed today, to have let these 2 clowns look after the store. Just for these 80 cents, the Su family's decades-long reputation was destroyed. Why? No matter how many mistakes I make, they are all my own fault. I just hope things don't get out of hand. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the shop. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people gathered, forming a large black mass. The leader was wearing a tattered leather coat, and it was Lu Genseng. It was the first time for the villagers to come to the capital and they were unfamiliar with the place. Lu Gen was afraid that they had gone to the wrong place and ended up in another store, where they would be looked down upon like he was. So Lu Genseng made an extra trip and brought his fellow villagers here in person. When Luo Yuzhu saw so many people gathered at the door of the store, she was startled and asked, why are there so many people? Su Fengling recognized Lu Genseng, the leader, and whispered, he was the one who came to the store to buy cloth just now. Luo Yuzhu's pretty face changed drastically, oh no. Look at the trouble you two have caused. The victim has brought people to our door, and I'm afraid he will smash our store to vent his anger. Su Fengling knew that she was in the wrong, so she quickly shrank back and hid behind Li Longlin. Li Longlin smiled and said, what are you afraid of? Aren't you a good fighter? Su Fengling spat and said angrily, if you are right, you can go anywhere in the world. If you are wrong, you can't go anywhere. If we are not right, what's the point of fighting? Someone shouted, Su's cloth shop, is this the shop? Lu Genseng poked his head inside the store and saw the familiar faces of Su Fengling and Li Longlin. He immediately shouted, that's it. I would recognize them even if they turned into ashes. After saying that, Lu Genseng led his fellow villagers and rushed in. Luo Yuzhu quickly opened her arms and stopped Lu Genseng, smiling, my dear, we were wrong just now. But this is under the emperor's feet. If you dare to cause trouble, you will be sued. Lu Genseng was confused, making trouble, what's the trouble? Is your cloth 81 apiece? Luo Yuzhu was stunned and said, yes, is there any problem? Lu Genseng asked, then if we spend money to buy cloth, will it be against the law? Luo Yuzhu shook her head, no offense. Lu Genseng waved his hand and shouted, "Fellow villagers, what are you waiting for? Charge!" For a while, countless people poured into the Su family cloth shop, and the threshold was broken down. "This is the best cloth I've ever seen. Such fine cloth, but only 80 cents a piece. There's something wrong with the boss's brain. Everyone hurry up and buy. It's almost dark and closing time. I want a piece of cloth. I want two." These refugees did not come to cause trouble, but to compete to buy cloth. In just the blink of an eye, the Su family's cloth shop's business went from being ignored to becoming extremely popular. Su Fengling and Li Longlin were responsible for selling goods at the front, while Luo Yuzhu was behind the counter, responsible for collecting money and doing the accounting. There are simply too many guests. The three of them were so busy that they had no time to breathe. Su Fengling and Luo Yuzhu were delighted to see the booming business, but they were also shocked. What is going on? Li Longlin was clearly forcing the sale and ruining the Su family's reputation. Why is business so good? Moreover, Li Longlin did this on purpose. Because he had long expected that the Su family's business would turn around. The ninth prince is becoming more and more mysterious, and it's hard to understand him. The business of Su's cloth shop suddenly became very popular, and the line at the door became like a long dragon. Soon the news spread to South Market and West Market, and many people in tea houses and taverns were talking about it. When the shopkeepers of the 8 major trading companies heard the news, they could not sit still and came to Su's cloth shop one after another. Hiss! When the shopkeepers saw the surging crowd, they couldn't help but gasp and their faces looked extremely ugly. The 8 princes issued a death order, requiring them to find a way to jointly suppress the Su family and not let the Su family's cloth business succeed. Therefore, the shopkeepers have arranged people to spread rumors and slander the ninth prince these days, saying that he has a crush on Long Yang, in order to use this to hit the Su family's business. Li Longlin's reputation was already terrible. Coupled with the rampant rumors, the people of the capital city's disgust towards Li Longlin reached its peak. The Su family's business really plummeted. But no one expected it. These refugees had fled from the distant northern border and had never heard of Li Longlin's notoriety. They actually helped the Su family survive from a desperate situation. No. We must think of a way to put the Su family to death. Shopkeeper Qian hid in the crowd and said, "TSK, you outsiders don't know yet, do you?" Lu Genseng asked curiously, "Know what?" Shopkeeper Qian sneered and said, "The behind-the-scenes boss of this Su family cloth shop is the ninth Prince Li Longlin." Lu Genseng nodded, "I know that." Shopkeeper Qian continued, "But you don't know how hateful the ninth prince is. In the past, he bullied men and women and did whatever he wanted. Let's not talk about it. After all, he is the most famous playboy in the capital. It's not surprising to do such ridiculous things. But in the past few days, he made another extremely explosive piece of news, and the entire capital was shocked. People like to listen to gossip. The refugees were immediately attracted and pricked up their ears, asking eagerly, "What's the big news? How explosive is it?" Shopkeeper Qian laughed and said, "This ninth prince actually has a paternal love for men. He actually flirts with men on the street and does dirty things. This is so immoral. Do you think this ninth prince is evil? You actually bought his cloth. Isn't this aiding and abetting the evil?" The refugees were all stunned. Compared with the glamorous and prosperous capital, this bitter and cold land in the north is still extremely simple and honest. The news that the ninth prince had a sexual fetish and liked men was too shocking for them and completely overturned their 3 views. This is against human ethics and is simply unforgivable. I actually bought a piece of cloth from a big villain. Isn't this aiding and abetting the evil? However, the refugees were reluctant to part with the cheap and thick cloth. Lu Genseng hesitated and asked, "Ninth prince, do you really like men? If so, we won't buy this cloth." When Su Fengling heard this, her cheeks turned red and she quickly stepped back. Luo Yuzhu knew the inside story and glared at Su Fengling fiercely, "Look at what you have done." Su Fengling looked aggrieved and said pitifully, "I just thought it was fun and acted on impulse. I didn't know it would cause such a big fuss." "Why?" Luo Yuzhu sighed, "Little sister, things have come to this. You have to stand up and tell everyone the truth. Otherwise, not only will the reputation of the ninth prince be ruined, but our Su family's business will also be ruined. Su Fenling's pretty face flushed, and she shook her head repeatedly. No, no. Telling the truth means that I have to admit in front of so many people that I took the initiative to kiss Li Longlin, right? This is too shameful. Luo Yuzhu frowned and felt embarrassed. Although Su Fengling is carefree, she is a girl after all. If Su Fengling were to tell the truth in front of everyone, how would she live her life in the future? However, if Su Fengling does not come out to clarify, the Su family's cloth business had just started to pick up, but it was likely to take a sharp turn for the worse and be ruined in an instant. You are so vicious. Do you want the Su family to die? Luo Yuzhu glared at the shopkeepers of the 8 major trading companies. Although she knew that they were the ones behind the plot, she was helpless. Facing everyone's doubts, Li Longlin was arrogant, looking up at people with his nose, and said in a dandy manner, "Whether I like men or not is none of your business. Emperor Father can't control me, let alone you outsiders. As for the Su family's cloth, you can buy it or not. Anyway, I still lose 20 cents for every piece of cloth I sell. If you don't want to buy, get out of here. Don't just stand there like an idiot. I can save myself some money." Li Longlin's words made Luo Yuzhu and Su Fengling drop their jaws. I've seen arrogance. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. You have to know that businessmen are of low status and they have to bow and nod to everyone they meet. Moreover, Li Longlin's words and demeanor were all extremely hateful. Even someone with such a good temper as Luo Yuzhu felt angry. What's more, Su Fengling had such a violent temper that she wanted to stab Li Longlin to death with one shot. Not to mention the refugees, who have already left their homes, been looked down upon, and are filled with anger. Li Longlin's actions undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, completely igniting the anger. Upon seeing this, the shopkeepers of the 8 major commercial banks all had smug smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha. The ninth prince's defense was broken. Let's see how you step down this time. Lu Jian was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and his lips turned pale. I have traveled all over the country for so many years. I have fought tigers in the mountains and captured dragons in the sea. But I have never seen anyone as bad as the ninth prince. The refugees were filled with righteous indignation and nodded in agreement. Yes, this ninth prince is too evil. He is simply the worst villain in the world. Lu Gensing shouted, "How to deal with the evil people?" The refugees were stunned. If they were in the far-flung northern border, they would definitely rush up and beat Li Longlin to death with their fists. But this is the capital, under the feet of the emperor, and Li Longlin is a prince. If they dared to touch a hair of Li Longlin, not only would they lose their lives, but their families would also be implicated. Using violence is obviously impossible. Could it be that I can only watch this evil man being so arrogant and domineering and swallow my anger in silence? The people glared at Li Longlin angrily, they really couldn't swallow this humiliation. Lu Gensing shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Every time we sell a piece of cloth, this damned ninth prince loses 20 coins. Let's buy like crazy and make this bastard lose all his money." One sentence wakes up the dreamer. Yes. Aren't you, the ninth prince, arrogant and domineering? You rely on your status as a prince to oppress the people, and you also like men. Isn't this against human ethics? We can't beat you. But we can take advantage of you and make you lose money. Although 20 cents is not a lot, if everyone works together, it can add up to a lot and make your store close. Give me 1. I want 5. Everyone, get out of the way. I want to buy 10 pieces of cloth. I want to make the ninth prince go bankrupt. The enthusiasm of the people was completely ignited. They rushed to buy things frantically with hatred in their hearts, just to take advantage of the evil Li Longlin. Li Longlin cried out, looking like he had lost his parents, "Don't buy it. Don't buy it. If you buy it again, I will really go bankrupt and have to sleep on the streets. Please, please don't buy it. Please leave me some money for the music show." When the refugees saw Li Longlin begging for mercy, they felt happy and took out money even more enthusiastically. He, ninth prince, aren't you arrogant? Show me how arrogant you are. So this is your weak spot. You still want to go to a brothel to listen to music? Everyone, come on and buy some music. Let's make sure the ninth prince has nothing and has to go to a brothel to sell his smiles and pay off his debts. Ha ha ha. Yes, I'll buy him until he goes bankrupt. Luo Yuzhu was completely stunned. Can you do business like this? Su Fengling's eyes widened. The worse the reputation, the faster it sells. Li Longlin was in pain and happy at the same time. The tactics of live streaming to sell goods in later generations are extremely deceptive of human nature. In this era of Great Xia where business is booming, it is absolutely overwhelming. Just 1 hour. The inventory prepared by Su's cloth shop was completely sold out. Li Longlin said with a sad face, tomorrow, the Su family cloth shop will have more goods. You must not come to buy them. If you buy them again, I will lose so much money that I will jump into the river and commit suicide. The people's rebellious psychology was once again aroused, and they shouted, if you dare to open the door, I will dare to buy. Ha ha ha, we're going to buy you until you're bankrupt. The prince jumped into the river. This is a spectacle. I will definitely come to watch it tomorrow. The people left satisfied. Only the shopkeepers of the 8 major trading companies were left standing there, dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? How come the worse Li Longlin's reputation gets, the better his business becomes? Then, if I spread rumors and slander Li Longlin, wouldn't that be helping him? How should I explain myself if the princes blame me? Su's cloth shop closed and shut the store door. Su Fengling said excitedly, sister-in-law, please calculate how much money we have earned. Luo Yuzhu lowered her head, her delicate hands clacking away on the abacus. After deducting the cost, there is also the wages for the widows. The profit for a piece of cloth is only 5 cents. Nearly 1,000 bolts of cloth were sold today. That is 5,000 won. 1,000 coins is 1 string of money, which is roughly equivalent to 1 tael of silver. That means I made 5 taels of silver today. Su Fengling was a little confused. We worked hard all day and we only earned 5 taels of silver. That means we can only earn 150 taels a month. Luo Yuzhu nodded and said seriously, that's all. Besides, the shop is ours, not counting the rent. And there are also the manpower expenses for the 3 of us. If we hire a clerk, we will definitely lose money. Su Fengling panicked, it's over. I thought Li Longlin was just talking casually, but he actually lost money. Luo Yuzhu frowned and looked at Li Longlin, Your Highness, this is not a solution. Not only will we not make any money, we will even lose money. Otherwise, how about we raise the price? Li Longlin looked at Luo Yuzhu's pretty face and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, have you ever thought about why these refugees from the northern border come to our store to buy cloth? Luo Yuzhu was slightly startled. Isn't it because you have a bad reputation? Li Longlin shook his head, that's just the appearance. The real reason is that our cloth is cheap and of good quality, very cost-effective. Most of these refugees are from poor families. They have been living in the open air all the way to the capital, and they don't have much money on them. If we raise the price, can they afford it? Luo Yuzhu was speechless. What Li Longlin said was true. The refugees are already pitiful, and yet you still want to raise the price and make money from them. Is this what a human being does? If we don't raise the selling price, we can only reduce costs and deduct the widow's wages. Wouldn't that really make him a profiteer? Luo Yuzhu can't even do it. Su Fengling was surprised and said, if you don't allow us to raise the price, then what do you say we should do? We can't lose money every day, right? Li Longlin smiled and said, it's very simple. First, lower the price. Reduce the price of a piece of cloth by another 5 cents. For the female workers, their wages are calculated by piece. If they weave a large amount of cloth with good quality, they will be given an extra 10% as a reward. As for the raw materials, sister-in-law, you should also check them carefully. Only the best cotton is needed, even if the price is a little higher. We have already bought most of the shops along the street in South City. I plan to find a suitable location to open 10 more cloth shops. Each cloth shop will hire 2 clerks and a shopkeeper. The orphans of the Su family army will be given priority. As for wages, you can also offer them a higher salary. Luo Yuzhu was completely stunned and her mind went blank. The Su family's cloth was priced too cheaply, so the profit margin was extremely low. It would be fine if Li Longlin didn't think about reducing costs and increasing efficiency. His combination of measures directly pushed expenses to the sky. This is not business, it's charity. By then, a store would not make 5 taels of silver after a busy day, but would lose 5 taels or even 10 taels of silver. If there is only one store, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Li Longlin wants to expand the business and open 10 more cloth shops, and hire shopkeepers and clerks. According to a rough estimate, 10 stores would lose 100 taels a day. After 1 month, the net loss is 3,000 taels. How can you do business like this in this world? Li Longlin smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, please believe me. As long as you follow my instructions, I guarantee that within a month, we will make a lot of money. Within 3 months, we will have enough money to rebuild the Su family army." Luo Yuzhu was silent for a long time, gritting her teeth and saying, "At this point, since the Su family is alone and has boarded your pirate ship, the 9th prince, we can only close our eyes and go all the way to the end. I hope, Your Highness, you will not let the Su family down." Li Longlin had been busy all day and was exhausted. After a quick dinner, he lay down on the bed and planned to rest. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and a graceful figure flashed in like the wind. It was Su Fengling. She was not wearing military uniform today, but for the first time ever she put on a red dress, which made her look bright and charming, extraordinary. "What do you want to do?" Li Longlin was startled and quickly took a defensive stance. "The old lady is next door. If you try to do something bad to me, I will scream." Su Fengling's pretty face turned red, and she stamped her feet in anger. "You are a dog that can't spit out ivory. What do you think I am? A female bandit?" Li Longlin scratched his head. "Isn't it? Then why are you here so late?" Su Fengling lowered her head, rubbing the hem of her skirt with her hands, and whispered, I came here to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Li Longlin looked Su Fengling up and down, with an evil smile on his face. "No wonder you are dressed so femininely. So you want to use your beauty to seduce me? Then come over to me." Su Fengling was startled, her face turned even redder. "Li Longlin, what do you want? It can't be. Although the Emperor has granted us the marriage, we have not yet been married." Li Longlin pretended to be angry. "Oh, you know, we didn't get married. Then how dare you kiss me in the streets of the city, in front of so many people? And you were wearing men's clothes. Now, the whole capital is talking about it, saying that I like men. Do you know how much damage this has done to my reputation? Why don't you come over quickly and fulfill your duties as a husband and wife? Give me a shoulder massage." Su Fengling was stunned. "The duty of a husband and wife you mentioned is to massage your shoulders and back." Li Longlin stared at Su Fengling's pretty face and said with a sly smile, "What else?" "Ha ha ha, are you thinking the wrong thing?" "Pooh." Su Fengling spat lightly, then obediently came behind Li Longlin and stretched out her slender hands to rub his shoulders. "Ouch. Comfortable. You haven't eaten yet. Try harder." Li Longlin was so comfortable after being served that he took off his shoes and socks and said, "Massage my feet next." Boom. Su Fengling's face darkened, and she exerted force with both hands, angrily saying, "Li Longlin, don't go too far. Even if I marry you, I will still be your wife, not a maid. Who wants to pinch your stinky feet?" Li Longlin tilted his neck and looked straight at Su Fengling. "This tiger girl has such a bad temper. That blow just now almost broke my neck. She is a fierce horse. It will take time to tame her. There is a long time to come. Li Longlin has plenty of time and is not in a hurry at all. That's all." Li Longlin waved his hand. "Since you pinched my shoulder and admitted your mistake, let's forget about this matter. I won't bother with you." Su Fengling was stunned and looked at Li Longlin in disbelief. "I have caused such a big disaster, but Li Longlin is so magnanimous and just forgives me." For a moment, Su Fengling felt a little embarrassed. "But what about your reputation? Otherwise, I will find a way to make the truth public and restore your reputation." Li Longlin smiled. "Although we are not husband and wife in reality, we are husband and wife in name. Even if you tell the truth, will anyone believe it? On the contrary, the more you explain, the worse it gets. My reputation will only get worse. Never mind. Too many lice don't itch, too many debts don't worry. Besides, the title of the world's greatest villain is much more famous than the title of the capital's greatest playboy. Su Fengling frowned, but, if you don't let me do something for you, I will feel guilty. Li Longlin raised his eyebrows and said in a mean way, come and massage my feet. Roll. Su Fengling's face changed, and she was anxious and angry. You are too unreliable. I am telling you something serious. You don't know how guilty I feel. Before she could finish her words, Su Fengling felt a lump in her nose and tears welled up in her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Li Longlin is not afraid of anything except women crying. What's more, if I make Su Fengling, this tigress, cry, it will be really troublesome. She was so angry that she might lose her mind and poke a few transparent holes in herself with the gun. There was no guarantee that she would do that. Don't cry. Li Longlin said seriously, that's right, I have something that I need your help with. Su Fengling wiped away her tears and asked excitedly, what's the matter? Li Longlin said coldly, the 8 major business houses are suppressing the Su family like this. Can you swallow this? Su Fengling shook her head and gritted her teeth, of course I can't swallow it. But, what can we do? Li Longlin's eyes flashed with cold light, revenge never waits overnight. I will fight back and make the 8 major business houses and the royal brothers behind them pay the price. I want everyone to know that I, Li Longlin, am not someone to be trifled with, and the Su family is not someone to be trifled with. Su Fengling was excited and eager to try, okay. I'll go and smash their store. Li Longlin was very upset, why are you always fighting and killing? Can you use your brain? If you dare to smash their store now, tomorrow morning, the ministers will send a memorial to the emperor to impeach us. Oh, right. I forgot, you have no brains. Su Fengling clenched her fists, resisting the urge to beat someone up, so what do you think we should do? We can't let the 8 major business banks do whatever they want, hide behind us, play dirty tricks, and trip us up. Li Longlin showed a sly smile on his face, they use dirty tricks, so we use dirty tricks too. Let's see who is more insidious. Su Fengling nodded repeatedly, yes. We will give them a taste of their own medicine. Although the 9th prince is useless in both civil and military affairs, he is extremely good at playing dirty tricks. The 6th brother was imprisoned and the 4th brother was half disabled. The 2 princes met such a fate because of Li Longlin's conspiracy. But Su Fengling racked his brains but couldn't figure out how to deal with the 8 major trading companies. Li Longlin smiled slightly and said, well. You send people to the army to spread the word that I have a paternal love for men, I also rob women, oppress the people, take bribes and pervert the law, and frame loyal officials. Ah. Su Fengling was stunned and said in astonishment, don't you think your reputation is not bad enough? Do you want to ruin your own reputation? Besides, you are the general of the northern expedition appointed by the emperor. The military is different from the civilians. If your reputation is really bad, how can you lead troops to fight in the future? Besides, what's the point of you doing this? Could it be that once your reputation becomes as bad as a cesspool, it will be enough to suffocate the 8 major trading companies and the princes behind them? Li Longlin smiled mysteriously, the hermit has his own ingenious plan, so don't ask. Anyway, you can either massage my feet or send someone to ruin my reputation. It's your choice. Nonsense. Of course I choose to ruin your reputation. Su Fengling made her choice without hesitation. The Su family has a very deep foundation in the military. Under Su Fengling's arrangement, rumors that ruined Li Longlin's reputation spread in the army early the next morning. It's not just the remnants of the Su family. Even among the capital's city defense forces and the Imperial guards, news of Li Longlin's evil deeds spread. Li Longlin's reputation fell to the bottom. However, he acted as if nothing had happened. He ate and drank as usual, not taking it to heart at all, and quietly waited for the incident to continue to develop. A few days later. After the morning court session, Emperor Wu came to the Imperial study. He has been in a bad mood recently. There is still no good news from the north. However, the number of refugees fleeing from the northern border to the capital is indeed increasing. Emperor Wu saw it all and was worried. Whenever he mentioned the resettlement of refugees in the court, the ministers would start pretending to be dead. After all, it takes a lot of money to resettle the refugees. The imperial court is already struggling to make ends meet. If we don't resettle them, and if the number of refugees is allowed to increase, disaster will arise sooner or later. The more Emperor Wu thought about it, the more upset he became. He looked up at Wei Sun, who was standing beside him, and said, "Dabin, have you found the spy who spread the rumors? Since we can't accomplish big things, we can only do small things to temporarily calm people's grievances." Emperor Wu thought about it and decided that since the task of catching the spy had been handed over to Wei Sun, so many days had passed and there should be some results. Wei Sun lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, the spy has not been caught yet." Emperor Wu was immediately furious and shouted, "Good-for-nothings. All good-for-nothings. How come you can't even handle such a small matter?" Plop. Wei Sun was scolded so much that he knelt on the ground in fright. Although the person has not been caught, there are some clues about the matter. Emperor Wu frowned. "Really? Tell me." Wei Sun said hurriedly, "The original rumors of Daxia's defeat have been completely put to rest. However, the rumors that the ninth prince is as good as Long Yang have become more and more popular." Emperor Wu waved his hand. "Lao Jiao's reputation among the people is already bad. No matter how many rumors he has, it is harmless. It can just divert the attention of the people and make them less concerned about the war in the north." Wei Sun glanced at Emperor Wu quietly and said with a wry smile, "If the rumors about the ninth prince are only spread among the people, it really doesn't matter. But, this rumor has now spread to the army." Emperor Wu's face changed drastically. "What? This happened? The rumor that Lao Jiao likes men is just something people talk about after dinner. But in the military, the meaning is completely different. Because, Lao Jiao was appointed by me personally as the general who conquers the northern army. Although it was just an honorary title, he had no soldiers or generals under his command. But the general appointed by me personally actually has a homosexual tendency and likes men. This rumor spread in the army and it was a devastating blow to morale." Wei Sun nodded. "It's absolutely true. The ninth prince's reputation in the army has been completely ruined." Emperor Wu looked grim. "This is going to shake the morale of the Great Xia army. This matter is serious and must be investigated immediately." Wei Sun said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I have found some clues." Emperor Wu was startled, staring at Wei Sun coldly, and said sternly, "You can find clues about military affairs? Wei Sun, you really have great connections." Wei Sun was a eunuch. No matter how he abuses his power or how he runs rampant in the court, Emperor Wu acquiesced. After all, Wei Sun was the means by which Emperor Wu monitored all officials. Even if he was a little arrogant and domineering, he would turn a blind eye. Only the army is the weak spot for Emperor Wu. If Wei Sun dared to overstep his authority and interfere in military affairs, Emperor Wu would kill Wei Sun without hesitation. Eunuchs holding military power is a sign of the country's demise. Wei Sun was sweating profusely and kowtowed like crazy. "Your Majesty, I dare not ask about military affairs. I just heard that." Emperor Wu asked coldly, "What did you hear?" Wei Sun hurriedly said, "I heard that the shopkeepers of the 8 major trading companies in the capital once spread rumors and slandered the ninth prince in public. Not long after, rumors spread throughout the army. I dare to guess that there may be some connection between the two." Emperor Wu was stunned and said disdainfully, "The 8 major business houses are nothing more than lowly merchants. How dare they slander the royal family? Don't they want to die?" Wei Sun whispered, "Your Majesty, if it were ordinary merchants, they wouldn't dare to do it even if they were given 10 courages. However, behind the 8 major business houses are 8 princes." Emperor Wu's face darkened. "You mean, the ninth prince has been too popular recently? The princes should join hands to deal with the ninth prince and suppress his arrogance." Wei Sun lowered his head. "I dare not sow discord between His Majesty and the prince. I am just guessing." Emperor Wu stood up, put his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth. It was not uncommon for princes to attack each other in order to win the throne. To be honest, The ninth one has been showing his talents recently and is enjoying great favor from the emperor. The ninth prince was too outstanding, which aroused the jealousy of other princes, and it was normal for them to join forces to suppress him. Things are different now. Normally, the princes fight for power and profit with each other, that's all. What time is it now? The country is in crisis and a formidable enemy is at hand. The northern barbarian army is about to reach the capital. The princes don't even work together, share the same hatred of the enemy, and face the national crisis together. Instead, they still have the mood to engage in intrigue here. What's even more infuriating is, in order to suppress Lao Jiao, they actually went so far as to spread rumors in the army and shake the morale of the troops. Killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of your own people is simply stupid. The emperor became more and more angry as he thought about it, and he trembled all over. Pass on my order. Immediately let those 8 useless people come to the palace to see me. I will give them a good scolding. Wei Sun hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this is absolutely not possible. Emperor Wu frowned and said, Why not? Wei Sun said, This is just hearsay, there is no solid evidence. Moreover, some of the princes are in the army, some are in the provinces, and some are on official business outside. Not all of them are in the capital. If you issue an order, let the princes return to the capital immediately. Such a big move may cause unrest in the government and the opposition. Emperor Wu nodded with a cold face and said, What you said does make some sense. But, should I just sit back and watch and let the army's morale be shaken? Wei Sun thought for a moment and said, Next month, it will be the Queen Mother's 60th birthday. By then, the princes will come back to wish the Queen Mother a happy birthday. Your Majesty can take this opportunity to warn the princes. Emperor Wu's eyes flashed, and he said, That makes sense. But, princes, I can wait a little longer. I can't stand those profiteers who spread rumors for even a day. You bring people with you immediately, seal off the 8 major business houses. Arrest all those profiteers, torture them severely, and collect evidence. Oh, right. All the money in the business has been seized by me. It just so happens that I am short of money to resettle the refugees. Wei Sun bowed, as ordered. I will do it immediately. The gloom in Emperor Wu's heart was swept away, and the more he thought about it, the more proud he became. As long as the 8 major trading companies are sealed up and we have the money, wouldn't the problem of resettling the refugees be easily solved? I am such a genius. Old 9, you are my lucky general. Emperor Wu was filled with emotion. No matter what the problem is, as long as it is related to Lao Jiao, it seems that it can be solved. If this isn't a blessing, then what is? Emperor Wu wanted to summon Li Longlin into the palace immediately and reward him. However, Emperor Wu finally restrained himself and did not act impulsively. In recent times, Li Longlin has had so much royal favor that it is outrageous and inevitably arouses jealousy. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In Emperor Wu's view, it would not be a good thing if the 9th prince was excluded by other princes and there was discord among his brothers. But Lao Jiao had indeed made contributions, and Emperor Wu felt really bad if he didn't reward him with something. Emperor Wu thought about it and finally made a decision. He ordered, Go to Changle Palace. I want to see Concubine Ro. Wei Sun reminded, Your Majesty, you forgot that Concubine Ro is now Concubine Lin. Emperor Wu suddenly realized and patted his forehead, I have been so busy lately that I forgot about this matter. Oh, go get a top-quality South Pearl. I want to give it to her as a gift. Since I can't reward Lao Jiao, then reward his mother. At this time, Wei Sun suddenly said, Your Majesty, there is one more thing that is related to the 9th prince. I don't know whether I should say it or not. Emperor Wu frowned, What's the matter? Wei Sun whispered, The Imperial censor Yushan has submitted a memorial to impeach the 9th prince. After hearing this, Emperor Wu's face darkened, Bring the memorial here, let me have a look. Wei Sun quickly took out a memorial and presented it to Emperor Wu with both hands. Emperor Wu opened the memorial and read it carefully. Wei Sun stood aside, silent, thinking to himself, 9th prince, our family helped you this time. When you become successful in the future, don't forget our kindness. Wei Sun was a eunuch and could not interfere in state affairs, but that did not mean he could not influence Emperor Wu's decision. This time, the timing he chose to submit the memorial was extremely clever. If Wei Sun had mentioned the censor's impeachment of the ninth prince when Emperor Wu was upset, then Emperor Wu would surely be furious and would summon the ninth prince into the palace and give him a severe scolding without asking any questions. Now Emperor Wu is obviously very pleased and in a good mood. Wei Sun mentioned this matter at this time, which was equivalent to helping the ninth prince. Emperor Wu read the impeachment memorial several times in succession and sneered, "I remember that Yushan was the #1 scholar I appointed a few years ago." Wei Sun nodded and said, "You sure you is indeed a top scholar?" Emperor Wu said coldly, "His writing is good, his writing is brilliant and particularly gorgeous." In this memorial, he listed the 5 major crimes of Lao Jiao, saying that he forcibly abducted women, oppressed the people, sold out the country for fame, and violated morals. In my opinion, it is all just hearsay, without any real evidence. Wei Sun asked in a low voice, "Then how should we deal with your majesty?" Emperor Wu waved his hand and said, "This impeachment memorial will be kept in the palace and will not be sent out. Do not mention it again in the future. Get up. I want to go to Changle Palace." Wei Sun was stunned. He didn't expect this result. Originally, he thought that after reading the impeachment memorial, even if the emperor would not blame the ninth prince, he would lose interest in going to Changle Palace again. Never thought of it. Emperor Wu completely ignored the impeachment memorial and still insisted on meeting concubine Lin. This shows the ninth prince's royal favor is so strong that it is beyond imagination. Wei Sun immediately went to prepare the carriage. A moment later, Emperor Wu took a carriage and arrived at Changle Palace. Concubine Lin was trimming flowers and plants. When she heard that Emperor Wu had arrived, she quickly stood up to greet him. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." Emperor Wu said with a smile, "My beloved concubine, please stand up." Concubine Lin lowered her head. "I dare not. I am guilty." Emperor Wu was slightly startled, and asked in confusion, "My beloved concubine, what crime have you committed?" Concubine Lin's pretty face flushed. "I am incompetent and have failed to teach my son well. Now he is behaving recklessly and has developed a sexual habit. It is all my fault. From now on, I will discipline him well and make him return to the right path. Your Majesty, please don't blame him." Emperor Wu suddenly realized. The rumor that Lao Jiao liked men not only spread among the people and the army, but also spread to the palace and reached the ears of Concubine Lin. Concubine Lin mistakenly thought that I was going to punish her because of this matter. Emperor Wu stepped forward, took Concubine Lin's hand, helped her up, and said softly, "My beloved. You don't know, that's a rumor. The ninth prince doesn't like men at all." Concubine Lin was surprised and delighted. "Rumors, are they true?" "Your Majesty, please don't lie to me. I cried for several nights because of this." Emperor Wu said sternly, "It is absolutely true. I have already found out that it was Old Nine who showed off his talents and attracted jealousy. Anyway, you don't have to worry. I have already made a decision for Old Nine and will bring the person who spread the rumors to justice." Concubine Lin cried with joy, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Emperor Wu asked Wei Sun to bring a brocade box and handed it to Concubine Lin. "My beloved, you were bullied some time ago, but I was kept in the dark and had no idea about it. This is my fault. You've suffered. This is a top-grade South China pearl, priceless. I give it to you, hoping it can make up for it a little." Concubine Lin burst into tears and snuggled in Emperor Wu's arms. "Your Majesty, I have never blamed you." Emperor Wu waved his hand and told Wei Sun, "I will stay at Changle Palace today to have a heart-to-heart talk with Concubine Lin. You should leave for now and don't let anyone bother me." Wei Sun bowed and stepped back. "I obey your order." The next day, under the arrangement of Prime Minister Du Wenyuan, the news that Censor Yushan impeached the ninth prince spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Li Longlin was once again caught in a storm of public opinion and became the focus of everyone's attention. And this time, it was not limited to the refugees outside the city, but the people of the entire capital were all shocked. Have you heard? The censor impeached the ninth prince and listed his 5 major crimes. Is this true? Is the ninth prince really that bad? The censor has submitted a memorial, so how can it be false? By the way, the price of the cloth sold by the ninth prince has been reduced by another 5 cents. Another price reduction. Let's go. Let's all buy it and make him bankrupt. The people are simple and honest. They believed the rumors and hated Li Longlin to the core. And their means of revenge on Li Longlin were also very simple. Didn't you sell a piece of cloth for only 75 cents? Not only did you not make any profit, you even lost more than 20 cents. Then we will all buy your cloth and make you lose a lot of money. For a while, citizens from all over the capital city flocked to the Su family cloth shop and rushed to buy things frantically. Not just the original store. The 10 new stores opened by the Su family were all packed with customers and extremely popular. The sales volume of cotton cloth is rising steadily and the demand is exceeding the supply. Li Longlin saw that the Su family cloth shop was doing so well, and looked at Su Fengling with a proud look on his face. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Su Fengling curled her lips and said, what a bullshit. Your reputation is now worse than dog shit. The people are buying cloth just to get revenge on you. These are just petty tricks, not worthy of being in a high-class place. Li Longlin laughed and said, what do you know? A cat is good as long as it catches mice, regardless of whether it is black or white. As long as business is booming, it doesn't matter what means are used. Luo Yuzhu stood aside and shook her head slightly after hearing what Li Longlin said. Ninth Prince, I support my younger sister this time. As the saying goes, even businessmen have their own code of conduct. If you do whatever it takes, then what is the difference between you and the profiteers of the 8 major business houses? Business is full of unpredictable changes, but the essence remains the same. Either make money or gain reputation. If you do this now, you won't make any money and your reputation will be ruined. Even if you use some clever tricks to grab the market temporarily, in the end, once the 8 major commercial banks make their move, all your efforts will be in vain. Su Fengling heard this and nodded in agreement. Yes. Even if you can seize the market for a while, how can you last? Li Longlin smiled slightly and said, as long as I wipe out the 8 major trading companies, won't the Su family cloth shop be the only one left? Su Fengling got angry when she heard this. You asked me to go to the army and spread your rumors. I did it. But I still don't understand what your self-destruction of reputation has to do with the 8 major trading companies. Sister-in-law, do you understand? Luo Yuzhu shook her head and smiled bitterly. I don't understand it either. However, the 9th prince must be crazy, so he would do such a ridiculous thing. She now regrets having bet the future and fate of the Su family on Li Longlin. It must be admitted that Li Longlin is quite clever. However, Li Longlin's behavior this time was so outrageous that it was incomprehensible. At this moment, a waiter came running over breathlessly. 9th prince, eldest young mistress, eldest young miss. Something happened. Something serious. Luo Yuzhu's heart sank, and she asked anxiously, what happened recently? Something big happens every day. Tell me quickly, what happened again? Su Fengling also looked nervous. Only Li Longlin looked calm, with the corners of his mouth raised in a smile. The clerk said, it's not our business. It's the 8 major businesses. Just now, people from the government broke into the 8 major businesses and took away all the shopkeepers and clerks. The business was also sealed, and all the goods were sealed. Upon hearing the news, Luo Yuzhu and Su Fengling were completely stunned. The 8 major trading companies were sealed off by the government. How is this possible? You know, behind the 8 major trading companies are 8 princes. Who has such great power to shake the 8 major trading companies? After much thought, only one person, that is the current emperor, has the courage to directly seal up the 8 major trading companies. The instigator was not the emperor, but Li Longlin. He used an incredible method that ordinary people could not understand at all to prompt the emperor to seal up the 8 major trading companies. Why? Su Fengling asked anxiously. The government must have a reason for sealing up the 8 major businesses, right? The waiter glanced at Li Longlin and said, the people in the government office said that the shopkeepers are barbarian spies, spreading rumors everywhere, trying to shake the people of Daxia and rebel. The rumors about the 9th prince were also made up by them. The Imperial edict has been posted at the city gate, clearing the name of the 9th prince. At this moment, Su Fengling and Luo Yuzhu looked enlightened and understood everything. As expected, all of this was caused by Li Longlin. He deliberately let Su Fengling spread rumors in the army to ruin his reputation, make the matter bigger, and eventually get the news to the emperor. The emperor will surely be furious. If he conducts a thorough investigation, he will find that the shopkeepers of the 8 major trading companies had spread rumors about Li Longlin in public. Naturally, the shopkeepers of the 8 major trading companies were linked to the barbarian spies who spread the rumors. It is only natural for the emperor to order the closure of the 8 major trading companies. Insidious. It's so insidious. Luo Yuzhu was pleasantly surprised and said with emotion, "Ninth Prince, I am completely convinced." Su Fengling still curled her lips and said unconvincedly, "Isn't it just a dirty trick? What's the big deal? Even if the 8 major trading companies go bankrupt, we won't make an extra ounce of silver, but lose more." Luo Yuzhu shook her head and said with a smile, "Little sister, you don't understand. This is the wisdom of the 9th Prince. The 8 major trading companies have been closed down, and all their original market share will be lost. By then, we will be the only one in the market and have monopolized the entire market. We can always raise prices and make more profits." Su Fengling's eyes sparkled, and she said excitedly, "Yes. Why didn't I think of that? 9th Prince, should we raise the price now?" Li Longlin smiled mysteriously, "No. Not only will we not raise the price, but we will also reduce it by another 5 cents." Su Fengling and Luo Yuzhu were completely stunned when they heard this. The 8 major trading companies have all been closed down, and Su's cloth shop has no competitors. Why does it still need to lower prices? Is this crazy? Luo Yuzhu frowned, thought for a moment and said, "Ninth Prince, I can roughly guess what you are thinking. The 8 major trading companies are only temporarily closed. Once the princes plead for mercy, the emperor will definitely be soft-hearted. It will take at most 1 or 2 months for the 8 major commercial banks to reopen. You want to take advantage of this gap and completely occupy the market with the lowest price. After a month or 2, when everything is settled, the 8 major trading companies will not be able to shake our position." Li Longlin smiled, glanced at Su Fengling, and said, "Sister-in-law is really smart, she guessed most of it. Unlike someone who has a confused mind." Su Fengling's pretty face was filled with shame and anger, and she clenched her fists. "Li Longlin, are you looking for a fight?" Luo Yuzhu stopped Su Fengling and said, "Little sister, stop messing around. I want to discuss serious matters with the 9th Prince." Su Fengling looked aggrieved and stamped her feet in anger. It was obviously him. Luo Yuzhu said sternly, "9th Prince, although what you did makes sense. However, the price of the cloth you said is so cheap. Not only the merchants in the capital, but also the merchants in the entire capital area will be attracted and rush to buy it. We don't have much in stock. It will be sold out in less than 3 days." Li Longlin smiled faintly and said, "You are worried that merchants will speculate and buy low and sell high. This is easy. Starting tomorrow, the Su family cloth shop will limit purchases. Each person can only buy 1 piece of cloth per day. The problem of insufficient inventory is easy to solve. Tell my second sister-in-law to give the craftsmen an extra 20% pay, and let them work overtime to make looms. For the female workers, we need to recruit more people, and increase the wages of skilled workers by another 20%. Luo Yuzhu was shocked beyond words when she heard this. Over the past few days, the Su family has lost a lot of money. If this continues, all of the Su family's assets will be lost by this prodigal son Li Longlin. No, absolutely not. Luo Yuzhu shook her head slightly, seemingly weak, but actually very determined. If I do as you say, 10 Su families will not be enough to lose. Li Longlin raised his eyebrows slightly. How much money have we lost during this period? Luo Yuzhu frowned. I haven't calculated the exact amount, but it's at least 1,000 taels. Li Longlin laughed in silence, but I made 700,000 taels from the 4th prince in one night. Even if I lose 1,000 taels a day, I can still make money in 2 years. Luo Yuzhu argued, but the silver in your hand can either be used to buy a shop or cotton, and none of it can be converted into cash. Moreover, even if you are rich, if you continue to lose money like this, you will end up eating up all your savings. For example, the Imperial court is now spending more than it earns and is running a serious deficit. Li Longlin looked solemn. Does the Imperial court really have no money? Luo Yuzhu nodded. of course not. Otherwise, the emperor wouldn't worry about money every day. Li Longlin said coldly, the Great Xia has been established for 300 years and was at its peak. Where is the wealth accumulated over the past 300 years? Who owns it now? The people. Luo Yuzhu shook her head, tears in her beautiful eyes. No. The people are starving and cold, and are suffering from poverty. I don't know how many people have toiled all their lives, but in the end, it's all for nothing, without even a place to stand. Li Longlin asked again, where is the silver? It can't have disappeared out of thin air, right? Su Fengling was also surprised and asked, yes, where is the silver? Luo Yuzhu was silent. Of course she knew the answer. But this answer was so shocking that Luo Yuzhu didn't dare to say it. Li Longlin sneered, silver. Of course it's in the hands of the nobles, and the dignitaries. They are like blood-sucking worms lying on daxia, and they have already eaten daxia dry. Luo Yuzhu's face changed drastically. Your Highness, be careful with your words. Li Longlin shook his head. This is something that everyone knows. Why are we afraid to say it? In the brothels, how many playboys spend thousands of gold just to win the smile of the courtesan? Where does the money come from? They are fed and educated by the people. Luo Yuzhu and Su Fengling pursed their lips and lowered their heads in silence. The Su family is also a noble family, a wealthy family, and a family with vested interests. They understand this principle clearly. But they couldn't believe that the words they didn't dare to say actually came out of Li Longlin's mouth. These words are absolutely treasonous. If others knew about this, even if Li Longlin was a prince, he would be in trouble. Li Longlin smiled bitterly and said to himself, my father once asked me what kind of business I wanted to start. I said I wanted to start a cloth business. He immediately showed a disdainful expression. Do you know why? Su Fengling listened carefully and shook her head. I don't know. Li Longlin said, in one's lifetime, no matter how rich one is, how many pieces of silk and satin can one wear? Besides, what we spin is not silk and satin, but cotton. Ordinary people would wear cotton cloth. Warm, thick, dirt-resistant, wear-resistant. In other words, we are doing business for the people. But how much money do ordinary people have? For example, if we add up the silver on all the 100,000 refugees outside the city, is there 700,000 taels of silver? Su Fengling shook her head, no. 700,000 taels of silver, distributed equally among 100,000 people, that is 7 taels of silver per person. The answer is obvious. Let alone 7 taels of silver, these refugees would be considered rich if they could take out 100 coins. Li Longlin concluded, you will never get rich by doing business with the common people. If you want to make money, you must do business with the rich. What I am doing now is robbing the rich to help the poor. Su Fengling's eyes sparkled. Robbing the rich to help the poor is what a hero does. I like it. Luo Yuzhu frowned and said, Your Highness, I understand what you said. Your ideals are also great. However, I don't see that what you are doing now has anything to do with robbing the rich to help the poor. Li Longlin smiled mysteriously, you will understand. Luo Yuzhu was speechless. I hope that before I figure it out, the Su family won't be ruined by Li Longlin. But she changed her mind and was no longer in a hurry. Just as Li Longlin said, at most, how much money can be lost in a day? 100 taels at most. Not counting the Su family's assets, and only counting the shops that Li Longlin asked him to buy at bargain prices, he almost bought up the entire Nanshur. Even at cost price, it is still 500,000 taels of silver. As long as the barbarians don't capture the capital, these shops and real estate alone will cause losses for 10 to 8 years. If the Imperial guards win the battle and defeat the barbarians, the crisis in the capital will be resolved and the prices in the shops will recover. No matter how much money you lose now, you will be able to make it back then. Li Longlin changed the subject and asked, Sister-in-law, let's not discuss this for now. How have the widows been settled recently? Have the children started attending private schools? Luo Yuzhu nodded. Thanks to your highness, many widows have learned weaving from Lu Ruyan and have made some progress. Especially those who are quick and skillful can earn hundreds of coins a day. In a month, I can earn 3 or 4 taels of silver. Not only has my life improved, I now have enough food and clothing, and I can even eat meat occasionally. The children were also sent to private schools to learn to read and write. Some orphans are clumsy and can't learn needlework, so they work as shop assistants in shops, which is also a way to make a living. Li Longlin nodded and said, "That's good. It seems that my efforts have not been in vain." Luo Yuzhu looked embarrassed and sighed. However, there are still many people who were injured and disabled on the battlefield. They can't weave cloth, and it's not convenient for them to work as shop assistants. Their lives are still difficult. Li Longlin said firmly, "Help them to the end, and help the Buddha to the west." How about this? Now I have bought a lot of shops in Nanshur. You pick out those small shops and rent them to them for free. Even if they are disabled, they can still grind tofu, sell soy milk, brew some rice wine, make some pancakes, etc. These small businesses should be able to handle it. Luo Yuzhu was completely shocked and looked at Li Longlin in astonishment. Why does Li Longlin speak with confidence and squander money recklessly? It was because he spent a lot of money to buy a large number of shops in Nanshur. Luo Yuzhu originally thought that Li Longlin would wait for the right opportunity to sell the shop and cash in to make huge profits. At worst, Li Longlin would rent out the shop and become a landlord to seek long-term benefits. Never thought of it. Li Longlin actually rented shops to widows and orphans for free, allowing them to run small businesses. Could it be that Li Longlin did not lie? He's not in it for the money. Is it really for the purpose of robbing the rich to help the poor and to be chivalrous? Su Fengling stared at Li Longlin, her heart pounding and her pretty face flushed. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. For the first time, she felt that the ninth prince was not that annoying, but rather a little handsome.